I think this is a unique hospital. A lot of attention was paid to the impact of the environment. The clinical part of the hospital is completely sealed. We have done open heart surgeries here while outside there was a sandstorm and not one grain came inside.
Eat, Marie. It will make you strong.
It's delicious. The food is good.
You can clear the table. We've eaten enough.
Angelique, eat. Just a spoon for the camera team.
Yes, Murilo.
Just.
Marie-Louise,
Marie-Louise.
Bruno. So you follow Sania?
Very often I've asked myself what will pass into the brain of many of our patients to arrive here and looking at this center.
No, there's nothing. Don't worry.
What would be the equivalent for me to see a space shuttle in the middle of Grand Canal in Venice? Angélique, Angélique, comment vas-tu?
How do you feel?
I feel good.
No. She's good. She says good. She says
Good?
red.
Can you hear your
Short
heart?
axis. Is
Good.
it? Is it?
The valve looks badly compromised.
The option of repair is possible.
Looking from here, it doesn't seem easy to repair this valve.
Yeah.
If repair is not feasible, we have to put in a mechanical valve,
Yeah.
of course.
And the option of the mechanical valve at this age would be really difficult. It means that she would need an anticoagulation treatment for all the life. And when she will grow, this drug will not allow Angelique to be pregnant.
I'm not particularly optimistic. But we'll see. Finish.
Neza? Temushyira uruhande. Urimo urareba? Nubakora hasigaye turebe. Someone has explained them that they will be operated tomorrow?
Yes.
Excellent. Allez, tuzabona n'ejo. Sibyo? Sawa. Allez. Courage.
Courage.
Yeah. Okay. I'm happy to see that they are going to be operated, but on the other side, I know that the risk is always there. They are very sick, and everything can happen.
Tell me, which one is the bloody pasta machine?
Directly from Beijing. Huh? But look at this one. It doesn't look exactly stable, but we'll try. No, I can make the sauce as long as you make the pasta.
Emergency started because there were so many ongoing conflicts, so many civilian victims, and all this happened in countries where medical or surgical facilities were virtually non-existing. For many, many years, we only did war surgery. We did it in Rwanda, we did it in Iraq, we did it in Afghanistan, and we started thinking about medical profession not as a business, but having to do with preserving life or improving the quality of life. We should keep a secret that we've been using a Chinese pasta machine. God knows what will come out. Noodles, probably.
I hope not. Well, not because I don't like noodles.
When we decided for the project in Sudan, the idea was to have a center based on certain principles. Not only quality, but social responsibility. Patient arrives here, he has nothing to pay, and after surgery will have drugs from this center free of charge for all the life. This is an example of what a hospital should be, a no-profit institution.
Ready?
More or less. Why should someone make profit out of the fact that we are sick? I always thought that the role and the objective of a doctor is to ensure the well-being of the population, not to make sure that they're sick enough to make me rich. Unfortunately, most governments have gone the other way around. I mean, health is one of the best business in the world. Rosella, has no stability whatsoever. No.
Wait.
No, the problem is that we are wasting pasta. Can we change the menu?
We can.
Spaghetti with meat sauce.
How are you? Good? Are they giving you oxygen?
This is just to humidify the... Warashushanyije neza?
She told me you said she's not allowed to have salt.
You know, I was fighting with Angelique in the airplane. When they gave her the food, she said, "No, there is salt." I said, "I'm your doctor. I allow you to eat." She said, "No." My God. Oh, they are doing well. That's good.
When are we going?
Excuse me?
When are we going?
Soon.
Marie is a 17-year-old girl. Mitral regurgitation is massive, it's very severe.
I'm very dubious about the feasibility of repairing this valve.
Marie has suffered very badly from this condition, but I know she's getting treatment now. I hope that she will get well soon and return home. I am afraid that Angelique won't make it. If she dies, I will go there. What else can you do if you lose a daughter and you're all alone?
Yes. Ciao. Ciao. Wow. Ciao. Ciao. Oh, we are a little bit drunk. Yes.
Normal vein. There's a huge left atrium.
Yes.
Really huge. My God, the heart is coming out of the chest now. I don't even know if it makes sense to try a repair. Okay, start bypass.
Okay, pump it's on, you start.
You can purge the cardioplegia line.
Okay, cardioplegia line is coming.
degrees. As soon as we start bypass, the heart has become half of the size.
Okay,
The aorta is closed.
Close down.
Ice cold water over the heart.
It's running.
Please.
Yep.
Stop. Stop when we have a flat line.
Okay.
This flat, okay.
Flat, good.
Questo di qua.
Good.
Sì,
Okay, we are replacing the valve. 28 minutes.
28, yes.
Closing the left atrium. Prepare the defibrillator. Charge at 10 joules.
Is ready?
Can I go?
Yes.
2 grams. 0.1.
Okay.
Pulmonary pressure is low.
Gino, you have a left side that is...
Gina, it was a
Wait.
shit heart before we started. It's going to be a shit heart now. To see the results, we have to be patient and wait a few months. Thank you very much. Angelique, left ventricle is very bad at the moment. Over the months, you should recover at least partially a good function. That's what we hope. In the mitral valve was extremely big and tissues very fragile, but it put in a big size valve. So it will be more than enough for the rest of her life, even if she becomes 90 kilos.
The function of the heart was bad, and if you replace the valve, you are not sure that then the heart will react well and that the child can make it.
Unfortunately, they had very bad situations, both in terms of their cardiac valves and, even more important, the heart function that was already very compromised and depressed. Hopefully they will recover completely and be able to have a normal life, or a nearly normal life.
I'm going back to Rwanda. You're going to stay here with the doctor, okay? They'll treat you well and look after you. I'll be waiting for you.
Bye. I would like to spend more time, but unfortunately I have to go back and continue my work in Rwanda. We have still many patients who need cardiac surgery. Some of them have developed complications in the meanwhile, and I lost one of them. I hope that we can keep sending kids to be operated at Salam Center. We need to continue also to work on prevention. Every time a kid has strep throat, he has to go to the health provider to get antibiotic. If they have access to penicillin, will prevent the complications. All of them, they have mechanical valves. And the post-operative period will be probably difficult. They have to keep strong.
As soon as we get home, I'm going to oil my hair. The boys will go crazy when they see me.
Sweetheart, can you see me? Are you at home?
Can you show us?
Lift Angelique up so her father can see her.
Hi, Angelique. Be brave and strong.
They are excited.
She's showing you where she was operated.
There's no bandage.
Hello, Angelique.
She's still weak.
She still looks sick, but she'll get well again soon.
I'm fine.
Are you recovering well? You want to stay there? It's great that you like it.
They say that they will stay there.
Okay, if you like it so much.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye.
Caramel.
Bye. To be honest, I wasn't sure that all the Rwandan patients can make it because they were very high-risk patients. But I can see all of them are smiling, doing better. That is a nice surprise.
If the engine starts working properly, then it's really impressive how big the change can be in very, very short time.
When your heart beats faster, the machine works faster. My heart sounds like the grasshopper in our garden.
Come here. Sit here.
Marie had the surgery and everything was perfect at the beginning. The problem is that we saw something at the last follow-up. Well, should we go there? Okay? The valve that has been replaced shows a little defect. Marie, listen. There is a small problem that we want to check a little bit deeper.
Baza gukora echo ariko tameze nk'izindi nyine zidasanzwe ku buryo uzasinzira uzasinzira hanyuma barebe uko byifashe.
Okay. There is another thing that I have to tell you. But it's better that you stay with me for a few days more. Did you understand?
You can't go home tomorrow.
Hey, it's okay. Dai, Marie, hey. There are no problems.
She wants to know if you will operate her again.
If we need to repeat the operation, it's not a big operation like before. She must not be afraid. Dai, Ciccia. Okay. Oh.
We're all very sad.
Then we will put you in bed.
People have told me that if I need to be operated a second time, I won't survive.
They're finished examining her. The doctor said we should go and visit our friend. Marie, you have to eat something. You can't live off medicine.
Don't cry, okay? Marie, sit up and eat something.
Marie, please try and eat something.
I want to go home. Marie, they told us you can go home on Monday. Don't lie. Is that what the doctor said?
It's the truth. The doctor said it. We were there. You're only staying here a few days. Be brave. Now sit up and eat something.
Are you going to eat the bread too? Is today Thursday? And they'll let me go on Monday?
We're your family. We wouldn't lie to you.
Hang on in there. We'll be waiting for you.
Bye, Marie. You'll feel better soon. I'm sad I won't see you so often anymore, but I'll write to you.
Rebecca, take care. Bye.
We know that we are just planting seeds. I got no idea if not even one of those seeds will become a tree. But at least what we have done is done. Those who were lucky enough to come across our facility, they had good treatment and free of charge. One hospital in a continent, it's like a speech in the ocean. So I hope that in coming years there will be some replication of this model. And maybe this will be the start of a positive loop.
Cardiac surgery is not a priority for many countries of Africa because they are still fighting with malaria, tuberculosis, HIV. Many politicians are not aware of the magnitude of cardiovascular diseases. So we have to work hard to convince them that this is the next step to work on. I know that it will take a long time, but I'm optimistic with the future.
I hope you were strong and brave there.
What did you make us eat? I've put on some weight.
I want to go to school again.
I want to be a doctor. I want to help cure people the way I was cured.
Angelique, you've grown.
God is great. I promise to get down on my knees to thank Him. Give me a hug. Marie, you're home.
You can make the sauce as long as you make the pasta.
Emergency started because there were so many ongoing conflicts, so many civilian victims, and All this happened in countries where medical or surgical facilities were virtually non-existing. For many, many years, we only did war surgery. We did it in Rwanda, we did it in Iraq, we did it in Afghanistan. And we started thinking about medical profession, not as a business, but having to do with preserving life or improving the quality of life. We should keep it secret that we've been using a Chinese pasta machine. God knows what will come out. Noodles, probably.
I hope not. Well, not because I don't like noodles.
When we decided for the project in Sudan, the idea was to have a center based on certain principles. Not only quality, but social responsibility. Patient arrives here, he has nothing to pay, and after surgery will have drugs from this center free of charge for all the life. This is an example of what a hospital should be, a no-profit institution.
Ready?
More or less. Why should someone make profit out of the fact that we are sick? I always thought that the role and the objective of a doctor is to ensure the well-being of the population, not to make sure that they're sick enough to make me rich. Unfortunately, most governments have gone the other way around. I mean, health is one of the best business in the world. Rosella, has no stability whatsoever. No.
Wait.
No, the problem is that we are wasting pasta. Can we change the menu?
We can.
Spaghetti with meat sauce.
How are you? Good? Are they giving you oxygen?
This is just to humidify the... Warashushanyije neza?
She told me you said she's not allowed to have salt.
You know, I was fighting with Angelique in the airplane. When they gave her the food, she said, "No, there is salt." I said, "I am your doctor. I allow you to eat." She said, "No." My God.
You oxygen?
This is just to humidify the... Warashushanyije neza?
She told me you said she's not allowed to have salt.
You know, I was fighting with Angelique in the airplane. When they gave her the food, she said, "No, there is salt." I said, "I am your doctor. I allow you to eat." She said, "No." My God. Oh, they are doing well. That's good.
When are we going?
Excuse me?
When are we going?
Soon.
Marie is a 17-year-old girl. Mitral regurgitation is massive, it's very severe.
I'm very dubious about the feasibility of repairing this valve.
Marie has suffered very badly from this condition, but I know she's getting treatment now. I hope that she will get well soon and return home. I am afraid that Angelique won't make it. If she dies, I will go there. What else can you do if you lose a daughter and you're all alone?
nice. Ciao. 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 Oh, we are a little bit drunk. Yes.
Normal vein.
It's a huge left atrium.
Yes.
Really huge. My God, the heart is coming out of the chest now. I don't even know if it makes sense to try a repair. Okay, start bypass.
Okay, pump it on, you start.
You can purge the cardioplegia line. I don't even know if it makes sense to try a repair. Okay, start bypass.
Okay, pump it on, you start.
You can purge the cardioplegia line.
Okay, cardioplegia line is coming.
30 degrees. As soon as we start bypass, the heart has become half of the size.
Okay,
the aorta is closed.
Close down.
Ice cold water over the heart.
It's running.
Please.
Yep.
Stop when we have a flat line.
Okay.
Yes, flat, okay.
Flat, good.
Questo di qua.
Good.
Sì,
Okay, we are replacing the valve. 28 minutes.
28, yes.
Closing the left atrium. Prepare the defibrillator. Charge at 10 joules.
Is ready?
Can I go?
Yes.
2 grams, 0.1.
Okay.
Pulmonary pressure is low.
Gino, you have a left side that is...
Gina, it was a
Wait.
shit heart before we started. It's going to be a shit heart now. To see the results, we have to be patient and wait a few months. Thank you very much. Angelique, left ventricle is very bad at the moment. Over the months, you should recover at least partially a good function. That's what we hope. In the mitral valve was extremely big and tissues very fragile, but it put in a big size valve. So it will be more than enough for the rest of her life, even if she becomes 90 kilos.
The function of the heart was bad, and if you replace the valve, you are not sure that then the heart will react well and that the child can make it.
Unfortunately, they had very bad situations, both in terms of their cardiac valves and, even more important, the heart function that was already very compromised and depressed. Hopefully they will recover completely and be able to proper health care. Is a universal right. My right to health care as European cannot include a CT scan and sophisticated diagnosis and so on. And the right to be cured for an African stops at the level of a couple of vaccinations and a few antibiotics. And that's where the idea of establishing centers of excellence in Africa came up.
Angie, they're taking blood so they can test it. It will be just a little prick, all right? Be brave, okay?
Wow. Angie.
Angie, well done.
Angie.
Was the first time. How do you feel?
Good.
You're an excellent blood donor. See you soon.
Most of your patients are coming from where?
Well, they're coming from everywhere. This was what was agreed from the very beginning with the ministries of health of Sudan and neighboring countries. Since we don't have the possibility to build many centers, let's move the patients as much as possible.
Yes.
Sudan is in a very strategic position. No other country in the world has got 9 neighbors. And it's the largest African country, so it looked rather interesting to establish a center there, open from the very beginning to people coming from abroad. This is the one that was done this morning. And by chance, the former Minister of Health was very much enthusiastic of this idea, and he supported it very much at government level. Put the mask on, we have a look inside where we are. Good morning. With a center designed for 1,500 cases a year, we are now temporarily, I hope, stepping down the number of operations because we have to solve some financial problems.
Yeah, I understand.
We need to increase our financial resources to continue to help patients, particularly small kids. It's a big challenge, but I think it's worth.
This center is really ambitious.
I think this is a unique hospital. A lot of attention was paid to the impact of the environment. The clinical part of the hospital is completely sealed. We have done open heart surgeries.
Just like the other children. Are you pleased?
Yes, I'm pleased.
Louise was good at school. She was in 2nd grade, but she got weaker and weaker. She used to love to dance for hours, but now she has to stop after a while. That makes me sad. She used to love to dance.
When I'm grown up, I want to dance and become a proper dancer. When I'm well again, I want to train and join a dance group.
Marie, be strong, be brave, just as you have been. You'll be homesick and miss us, but don't worry too much before the surgery. Have peace in your heart. You'll come home as good as new.
I've been sick since 2003. It started when my legs and my stomach started to swell up. I was coughing blood.
I used to be a cattle farmer, but everything has changed since my daughter fell sick. My wife has much more to do. It's been difficult, but I have to do what is best for my daughter.
I'm going to Sudan. I'm very glad I will be treated there, even though I will miss my parents.
Hey there, good morning. How are you? Do you want to say goodbye to the children?
Today, we are traveling with 8 patients to Sudan to be operated. This is really a good opportunity for me because I'm going to meet the local team in Salam Center for the first time to establish a relationship and send more patients in near future.
Marie-Claire, c'est bien.
Rwanda, we don't have a permanent cardiovascular surgery center. And of course, we have many patients who need cardiac surgery. Urandusha ibiro. Ari, ga. Okay. We do have many acquired heart diseases, among them rheumatic heart disease. Rheumatic heart disease starts primarily by strep throat. When the strep throat is not treated by the antibiotic, in general it's penicillin, it can induce complications and the heart can be affected. It can damage the valves. I'm one of the 2 pediatric cardiologists in the country. I'm working in a public hospital. It's difficult for me to manage all those patients, but I try to do my best. Claire, it's my obligation as doctor, but also a personal commitment. This mitral valve is incompetent. It is thickened, so when it is closed, there is a big hole. If we don't send this child quickly for surgery, she will have more and more heart failure. Has
she been suffering these fainting fits for long? Or not long?
All the patients can't have the chance to be operated at the same time.
We're putting together a medical report for Sudan, okay?
I have tried to choose those who were in a critical condition comparing to others. You know, sometimes when I go back home, I spend many hours thinking about my patient. This stay is going to be a bit long in a country far from theirs, so it's hard. I'm going to Salam Center just for some days. So we have nurses who are going to stay with the kids who speak their mother language. Angelique, ngwino tujyane. Wowe turajyana. Yewe turajyana. Sibyo? Sibyo? Okay.
Louise, ujya umenya Angelique?
So this is our intensive care unit. It's 13 normal beds. The vast majority of our patients, about 70%, are valvular patients.
I'm going to meet the local team in Salam Center for the first time to establish a relationship and send more patients in near future. Marie-Claire, c'est bien.
ariko se mwese muzi ikijyanye abana banyu ntabwo mukizi twarabibasobanuriye kuva mbere hose ntidushobora kugira umubyeyi.
We've explained to you why your children need to make this trip. Unfortunately, it's not possible for you to go with them. That would be too expensive. There isn't enough room for you all to stay with them. You can accompany your child to the airport and the check-in.
This stay is going to be a bit long in a country far from theirs, so it's hard. I'm going to Salam Center just for some days. So we have nurses who are going to stay with the kids who speak their mother language. Angelique, ngwino tujyane. Wowe turajyana. Yewe turajyana. Sibyo? Sibyo? Okay.
Louise, ujya umenya Angelique? Uzajyayo gusa.
Was the first time. How do you feel?
Good.
You're an excellent blood donor. See you soon.
Most of your patients are coming from where?
Well, they're coming from everywhere. This was what was agreed from the very beginning with the ministries of health of Sudan and neighboring countries. Since we don't have the possibility to build many centers, let's move the patients as much as possible.
Yes.
Sudan is in a very strategic position. No other country in the world has got 9 neighbors. And it's the largest African country, so it looked rather interesting to establish a center there, open from the very beginning to people coming from abroad. This is the one that was done this morning. And by chance, the former Minister of Health was very much enthusiastic of this idea, and he supported it very much at government level. Put the mask on, we have a look inside where we are. Good morning. With a center designed for 1,500 cases a year, we are now temporarily, I hope, stepping down the number of operations because we have to solve some financial problems.
Yeah, I understand.
We need to increase our financial resources to continue to help patients, particularly small kids. It's a big challenge, but I think it's worth.
It's center, it's really ambitious.
I think this is a unique hospital. A lot of attention was paid to the impact of the environment. The clinical part of the hospital is completely sealed. We have done open heart surgeries here while outside there was a sandstorm and not one grain came inside.
Eat, Marie. It will make you strong.
It's delicious. The food is good.
You can clear the table. We've eaten enough.
Angelique, eat. Just a spoon for the camera team.
It is closed. There is a big hole. If we don't send this child quickly for surgery, she will have more and more heart failure. Has
she been suffering these fainting fits for long? Or not long?
All the patients can't have the chance to be operated at the same time.
We're putting together a medical report for Sudan, okay?
I have tried to choose those who were in a critical condition comparing to others. You know, sometimes when I go back home, I spend many hours thinking about my patients who are not doing well. Medical doctors, we are humans and we have strong empathy to our patients. If we see a patient dying because it's too late to do surgery or because it's not possible, it's very hard for me and it has an impact on my personal life. Especially when you know that something could be done to save the patient.
She's in a lot of pain and coughs a lot at night. She has to take medicine all the time, or she will die. I fought to get her well again, and even sold my house.
If she gets treatment and gets better, we will praise God. In the months when we're not with her, we will thank God that she's getting treatment. It's preferable to suffering with her here.
Don't worry. You'll be home soon.
I'm glad to be going there.
Could you bear it if I gave you a goodbye kiss?
I'm excited to be going there.
Acceptable to you and into this world. We thank you and magnify your name, for we pray in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Thank you. Sit down. As we sit down, I want to invite our CEO to give us a word of welcome and also introduce all the guests that are here. Welcome, Dr. Victor John.
chief guest, CS, ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mr. Joe Musheru, Chair of the Board of Directors of KUTRLH, Professor Olive Mugenda, members of the hospital board, members of hospital management, invited guests, members of staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. Asante. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, the board of directors, and all our invited guests to this occasion as we officially launch the KUTRLH Medical Innovation and Accelerator Hub. Our chief guests, kindly allow me to acknowledge the following visitors and participants. I'd like to acknowledge our chair of the board of directors, Professor Olive Mugenda. I'd like to acknowledge our board members, Mr. Kiviji Kiragu, okay, Mr. Munyoki from the university, Dr. Alfred Karagu, and I'd also like to acknowledge Professor Kiama from the University of Nairobi. Thank you. Professor Hiram Deritu. Okay, I was forgetting one board member, Mr. Victor Momanyi. Professor Hiram Deritu. Asante. Dr. Henry Rotich, Director of Metrology. Yes. Thank you. Dr. Mudhoni Tonjira from CEO Philips. Dr. Mariam Gadogo, VOC Kenya. Mr. James Masitsa and Mr. Cliff Oso from Mindre. Mr. Anthony Dinga from Laborex. And from QET Limited, Prince Munene, Alex Mbaka, Hilda Karimi, and Christine McKenna. Asanteni sana. Mrs. Beatrice Odua from Robisearch. And from the clinical area, Mr. Paul Mwove from Mathare Hospital. And from representing Nairobi Hospital, Mr. Samson Mwangi, representing the CEO of Nairobi Hospital. Asante sana. As a hospital, KUTRLH, we have three main mandates. The first mandate is clinical excellence, and we have strived very much to achieve that. As a facility, we have 650 bed capacity. We take care of COVID patients, we take care of all other non-clinical cases. And Chief Guest, you can recall that barely 4 days ago, we launched our Center for Specialized Clinics, where we want to introduce other services. We had a plan for operationalizing the hospital. As you realize, our Chief Guest, we are barely 1 year in operations. And the plan was initially to fill in the first 160 beds, and then we move on to fill the full capacity of 650 beds. Of course, we all know that the COVID epidemic came and affected a lot of operations in the country, and therefore we had to shift a bit and focus on the COVID situation in the country. And as an institution, we have played a key role in managing COVID pandemic in the country. So as from last week or last 2 weeks, we had to start the other operations, move on to phase 2 of the operations, and therefore we had started our specialized clinics. And our chief guest, I can assure you that now we already have specialists handling many other aspects of clinical care, in addition to the oncology services which we continue to offer. So ladies and gentlemen, every single Kenyan deserves the highest attainable standard of health. Healthcare that is not only timely, but also evidence-based. KUTRLH acknowledges the fact that such evidence-based, patient-centered care can only be attained through cutting-edge innovations. Today, therefore, marks a momentous occasion as we launch the Medical Innovation Accelerator Hub under the Directorate of Research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. It is in a bid to achieve the mandate of delivering premier healthcare services that KUTRRH has started the Medical Innovation and Accelerator Hub to drive innovation and entrepreneurship in the area of medical diagnostics, therapeutics, devices, equipment, and medical services. The Hub will provide a transformative program that will enable spotting good ideas and innovations in the medical field, to evaluate them, admitting and providing a quality support ecosystem for the incubatees, and accelerating the whole innovation process from viable ideas to impactful products and services. The accelerator aspect of such products and services is meant to ensure that they are an income-generating avenue for the incubatees as well as the hospital. All this will be done for the transformation of the healthcare sector in Kenya and the whole region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hub shall operate on a patient-centric research model that shall support basic research and clinical trials that will lead to medical innovations. The research and innovation remain in the DNA and the architecture of KUTRRH, and today marks just one milestone in the plans set in place regarding research and entrepreneurship. The work has just begun with the launch today, and we now want to move on to build the infrastructure to support research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Our dream is to continue serving Kenyans by offering world-class, evidence-based healthcare interventions to them. Our chief guest, now kindly allow me to invite the Director of Research and Innovations, a renowned innovator in his own right, to make some brief remarks. Karibu Dr. George Njoroge.
Thank you. Thank you, our CEO. Thank you, our CEO, our chief guest, ICT, CS Honorable Joe Mushero, our KUTRRH chairperson, chairperson to the board, Professor Ori Mogenda, distinguished guests, and all my KUTRRH colleagues. Now, this is a great day for all of us as we witness this launching of our Medical Innovation and Accelerator Hub, a hub that will incubate high-value innovators in Kenya and beyond. What I would like to start with is to say that we are living in a very exciting time in the history of mankind, when great advances in science and technology have been made. Just to mention a few of them, the sequencing of human genome, which was done in the 80s by Craig Venter and his colleagues. They sequenced about 30,000 genes from chromosomes, and those have had about 3 billion base pairs. Information that was obtained from those genes, from those base pairs, will allow us in the medical area to come up with new medicines for diseases. And using what we call now the big data and artificial intelligence, we are now capable of getting our big dreams out there and getting big technological breakthroughs come through. So what we need, as I tell my colleagues, are these big dreams. And I can mention a few things that have happened in the world, just to show some of those possibilities that can happen. In January of 1976, a scientist by the name of Herbert Hoyer had written a paper on recombinant bacteria, a work that was received very well. And one day he received a call from a young venture capitalist called Robert Swanson, who was interested in that discovery. Swanson offered Howard $500 to take that invention. They both made an agreement. And from that agreement, a company was created. And that company today is called Genentech. And Genentech is the one that invented the drug Herceptin. Our physician here will know it as trastuzumab. That's a drug for breast cancer. And they also came up with the drug Avastin, also for cancer. Those two drugs generated about greater than $500 billion. And it was from that invention of Dr. Herbert Hoover. Now, just to come a little bit closer to where we are, similarly, and our CS will relate to this, a similar story was true for a student called Larry Page, and a graduate student at Stanford University in California, who in 1995 was looking for a place to do his graduate studies at Stanford and met this guy, Sergey Brin. They together talked a little bit, and they both put together a company to organize world information and make it universally accessible and useful. This culminated the formation of Google, and which caught the attention of a Silicon Valley investor, son, who wrote a check for them for $100,000. Today, Google is a $1 trillion company, not shillings, $1 trillion company. So the point I'm trying to make is that it can be done. It has been done somewhere, and it can be done here. I'm familiar with these stories because I've worked with various companies in the US, came up, invented a drug that was sold for over $1 billion. And that's why I truly believe here in Kenya, we have the brains and what it takes to come with these breakthroughs. We need just to put ourselves into this in the areas of diagnostic, in the areas of the therapeutics, in the areas of devices, so that we can come up with what we call, with the technologies, disruptive technologies, things that will take us a notch higher. And that is what we are confident that we can do it here when we can incubate those innovators who have ideas, give them some seed money, and allow them to get to the next level where they can come with medical innovations that would be commercialized. And that would be useful not only for Kenya, the region, and the rest of the world. So our guest speaker, our guest CS, Muchero, I really am very, very happy because I know you're an innovator, and I'm happy you've come to grace this occasion, and God will bless it, and you will go very far. Thank you very much.
Our chief guest, KUTRH, is encouraging innovation from practicing health providers. And this is not just for healthcare providers and clinical staff from our facility. We welcome collaborations with even other healthcare providers in all other hospitals within and without our country. So kindly allow me to invite one of our pre-launch incubatees, Dr. Jeremy Gitau, to give us a few words. Thank you.
our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary John Mushero, Chair of the Board, Professor Oli, our CEO, Dr. Victor Job, board members, hospital management team, staff, and our guests. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jeremy Gitao. I'm an emergency care specialist working here in the hospital. For me, this is a great opportunity to be one of the incubatees. It's an idea that we've developed while we're still working here when we realized there was a gap, especially now in the era of COVID-19. We've seen how it's become very difficult for patients to access hospitals. And our idea came up as a medical logistics company, where our idea is to actually be the connection between the patient who is at home and the hospital that is now KU TRRH. So we're able to assist the patient when they're at home, and we're able to bring them either medication, take their lab tests, and that way we are able to bring the care to the patient, encouraging what has been the core business of the hospital, which is the patient-centered services. So as medical logistics, that's what we intend to do, and we are happy to be given the opportunity to incubate the idea, and we are looking forward to even working with the Ministry of ICT, where we know they recently launched the postal addresses for all Kenyans, so it will be very easy even for us to access patients who are far away, meaning that our services will not only be located in one area, you can actually reach people at the comfort of their homes. So asante sana for the opportunity, and we are grateful to the hospital for actually setting up this, because I know there are many young people out there who would like to innovate, but they don't have a space. And I'm glad I was chosen to be among them. Asante sana.
You must be able to act smart.
Waziri, innovators require support from various different sectors. It straddles banking, insurance, intellectual property rights, legal, among others. Allow me to invite two experts to give their brief remarks. I'll start with Mr. Cliff Oso from Mindray, Kenya.
Our guest of honor, Honorable C.S. Joe Michero, the CEO, KU TRRH, Dr. Victor Job, doctors and other staff present, other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Cliff Oso, and I am honored to be with you here today on this very important occasion to present Mindray Medical. Here with me from Mindray is Engineer James Masisa. He was introduced before. And I would like to say that Mindray Kenya is a fully fledged office. Others are within the country doing what they love to do best, giving solutions to institutions like KU TRRH. Mindray Medical has been partnering with the KU TRRH since its inception, and we are still working together to make sure we realize the goals that we have in mind when we agree to work together. Theodore Levitt, a renowned economist, said, "Creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things." I think it's a good time that we gather together to think on how we can make what has been brought as a new thing in our midst, so that we make sure that we do it together, that tomorrow we'll see the fruit. We as Mindray believe in growing together, and our primary goal is to make sure the solutions we give are geared towards better healthcare for all. Therefore, we empower healthcare institutions so as to ease healthcare delivery, including diagnostics, surgical, critical care, emergency, and general healthcare in medical institutions such as KU TRH. Minded believes that doctors and nurses should invest their time in ensuring patients under their care get well and healthy fast. This can only happen when these frontline healthcare workers are well trained to be able to operate the deployed equipment with ease. For example, they should be well trained to understand how to operate ventilators appropriately to save lives. When I first visited this hospital, most of the rooms were empty with no equipment. But with the continuous improvement and investment, the correct equipment, investing in correct equipment, it has reached where it is now, and this is a commendable effort on the part of the hospital. We as we continue supporting KUTRH where we can. We are here with you, and we are in together. Money is available and will always be available to continue partnering with KUTRH to achieve its objectives. This is not the time to stand by the fence and look at what is happening, but to roll our sleeves and search for a better tomorrow. The best way to predict the future is to create it. This was said by Alan Kay, a computer scientist. Let's create the future together now. Otherwise, thank you, Ebo KU management team. Thank you, honorable guests. Thank you all.
Very much for this guest. I'll pick up Engineer Benson Kariuki, an expert in intellectual property right and commercialization, to give his brief remarks.
Guest, Chair of the board of KUTRH, CEO KUTRH, or invited guests, good morning. My name, as you have been told, is E.K. Kariuki. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and I'm also the Director of Intellectual Property Management at the same university. Within the short time I have been given, I want to relate intellectual property with innovation. I'll do that very briefly, and I want to first of all define innovation in the terms that I know are simple. Innovation is the transformation. I want you to take this. Innovation is the transformation of an idea or an invention into a tradable product or service, or into a new manufacturing or distribution process, or into a new way of providing a service. That is the simplest way I've found to define. You'll not find it so much in so many other places, but I know if you take that one, maybe you wait for 1 year, you take it to the bank, you actually see it is the truth. It's the truth. Innovation is not about maybe invention or science or technology. It's about application of knowledge. Knowledge which is acquired through the learning process, all the way from kindergarten. Let nobody cheat you that knowledge that is important is the only one that is acquired at the university, because that's why you have gone wrong. Is about knowledge which is acquired through the learning process, all the way from kindergarten. So a kindergarten fellow has some new knowledge which they can use their brains to do something. It can be picked by somebody who has got bigger knowledge to actually grow it, and so on and so on. So by the time you reach to a professor, that thing will be a big thing. And that is one of the things that sometimes in this country we are missed. And that is one thing that we should get if we really want to get our country into the right path. It is also maybe knowledge that is acquired through research or experience, or when you are like me, from patent information search. Most of the things that you see which are problematic in the world today, they must have happened sometimes back. Somewhere they must have occurred. And somebody actually did research and they put the documentation together and then they put somewhere in a database. And you can retrieve that information and use it to actually solve your problems. That is one thing, again, we don't do in this part of the world. You will find it today being done in places like Korea, Japan, and those other places. Why do we need to innovate? We need to innovate because their challenges are coming in. All the time we have got challenges. Like now in the area of medicine, anything to do with the area is struggling with issues to do with cancer, malaria, diabetes, COVID, and other NCDs. And it is estimated that maybe it's forecast that in 2030, about 75% deaths will come from NCDs alone. So there is need for people to sit down and actually get working to actually ensure that we have got treatment for those things. I've said innovation has to do with the transformation of an idea or an invention. Where do ideas or inventions come about? How do they come about? About the mind. The other day I asked a student, what do you understand by the word intellect? And then they went round and round. Something simple is about the mind. It's about the mind. So if you remove something, if something arises from the mind, it is called intellectual property. It is called intellectual property. It's arising from the mind. Simple. It's not a lot of stories about whatever. And you can get rights for whatever you have brought out from your mind. So every time you hear intellectual property, the first thing you should think of is the mind. The mind. And there's so many opportunities or so many things that you can bring out from the mind to solve problems in the societies, create industry, and all other things so that the people we are educating can get jobs and also we can create wealth. So it is driven, the thinking, because it's a question of thinking, it's a function of thinking. Intellectual property is a function of thinking. It is driven by new knowledge. And that is the new knowledge all the way from kindergarten all the way to upwards. Desire to solve problems, investigation, research, tapping ideas from customers, imagination, exposure, inspiration, and curiosity. And we cannot say that we don't have these things in place. And why do we keep, then you ask yourself, why do we keep on driving other people's vehicles, flying other people's airplanes, and whatever? We have got that, but maybe we have not packaged that knowledge in a manner that it can be consumed by industry or the society can do that. And that is what is done using an intellectual property system. An intellectual property system, when you do research, in most cases we package our results in form of publish in a journal. But there's another avenue where you publish through intellectual property system, where you try properly what you have actually come up with and what you think is yours. What do you claim out of this? And I think Dr. Jaroga is very much aware of this. He has got a number of patents. I've been following him very closely in social media, and I know he has produced patents and things like that. So if a country does not actually engage, you do not engage your people in thinking, driven by all what I have said, and producing intellectual property, acquiring intellectual property rights, then you have nothing to commercialize, and chances are that your country will be poor and for a very long time. If you look at countries like Korea, Japan, China, or everybody else, all what they got right is the word intellectual property. And every time they keep on ensuring that. That is what, including their curriculum, it goes into their curriculum. Very few have got an intellectual property management mechanism. In Kenya, I think, out of the 70 universities in Kenya, both private and public, only 3 universities, I think, have got a properly or an elaborate intellectual property management system, and that is JQuat, that is Stravimo, and that is University of Nairobi. KU used to be there, but I think they have gone down a little bit. I don't know what happened, and their office has not been really functional. We know all that because we are in that field. Now, if you want to manage intellectual property, there are tools that you have to use amongst two. You need an intellectual property policy, which will define clearly the owner of the intellectual property, how the intellectual property will be maintained, and the incentive to the inventors and innovators. They have to come out very clearly. Then the other thing you need are standard operating procedures. About a minimum of 4, one to actually guide on disclosure of invention, another one to guide on intellectual property rights acquisition, because acquisition of intellectual property rights you have to link with the national IP granting agencies like KIPI, KECOPO, KFIS, and so on. So you need about 4, and then you need another procedure for commercialization of intellectual property. That is where you have missed it. People have got intellectual property. It's not commercialized. You are not seeing it in the supermarket. You are not seeing it in form of a piece of cloth, not in form of a car, not in form of a machine, and all those kind of things. You need to get it right. And so for KUTRIH, the innovation hub you are coming with, you would have to formulate an IP policy. If you don't have that one, then you will be in a lot of difficulties as you try to carry out your innovation. And right now, NACOST is actually, has come up with a guideline of how intellectual properties policies should be done, and you get a link with them, you can link with them. Then the infrastructure that is required, you need IP office with a liaison function to link with IP rights granting agencies and the society in large. Then you need a function of actually scanning through all the intellectual property, all the patents which have been done since the intellectual property systems were created, and then you get information from them. Then you need competent staff. You need about maybe a minimum of 4 or things like that, if you really want to get it right. I think I will end it at that point. My time is up. When I get time some other time, you engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kariuki. You spoke like a real lecturer. You started by definitions. And we take you up on your offer, and we'll definitely reach out to you to tap into your knowledge into this whole area of intellectual property rights. And I'd also like to say that probably we also be told to have an intellectual property hub, and whole area innovation hub in the country. And we hope to actually move forward with this. I'd like to recognize the miner from Varia. He's been very instrumental in supplying us with a Varian machine for the LINAC machine, linear accelerator, for treatment of cancers. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Benson Muthendi, the CEO of National Youth Enterprise Development Fund, to give his very brief remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, Mr. Joe Mushero, CS for ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, where the Youth Enterprise Development Fund is domiciled. Chair of the board, Professor Oliver Mugenda, CEO, Dr. Victor Njom, members of the board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Youth Enterprise Development Fund provides financial support and business development services to youth-owned enterprises. And part of the business development services that we provide is incubation and mentorship of youth ideas and youth innovations. We indeed have worked in the past with a sister organization to this hospital, that is Kenyatta University, at the Chandaria Business Incubation and Innovation Center. Indeed, when Professor Mugenda was the Vice Chancellor at the university, and through that partnership, we have helped to mature innovations that are today providing solutions to some of the challenges that are facing this nation. We note with appreciation the launch of this medical innovation and accelerator hub, and we will play an active role through financing and other solutions. And we are looking forward to engaging so that we can structure interventions that we as the Youth Enterprise Fund can be able to play an active role in ensuring that the ideas we have seen and others that will come through the center bear fruits. Increasingly, we are getting applications from young people who are within the health sector. And we see now this as a new opportunity to be able to get into innovations that would provide more efficient services and probably be able to reach a wider population. We have a responsibility to support our young people because our young people have not let us down. There is a way when young people are supported, they change the way people do things. Those of you who are a bit older, you will remember people listened to music from Michael Jackson and so on. But because our young people entered that space, today people listen to local music. Our young people, when we send them to the Olympics, for instance, we are able to become number 1, 2, 3 in the entire world. So even through these innovations, if we're able to support our young people, they are able to occupy a similar position in the world if we support them. So on my behalf and on the behalf of the institution, in the presence of my boss, I want to pledge our support. We look forward to engaging so that we see what role we can play. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muthendi. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the support of Professor Olive Mugenda, our board of directors, and I can see Madam Pauline Mshara, karibu sana. Our partners, all our partners, the management of the hospital, all our staff who work tirelessly in this facility to keep up the good name that we already have, and who have worked tirelessly to achieve the vision of KUTRRH. On behalf of the hospital management, we promise to make this medical innovation and accelerator hub vibrant and relevant to healthcare in Kenya and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite our very, very active chairperson of the board of directors, Professor Olive Mugenda, to address the gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. John, our chief guest, CS Mushero, members of the hospital board, acting CEO, and members of hospital management, invited guests, as listed by Dr. John earlier on. And in that list, I would like to also include CEO Kipra, and also Dr. Kimani of Government Chemist, and also Mr. Raja Patel, Chief Manager, Crown Paints, and also Dr. Mubura, the CEO of Kiambu Hospital, and many others that maybe came later and we are not able to mention them. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. We are very, very honored. Members of staff, our both administrative and medical staff who are here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first welcome our chief guest, CS Mushero, and all of you to this function. And thank you for joining us as we mark another important milestone in this hospital. We know, CS, you are very, very busy. I know you only have probably less than an hour for you to go to another function, so we will not keep you for long, but I want to thank you for accepting to come and officially launch this medical innovation and accelerator hub. The hospital board appreciates the great support we have received from you. CS, you remember, even when we started thinking about the hospital information system, I came to you for advice because we wanted to get the best. And I'm sure you have seen that we eventually got it, and thank you very much for your support, CS, and advice. Our chief guest, my idea, because I must say that I really get thinking about it, and then of course sold my idea to my able members of management. So my idea of medical innovation hub was inspired by the Shadaria Innovation Hub that we started at Kenyatta University, as has been mentioned before, where we started it, and I did when you have to make sure it doesn't go down. I don't know what's going on. Make sure it keeps going up.
But we had benchmarked with the world-class innovation hubs, and this time what we decided to do is to add the word accelerator. And I was very keen. I remember Dr. Cura, I remember we discussing, and I told him we must add the word accelerator, because we don't just want to innovate, but we also want to accelerate the ideas to the next level in terms of scaling up, and hence the term accelerator in the name of our innovation hub. The biggest challenge CS that we have with the existing innovation centers is lack of space to go once the products mature. We faced this problem at KU. We had a very successful Shadari Innovation Center. I think it was the first in the country, in a university. And we came up with brilliant ideas with very many companies, but we realized that those companies didn't have a place to go once the ideas were properly incubated. So we hope to address that issue now by then having a place where we can accelerate these ideas. And we hope that through through the government, CS, through you, and through other capital venture experts, we can have our products developed and scaled up, both locally and also globally. So my idea of this center, CS, is founded on my knowledge of huge gains that are derived from such efforts. And as Dr. Jeroge has explained, and before I even continue, I would like to acknowledge Dr. George Jeroge. I don't know, he is there. And I would like to tell this audience that I guess people don't talk about themselves, but Dr. Jeroge led a team in the US that discovered the vaccine for hepatitis C. And we are very, very honored to have him in our team. And it's not just the vaccine for hepatitis C. He also, as I think Dr. Kariuki said, he has like 100 patents in the US. I mean, that is really commendable. And I don't know why he has not been given honorary degree. I hope Kenyatta University will consider that, because that's really, we are very proud of you, Daktari, and thank you for joining us. My idea, as I said, came from benchmarking, and I actually did a bit of research before I sold the idea to my members of management. Such medical innovation centers are found in places like US. I know I checked the Boston Children's Hospital Innovation and Digital Health Accelerator, that is in Boston. In Boston, the accelerator offers consulting, technology evaluation, project management, startup strategy, and informatics related to population health and social media. So it's something that is happening elsewhere in the world, and I'm happy that this hospital will be the first one, CS, to come up with this kind of center. The other one we checked and we benchmarked with is the Innovation Studio at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. The center convenes internal and external communities to design, incubate, accelerate, and operationalize new processes and technologies that solve complex problems and transform care delivery models in pediatrics. So again, CS, this is where we are heading, that hopefully we can come up not just with products, but also with systems and processes that can improve the way we do things. And we really want to do things differently, CS. We want to really do better than our public institutions and even private institutions. And I think what we are doing is what can help us get to that. The other institution that we benchmarked with CS is Mayo Clinic Center for Innovation. This is an innovation within the hospital. It combines design thinking principles with the scientific method to create patient-centered healthcare delivery solutions. And our logo CS here is patient-centered, quality patient-centered care. So you can see we may be the first ones maybe in Kenya to come up with a medical innovation hub, but we're not the first one in the world. I mean, you can see all these hospitals with these innovations. The last one CS that we checked, and I actually bought this book, give it to members of management to read it. It's New York University Ragon Health Technology Hub. Actually, the book is called World Class. and it's talking about this hospital, which started from a very poor hospital to a world-class hospital. And they have this, as I said, health technology hub. And this is a resource for inventors within and outside the health system to share ideas. The hub connects innovators with this digital health ecosystem and provides new technologies, data science, and user-centered designs to help them bring ideas to fruition. So with those ideas I see elsewhere, not in Kenya, but I'm sure we'll be able to learn from what they are doing and even maybe improve and come up with the first medical innovation hub for products and processes. And you said something very important, Dr. Jeroge, that it's not just for money, because I've seen Stanford, and I was talking to the CS earlier on because I think he has more experience with Stanford University, where they are making millions and millions of money. And my vision, CS, is that even in future, 50 years, 20 years, even when we are not here, this hospital will be one of the richest institutions in the country because of royalties that will be derived from products that will come. Because I'm sure with the kind of youth that we have, and CS, you are familiar because we're in that ministry, we have very good innovative youth. And if you give them the opportunity, the ideas, and the platform, and we, of course, we benefit from royalties, we could also end up not only helping them, but also making sure that this university in future will not need any government funding because we'll be having a lot of money. That is my dream, and because that money then will increase or rather improve the services. And there's so much we can do, of course, when the resources are available. So that is where we are headed as CS, and I'm happy that you are here to witness this. So even when we come to you for support, at least you know what we have in mind. So we already have sponsorship packages, and we are looking for sponsors, and depending on their sponsorship, we are hoping we will get anchor accelerators, so that if, for example, a company, big companies like GE or Philips and others that would want to come here, we can give them a bit of space, and they can help mentor the upcoming innovators. The way we did it in KU, CS, and I hope we can do it here, we had even rooms for business advisors, so that if a young innovator wants something, then we had these experts come and tell them, okay, this is the way you do it, or this doesn't make economic sense, or it makes economic sense. We even had other people we call distinguished mentors, and this included really very experienced business people like SK Masharia and others, and they were very willing, even if they are busy and they have made their money, they are still willing to come and actually talk to these young people, either here or in their offices. And you still follow these ideas and make sure that our people who come here are properly mentored, so they can also be the big business people in the future. So the anchor accelerator will help us in mentoring the incubatees who will be hosted in this hub. We hope to partner with government through UCS, and especially your ministry, to make this effort successful. When products are innovated, they will help Kenya hospitals and hospitals worldwide, thus saving resources. A lot of non-farm equipment and gadgets we are importing from outside CS, they were also innovated by people like us, and there's no reason why we can't also innovate these people so we don't have to import them from outside. So the government and your ministry will be delivering on your mandate if this effort is also successful, because I know, especially you but in particular CS, you are very keen in youth and innovation. Consequently, the government and other partners, we are requesting for support in provision of some seed money to help the innovators develop and scale up products. A bit of seed money will go a long way in ensuring we take off successfully, even as we build as engineer has said, we eventually build the industrial park where this can be scaled up to. For the innovators, we will protect their intellectual property rights. We are in the process of hiring this particular person to do this. But meanwhile, Dr. Kira is able to do that, but you get the right office, and we will get and these innovators will get the right percentage of CS according to the agreement that we are going to have, so that they can also improve their quality of life and that of their families, and they also join the prestigious class of innovators. For this hospital, as I said earlier, we are going to benefit eventually from the royalties, but more importantly, we are going to benefit from the quality services from these products or services. And of course, we also take a share of that percentage because of giving the platform, but that will be properly negotiated and discussed. And I'm sure there are formulas, right? Some formulas, even your government, I'm sure CS has got some formulas we can use. And for the government, of course, we will benefit from scaled up services, because for the government, they look at the full universal health care, and therefore, whatever we do, if we can scale it up, it benefits the government and the citizens. And of course, the youth in the country, and I know from what I've been hearing, His Excellency talk about the youth in the country who are very, very key, and the government is focusing on them, of course, through your ministry, CS, and to have an outlet to try their innovation and improve their livelihoods and quality of life. So CS, we are targeting gadgets and equipment, medical professionals use, which are not available in Kenya and which can be made locally. We are also targeting processes and systems that can make the medical work easier. Like what Dr. Jeremy has is not a gadget, it's a system. So not only are we looking for gadgets and equipment, but also systems and processes that can help us do our work better. So we intend to give the professionals a framework to innovate these products and processes to save money, which we use a lot of foreign exchange that is used to get these gadgets from outside. Hopefully we can change that around. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will stop here for now and say that on behalf of the board of directors, some of who are here, we will continue supporting this hospital. We, as Dr. John said, we do more than an ordinary board because this is a new hospital. So CS, we are very, very involved. We are hands-on because we want to make sure that the vision as envisaged some years back is well delivered. So the board will continue to increase the services that we render to the public. And as the CEO has said, we have already opened our clinics, and we have been hiring doctors and nurses to manage those clinics, and they are already becoming very busy. So we are happy to serve. We are happy to see this hospital become world class. Some of us are really committed to make sure that happens. And I want to take this time to thank also the management and also the staff, both administration and also medical staff in this hospital for your hard work. We cannot make this hospital world class without your support. So I want to thank you on behalf of the board. And also thank my board members, my able board members, always available, CS, even after this we are meeting, so that we can make sure that we make these good decisions on behalf of the people of Kenya to make sure that we have one of the best hospitals in the region. So I'll stop there, CS, and it is now my pleasure to invite you, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mr. Joe Mushero, to address this gathering and officially launch the Medical Innovation and Accelerator Center. Thank you.
Asante sana. Please this seat. I don't think there's so many doctors here. Am I far enough to remove my mask or I should wear it? I can remove. That's official from the doctors. And if that doesn't work, there's a hospital next. But I mean the innovation, I'm seeing myself in the research and innovation side. So the chairperson, Professor Oli Mogenda, and members of the board of Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, KUTRH, Dr. Victor John, the CEO. Let me also recognize Dr. George Joroge. And really, Prof, it is great that we're not only focusing on youth, but we're bringing the wealth that we have as a country. People with so much experience, and I've seen that as a very big part. So I recognize you all with the expertise you have brought, the hospital management and staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is still morning. Good morning to you. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure for me to join you at the opening of the Medical Innovation and Accelerator Hub. While we have many innovation hubs in the country, this one is unique, and it is because it specifically and locally developed medical interventions that it's focusing on. And these are to focus on the challenges that we have not only here in Kenya, but also globally, so that we can begin to even export some of these technologies. I note that the hub is fully aligned with the hospital's mission of enhancing the quality of life through the provision of patient-centered and evidence-based healthcare. And I also note that the hub is consistent with the President's and government's Big Four agenda, which is hinged on accelerating innovation and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, necessity indeed has proved to be the mother of invention, especially with the disruption of the world's healthcare systems and economies by COVID-19 pandemic. At a time where borders and trade routes were being closed and a sense of panic and despair engulfed the world, great minds in Kenya rose to develop new technologies in response to the pandemic. The country moved from relying on international manufacturers to embracing local innovations that have ensured our needs are met. Manufacturers such as Kikotech and Rivertex took up production of face masks and other PPEs for mitigating the potential crisis that we're facing. More impressively, as the demand for ventilators surged, students from your parent university, this is a Kenyatta University, developed a prototype ventilator, which I am informed is in its final trial and testing stages before deployment. Indeed, it's only 2 weeks ago that the same group of students were feted by the United Nations by being awarded the UN Kenya Persons of the Year Award as the guest of honor for that, and I actually gave them the prize. And it was great to see young, enterprising men and women who really have a passion for innovation and growth. And this again is what's coming out of our universities, and in this case from KU. And I laud them for this remarkable feat that they have achieved. As a ministry, we recognize the critical role played by science and technology and innovation. One of the foundations of Kenya's Vision 2030 is wealth creation and building of human capital required for our country's transition to a knowledge-based and knowledge-driven economy. Research and development has proven to be critical in accelerating economic growth in all emerging economies globally. Innovations are themselves a precursor to wealth creation. No society can gain social cohesion if some members continue living in abject poverty. For this reason, the government has supported innovators through policy and funding, especially the vulnerable groups. The innovations are a testament that Kenyans are hardworking and resourceful individuals with a strong and resolute work ethic. The tour evoked memories of the recent Innovation Symposium that was graced by His Excellency the President at Manyani in Taita Taveta County. During that symposium, we witnessed phenomenal innovations, conceptualized, built, and developed by young Kenyans, all aimed at addressing the needs within our country. Indeed, this shows that as a country, we can innovate and drive our growth by leveraging the potential that lies with our local human capital. Instead of being importers of technology solutions, we now have our footing firmly in place to grow our technology and export it globally. Let me say the innovations that we have seen, and especially those that we saw in Manyani, They go straight to some of our biggest challenges. The young people there, for instance, have mapped the whole country. The maps we were using before, the newest maps, were 1972. So you can imagine all the development that had been done. You're referring to 1972 maps. I'm happy to say that we had done some work on maps when I was at Google. We had students from JKUAT who came and we began to map the continent. I think when we started in 2007, Nairobi had two roads. There was Uhuru Highway, which passed through State House, and I think there was another one, Mombasa Road. But after the students were through with the whole program, we had very rich maps, which is why you see companies like Uber are able to operate global and all that using the mapping. But we now have our own homegrown maps that will rival even Google and other maps that show the different layers of different services that are provided within the country, that the counties can use for revenue management, that they can use for planning, and for many, many things, all these different layers. So I'm very pleased that today we are at a place where we can now do the same level of innovations in the healthcare sector. And Prof, other than making money and the innovations and being able to export them, you know, a healthy nation is one of the greatest assets that we can have. And I would say that is another big addition that I've seen that this hospital is able to provide for this country. That through the work that is going on, and very impressive. I mean, I came here when the launch was happening, we came with the president, and you know, there's so many buildings. And I was saying earlier that, you know, many times people build things, then they rest, and then they take time to actually start. I'm very impressed with the board and the management. You've been able to not only launch, but you've actually already begun to utilize. And it's an open secret that if you have COVID, this is the place you should come to. If you don't get here, then, and I'm not speaking officially, that is just rumors that are out there. Any hospital is a good place to go for treatment. So these innovations that we're seeing here are great innovations. For example, there's the innovation of calorie tracking systems. There's the new exercise modules that will boost reduction of lifestyle diseases. We have seen the logistics innovation that has been discussed. There's also innovation I've seen to do with the management of oxygen or gas within the hospitals. All this will drastically improve the early detection of conditions, whether it is the reduction of oxygen or when the lifestyle diseases are coming, and you can be able to take care of them. We've seen locally assembled technologies which will not only increase access, but also reduce the cost of healthcare provision. And so this hub and accelerator will continue to significantly grow the vision that the country has.
The objective of providing a world-class healthcare in Kenya and the region. Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital was the brainchild of Professor Olive Mogenda, who initiated the preparation of the proposal and leading her team from Kenyatta University in making a case for the hospital through the Minister for Finance, who is now the current president, President Uhuru Kenyatta. The government approved a government-to-government loan from China Exim Bank for construction and equipping of the hospital. The hospital was constructed and equipped at a cost of 8 billion Kenya shillings.
I'm very delighted to see a vision that we started 10 years ago being actualized and saving lives, particularly at this time of COVID-19 pandemic.
It was the founder's vision to establish a world-class healthcare facility which will reduce to the barest minimum traveling out of Kenya for medical care abroad and at the same time attract medical tourism from other countries in Africa. Our vision is to be a premier national referral hospital renowned for clinical excellence, medical training and research that enhances quality of lives for Kenyans and the regional citizens. Our mission is to enhance quality of lives through provision of quality, patient-centered and evidence-based healthcare, training, innovation and state-of-the-art technology. Built and benchmarked with international standards to provide world-class healthcare. It is headed by a team of dedicated, experienced and qualified doctors supported by a professional cadre of trained nurses and paramedic staff. KUTRRH houses advanced and sophisticated clinical and surgical facilities, providing comprehensive care to address all aspects of health, from prevention to diagnostic and treatment to rehabilitation. Deliberately and carefully built in the fabric of KUTRRH is quality. The KUTRRH Board of Directors is responsible for the management and administration of the hospital. The major directorates of the hospital are Clinical Services, Nursing Services, Corporate Services and Administration, Finance Strategy and Planning, Training, Research and Innovations. At KUTRRH, we believe quality is never an accident but a premeditated effort. The hospital is among few in the region to function with full-time doctors system that assures doctors' availability around the clock, giving dedicated time and attention to patients.
We mainly deal with offering clinical services and ensuring that all patients are treated accordingly. My division is very wide and it encompasses a lot of various disciplines, majorly of which is oncology services, accident and emergency, trauma and orthopedics, where we are able to perform surgeries. We have a fully established pharmacy which is able to provide nearly all kinds of drugs. In terms of laboratory, the whole pathology area, we have a well-equipped laboratory. We are able to do state-of-the-art tests.
The highly sophisticated medical center shall offer quality medical care within the following units: outpatients, accidents and emergency, pharmacy and diagnostic imaging, inpatient services, pathology and lab medicine, critical care, medical and surgical, special internal medicine, oncology, renal and neurology, obstetrics and gynecological services.
As a hospital, and more specifically as a pharmacy department, we pride ourselves with offering high quality services because, as I mentioned, our staff are very highly qualified. Then number two, our drugs are of assured quality because of the kind of sourcing that we go through just to bring them to the hospital.
Critical care, medical and surgical. ICU HDU, KUTRRH has the highest ICU and HDU bed capacity among healthcare establishments in Kenya. There are 54 ICU beds and 10 HDU.
The beds are fully equipped with world-class bedsides where there is panels of sockets where we use to ventilate the patients. It has world-class machines for infusion of medications and drugs.
The Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care, we provide services in all these departments, especially theatre and the intensive care unit.
Oncology Cancer Unit. The ultra-modern oncology unit is a beacon of hope, health and happiness.
Our flagship project is Oncology Center, where we are dealing with cases of cancer. And we are undertaking very good services in radiotherapy and also radiology treatment with great outcomes.
The team of oncology specialists work together to develop individualized treatment plan for every patient with great results.
This team consists of the oncologists, the surgeons, the palliative nurses, our nutritionists, physiotherapy, the pathologist, and our oncology nurses. And once a week we have this meeting, the multidisciplinary team meeting, where we discuss the management of all the patients who were seen in the previous week, so that we can make the treatment of every patient a focused and patient-centered treatment to target the specific needs of every patient.
We offer cancer care services across surgical, radiation, and medical oncology. Every unit is equipped to treat every type of procedure, including trauma and surgeries. The ultra-modern laboratories are equally proficient to delivering high standards of services.
And we have the best equipment that you can find in any part of the world, like Europe and USA. And that means that you are able to diagnose the most complicated diseases without sending samples outside the country. And it also means that we are able to give the best teaching and practical approach as far as the students are concerned.
The numerous conference halls equipped with teleconferencing facilities will enhance continuous medical education. Embracing new technologies to offer high-level healthcare that matches the best globally. Medicare is further supported by the availability of telemedicine to enable doctors consult with peers worldwide on real time, thus reducing the need to seek treatment abroad. It is expected that the hospital will provide the necessary environment and incentives for the conduct of biomedical research and clinical trials in order for our medical scientists to contribute to improved medical care and production of new pharmaceuticals. Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital believes healing begins as soon as you arrive at the hospital. At the core of our new design, the idea of personalizing and humanizing the healthcare experience will be apparent at the hospital. Furthermore, the hospital premises provides a green, relaxed and soothing environment for healing and visits. Given the advanced facilities the hospital presently has, combined with the human resources being assembled to undertake medical care, research and training, we hope to meet the expectations of Kenyans in the provision of quality healthcare. KUTRRH is one of the main COVID-19 centers in Kenya, being used for the isolation and treatment of COVID-19 patients. However, we also offer medical services in oncology, renal, pediatrics, and other specialties. KUTRRH recognizes the need for collaborations and partnerships. This internationalization programs gives our doctors, staff, and patients the opportunity to interact with doctors and specialists from other parts of the world.
We're building strong partnerships, for example, the University of Manchester and the Christie Foundation in the UK. We also received 20 Cuban doctors that are helping us fight the pandemic. After that, they'll be deployed in the counties.
The new Kenyatta Memorial Funeral Home is open to the public. The support services which complement medical care in the hospital are Doctors Plaza, Staff Quarters, Academic Block, Laundry and Catering Services, Restaurants, Helipad, banks, among others.
If you look at the infrastructure around this hospital and you look at the keen interest that the government has, if you look at the keen interest that our Cabinet Secretary of Health has in this hospital, and if you look at the need in the market, in the region, and even in the locality for this hospital, it's very, very clear that if we get our act right, this is going to be a hospital that is a game changer in the region.
Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital has continued to embark on projects aimed at providing quality healthcare. The ongoing projects include the construction of furnished hostels and apartments that shall provide accommodation within the hospital premises to patients and their families while undergoing prolonged treatment. An important ongoing project is the construction of the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center, IMIC.
We also today had the pleasure of laying the foundation stone for the soon-to-be Integrated Molecular Imaging Center, The hospital is beginning construction. The center will host a cyclotron machine, a PET and CT scanners. We have also laid the foundation stone for this hospital's hospitality center, which will cater for the accommodation and hospitality needs of patients and their families. The impressive equipment, infrastructure, broad services, service range, and highly trained staff. Indeed, I foresee the Kenyatta University Training, Teaching, Referral, and Research Hospital becoming a leader not just in this country, but in our region and also in the continent.
This iconic comprehensive cancer center shall provide medical relief to Kenyans and beyond.
This center will be the first public center in East and Central Africa, and will go a long way in helping Kenyans access the necessary treatment without having to go to other countries like India and South Africa. I would like to thank the President and the Minister of Health for their support and their interest in ensuring that this hospital becomes a center of excellence in Kenya and the region.
Given the advanced facilities the hospital presently has, combined with the human resources being assembled to undertake medical care, research and training, we hope to meet the expectations of Kenyans in the provision of quality healthcare.
Muhimu sasa na ya furaha ni kudeclare hospitali hii ambaye ndiyo Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital officially open on this 10th day of September 2020.
Every year, some 3 million major operations are carried out in the UK.
Theatre doors are just here.
But few of us will know what really happens once we're put to sleep.
All right, all you've got to do now is think beautiful thoughts.
I don't think a patient can even comprehend what you're doing in theatre to them, and that's what the plan is, that they don't know what they've been through.
This series goes behind the theatre doors at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham.
Let's get cracking then. Right, okie dokes.
Where for the first time, cameras have been allowed to join some of Britain's top surgeons during their most high-stakes operations.
Should we go for it?
We'll go for it. Using new technology and pioneering skills, they're treating conditions that used to kill.
We continue to push the boundaries, continue to take the inoperable and make it operable.
This is surgery at its most experimental.
This is where I've got to get it right.
People didn't attempt this surgery a few years ago because it was just perceived as being too big, too difficult and too scary.
But pushing the human body to its limits comes with great risk.
Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together.
For the patients and the surgeons.
An operation will go wrong for a 30-second lapse of concentration.
Please work, because if it doesn't, I'm going to cry.
Things worry you, you get very worried.
This is going completely the wrong direction.
The trick is to not appear to be worried.
They need to be top of their game every time.
People often characterise surgeons as bombastic and arrogant.
Babcock, please. Long one to me. Slap it in, sweetheart.
You've got to be dedicated to it, you've got to love it.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ.
You're only as good as your last result.
This is what it takes to operate at the cutting edge of medicine.
You have to be jolly careful that you don't bugger it up.
It's do or die, really.
.6 a.m. at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham.
Hello, theatre reception.
Home to one of the biggest and busiest surgical units in Britain. 145 surgeons carry out over 35,000 operations a year, from organ transplants to brain surgery.
Anything else?
No, that's it, thank you.
Supported by an army of technicians, orderlies and nurses.
Right then, so let's work out what I need where.
Today, the 42 operating theatres will be used for 131 different procedures. Every theatre has its own list of patients, and most will host several minor operations lasting a couple of hours each. But Theatre 23 is booked out for the entire day for a single operation so difficult and complex it could last over 12 hours.
It's going to be a long day today, isn't it?
It is. The pressure's on.
The procedure needs not one, but two senior surgeons, Sat Palmer and Tim Martin.
A feature of these big operations, you know, you talk about a 12-hour operation. Well, it's not just one operation. It's lots of little operations bolted together.
The fingers crossed we can finish
Well,
by
hopefully
7
we should
p.m.
finish on time, unless, of course, there's any surprises.
Yeah. Problem with these long operations, it's both physically and mentally extremely tiring. How do we cope with it? I'm not really sure, but I think it's because, firstly, we work extremely well as a team.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. My relation with Sat Palmer is like man and wife. We just click straight away.
Sat and Tim are maxillofacial surgeons, specialising in head and neck cancers and facial reconstruction. In theatre they work side by side, all day long.
You can only work simultaneously if you totally trust your surgical colleague, and that's the case with Tim and I. We've been working for 14 years, and I have total faith in what Tim does, and hopefully he has the same with me.
Their operations are often the only hope for their patients. Today, that patient is 53-year-old care worker, Teresa Dallas. Just 4 weeks ago, a scan revealed Teresa had a fast-growing tumour in her upper jaw.
It started with a pain in my face that I thought was an abscess on a tooth. So it was like dentist, doctor, dentist, and then the MRI scan came back showing up this mass in my face, right side face. When they just say that word cancer, it's like, oh my God. So it's, yeah, nobody wants to hear that.
Teresa will die unless the tumour is removed. She requires radical surgery, affecting the entire right-hand side of her face.
I will lose my right eye, my jaw, I believe the top jaw will need to be removed. I'm prepared to give up my eye and my facial structure or whatever it is that I will have to give up. No, I'll take that because there isn't another option. Sit back and die, or just get on with it and make the best of whatever comes out of it, really. Best not think about that, I think.
Look at the tumour.
Teresa's surgery needs meticulous planning. Surgical simulation expert Hitesh Korea uses groundbreaking technology to turn CT scans into an exact 3D replica of Teresa's skull, with the tumour shown in pink.
That shows it well, doesn't it?
Well, ideally, how far back would you want to make the cut?
What we're going to have to do is take that half of the jaw out, and she's just a bit unlucky because the cancer's quite high up. So we've got to take the eye to try and ensure as much as possible that we've got the cancer out, really.
So if I take that away,
yeah,
you're left with that.
Perfect. That shows that we're actually clear of the cancer.
After removing the tumour, jawbone and her eye, they will try to reconstruct Teresa's face.
The face is really unique because it's a thing we probably all value the most. It's our appearance. So it's really critical for Teresa's quality of life that we can make the reconstruction work.
To replace what they remove, the surgeons hope to use a 6x4 centimetre flap of bone and muscle cut from Teresa's own hip.
I've just brought that hip in and tried to position it as best as possible. Would you be okay with the contour of this?
Oh, yeah, I like that. That looks good.
They plan to precise measurements. Even so, until they do the actual operation, they won't know if they've got it right.
I know my dad, my brother and my mum are worried sick.
Since the diagnosis, her family have been hugely supportive, but Teresa is choosing to face surgery on her own.
Sometimes it's good to have people with you, but for me, not really what I want. Not at this moment in time, really. I've got a lot to think about. So I'd rather do it in my own little world on my own.
There is a significant chance Teresa could die on the operating table. Before going ahead, Sat must make sure she's willing to go through with it, despite the risks.
Good morning, Doctor.
Hi, Teresa. How are you?
Yeah, okay, I'm here.
It is big surgery because it will take us till probably about 6 or 7 this evening. You know, because of complications due to bleeding or chest infections, there's a risk you don't make it through the surgery. Anything you want to ask me?
I don't think so.
Okay, got a lot to take through. Having someone's fate in your hands is terrifying. The thing that helps me cope with it is knowing that if we don't offer these patients surgery, we know that the cancer's going to kill them. So in a way, we are their only chance.
It's all a bit scary. I just want it over with now. I just want to be knocked out and then I just won't know anything, will I? So. And then hopefully the bonus will be if I wake up at the other side.
So the patient's name?
Teresa Dallas.
Sat, Tim and the team are ready to begin the operation.
Expected duration of the surgery?
Be nice to finish by 6:37 p.m.
6:37? Okay, I'll wager that 9 o'clock.
I'll need a stool to stand on.
Step ladder?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just sat.
Thank you. Lovely. With any big, long, complex operation, I always get butterflies before I start. But the moment I get knife to skin, I'm a lot more relaxed. Okay, knife please.
Both Sat and Tim know that in procedures like Teresa's, every decision counts.
An operation like this will truly go wrong for a 30-second lapse of concentration. And I know that sounds dramatic, but it's true and I've seen it.
Only a handful of surgeons at the Queen Elizabeth regularly take on these marathon operations. Consultant plastic surgeon Ruth Waters also specialises in procedures that take the best part of the day. They take so long because, like Sat and Tim, her job is to remove and rebuild using the patient's own body.
I wanted to be a plastic surgeon right from when I first started training as a doctor.
Ruth is an expert in a particularly complex type of breast reconstruction.
Everything about our bodies is important to our sense of self. And of course, your breasts are so much more than that, because they say something about your femininity, you know, not just in a sexual way, but in just your image of yourself as a woman and feeling like a woman.
Ruth's patient today is 50-year-old Donna Wilson Mills, who's come to hospital with her husband Rob.
You alright?
Coping. Oh, good.
After multiple treatments for DCIS, the earliest form of breast cancer, Donna has made a monumental decision to have both of her breasts removed, a double mastectomy.
It was a no-brainer because our dad's radiotherapy, and you can't have radiotherapy again in the same breast. So there was no other choice really. If it come back again, I'd got to have a mastectomy in any case, so I opted for the double mastectomy. I'm worried today about the operation because it's so long, 8 to 10 hours operation, and being under anaesthetic that long. I'm a bit nervous about that, but apart from that, everyone assures me I'm going to be okay and asleep.
The operation will take so long because Donna will also have her breasts reconstructed. So Ruth will be joined by another plastic surgeon, Kate Nelson.
They're impossible. It's like a challenge trying to get these gowns on. There you go.
Few hospitals offer this procedure because unlike conventional operations that use implants, Donna's involves using tissue from her own body. As Donna's breast tissue is removed, 2 flaps of skin and fat are cut from Donna's abdomen. These are shaped and inserted into the cavities created by the mastectomies, giving Donna new breasts.
It's difficult to imagine it, isn't it?
Yeah,
that,
it is.
that literally just gets pulled down, so this line meets that line, and this is all gone like that.
The operation lasts twice as long as one where implants are used. It carries a bigger risk, but Ruth believes it's worth it.
If you have your own skin and fat, it's wonderful because it mimics breast tissue so well. It has the same consistency, it's warm, it just behaves like you because it is you.
Okay, so we have to tell you about the risks. There's a bit of a long list of risks. Okay, so there's a high risk of blood clots. There's a risk of chest infections and things like that.
You're not selling these.
It's a bad time to go through all this, isn't it?
It is really. Okay. No, it's fine.
Okay. A lot of surgeons tend to be big characters and be very, very confident. I don't think you necessarily have to be as sort of flamboyant as you know, as some of the surgeons in the Dickie Bows kind of used to be. There's lots more down-to-earth people. You don't have to be from posh background. It's very important to be kind and compassionate and empathic.
I can't imagine even what it's going to look like after.
Yeah.
You know, just taking it as it comes, whatever.
Yeah.
I look like.
You'll look smashing, I'm sure we will.
Okay. You know, you like that. It's not an easy choice. It's really hard. People say, you're making the right choice. Well, I haven't really got a choice.
So today we've just got one patient to do. She has chosen to have immediate breast reconstruction. From the surgical point of view, she's got a good scan and nice vessels, so we're happy with all that. Okay, thank you.
And then ready, steady, slide.
Donna's operation in Theatre 8 is so involved it requires 13 medical personnel. For Ruth, every procedure like this is personal.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2001. I had to go through that journey of the surgery and the chemotherapy, the radiotherapy. So I do understand what that diagnosis feels like, to be on the receiving end of it and having to make those decisions. And inevitably, that's part of my being a surgeon and how I treat my patients.
Okay, let's dance.
Whenever we discuss reconstruction with a woman, we have to say it's never 100%. So there will be times when this doesn't work and you may actually not end up with the reconstruction you were after. There's not that many women out there who are actually having to sit down and make that choice. The prospect of having both your breasts removed must be just enormous.
Hello. Hiya, I'm calling up for Theatre 3. Just wondering if you can get the next patient ready, please?
By late morning, the next wave of patients head to surgery.
Theatre doors are just here, so we'll let you say goodbye just before we go through.
In the QE's 42 theatres, everything from appendectomies to amputations are underway, as most surgeons start their second operation of the day. But in Theatre 23, they're still in the first stage of Teresa's facial operation.
Okay, have some skin hooks. In terms of Teresa's procedure, the likelihood of things going wrong is fairly high because of the complexity of the surgery.
To limit the time Teresa spends under anaesthetic, Sat and Tim operate on 2 different sites simultaneously.
Swap, please.
Sat on Teresa's hip, Tim on her face and neck.
Don't pull too hard, just stay nice and still.
They are both searching for the same thing, blood vessels that are essential to a successful reconstruction.
Clean swab, please.
Once the tumour is taken out, a flap of bone and muscle with blood vessels attached will be removed from Teresa's hip. The flap fits into the cavity created by the surgery. To keep the flap alive, its artery and vein are attached to another artery and vein in Teresa's neck. Everyone's anatomy is slightly different, so it's an intricate job to find and isolate the right blood vessels.
Any sign of the vessel yet, sir?
So I think that's the main DCIA going down, but I just can't tell for sure.
Sat is looking for the DCIA, an artery that runs alongside the hip. But it's buried deep within this mass of tissue, fat and muscle.
That's the main DCI, I think. I suspect. But it's quite deep, but hopefully that will be it.
Clean swab, please. I think that's facial nerve branch just there going up into the flap, isn't it?
Having 2 major surgical sites is tougher on Teresa's body and tougher for Sat and Tim, who have to work literally shoulder to shoulder.
It's going to be cosy.
Am I in your way?
No, sorry mate. There'll be lots of other surgeons who just would not get on because of maybe arrogance, maybe egos. Sat, can I just have access for a sec?
Sorry.
I tend to be the grumpy one, but you know, he puts up with it. Sorry, I was being a prima donna then.
Just then?
Yeah, just momentarily. I flipped into prima donna mode. Prior to that, I was a straightforward jobbing surgeon.
These are really quite high-stress cases, and things can go wrong, and when they do go wrong, they go wrong very quickly. I'm just struggling a little bit. You can see that's the DCIA here.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. And then it's just doing something funny here, and I'm not sure.
Sat finds the artery, but it doesn't look good.
It's not the best DCIA I've seen. Just very low in the hip. Really low in the hip. That's what's worrying me.
Blade, please.
At the other end, Tim's news is even worse.
Facial artery's tiny.
Is it?
Connecting the crucial blood vessels is going to be even harder than they thought.
The main challenges of operating on the hip for this procedure is that although it gives you great quality bone and great quality muscle, the blood vessels supplying that bone and muscle are extremely short. Careful, careful. If the flap blood vessels are too short, it means it won't reach the blood vessels in the neck, and you do have that panic thinking, I really hope we can make everything work.
In Donna's double mastectomy and breast reconstruction. Plastic surgeon Ruth is on the hunt for Donna's blood vessels.
There, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She's looking for the artery and vein connected to the parts of Donna's abdomen they hope to use for the breast reconstruction.
Open a bit more, I think. You lift up the skin and fat until you get to this perforating blood vessel. Whoa. Look at that.
Lovely.
Stonking.
Ruth has better luck than Sat and Tim. The blood vessels are a good size.
Look there, guys. Kate.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Just look at this. Is that the best perforator you've ever seen?
Oh my word, that's lovely,
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Right, okay, I better not mess it up now.
Once the mastectomies are performed, these blood vessels will be crucial to giving Donna natural breasts. The surgeons will try and connect the stomach flaps to blood vessels in Donna's armpits. Only then can the flaps be tucked under the skin, into the cavities, to rebuild Donna's breasts. First, Kate must meticulously remove all the breast tissue to help prevent Donna getting breast cancer in the future.
Yeah, that's got to go as well, hasn't it? It's an operation where you're doing like a million strokes of the blade, but with every single one you've got to bear that patient in mind that you're taking absolute care to remove every single little bit of breast tissue that you could possibly can do. Particularly if you're doing something like a risk reducing where their whole sanity and confidence relies on the operation that you're doing right there and then for the rest of their lives.
Donna's left breast is entirely removed.
Yeah, so there should be a form for the left.
You just need to weigh in first, if that's okay.
It's weighed to determine how much fat will be needed from Donna's tummy to replace it.
What was it? 909.
A woman making the choice to have a double mastectomy could say, well, just take it away, that's fine, that's job done. But I think it's a so much easier decision to make if somebody can say to you, yeah, we can do that, but we can also make you look and feel like a woman looks and feels.
For the reconstruction to meet that high standard, Kate must take great care of the skin around the site of the mastectomies.
One of the reasons why we like to do the reconstruction at the same time as doing the mastectomy is that at that point you're able to keep the patient's own natural skin. You can keep the natural skin envelope with all the boundaries of that and the natural droop of the breast, which forms an envelope so that we then simply need to then put a filling inside that to give a natural shaped breast.
The filling will be the flaps of fat being cut from Donna's tummy.
How's it going? Good.
Fine, it's all pretty much done.
Right, so hopefully I'll just come through now.
There's the flap with the little blood vessel.
At the other end of the table, the first flap is taken to be weighed to ensure there's enough to replace the breast tissue.
1, 2, 3, 1.
The flap is now ready to be plumbed in by trying to attach the blood vessels to those at the mastectomy site.
Can we have the flap, please?
Now, it's a race against time.
Getting the vessels reconnected quickly is important. When we clip the vessels and take it off, so that's called flap off time, you have to be efficient in that time because all the time that the flap's off, it's not got any blood supply. It's like it's holding its breath, really. So we need to get it connected as quickly as we can.
The QE is renowned for its reconstructive surgery. Some of the most pioneering work is happening in the Burns Centre. Professor Stephen Jeffrey is one of their leading surgeons.
Burns have obviously been around ever since mankind developed fire. We've been burning ourselves and we've been burning each other.
Okay, you can lift this leg up for me.
Burns have got devastating consequences. You can be left with horrible, disfiguring scarring. Sometimes the scarring is so bad that they're ashamed to go out.
Sorry.
Stephen and his colleagues are always looking for new ways to reduce scarring.
The ancients used to use lots of different dressings, things that were naturally available. So they would use honey, they would use animal fat.
Now, They're trialling a 21st century way of treating burns, but it comes from an unlikely source.
So this is the fish skin as it comes. I'm sterile in here. You can use any fish, I think. It just so happens that they fish a lot of cod in Iceland, and they used to throw away a lot of fish skin. And someone has discovered that it actually makes a very nice dressing to prevent pain and also reduce the scarring. The patients are surprised initially. You have to forewarn them that it is going to smell fishy. But I tell them that the fish smell is a good thing. It means that the goodies that's in here haven't been completely processed away. If there's the smell, then there's also going to be the other stuff like omega-3 fatty acids. They're known to be anti-inflammatory. Inflammation means pain and inflammation means scarring.
The burns team are currently trialling the fish skin in skin graft operations.
So this is the fish skin. It might be the right size. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Almost as if you designed that.
They hope to prove it reduces scarring significantly.
If you don't push the boundaries, you'll get at the same results. If you want to get better than that and reduce scarring, you have to innovate and you have to try new techniques. Very good. Thank you all.
It's 2 p.m, and many theatres are preparing for their third operation of the day. That's not the case in Theatre 23, where Sat and Tim are preparing to remove the tumour from Teresa's face and harvest bone and muscle from her hip for the reconstruction.
Okay, if I can use the drill before Tim, and then I'll use the saw.
I am going to use the saw in about the next 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
They've been operating for over 3 hours.
Got backache.
So we're going to massage that. Who's on massage duty?
So, okay, can I have that cutting guide, please? And the screws. So now this is a bit that really saves us time in terms of operating. Empty screwdriver, please. That screw, please.
Sat attaches the plastic cutting guide to the hip. It's based on the exact dimensions of the cavity that will be left in Teresa's face.
Both the screws are on the guide, yeah?
It allows him to cut not just the right size, but importantly, the right shape.
Okay. Saw, please.
Lovely chisels.
Thank you. The cutting guides are so beneficial because now we can really reconstruct the defects in a totally predictable and accurate manner. Just hold that. I don't know why I stopped. No.
Is it possible to put my saw on, please? It's not working. My saw's not working. Oh, no it is. My mistake, sorry. No, it's me.
The daunting task of removing the tumour on Teresa's right upper jaw and her eye is Tim's responsibility.
Whenever you're taking out cancer, you're trying to do it en bloc. If you start taking it out piecemeal, you leave bits behind, it all gets very messy. You'll feel a hard cancer and you cut around it, aiming for a centimetre all the way around it. Mallet, please.
They use a chisel and mallet to complete cuts in the bone.
Yeah. Okay. At the end of the day, I would say that a surgeon is a technician or a tradesman when it comes to the theatre. Yeah. I'm a carpenter because I cut bone. I am a plumber. Good stuff at the back there. I, maybe a bit of an artist because I do the soft tissue. Chisel, please. Thank you. but you're cutting up people's faces, you're doing incisions on the face. And so you've got to be kind of confident about where you're going and what your outcome's going to be.
The hip flap is carved and ready for transplant.
Looks stunning, doesn't it?
Sat moves to help Tim as he makes the final cuts around the eye so it can be removed, along with the tumour and upper jaw.
This is where I've got to get it right. So when you're just a short way away from the brain, you've got to be a little bit more careful.
Taking the eye out is really quite a tense moment because there's a direct communication between the eye socket into the brain, and this may result in a lot of bleeding at the time.
When you get a bleed from that, this bleed just kind of relentlessly fills the wound. Same in the bottom end here, thank you. But you've just got to get on. You can't afford to dilly-dally. You've got to make a decision and you've got to go for it, because if you don't, until it's out, blood's welling up and you can't control the bleeding. Stay as you are. Don't pull. No, stay as you are. And it always looks messy. Superficially, it looks as though you're tearing it out with your bare fingers, which realistically you probably are actually, but in a measured way. Good clean. Specimen. There. Put that on one side, I think.
Teresa's upper jaw and her right eye have been successfully removed. A huge but necessary sacrifice for Teresa.
I don't think clearance-wise we could improve on that. Okay.
Right. It's 3 p.m. and the operation has been running for 4 hours. But now Sat and Tim have to do what's possibly the most complicated part of the procedure.
We always have this period where the cancers come out and you feel great that we've achieved one of our main objectives. But then suddenly you remember that now you've got to reconstruct this patient, put them back to normal. We'll need a cocker in a second.
You reach this point where you've removed it and you've got a big hole and you've got to fill it. And sometimes you do look at the hole and, you do think, flipping heck. If you don't get this reconstructed, the impact on the patient will be a fundamental disaster.
If Sat and Tim are able to successfully rebuild Teresa's face, she will eventually be provided with a new eye. The QE's Maxillofacial Prosthetics Centre is the largest of its kind in Britain. Here, 9 prosthetists specialise in replacing the body parts that patients are missing.
We make a vast array of things, really. Our most common prosthetic to make are prosthetic ears, but we also make eye prostheses, nose prostheses, fingers, thumbs. We're really, really busy at the moment. We're probably looking at between 40 and 50 prosthetics packing each week.
In the past, patients like Teresa would have been offered just a pair of glasses with a painted-on eye. But Kelly Morris creates individually tailored silicone prosthetics.
You have the magnets themselves in the back of the prosthesis.
The magnets attach to metal pegs implanted in the patient's eye socket during their surgery.
What's good about magnets is that it's so easy, they tend to just pull into the correct location each time. You don't see the junction between the prosthesis and the patient's natural tissues.
Kelly colours the glass eyeball by hand using oil paints, painstakingly copying each patient's photo to get a perfect match.
Most people don't realise that so many colours make up the eye itself. They usually can't understand why it takes so long, and you think, well, because you've got to paint up all these tiny little striations in the eye. But then they're usually pretty bowled over when they see it and they see what a close match it actually is.
The finished eye will be fitted to a silicone mould, taken from the patient's own face and matched precisely with their skin tone. It will be attached several months after the operation, when the facial reconstruction has had time to heal.
Once it's fitted, I think that people are generally quite overwhelmed. Usually they're in tears and they can't believe it. You know, that's the really rewarding part of what we do, is seeing that transformation in people, giving them their lives back. Basically, just allows them to go out and be who they are as before.
Getting the patient's body back to its original state is the aim of all the reconstruction surgery at the QE, like in Theatre 8, where Donna is having her breasts reconstructed.
Right, yeah, let's go for it like that.
Both flaps of skin and fat have now been extracted from her abdomen.
Now this is the artery which we're preparing.
So Ruth and surgeon Rob Warner face the difficult task of connecting the blood vessels in the flaps to the ones in Donna's armpits.
This from the armpit, this is the flap side. So blood's going to be flowing in the artery up here.
The success of the reconstruction depends on them sewing together blood vessels that are only 3 millimeters wide.
The vessels are fairly small and the suture is tiny, thick as our hair or something. So I'll put the stitches in.
So on this side we've now got the artery and the veins joined together. Okay, so left flap is on.
So I'm just putting the last stitch in the vein.
Okay, so the blood flow to both flaps is working well.
With the vessels connected, Ruth inserts the tissue under the skin and begins shaping it into new breasts.
Right, okay. So we know that the mastectomy specimen was 900 grams, and we know the weight of the flaps about 1200. So we need just to get the same weight, we need to take 300 off. So what we're going to do is cut some off it now.
Getting the size and contours right is crucial.
Definitely at least a bit more to come. What plastic surgery is about is form and function. This is what we do. We restore form and function. So we've got the left flap tucked in and roughly in position. So now with this one, which is all good to go, we've taken a little bit off, but we're going to just try and tuck it in and sit it roughly where it wants to sit. Function is not just being able to pick up your cup of tea, it's being able to walk out the door and face the world. It's being able to go out and meet a partner without feeling embarrassed or, you know, wanting to hide yourself away. So the function is engaging with life again and being able to do those things with confidence. Although calculations say that that's not much smaller, I don't think we should make them smaller than that at the moment. I think that looks nice for her. When my girls were young and they used to say to my husband, oh, what is it that Mummy does? He says, oh, she cuts people up. And I said, no, that isn't true. I don't. I put people back together again. So all of this bit now is really about just shaping, trying to make things look nice, trying to make them look symmetrical and a good shape.
Donna's nipples will eventually be reconstructed using her own tissue, but only several months after surgery, when her new breasts have settled into place. Ruth and Kate can still do the groundwork.
We're going to end up with a circle of skin of the flap in the middle of the breast, where ultimately we hope we'll be able to create a nipple for her. And I'm just going to draw that circle on here and then get rid of the rest of the skin that's underneath. Right, that all looks good.
Just need to take that edge off there.
Yeah.
I'm from quite an artistic family. My dad does a lot of painting, my brother's a sculptor, and I think the plastic surgery is kind of an extension of that, really. There's so much variability in the techniques that you can use to improve not just the aesthetic but the function and form of the human body. And from the background that I was in, I enjoyed putting my artistic mind into a medical specialty like that.
Looks really nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that looks alright, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that looks a good size for her.
Yeah, lovely.
When you get them through it, that is such a great thrill. That never goes away. Every time it's a great feeling for me, and getting that job well done is really why I could carry on doing it. Okay, so we're done. Fabulous.
It's 4:30 in the afternoon. The last trays from the sterile instrument store are being dispatched to theatres for the final procedures of the day.
There you go, esophagus tray.
No, that's not what I need. An abdo tray. Oh my God.
Abdominal trays last then. That looks like the last one on the shelf then.
Oh, right, okay.
I just figure we need an amputation set because there's bone. They might cut through the...
Yes, for the neck they only use it at mine at to just lift up so they can get in and lift up and then they pull it through there.
By now, over 110 different operations, from spinal surgery to lung transplants, have taken place. While in Theatre 23, after close to 6 hours, Sat and Tim are starting the final stage of Teresa's operation.
Sat, what have you got to do on your bit there?
Literally, we're just vessels, a teeny bit of cleaning, detach it, we're going to take it to the top end.
They're ready to try and rebuild her face with the flap from her hip.
At the moment, she's got this big hole. So the sole purpose of that flap is it'll create a new jawbone and roof of the mouth, so she won't have a hole here. The problem with these facial reconstructions is that quite often it can be right at the end that things start to go wrong. And we know that if we get it wrong, this will have lifelong ramifications.
The last thing you ever want is a patient who's cured of cancer, but wishing they'd never gone through the treatment because they can't live with their final result.
You can start thinking about disconnecting, yeah?
Sat detaches the flap from its blood supply at the hip.
Okay, I'm going to lift this muscle off. When you've detached the flap, it's just a lump of meat. It doesn't have a blood supply until you plumb it in at the top end.
Okay, could someone do the light for us?
Like in Donna's op, once the flap is moved, it needs to be connected to blood vessels. If that doesn't work, the reconstruction will fail.
Let's suck her on, please. So that's going to go palatal. Okay, I don't think I dare do any more.
No, I agree.
Before they work on the blood vessels, the flap needs to be fixed in place with a metal plate and screws.
Okay.
Have we got a drill bit? That looks good there. Yeah, perfect. That looks bang on, really. Yeah.
We're going to need the table right down.
The vessels they need to connect are even smaller and shorter than in Donna's operation.
Right at the end of this operation, you're then doing the more delicate microsurgery. And everything's dependent on that, because if that doesn't flow, well, you're in a no-return situation.
So here you can see, so that's the facial artery, and we're going to join it up to the DCI. So, you know, and even though we've got all that, you can see we haven't got a lot of room to play with.
It's not much, is it?
You rotate it other way. That's lovely, thanks, Sat. These blood vessels are quite small. They've often had a bit of a battering. By the time you're starting to plumb it in, they've been pushed and pulled and stretched.
There's a bit of funny something going on there.
Oh, there's a hole. Oh, fuck.
They've discovered a hole in the side of the artery in Teresa's neck.
Is that a hole, Tim?
Yeah.
What a bugger.
If the damaged vessel is connected, it will leak catastrophically.
Do you want to put a clamp on that in case it shoots up?
I'll grab hold of it here.
To salvage the artery, Tim needs to carefully cut off the section where the hole is.
May I have, please, these straight micro scissors, please?
Okay, you don't have a lot to play with, Tim.
I know. This is the thing about microvascular surgery. We do these 12-hour operations, and these vessels are delicate, and literally at any point, one simple mistake can jeopardize the whole operation. I'm just going to go for it, Sat. Okay, 4B clamp.
The defect is removed. Only now, the short blood vessel is even shorter.
When you're a bit short, it sort of adds to the tension if it doesn't reach.
It's going to be fucking tight.
The two vessels Tim has to stitch together are very fragile and only 1 to 2 millimeters in diameter, as small as a pinhead.
Now, if you just hold those together, Sat, I will cut. Can you hold them together?
Yeah, place them.
This is a bugger of a lie, isn't it? Can we get some different curved micros? I'm quite renowned in theatre for getting tetchy when things just aren't going quite to plan. Just to let you know, this is quite a tricky little bastard one, because it's short. Lovely. If you could stay like that. I'd pull a bit more on that one. No, don't move.
Sorry.
Don't move, everyone. Don't move. Stay still. Please work, because if it doesn't, I'm going to cry. I've not enjoyed that at all. Fantastic.
Tim successfully connects the flap artery to the artery in Teresa's neck.
Well done, Tim.
Well, yeah, that's very kind of it. I was sweating like a...
That was hard.
If it's working, that's all I'm bloody bothered about. Okay, so the vein's looking nice. It's not engorged. Yeah. This is looking nice. The anastomosis looks a lot better than it should do. Okay, so Doppler over here, I think.
They use a Doppler ultrasound scanner to check blood is flowing in the vessels.
Have we got the Doppler machine here?
Yep.
Okay.
The scanner picks up the sound of the blood flow.
So we know that's okay. Surprising, given the way I did that anastomosis.
The whole thing was difficult.
It was sort of sweating bricks.
Oh no.
With the blood flow confirmed, Sat and Tim concentrate on closing the huge incision in Teresa's face.
3O Vical, please.
We're closing.
Could I have some scissors, please?
I'm knackered, Tim. It's just the stress.
I don't think a patient can even comprehend what you're doing in theatre to them, or what life would be like without a reconstruction. And I suppose they come out of an operation not really knowing what they've been through. She's actually, when you feel, she's got a great prominence. Not overdone at all. That stays like that. That's really nice.
Before making the final sutures, the duo want to use the Doppler again to double check the blood flow.
Sam, could you just indulge us with the Doppler for a minute as well? Cheers.
Have we got a signal, Si?
What the fucky ducky.
The scanner is not detecting a blood flow.
You're gonna have to have a look at this.
You're not happy with your pickup?
No, the Doppler's not working.
Without a blood supply, the flap will die in Teresa's face.
In a very small number of patients, it won't work out. And the patients will be significantly worse off than when you laid your hands onto them and operated. And you have to just keep on reminding yourself that you were doing it with the best intentions.
Amazing. Just keeping the nose, keeping the mouth open. Bloody hell.
What did they do? Close the mouth?
Fuck you now. The unusual position of Teresa's jaw had been temporarily pressing on the blood vessels. It's 7:30 p.m. After 8.5 hours, Teresa's operation is over.
After a big operation, You would have thought to yourself, man, I'm going to go home, I'm going to go to sleep. You just don't. You just continue kind of buzzing, thinking about it.
I can't let go. I will often take my work home. I will sometimes wake up through the night thinking about, you know, what could I have done differently? What will I do, etc. So it does affect me.
From a personal point of view, there are two really satisfying aspects. So the technical challenge of doing a major operation and it being a technical success.
You're right then, Teresa.
But then also you've got the satisfaction of seeing the patient doing well, and hopefully Teresa kind of demonstrates that.
Hello there. Just waking up from the operation, okay? Just try and keep nice and still for me.
It's 1 week since Donna had a double mastectomy and breast reconstruction. Surgeon Ruth Waters comes to check on her recovery.
When women come and we tell them about what the reconstructive surgery involves, you're telling them that they're going to have this huge operation, but the goal at the end of it is to make them feel as if it hadn't happened.
Hi Donna, how are you?
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm okay. Had a bit of pain today, but it seems to be getting under control again.
Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I have a quick look now?
No, you
okay. Okay, so that's looking lovely. A nice size and shape. Donna's operation went really, really well. We're very pleased. So now, what Donna should do is think that was something I had to do, it's done, and I'm going to get on and have a hell of a good life. They look approximately breast-shaped at the moment anyway.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I looked down and I thought, God, I've got cleavage, it's quite nice, you know.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's nice. It's
Yeah.
like, I just didn't imagine anything like that. No, they don't feel at all how I thought they'd feel. I thought they'd be numb, you wouldn't be able to feel them, but no. I can feel them. They do feel part of me. They just feel like my old ones, really.
Teresa also returns to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for a checkup with consultant surgeon Sat Palmer.
In the old days, they were able to remove the cancer, but what they were lacking was the ability to reconstruct the face or the mouth. Patients often had open wounds in their face. Many of these patients would never then venture out again. I'd like to think now that with modern reconstruction techniques, very few patients ever regret undergoing a lot of the surgery we put them through. Hi, Teresa, come through.
How are you?
Not bad, how are you?
I'm good.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, and you?
You're alright, come through. Let's have a look at you. Pop yourself in the chair. When I look at the symmetry of your face, it's really very good.
Yeah. My dad and my brother said, you know, it looks amazing. And my brother was like, wow, I didn't expect you to look like that. I thought you'd look awful.
When you get a result like Teresa's, you're pleased because you've put her through a huge ordeal. You know, for me, you look entirely normal. Your speech is normal, you're eating well. You've got one eye, which we'll plan to sort out.
Yeah.
Before Teresa gets her new eye fitted, she'll need several post-op consultations.
I don't know whether we showed you before.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It is amazing.
Really creepily amazing, actually, isn't it?
It all blends in, and the beauty of the implants is it will only fit in one position only.
So you can't go out with like wonky eye.
No.
At least you have an idea what we're going to do.
Thank you. I do feel positive for the future.
Thank you for coming in, Teresa.
Thank you, sir.
See you soon. Good luck.
Yeah, lovely to see you. Thank you, Steph. Bye-bye. Bye.
It does make you think that you have to make the most. I don't think I made the most of what I had before, so I think I'm going to have to make double the most of what I've got now.
Everything looks extremely positive. She already looks remarkably good. She's speaking and eating normally. She's got her zest back. That's what we're there for, really, is getting the patients healed from the cancer, but back to normal.
Next time, with patients in the Last Chance Saloon.
We found something.
It's spot the organ, isn't it?
Surgeons try to save a man's life
Expected duration of surgery.
As long as it takes.
by stopping his heart.
I'm not going to get sort of religious about it, but he is literally on the edge of life and death.
Lasting a couple of hours each. But Theatre 23 is booked out for the entire day for a single operation so difficult and complex it could last over 12 hours.
It's going to be a long day today, isn't it?
It is. The pressure's on.
The procedure needs not one, but two senior surgeons, Sat Palmer and Tim Martin.
A feature of these big operations, you know, you talk about a 12-hour operation. Well, it's not just one operation. It's lots of little operations bolted together.
The fingers crossed we can finish
Well,
by
hopefully
7
we should
p.m.
finish on time, unless, of course, there's any surprises.
Yeah. Problem with these long operations, it's both physically and mentally extremely tiring. How do we cope with it? I'm not really sure, but I think it's because, firstly, we work extremely well as a team.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. My relation with Sat Palmer is like man and wife. We just click straight away.
Sat and Tim are maxillofacial surgeons, specialising in head and neck cancers and facial reconstruction. In theatre they work side by side, all day long.
You can only work simultaneously if you totally trust your surgical colleague, and that's the case with Tim and I. We've been working for 14 years, and I have total faith in what Tim does, and hopefully he has the same with me.
Their operations are often the only hope for their patients. Today, that patient is 53-year-old care worker Teresa Dallas. Just 4 weeks ago, a scan revealed Teresa had a fast-growing tumour in her upper jaw.
It started with a pain in my face that I thought was an abscess on a tooth. So it was like dentist, doctor, dentist, and then the MRI scan came back showing up this mass in my face, right side face. When they just say that word cancer, it's like, oh my God. So it's, yeah, nobody wants to hear that.
Teresa will die unless the tumour is removed. She requires radical surgery, affecting the entire right-hand side of her face.
I will lose my right eye. My jaw, I believe the top jaw, will need to be removed. I'm prepared to give up my eye and my facial structure or whatever it is that I will have to give up. Now.
Almost as if you designed that.
They hope to prove it reduces scarring significantly.
If you don't push the boundaries, you'll get at the same results. If you want to get better than that and reduce scarring, you have to innovate and you have to try new techniques. Very good, thank you all.
It's 2 p.m. and many theatres are preparing for their third operation of the day. That's not the case in Theatre 23, where Sat and Tim are preparing to remove the tumour from Teresa's face and harvest bone and muscle from her hip for the reconstruction.
Okay, if I can use the drill before Tim, and then I'll use the saw.
I am going to use the saw in about the next 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
They've been operating for over 3 hours.
Got backache.
Do you want to massage that? Who's on massage duty?
So, okay, can I have that cutting guide, please? And the screws. So now this is a bit that really saves us time in terms of operating. Empty screwdriver, please. That screw, please.
Sat attaches the plastic cutting guide to the hip. It's based on the exact dimensions of the cavity that will be left in Teresa's face.
Both the screws are on the guide, yeah?
It allows him to cut not just the right size, but importantly, the right shape.
Okay. Saw, please.
Lovely chisels.
Thank you. The cutting guides are so beneficial because now we can really reconstruct the defects in a totally predictable and accurate manner. Just hold that. I don't know why I stopped. No.
Is it possible to put my saw on, please? It's not working. My saw's not working. Oh, no it is. My mistake, sorry. No, it's me.
The daunting task of removing the tumour on Teresa's right upper jaw and her eye is Tim's responsibility.
Whenever you're taking out cancer, you're trying to do it en bloc. If you start...
We needed from Donna's tummy to replace it.
What was it? 909.
A woman making the choice to have a double mastectomy could say, well, you know, just take it away, that's fine, that's job done. But I think it's a so much easier decision to make if somebody can say to you, yeah, we can do that, but we can also make you look and feel like a woman looks and feels.
For the reconstruction to meet that high standard, Kate must take great care of the skin around the site of the mastectomies.
One of the reasons why we like to do the reconstruction at the same time as doing the mastectomy is that at that point you're able to keep the patient's own natural skin. You can keep the natural skin envelope with all the boundaries of that and the natural droop of the breast, which forms an envelope so that we then simply need to then put a filling inside that to give a natural shaped breast.
The filling will be the flaps of fat being cut from Donna's tummy.
How's it going? Good.
Fine, it's all pretty much done.
Right, so hopefully I'll just come through now.
There's the flap with the little blood vessel.
At the other end of the table, the first flap is taken to be weighed to ensure there's enough to replace the breast tissue.
1, 2, 3, 1.
The flap is now ready to be plumbed in by trying to attach the blood vessels to those at the mastectomy site.
Can we have the flap, please?
Now, it's a race against time.
Getting the vessels reconnected quickly is important. When we clip the vessels and take it off, so that's called flap off time, you have to be efficient in that time because all the time that the flap's off, it's not got any blood supply. It's like it's holding its breath, really. So we need to get it connected as quickly as we can.
The QE is renowned for its reconstructive surgery. Some of the most pioneering work is happening in the Burns Centre. Professor Stephen Jeffrey is one of their leading surgeons.
Burns obviously been around ever since mankind developed fire. We've been burning ourselves and we've been burning each other.
Okay, you can lift this leg up for me.
Burns have got devastating consequences. You can be left with horrible, disfiguring scarring. Sometimes the scarring is so bad that they're ashamed to go out. Sorry.
Stephen and his colleagues are always looking for new ways to reduce scarring.
The ancients used to use lots of different dressings, things that were naturally available. So they would use honey, they would use animal fat.
Now, they're trialling a 21st century way of treating burns.
Aiming for a centimetre all the way around it. Mallet, please.
They use a chisel and mallet to complete cuts in the bone.
Yep. Okay. At the end of the day, I would say that a surgeon is a technician or a tradesman when it comes to the theatre. Yep. I'm a carpenter because I cut bone. I am a plumber. Good stuff at the back there. I, maybe a bit of an artist because I do the soft tissue. Chisel, please. Thank you. But you're cutting up people's faces, you're doing incisions on the face. And so you've got to be kind of confident about where you're going and what your outcome's going to be.
The hip flap is carved and ready for transplant.
Looks stunning, doesn't it?
Sat moves to help Tim as he makes the final cuts around the eye so it can be removed, along with the tumour and upper jaw.
This is where I've got to get it right. So when you're just a short way away from the brain, you've got to be a little bit more careful.
Taking the eye out is really quite a tense moment because there's a direct communication between the eye socket into the brain, and this may result in a lot of bleeding at the time.
When you get a bleed from that, this bleed just kind of relentlessly fills the wound. Same in the bottom end here, thank you. But you've just got to get on. You can't afford to dilly-dally. You've got to make a decision and you've got to go for it, because if you don't, until it's out, blood's welling up and you can't control the bleeding. Stay as you are. Don't pull. No, stay as you are. And it always looks messy. Superficially, it looks as though you're tearing it out with your bare fingers, which realistically you probably are actually, but in a measured way. Good clean. Specimen. There. Put that on one side, I think.
Teresa's upper jaw and her right eye have been successfully removed. A huge but necessary sacrifice for Teresa.
I don't think clearance-wise we could improve on that. Okay.
Right. It's 3 p.m. and the operation has been running for 4 hours. But now Sat and Tim have to do what's possibly the most complicated part of the procedure.
We always have this period where the cancers come out, and you feel great that we've achieved one of our main objectives. But then suddenly you remember.
Once the tumour is taken out, a flap of bone and muscle with blood vessels attached will be removed from Teresa's hip. The flap fits into the cavity created by the surgery. To keep the flap alive, its artery and vein are attached to another artery and vein in Teresa's neck. Everyone's anatomy is slightly different, so it's an intricate job to find and isolate the right blood vessels.
Any sign of the vessel yet, sir? So I think that's the main DCIA going down, but I just can't tell for sure.
Sat is looking for the DCIA, an artery that runs alongside the hip. But it's buried deep within this mass of tissue, fat and muscle.
That's the main DCIA, I think. I suspect. But it's quite deep, but hopefully that will be it.
Clean swab, please. I think that's facial nerve branch just there going up into the flap, isn't it?
Having 2 major surgical sites is tougher on Teresa's body and tougher for Sat and Tim, who have to work literally shoulder to shoulder.
It's going to be cosy.
Am I in your way?
No, no, sorry, mate. There'll be lots of other surgeons who just would not get on because of maybe arrogance, maybe egos. Sir, can I just have access for a sec?
Sorry.
I tend to be the grumpy one, but, you know, he puts up with it. Sorry, I've been a prima donna then.
Just then?
Yeah, just momentarily. I flipped into prima donna mode. Prior to that, I was a straightforward jobbing surgeon.
These are really quite high-stress cases, and things can go wrong, and when they do go wrong, they go wrong very quickly. I'm just struggling a little bit. You can see that's the DCIA here.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. And then it's just doing something funny here, and I'm not sure.
Sat finds the artery, but it doesn't look good.
It's not the best DCIA I've seen. Just very low in the hip. Really low in the hip. That's what's worrying me.
Blade, please.
At the other end, Tim's news is even worse.
Facial artery's tiny.
Is it?
Connecting the crucial blood vessels is going to be even harder than they thought.
The main challenges of operating on the hip for this procedure is that although it gives you great quality bone and great quality muscle, the blood vessels supplying that bone and muscle are extremely short. Careful, careful. If the flap blood vessels are too short, it means it won't.
There. Put that on one side, please.
Teresa's upper jaw and her right eye have been successfully removed. A huge but necessary sacrifice for Teresa.
I don't think clearance-wise we could improve on that. Okay.
It's 3 p.m. and the operation has been running for 4 hours. But now Sat and Tim have to do what's possibly the most complicated part of the procedure.
We always have this period where the cancers come out, and you feel great that we've achieved one of our main objectives. But then suddenly you remember that now you've got to reconstruct this patient, put them back to normal. We'll need a cocker in a second.
You reach this point where you've removed it and you've got a big hole and you've got to fill it. And sometimes you do look at the hole and, you do think, flipping heck. If you don't get this reconstructed, the impact on the patient will be a fundamental disaster.
If Sat and Tim are able to successfully rebuild Teresa's face, she will eventually be provided with a new eye. The QE's Maxillofacial Prosthetics Centre is the largest of its kind in Britain. Here, 9 prosthetists specialise in replacing the body parts that patients are missing.
We make a vast array of things, really. Our most common prosthetic to make are prosthetic ears, but we also make eye prostheses, nose prostheses, fingers, thumbs. We're really, really busy at the moment. We're probably looking at between 40 and 50 prosthetics packing each week.
In the past, patients like Teresa would have been offered just a pair of glasses with a painted-on eye. But Kelly Morris creates individually tailored silicone prosthetics.
You have the magnets themselves in the back of the prosthesis.
The magnets attach to metal pegs implanted in the patient's eye socket during their surgery.
What's good about magnets is that it's so easy, they tend to just pull into the correct location each time. You don't see the junction between the prosthesis and the patient's natural tissues.
Kelly colours the glass eyeball by hand using oil paints, painstakingly copying each patient's photo to get a perfect match.
Most people don't realise there's so many colours.
It was a no-brainer because our dad's radiotherapy, and you can't have radiotherapy again in the same breast. So there was no other choice really. If it come back again, I'd got to have a mastectomy in any case, so I opted for the double mastectomy. I'm worried today about the operation, because it's so long, 8 to 10 hours operation, and being under anaesthetic that long, I'm a bit nervous about that, but apart from that, everyone assures me I'm going to be okay and asleep.
The operation will take so long because Donna will also have her breasts reconstructed. So Ruth will be joined by another plastic surgeon, Kate Nelson.
They're impossible. It's like a challenge trying to get these gowns on. There you go.
Few hospitals offer this procedure because unlike conventional operations that use implants, Donna's involves using tissue from her own body. As Donna's breast tissue is removed, 2 flaps of skin and fat are cut from Donna's abdomen. These are shaped and inserted into the cavities created by the mastectomies, giving Donna new breasts.
It's difficult to imagine it, isn't it?
Yeah,
that,
it is,
that
I
literally
think.
just gets pulled down, so this line meets that line, and this is all gone up there.
The operation lasts twice as long as one where implants are used. It carries a bigger risk, but Ruth believes it's worth it.
If you have your own skin and fat, it's wonderful because it mimics breast tissue so well. It has the same consistency, it's warm, it just behaves like you because it is you.
Okay, so we have to tell you about the risks. There's a bit of a long list of risks. Okay, so there's a higher risk of blood clots. There's a risk of chest infections and things like that.
You're not selling these, right?
It's about time to go through all this, isn't it?
Okay. No, it's fine.
Okay.
A lot of surgeons tend to be big characters and be very, very confident. I don't think you necessarily have to be as sort of flamboyant as as some of the surgeons in the Dickie Bows kind of used to be. There's lots more down-to-earth people. You don't have to be from posh backgrounds. It's very important to be kind and compassionate and empathic.
I can't imagine even what it's going to look like after.
Yeah.
Just taking it as it comes, whatever.
Yeah.
I look like.
You'll look smashing, I'm sure we will.
Okay. You know your way back. It's not an easy choice. It's really hard. People say, you're making the right choice.
Whenever you're taking out cancer, you're trying to do it en bloc. If you start taking it out piecemeal, you leave bits behind, it all gets very messy. You'll feel a hard cancer and you cut around it, aiming for a centimetre all the way around it. Mallet, please.
They use a chisel and mallet to complete cuts in the bone.
Yeah. Okay. At the end of the day, I would say that a surgeon is a technician or a tradesman when it comes to the theatre. Yeah. I'm a carpenter because I cut bone. I am a plumber. Good stuck at the back there. I, maybe a bit of an artist because I do the soft tissue. Chisel, please. Thank you. But you're cutting up people's faces, you're doing incisions on the face. And so you've got to be kind of confident about where you're going and what your outcome's going to be.
The hip flap is carved and ready for transplant.
Looks stunning, doesn't it?
Sat moves to help Tim as he makes the final cuts around the eye so it can be removed, along with the tumour and upper jaw.
This is where I've got to get it right. So when you're just a short way away from the brain, you've got to be a little bit more careful.
Taking the eye out is really quite a tense moment because there's a direct communication between the eye socket into the brain, and this may result in a lot of bleeding at the time.
When you get a bleed from that, this bleed just kind of relentlessly fills the wound. Same in the bottom end here, thank you. But you've just got to get on. You can't afford to dilly-dally. You've got to make a decision and you've got to go for it, because if you don't, until it's out, blood's welling up and you can't control the bleeding. Stay as you are. Don't pull. No, stay as you are. And it always looks messy. Superficially, it looks as though you're tearing it out with your bare fingers, which realistically you probably are actually, but in a measured way. Good clean. specimen. So, there. Put that on one side, I think.
Teresa's upper jaw and her right eye have been successfully removed. A huge but necessary sacrifice for Teresa.
I don't think clearance-wise we could improve on that. Okay.
It's 3 p.m. and the operation has been running for 4 hours. But now Sat and Tim have to do what's possibly the most complicated part of the procedure.
We always have
Teresa's neck.
Is that a hole, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, bugger.
If the damaged vessel is connected, it will leak catastrophically.
Do you want to put a clamp on that in case it shoots up?
I'll grab hold of it here.
To salvage the artery, Tim needs to carefully cut off the section where the hole is.
May I have, please, the straight micro scissors, please?
Okay, you don't have a lot to play with, Tim.
I know. This is the thing about microvascular surgery. We do these 12-hour operations, and these vessels are delicate, and literally at any point, one simple mistake can jeopardize the whole operation. I'm just going to go for it, Sat. Okay, 4B clamp.
The defect is removed. Only now, the short blood vessel is even shorter.
When you're a bit short, it sort of adds to the tension if it doesn't reach.
It's going to be fucking tight.
The two vessels Tim has to stitch together are very fragile and only 1 to 2 millimeters in diameter, as small as a pinhead.
Now, if you just hold those together, Sat, I will cut. Can you hold them together?
Yeah, place them.
This is a bugger of a lie, isn't it? Can we get some different curved micros? I'm quite renowned in theatre for getting tetchy when things just aren't going quite to plan. Just to let you know, this is quite a tricky little bastard one, because it's short. Lovely. If you could stay like that. I'd pull a bit more on that one. No, don't move.
Sorry.
Don't move, everyone. Don't move. Stay still. Please work, because if it doesn't, I'm going to cry. I've not enjoyed that at all. Fantastic.
Tim successfully connects the flap artery to the artery in Teresa's neck.
Well done, Tim.
Well, yeah, that's very kind of it. I was sweating like a...
That was hard.
If it's working, that's all I'm bloody bothered about. Okay, so the vein's looking nice, it's not engorged. This is looking nice. The anastomosis looks a lot better than it should do. Okay, so... Doppler over here, I think.
They use a Doppler ultrasound scanner to check blood is flowing in the vessels.
Have we got the Doppler machine here?
Yep.
Okay.
The scan.
That is such a great thrill. That never goes away. Every time, it's a great feeling for me, and getting that job well done is really why I can carry on doing it. Okay, so we're done. Fabulous.
It's 4:30 in the afternoon. The last trays from the sterile instrument store are being dispatched to theatres for the final procedures of the day.
There you go, esophagus tray.
No, that's not what I need. An abdo tray. Oh my God.
Abdominal trays last then. That looks like the last one on the shelf then.
Oh, right, okay.
I just figure we need an amputation set. Because there's bone. They might cut through the...
Yes, for the neck they only use a miner to just lift up. So they can get in and lift up and then they pull it through there.
By now, over 110 different operations, from spinal surgery to lung transplants, have taken place. While in Theatre 23, after close to 6 hours, Sat and Tim are starting the final stage of Teresa's operation.
Sat, What have you got to do on your bit there?
Literally, we're just vessels, a teeny bit of cleaning, detach it, we're going to take it to the top end.
They're ready to try and rebuild her face with the flap from her hip.
At the moment, she's got this big hole. So the sole purpose of that flap is it'll create a new jawbone and roof of the mouth, so she won't have a hole here. The problem with these facial reconstructions is that quite often it can be right at the end that things start to go wrong. And we know that if we get it wrong, this will have lifelong ramifications.
The last thing you ever want is a patient who's cured of cancer, but wishing they'd never gone through the treatment because they can't live with their final result.
You can start thinking about disconnecting, yeah?
Sat detaches the flap from its blood supply at the hip.
I'm going to lift this muscle off. When you've detached the flap, it's just a lump of meat. It doesn't have a blood supply until you plumb it in at the top end.
Okay, could someone do the light for us?
Like in Donna's op, once the flap is moved, it needs to be connected to blood vessels. If that doesn't work, the reconstruction will fail.
Let's suck her on, please. So that's going to go palatal. Okay, I don't think I dare do any more.
No, I agree.
Before they work on the blood vessels, the flap needs to be fixed in place with a metal plate and screws.
Okay.
Have you got a drill bit? That looks good there.
And in Theatre 8, is so involved it requires 13 medical personnel. For Ruth, every procedure like this is personal.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2001. I had to go through that journey of the surgery and the chemotherapy, the radiotherapy. So I do understand what that diagnosis feels like, to be on the receiving end of it and having to make those decisions. And inevitably, that's part of my being a surgeon and how I treat my patients.
Okay, let's dance.
Whenever we discuss reconstruction with a woman, we have to say it's never 100%. So there will be times when this doesn't work and you may actually not end up with the reconstruction you were after. There's not that many women out there who are actually having to sit down and make that choice. The prospect of having both your breasts removed must be just enormous.
Hello. Hiya, I'm calling up for Theatre 3. Just wondering if you can get the next patient ready, please?
By late morning, the next wave of patients head to surgery.
Theatre doors are just here, so we'll let you say goodbye just before we go through.
In the QE's 42 theatres, everything from appendectomies to amputations are underway, as most surgeons start their second operation of the day. But in Theatre 23, they're still in the first stage of Teresa's facial operation.
Okay, have some skin hooks. In terms of Teresa's procedure, the likelihood of things going wrong is fairly high because of the complexity of the surgery.
To limit the time Teresa spends under anaesthetic, Sat and Tim operate on 2 different sites simultaneously.
Swap, please.
Sat on Teresa's hip, Tim on her face and neck.
Don't pull too hard, just stay nice and still.
They are both searching for the same thing, blood vessels that are essential to a successful reconstruction.
Clean swab, please.
Once the tumour is taken out, a flap of bone and muscle with blood vessels attached will be removed from Teresa's hip. The flap fits into the cavity created by the surgery. To keep the flap alive, its artery and vein are attached to another artery and vein in Teresa's neck. Everyone's anatomy is slightly different, so it's an intricate job to find and isolate the right blood vessels.
So on this side we've now got the artery and the veins joined together. Okay, so left flap is on.
So I'm just putting the last stitch in the vein.
Okay, so the blood flow to both flaps is working well.
With the vessels connected, Ruth inserts the tissue under the skin and begins shaping it into new breasts.
Right, okay. So we know that the mastectomy specimen was 900 grams, and we know the weight of the flaps about 1200. So we need just to get the same weight, we need to take 300 off. So what we're going to do is cut some off it now.
Getting the size and contours right is crucial.
Definitely at least a bit more to come. What plastic surgery is about is form and function. This is what we do. We restore form and function. So we've got the left flap tucked in and roughly in position. So now with this one, which is all good to go, we've taken a little bit off, but we're going to just try and tuck it in and sit it roughly where it wants to sit. Function is not just being able to pick up your cup of tea, it's being able to walk out the door and face the world. It's being able to go out and meet a partner without feeling embarrassed or, you know, wanting to hide yourself away. So the function is engaging with life again and being able to do those things with confidence. Although calculations say that that's not much smaller, I don't think we should make them smaller than that at the moment. I think that looks nice for her. When my girls were young and they used to say to my husband, oh, what is it that Mummy does? He says, oh, she cuts people up. And I said, no, that isn't true. I don't. I put people back together again. So all of this bit now is really about just shaping, trying to make things look nice, trying to make them look symmetrical and a good shape.
Donna's nipples will eventually be reconstructed using her own tissue, but only several months after surgery, when her new breasts have settled into place. Ruth and Kate can still do the groundwork.
We're going to end up with a circle of skin of the flap in the middle of the breast where ultimately we hope we'll be able to create a nipple for her. And I'm just going to draw that circle on here and then get rid of the rest of the skin that's underneath. Right, that all looks good.
Just need to take that edge off there.
Yeah.
I'm from quite an artistic family. My dad does a lot of painting, my brother's a sculptor, and I think the plastic surgery is kind of an extension of that, really. There's so much variability in the techniques that you can use to improve not just the aesthetic, but the...
I'm knackered. It's just a stress.
I don't think a patient can even comprehend what you're doing in theatre to them, or what life would be like without a reconstruction. And I suppose they come out of an operation not really knowing what they've been through.
She's actually, when you feel, she's got a great prominence. Not overdone at all. That stays like that. That's really nice.
Before making the final sutures, the duo want to use the Doppler again to double check the blood flow.
Sam, could you just indulge us with the Doppler for a minute as well? Cheers.
Have we got a signal, Si?
What the fucky ducky.
The scanner is not detecting a blood flow.
You're gonna have a look at this.
You're not happy with your pickup?
No, the Doppler's not working.
Without a blood supply, the flap will die in Teresa's face.
In a very small number of patients, it won't work out. And the patients will be significantly worse off than when you laid your hands onto them and operated. And you have to just keep on reminding yourself that, you know, you were doing it with the best intentions.
Amazing. Just keeping their nose, keeping the mouth open. Bloody hell.
What did they do? Close the mouth?
Fuck you now.
The unusual position of Teresa's jaw had been temporarily pressing on the blood vessels. It's 7:30 p.m. After 8.5 hours, Teresa's operation is over.
After a big operation, you would have thought to yourself, I'm going to go home, I'm going to go to sleep. You just don't. You just continue kind of buzzing, thinking about it.
I can't let go. I will often take my work home. I will sometimes wake up through the night thinking about, what could I have done differently? What will I do, etc. So it does affect me.
From a personal point of view, there are two really satisfying aspects. So the technical challenge of doing a major operation and it being a technical success.
No pulse.
Here's the tumor.
The odd thing is that they call me doctor.
You want me to pull the wire right now? No, don't touch a thing.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Johns Hopkins is one of America's greatest hospitals. These are the stories of the men and women who work there.
I think there's a lot of attending gossip about us.
Personally, I'm going through a difficult time. You gotta get your emotions under control.
You were acting like a boob.
Without a transplant, he will die.
They have a heart.
No way.
We have multiple gunshot wounds.
It's a war zone here.
I don't want to die.
I don't think anything really could prepare you for Baltimore. It's like a social nightmare in the city.
We're about to study male patient appears to be about 50 years old. We're not able to get a lot of information from family members. A very large amount of blood loss. Appears those traces coming out.
Yeah, it was a shock for me. Now I'm used to it.
Critical care for the rest 4 minutes. Male dope pack?
Oh.
Ed, how are you? Don't know where the blood is from.
Hi. Holy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was tons of blood.
Unknown downtime. Family says they found him in the bedroom with traces out.
Where's the blood coming from?
It looks like you caught a carotid pulling a tracer out of his
Oh man, that's gonna be tough, Marion.
Did you find tracer at all?
No. Anybody can anybody get me a line? There we go. What do we got?
No pulse.
Nothing. This is all scar tissue. Sometimes it's frustrating. It's like drowning. Martin, do you want to try to pass like a fixo?
Okay.
All right.
I have a right subclavian central line.
Okay, you've got drugs?
Yep.
So we've had 3 epi, 2 atropine. We have a good airway. We have a good line. I don't think that at this point there's anything else to do unless somebody else has an idea. Time, Kara. All right. 0016, time of death. Thank you. That was bloody. That was really bloody. The emergency department is stressful work and it's exhausting. And I think sometimes it really crushes you.
Okay, all right.
I'm getting too cranky. I really am. This is usually when I get in trouble, and then, 2 days from now I'll be sitting on Dr. Conti's couch being told, Avo, you can't call people stupid.
Avo's an interesting guy from multiple perspectives. He's kind of like that Mustang out there that, we're going to have to rope and to tame and to, put him in the right path.
I don't like doing 8 times what should be done right the first time. All right, Money, put on some good music so we can play. There are 6 of us in the cardiac office. In the resident's office, it's 3 years of training. So Joe and Steve are in their 3rd and final year. They're done. And then Brian is in the mid-year, and Torrin and I are just completing the 1st year of a 3-year fellowship. You get used to the fact that a lot of your social life happens within the walls of the hospital. So we were talking about Brad Pitt having BO? Yeah. Okay, what's the deal with staying in his tantric sex? He and his wife have like 6-hour sex or something like that? It's gotta hurt.
That sounds moderately uncomfortable. What's the plan for this afternoon?
Fort McHenry.
Today?
Yeah. Have you been?
Mm-mm.
You've never been?
I've never been.
Like, every time someone comes into town, I take them there.
We gonna go?
We have to go. Where are you guys off to?
We're going to get some lunch.
Say gang.
The entire cardiac residency.
He's the chair of the department. He's going to ground us now for leaving the hospital.
We're going to Fort McHenry. Watch.
Oh! Lovely Baltimore. Rust. Piles of crap. Cranes. Oh, here it is.
This little thing we're going to see describes the defense of Baltimore from Fort McHenry and how Francis Scott Key witnessed the event and wrote the Star Spangled Banner.
The OR called me. They want me to close the case. Hey Sue, it's Joe. I'm not in the hospital right now, but Torrin is. Can you call Torrin? I'm sorry. I left early today. I apologize to Dr. Cameron. I'm sorry.
He's gonna feel guilty.
He's gonna feel. What'd you say?
He won't enjoy this the rest of the day.
I know.
Okay, sorry, Sue. Bye. Damn.
You're gonna feel bad all year.
I am. I feel awful.
Did you get bust?
So the patient, Mr. Beatty, that we've been working up for this shortness of breath and expanding belly, we just got a CT of his chest and abdomen. Ooh, oof, look at all that. He is a smoker since he was 12. Oh, And what we see is he has liver cancer that's very advanced. He has a lot of fluid in his abdomen because now the cancer has taken over his liver. And before I tell this guy what's going on, he has a huge liver cancer, like it's almost his whole liver. And that is most likely malignant infusions. So I'm gonna have to tell him when it's gonna be unpleasant.
I can be with you if you need me.
Sometimes we find things that are concerning to us, but we're not sure exactly what the diagnosis is. You want to tell the patient everything, but you don't really have all of the facts. I'm gonna just close this off for a second while we just have a quick discussion. So today what we did, we saw some fluid in your belly when we first came in, right? And so then we sent you to get the pictures taken back in the CT scanner. And so what we see is that there is a growth in your liver. It could be a tumor. We can't say that for sure. And I think that what's happening is that the fluid in your belly is coming from that. So the plan from here is admit you to the hospital. The next step is to actually get a biopsy of this mass that we see to get a diagnosis. And that's the plan. We're not going to do any of these procedures down here because you are stable, you're in good shape, and so we'll let the medicine doctors upstairs take care of that part.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound good to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
Well, I mean, you guys are great, though. I mean,
Nice to take care of you.
in this case, the patient needs to be given time to adjust.
And just that was enough, I think.
I think it went very smoothly.
Okay, good.
It's inherent in general surgery residency. It should always be there all the time. Sue said all the residents are home right now. Oh, God. Okay.
Whose team are you on? Oh, I'm sorry.
All the residents went home early.
I know. Make it right. Make it right.
Dr. Cameron, not Dr. Cameron. Torrin's available. Dr. Cameron, all the residents went home early today. Thanks, Sue. Thumbs up on that one.
I already got lost in this hospital. She gonna be up to meet her. Home sweet home, home sweet home.
Earl has been a wonderful person in a problem child since we met him.
Yes?
Can you send me my nurse, please?
We don't answer calls between 6:30 to 8:30. This is a recording. What do you need?
My antibiotic needs to be turned back
Okay, as long as it's you.
on. All right.
Earl is in many ways, I think, a typical hot-headed 19-year-old. He's lost in that border zone between kid and adult. He's 19 and he's been through a ton.
Earl nearly died. He had dilated cardiomyopathy and was in shock when he came here.
As soon as I stepped out of bed and actually stood up, it hurt so bad I couldn't even say, Mama. So I just dropped to my knees and I was just feeling rubbing my chest in my room on my knees.
And then the doctor came out and says, you know, your son's in critical condition and you may want to call the rest of your family because it don't look like it's going to make it through the night.
We put a heart pump in Earl to keep him alive, but our goal has always been to do a heart transplant. We have an excellent donor that we found tonight, so we're going to do his heart transplant.
We're going to South Carolina to go find a heart for Earl Ingeman, our main man, who's been here forever and ever, waiting for his heart. So we're pumped.
They told me Franklin Square.
No, we're going to the airport. I was wondering why we're going this way, man.
Well, I must got the wrong team then.
We need you to take us to the airport. ASAP.
It's not my day.
This place around here, man. I'm back. Nobody done even care that I'm back.
So here we are the day of transplant, and unbeknownst to me, no Earl. Can't find him. Well, he went to get his hair braided.
I almost missed it. My mother's all up the tree waiting on. I mean, you should have heard her when she called me when I was at the shop. Where the hell are you? You know I got a heart for you. You need to go right now. I'm coming out. I'm like, shoot, man. I'm in 5 minutes away, you know.
We're going to cut the damn hair off so we don't have to worry about him going to the beauty parlor anymore. You're going to sign your consent. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. Yeah, only Earl would be the one to miss a heart transplant and get his hair done.
I made it.
Landed, hour and 20 minutes of air time, and unless you want to hear earlier, I'll call you as soon as Asha and I see the heart.
Okay. Kelly's just got the patient up there. She's just going to start putting lines in.
You ready to roll? We brought a wheelchair. Is that okay?
I think so. Why? Everybody.
Your hero.
I love you. Love you, teens.
Oh, we love you. We love you. We'll come see you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna come see you, okay?
I'm not kissing you, Earl, but...
All right.
No, give him parade.
Hi, how are you? Avo Maneshi. Nice to meet you.
Clinical director for the OR.
Hi, Avo Maneshi. Nice to meet you.
Although it seems obvious, it's critically important to make sure that an appropriate brain death declaration's been done, as well as that there's consent from the family that's documented. There's been some cases where that stuff hasn't been that clear, and some recovery teams have been charged with murder, actually.
It's my first run doing this thing from start to finish on my own, with his watchful eye. That's why it's different than my other time.
I'm all right. I'm all right, I think.
How's it going?
I didn't even get on yet.
You can't get on?
That girl's really bad.
That's a boy, actually. It won't let you log on? This job is helping other people. Even the youngest one understands that, but it's certainly not fair to the kids to not have somebody home at 5 o'clock every day. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, we're gonna go see Mr. Nelson. It's a case that Dr. Cameron and I are gonna operate on. He has an aortic arch aneurysm as well as a dissection that goes down all the way from his arch all the way down.
It's pretty serious surgery, I would say. I think there's only like 4 hospitals in the country that do this kind of an operation. It's a little scary.
The risks are bleeding, infection, anesthesia. The alternative is no operation.
And death.
Right. And most importantly, do you have any other questions at all?
I'd like to donate my body to science. Have you ever heard of anybody doing that?
Yeah. You just have to sign up and you donate it, and then you actually receive a monetary benefit for it.
If my body could do any good to anybody else, you know.
I'll look into it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, boss. See you later. My wife and I had marriage counseling. She doesn't want us to be married out of obligation to the kids or anything like that. I'm calling so I can just tell my nanny how long it's going to be, if it's going to be a long time. She's kind of said her part, and I've kind of said my part. My wife's out of town. She's got one of the kids. I got the other two on my own, that kind of gig. You know how it is. It's very easy for people to imagine, living without the other person because you've effectively been doing that.
Everything changes when you're no longer strangers in your favorite places. Get old.
I mean, you realize what's at stake and, what you stand to lose.
And your mom's coming?
My mom will be up here at probably about 9 o'clock tonight. She'll probably get to the hospital about 9:45.
Okay.
So go ahead and grab that thing. I'll kind of help guide you.
Hey, John.
Hey, man. You guys at the hospital yet?
Oh, yeah, we're here. Alvo's opening the chest. He's a big dude, but he's really muscular and long.
What are they taking?
You guys are taking everything in the abdomen, correct? Yes.
Do you want to ask them to give you an estimate of when they're ready to clamp?
How long do you think before your guys ready to clamp? Hour and a half. Okay. Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Wow. Well, we're all set upstairs.
All right, we'll call you back. These are all called multi-organ recoveries, and figuring out who goes first between the guys taking the heart and lung and the abdominal team. It takes a while. We're going to wait till around 8 to let them start over there. So the hurry up and wait aspect of transplantation. It's a drug.
Money.
Nice.
I'm thinking surgery was not the way to go. I'm thinking spelling bee moderator would have been the career of choice.
You might be a little funny when you have your sedation. I think last time you told me that you loved me. Do you remember that? You're saying you don't remember that? Because I've been banking on that.
Amber and I have known each other for so long. We have great kids, but we have a lot of issues to sort out. And, we need to spend some time talking.
I bet a good percentage of presidents that start married don't end up that way. I think that's kind of ridiculous. We were married and had children before you started your residency. Right. And then if you take that and then you put in, 100 hours a week and you're sleeping in the hospital every third night, and then the other nights you're not guaranteed to be home, and after a certain amount of time that just gets wearing.
But I think things are a lot different now with the 80-hour work week. I think...
Did you just say the 80-hour work week?
But the new residents.
Okay, right. Because you have never worked an 80-hour work week. That's funny, babe. The 80-hour work week. You were a total idiot for about those 12 months. No. You were acting like such a moron.
I think that a lot of that was the culmination of a lot of events that took place.
Yeah, just kind of, the marriage kind of just we were not focusing on each other. I'm not saying it was all your fault, but you were acting like a boob.
I mean, come on, you weren't exactly pristine either.
I mean, come on.
Deep inside, you are still there trying to hide. And I'm a little boy on your side. You are still there trying to hide. And I'm a little boy on your side.
To hear more of the music from Hopkins, go to hopkins.abcnews.com.
I'm just clumsy. I like the personalities of the people that I work with. Karma. There's not a lot of dating. It just doesn't go on in our department. You sin, I trip. The residents don't sleep with the attendings. The residents don't sleep with the nurses. We're all, I think, very professional with one another.
If I told you all of my secrets, gave you all of my love, would that make me a better friend then? Would that make
And she's fun to hang out with. She likes to go out at times and will complain about not being able to meet a man, which I think is absolutely ridiculous because she's beautiful, she's intelligent, and she's very fun to be with.
When I went to med school in the South,
I'm actively trying to set her up with some of my friends who I think would be very happy to meet Anne.
it's okay.
John Hopkins, Raptor facility, 9 minutes, 13-year-old female restrained passenger involved. We'll see you in about 8 minutes.
We are going up to the helicopter to get this PEDS patient. And I'm going with Dr. Charlie Brown, and it's his birthday today.
Rear seat passenger at NBC, positive LSC. Oh, 2 teeth knocked out. So I'll stick them right back in. What's the story?
Hi, this is Brittany. She's 13, restrained rear seat passenger. Her vehicle got struck. She must have struck her face on either the back of the seat or something in the car.
Okay.
Knocked out 2 of her front teeth.
And her teeth with us?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Are you Dad? Hey, I'm Dr. Brown. Good to meet you. All right, we'll take good care of you, okay? If the teeth are intact, you can put them back in place, re-implant them if you get them in time. So the key is to get it within the first hour to hour and a half, and the longer you wait, the less likely they'll actually stay.
They actually grow back?
Yeah, if you get it within like an hour, hour and a quarter, then you can actually save them.
They regenerate?
Yeah, they can reattach, yeah.
I'm going up to Nelson 6, please. My son, he's just been taken into surgery for a heart transplant, so I need to get up there ASAP.
This is the kid, I don't know if you remember, but his goal in life was to be a porn star. Dr. Conti has already started the procedure. Of course, he was 17, he thought that, sounded cool. I'm gonna go in there, help him open, and Dr. Shaw should be arriving soon with the heart.
Hey, it's Avo. Dr. Conti's in there with you? Can you tell him we're going to be cross-clamping in about 10 minutes?
That was Avo. So you're cross-clamping in 10 minutes.
Great. We'll put the clamp on, we'll arrest the heart, we'll give our little preservative solution. We'll divide all the big arteries and veins that we've been getting around the first time we were in there. And then we'll take the heart and run. And hopefully plug it into Earl and watch it crank.
Everything's fitting in the normal position.
Do you guys have the teeth, anybody? I do. You have them? Yeah, you got milk? Just to keep it clean for now before we put it back in. Sweetie, open your mouth for me. At some point, we're gonna have to try and put your teeth back in, okay? And that's gonna give you the best chance to keep them.
How do you do that?
There's just a little hole, and we're just gonna push it right back in. So this is the front one. Okay.
Oh!
Open up. One more. Okay, it's all in, sweetie. They're just sitting in there, okay, and they could fall out again. So I need you to bite down on the gauze I'm going to give you, okay? Okay, good. Are you biting down a little bit? Mm-hmm. That's perfect. So we got her teeth and put them back in. And then at some point, the surgeons are going to have to put some sort of temporary brace across her teeth to make sure that they stay in, okay? Okay. But you did a good job getting the teeth and bringing them in. All right? Thanks. Okay.
I don't want to go to school like this. They're still going straight?
Yeah, they'll be straight.
And I'm not going to need braces?
Hopefully not.
If I do braces, I'm going to die.
No, you won't. Say that.
They make braces so you can't see them.
Hello? Excuse me. I'm trying to get to cardiac SICU. Hello? Hi, excuse me. I'm Earl's mom. Earl Ingerman. They took him into surgery. Can you tell me where I have to go?
7th floor.
7th floor.
Yeah, you got that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's so great. We're so happy to hear.
I know. We was like, oh, yes, it's happening.
Okay. I didn't hear a word she just said. 7th floor.
Sorry. Where is the aortic cross clamp?
I need a cross clamp.
So as soon as they vent, we go, right?
Yep. You can lollygag all you want before the cross clamp goes on and the heart comes out. Cross clamp is on.
Clamp is on.
Give. Start perfusing, please. Ice for the heart for us. Quickly.
Get a little more slush, please.
Yeah, we need a lot more ice. As soon as that heart is out of the body, the clock starts, and you can't have any holdups. It's got to be efficient and move, move, move. Everybody, you guys got to start changing. Go change now. Everybody go change now.
It's been a year to the day that Earl's been sick, and it's like, you know, I've been praying for this moment, and it's come. And I'm here.
I can get you guys to the ambulance back.
Our plane's not going to be able to fly if we don't get there in about 20 minutes. Due to the FAA regulations. The only person that screws is Earl. That's who it screws. How long will it take with lights and sirens to get back to the airport? 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Call the pilot. Tell we're going to be there in 7 minutes.
If we miss this 9:30 plane, there's not another one till 11, which means an hour and a half of wasted time when the heart's just sitting here, which is a major issue.
We don't have an airplane that's going to come until 11, which is totally unacceptable. And our previous airplane left, and now time matters.
To see previous episodes of Hopkins, go to hopkins.abcnews.com. Hopkins continues.
I actually should be out of here at a reasonable time tomorrow. And then, you know, I was going to come home and go with you guys to the game and stuff. And I thought maybe we could just talk after the game. Amber and I are working hard at it. Some days there's more hope, and other days there's less. All right. Bye. If you're going to try to salvage things, then that's when a relationship needs extra time. When you don't have the time to place towards a relationship, it's easy to slip back into the discouraged side of things. Unfortunately, we have a bunch of cases today, and they're actually calling me the OR now. Do you have any questions or anything?
I'll be like 100% when I get out of here.
Hopefully, yeah. That's the goal.
A little nervous.
That's normal.
Yeah.
If you weren't nervous, then that would make me nervous, because that means that you're not normal.
Great. Maybe get another year out of his body or something.
You're getting all new 2007 parts, so hopefully
That's right.
it'll be even longer. So what we're going to do for Mr. Nelson today is he has an aneurysm of his aortic arch. We're going to replace this guy's aorta, which is the tube that comes off his heart, replace it all the way from basically just above his heart, all the way around and distal to where it's hanging down.
All right, let's give a liter of cold blood cardioplegia.
Penetrating towel clip to me, please. We do what's called hypothermic circulatory arrest, which is where we will put the patient on the heart-lung machine and we'll cool them down to about 18 degrees Celsius. And then at that point, we empty the patient's blood out so that we can work in what's called a bloodless field.
What we do is use a high potassium solution, which causes the heart to stop beating.
I'm still a little concerned that our thermal pressure is a little lower.
During the circulatory arrest, you're on the clock to get all your work done in about 30 to 60 minutes. Anything past that point, you're going to end up with other end-organ damage or especially brain damage to the patient.
Mm-hmm. All right, Jim, go back up to 4-liter flow now. We are perfusing the body and the brain now. We're at full flow.
Once we start to rewarm, we go ahead and take the cross tip off. It allows normal blood to go back in the coronaries. The heart will start beating again.
You can warm now to 28.
That's excellent.
Brian, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, that went well. That case went really well. From our standpoint, from the heart standpoint, he should do quite well and should be fine.
This is insane.
We're going to try to hijack the abdominal team's plane.
We've got a team. Well, we're taking a team already. We're just waiting for them to come back.
I know, but those guys can wait like a day.
They have another day they could wait.
Honestly.
You can speak to the surgeon on their team, correct?
They can take our plane or whatever. The one that's coming at 11, that'll work out for okay for
You're not going to be here till 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us.
Tell us, Dr. Conti, do you know what time they left? If you hear from them, have them call me because I want to get started. As soon as they land, I want to go on pump and start taking his heart out.
So everything's going fine. He was a happy camper going in the OR, and he went right to sleep, and we put the lines in. They started the surgery. Now we're kind of in, how we do this ping pong thing with the donor site. It's a good heart. Everyone was very excited about it, so, things are going just as planned, but it's going to be a long night.
It's actually on the way back for us, so it's actually fine for us. So I'm sure we'll be on the way very shortly. So.
I'm deeply indebted and grateful that these pilots actually came out to see what was going on and have helped us. So it's huge.
He's exposing the device right now. This is the ventricular assist device that was keeping this young man alive. In a guy like Earl, when these things start to grow in, it gets very, very difficult to take out. By going, a millimeter this way or that way, we can kill somebody very easily. Tell you, man, this is I hate doing this. I really hate this.
I'm about at that point where I'm like gonna vomit. I think there's a lot of attending gossip about us.
Yeah.
Like, things get around so fast about me. I mean, I don't know about you, but I hear stuff come back to me within a day or two.
Wow.
The one time I had a bad experience, my attending got on the phone, he was like, I'm your boss, and I'll have whoever I want call you consults in.
Nice.
So. What the hell is happening? Oh, she's manic. She's my patient. Do we have medication?
She's already had some, but we can give her some more.
Yeah, can you get me 10 of Haldol, 25 of...
10, 25 of 2?
The patient attacked one of the psych nurses at the nurses' station.
Best of Baltimore, baby. Best of Baltimore.
She came after her like this and started pulling her hair out.
Are you putting your hands on people? What's wrong?
Sir, she's manic. She's psychotic, so there's no point in having this conversation with her right now. I mean, I don't know why we're bringing the police officer in.
She says she wanted to press a charge. I don't know why.
Against the patient? Well, then she can do it when the patient's not psychotic.
If she's got any kind of mental diagnosis or mental disorder, then charges can't be pressed against her.
Okay, well, she's psychotic.
Okay.
Give me scissors.
That yellow thing?
You're kidding me.
Oh, no.
So where we are right now is we're waiting to hear that they're getting close, and when they get close, probably when they touch down on the ground, we'll go on pump and we'll take the rest of this out.
Hey, it's Avo. We just landed. Tell Joe everything looked beautiful, and we'll be there in 20 minutes or so.
Okay, the VAT is off.
The VAT is off.
We're on our one machine now,
Okay.
and the heart has arrived in town. This is it.
It's gonna be okay.
For more on Hopkins doctors, go to hopkins.abcnews.com.
That was almost a disaster.
Still not over yet. God forbid we get in a car accident, they haven't passed the point of no return quite yet.
Here's his heart attached to the machine.
But they will pretty shortly.
We got the wire cutters, the heavy cutter. Don't pull just so we don't tear the liver capsule.
The scariest part for me is when they actually have to take that heart out of his chest.
Here it is. Sucking blood out, pumping it out through.
So they're all set to go. Sounds like they've been waiting for us. Are you ready for it, Dr. Khan?
This is sterile.
It is sterile. It's the only thing sterile. The whole thing can just come straight out.
Oh, the whole thing's sterile.
Yep. Really, the best part's going to be watching that thing come back to life. The rest of it is cool, but nothing's quite like that.
Okay, head down, please. There's always that brief moment when we take that clamp off. We want to know, is it going to work or is it not? Lidocaine is in, and steroids are in. Steroids are in.
Here we go, just a moment.
Cross clamp off.
All right, so you can see the heart's pinking up.
Okay, time it.
Okay, so we're going to take this heart and try to get it out of ventricular fibrillation by shocking it. Trying. Again. Heart's starting to beat. Heart's starting to beat. Very good.
Okay, A-wires.
We'll see how it works.
Nice job tonight, guys. I tell you, these things don't get any easier. In this situation, we did okay, but, you know, those of us that do this always live in fear of the day that it doesn't go so well. And, you know, getting the pump out, you know, can be treacherous.
He's comfortable, he's asleep. We're gonna go to the ICU. You can see him in about an hour, okay? But he's doing okay. So we're gonna go ahead and go get him settled. Okay? About an hour.
But it's done.
We're gonna go see Mr. Nelson real quick. He's doing well. He's already left the ICU, so he's doing great. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Just take a look at your incision here. A little bit of drainage at the top, huh? That looks okay. How's your voice quality? Less hoarse, you think?
Oh, yeah.
All right, what can I do for you?
Got everything I need.
Okay, boss.
Right now it's 5 o'clock on Saturday. We're headed over to Steve Yang's house. He's the guy I've been working with for the past 6 months. He's having an end of the year party just to thank all the staff and all the residents that have worked with him.
You understand right here, I'm so uncomfortable. I don't understand.
I personally want to thank everybody for their hard work this year. And this party's really for Brian and Amber. Brian sort of slaved over me for the last 6 months, and it's really one of these bonding things. I want to thank you, Amber, for letting me borrow Brian all these hard nights and long weekends. And Brian's such a wonderful person, and I think both of you are so lucky to have each other. I really admire you for not only the hard work you put in, but also for the way you take care of your family. So again, we all want to thank you, Brian, for such a great 6 months, and good luck for that cardiac stuff.
Thanks, boss. Enjoyed it. I told Amber, you run a great service.
Yeah.
And
he said it's his best 6 months yet. Seriously.
Well, I've been here 8 years, so I've pretty much seen it all at this point.
You're seeing residents come in with a lot of children. The wife has to sort of understand the life of the surgeon, but especially with his wife Amber, who's probably just as busy as he is. It cuts both ways.
He's at least been happy. I haven't seen him a whole lot, but when he's been home, he's been happy. 12 more months. In 2 weeks.
Can I have a cell phone now?
It's just never enough, is it, right? You need more. you know, we're back together and we've never been better. And, you know, I think all this has just made us stronger. There was a time there where things were looking really ugly, but fortunately we've had a lot of good talks. More importantly, we had some time in order to try to fix all that. You know, I think when you go through difficult times, extremely difficult times, you know, the bonds end up actually growing stronger rather than weaker.
Big dog have it? I'm going home now. I can't wait.
Earl is the one we're looking for. The teenager that just had the heart transplant.
I told you he's skipped.
He might be on his way back up.
I was thinking the same thing.
He thinks he could run again.
I'm going to find him.
The Sarge is looking for him.
He knows that he's not supposed to be leaving the room because he's a heart transplant and he needs some medications that he really needs to be monitored for.
You're in trouble, Buster.
JS coming downstairs.
No. You can't go off the floor.
Wow.
No, you cannot. You're a different level of care until we downgrade you. You can't go off the floor.
He ain't coming out. Let's stay up there for what? He came looking for me, steal me back.
You know you're wrong.
Why?
Because you're a transplant. You don't belong off the floor.
Nobody ain't came and tell me nothing, right? The hospital's in there. Have I had a transplant before?
You don't have a bad anymore. Be quiet.
Have I had a transplant before? Oh, thank you.
Hey, Errol, we're gonna send you to the principal's office, okay?
I just want to live and have a normal life. I want to reproduce a lot. Because I want to have kids, get married someday. I also want to go to college. So I mean, just want to live, you know.
Coming up on Hopkins.
These probably might be collateral damage.
I don't know what kind of gun can do that.
They know something they're not telling us.
Who's the guy that gets all the chicks? That's right, Ariel. This is his French dance partner.
Oh, way too close. Got to slow down. His heart is very large.
What the hell happened? A third of the kids die.
To purchase Hopkins on DVD, log on to the
Something's wrong with the baby's heart.
I think we're going into the unknown here.
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy kiss off more nurses than you on rounds.
Oh, really? Are you asking me out in front of this camera?
Cold flu, C-code team.
Anyone feel a pulse?
Got nothing.
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know. You're everything that I
Mr. Master, no, go ahead.
27-year-old male. Unnoticed he was hit by a car. He's got facial trauma, access in both arms.
This guy was heavily intoxicated. He was found down, so we don't know if he has a bleed in his brain. We don't really know what's going on. Our main concern is to protect his airway. Traumas are really nerve-wracking for me.
You're not, okay? How old is he?
27. I don't even know how I got into this residency program. I don't have like an Ivy League background or anything.
Relax.
Okay.
What's your name, buddy?
What do you want to do for airway?
Go ahead and intubate him.
You have suction nearby? You want to are you good on that neck?
I see the cords. Can you do 2, please?
Okay. Make sure you see it going through the cords. You see it go through?
I just want to see if I can see the cords again. I could see them. Here, I could definitely see the cords. People say I'm too nice all the time. People run over me whenever, if I let them. Would you like me to go ahead and
Yeah.
remind me heading anesthesia?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, do you have like the entitled CO2 detector?
I didn't get it the first pass, but, you know, the patient's stable. I deserve another chance.
You happy with your breath sounds? It's my job to take care of the patient and the patient's airway. It's not my job to teach the resident.
This was a trauma that I was supposed to be in charge of, so I feel like this intubation was just kind of taken away from me.
I would have given Pina another turn, and then if Pina had difficulty, I would have then performed the intubation myself.
I'm never going to get over this night. Never. It's going to haunt me forever.
It's not cockiness, it's confidence. The more experience you have, the less likely you should be to make mistakes.
Morning. It's 6:30. We're getting a little started a little bit late. We're usually around between 6 and 6:30. Late. It's always good when you yourself show up late to call everyone else out on being late.
If I had the choice between getting on a plane tonight and flying to Bermuda for a week, all expenses paid, and doing a transplant, I would go to the hospital and do the transplant. That's how much I love it.
You ready for the Mr. Energy? So Friday morning, big meeting, quality assurance. This is where we
talk about all the bad things that D-Bar did.
basically talk about all the things that John didn't take care of as administrative chief resident.
If you've ever spent 5 minutes with D-Bar, you know that the only way to really calm him down would be to give him, a tranquilizer because he's got so much energy.
So this is a very big day for the cardiothoracic service. Now we're going to do a heart and 2 lungs, all from the same donor in 3 separate operating rooms simultaneously.
My name is Daniel DiBertino. Today I'll be giving the gift of life via lung.
My Siamese twin arrives in street clothes. So listen, this kind of sucks that you had to come in today.
No, it's okay.
You're going to do 1 recipient.
Yeah.
So, and I want to split the lung when we get back.
Sounds good.
It never ceases to be awesome. I mean, a transplant is just one of those things that we do a lot here, but no matter how many you do, it's still awesome. Yeah. We have both our recipients today that are going to split single lungs from the same donor. They're both in the emergency room. First, we're going to meet Mary White. She is a lady with a progressive degenerative lung disease. Hi there.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, it's nice to meet you too. I apologize. This is our first meeting. I know you have. I know. I appreciate that. You got a firm handshake. You're ready, aren't you?
I am so ready. It's a nice, beautiful, healthy pink lung.
Well, we haven't had a chance to look at it yet. That's one of my jobs today. Is I'm going to go take a look.
I feel in very safe hands. I really do.
Well, I'm going to work real hard to make sure that this works as best as it can. All right.
Thank you.
All right. I'll see you later. Okay.
All right. You sure will.
They're all so sweet. By the time they get to this point, they're just. I mean, I can't imagine what that's like. They're all just waiting around for a phone call. It's like unbelievable.
You look wonderful. Yeah. You look wonderful. I look ready.
You do.
Beautiful day to get lungs. Absolutely.
I never thought it was going to happen,
So Maureen Bishop has severe emphysema, and she's been waiting like 5 years for a lung transplant.
Hey, Dr. D's back.
Dr. D.
We're just getting ready to leave in a few minutes.
You're going to take me with you?
No, you are not coming. You're staying here.
Okay.
The timing is a little up in the air with these things.
Okay.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Get on that plane. Get on that plane.
You already on your way to me.
Well, very shortly.
Plane, boss.
Cece, we're going to be on that plane, I promise you.
It's Dr. D, and he's going to harvest my lung. There's another patient here waiting for the other one.
Here we go.
Did I tell you about the psych fellow? I told you about the guy that I thought that was like so cute. I ran into him.
Oh, you told me. And what happened?
Nothing. I was just like...
You just said that. Or you stared at him?
I didn't stare at him. I said something dumb and ran away. Ronak and I, this is our last time working together. We're the Patel duo. Everyone says it's like the Smith of India. Definitely no prospects. Not even looking. My parents, it used to be very important to them that I marry someone that's Indian. Now they're just like, for the love of God, just get married. They don't even care. I think they would be happy, I have a job, I'll be able to support myself, I'll be able to support them.
That was fine. You met that goal once you went to med school. It's like, okay, she's successful, check, box. Now it's like marriage, check.
My cousin's wife took me to go meet this guy that was reading my fortune. He's like, she'll get married by October. And I'm like, there's no way. What are you talking about? My boards are in October.
Something really unfortunate happened to somebody, a couple 100 miles away, and you have an opportunity to turn that into 3 patients having their lives changed within a 12-hour span, and it's just incredible.
We got the call at about 9:30 this morning. I've never come this far before, so
Hopefully it's the real thing. It feels like the real deal.
I was out this morning when she actually got the call, and she had called me and was unable to get me.
We were on our third date, to tell the truth. We were on our third date, and this is where Mary decided to bring me so her mom could come down and get a lung transplant.
Yep.
Best third date I've ever been on.
Mary Ann's one of the best people I've ever known. Even though she is my wife, I still think she's the best person I've ever known. And she was a widow at age 35. And she brought up 4 kids by herself. I went to get a root canal, and she happened to be working there, and she gave me her telephone number. And that was the beginning.
All right, let's go.
Your helicopter going?
Always a plane for transplant.
Does it have to be a female or a male? Does it matter?
No, it makes no difference. Women probably have stronger lungs.
We love you, Dr. D.
So I'm going to go on the harvest and one of the cardiac surgery trains as well. We're going to take all of the organs at once. How you doing? I'm Daniel DiBardino from Cardiothoracic. Nice to see you again.
The fate of 3 people rests on Daniel DiBardino.
Police officer shot during a robbery attempt. Shot on the right jaw. Also a gunshot wound to his right wrist.
Joining your arrival. That's General up.
A police officer was stopping a burglary and got shot in his face. If the bullet trajectory is towards the brain, then it's going to be a lot more serious than if it's across the face.
1, 2, 3.
A 32-year-old male police officer, robbery attempt, was shot what they appear to be 2 times, one on the right wrist, which appears to be a through and through, and just under the right side of his lower jaw.
Got shot here too.
The left pinky, basically.
Blood loss estimation was about 300 cc's by EMS. Pain right now is about a 7 out of 10.
Breath sounds are full and equal bilaterally. His airway is intact. He has a palpable femoral pulse.
You're doing all right, buddy.
Looks like the hands went up just to protect himself. You know, got shot here, then shot again. You know, come here, come across here. Lucky. You know, it's a matter of inches or centimeters.
Can you go down with him?
I'll stay up here. It's okay.
No, stay here.
There was a robbery of a 71-year-old taxi driver. My husband was just the first on the scene to respond. He was ambushed. I just can't picture my life without my husband.
And I'll wait for you till the last star is gone, whispering words of hallelujah.
All right, get the chest tube stuff ready to go.
I don't think I look like I'm in my 30s yet. Like, some people don't even think I'm a doctor.
All I know is some guy with a stab wound to the left side of his chest.
There's this one patient that I had. He was like 22. And he's like, oh, hey, sweetheart, come back. I was like, I'm old enough to breastfeed you. Like, stop calling me sweetheart. I introduced myself to you as a doctor twice. Oh, God, I was so annoyed.
Put your hands in question check. 35-year-old male. He has a stab wound, single stab wound to his left side of his chest around T8, between T8 and T9.
All right, anyone see anything down there? Anything? Look at his axilla. Look. Okay, rolling back. His trachea's midline.
He's saying you can't breathe.
Okay. Okay. All right, can we get the chest tube set up? Ready to go? We're getting a SAT in the mid-90s. Going up. I feel right down to the ribs. Spread hard. Then check right over the rib on the top of it. He's got a 1 centimeter stab wound.
Yeah, there's another hole, but it's under a rib.
Okay, so someone else is taking care of that dressing.
¿Qué pasó? I'm a barber. I was at work. I was there with my wife.
Who does he think stabbed him?
Señor, pero ¿quién lo apuñaló a usted? She did. We were arguing.
I guess him and his wife were at a barber shop earlier that day, and they were arguing about something. Did you hear what happened? She stabbed him with a kitchen knife. I'm not laughing. I'm really not.
No,
but that's really.
It's not funny.
You?
For his what?
Don't mess with your woman. That's all I gotta say.
We've got our recipients back at the Brigham that are waiting on news from us to see what these lungs look like.
We're just a bit worried about the integrity of the lungs. We're just going to see what they're like.
There's nothing more frustrating than a dry donor run. To have to come back and tell those people that you don't have anything for them is just terrible.
I'm waiting now to hear from one of my surgeons that the donor lung is acceptable for me.
Because they could cancel out at any time, so they say, and it has happened. We're just hoping against hope that it'll go all the way.
Trying to keep all the emotions in check. Freaking out a little bit on the inside, definitely. Just really anxious to just get that it's a go.
I hate propeller planes. Oh, God.
It's a long team.
Yeah, of course it is. I hate propeller planes because they're louder and they move around a lot more.
This journey was a long journey. I'm gonna fight to stand up and breathe again, and walk.
If anything goes wrong, you fight.
I have the will to live.
Don't let anything go wrong.
Not on this end.
Yeah, hi, it's Dr. DeMoya. I need to book a case. Police officer involved in a burglary got shot.
So I don't have a bullet in me somewhere, right?
I don't know. We're going to get a CAT scan to make sure that there's no fragments or anything that went up into his brain. Then we'll get him to the operating room.
This is the bullet here. There's no impact in the brain, no fragment that went up there.
No, but his whole mandible is shattered.
What's the worst mandible I've ever seen?
I'm Dr. DeMoya. I'm one of the trauma surgeons here. Hi, very nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you. Has anybody talked to you about what his injuries are yet?
Just first little break.
He's got a bullet lodged in the bottom of his jaw.
Okay.
It came down just underneath his cheekbone and then hit his jaw. It's a pretty bad fracture.
So we're here for our 2 lungs. Hopefully our donor is okay. We won't know till we get there. Actually, we won't know until we get in the operating room.
John Daniel, I work with Dr. Camp and the whole crew here.
Hi, Dr. Daniel.
Who are these lovely ladies?
These are my Yaya.
Oh, the Yaya sisters. Oh, okay. And then there's some traveling pants involved too or something. And then
No, that's a different story. These are my 30-year-old friends.
Really?
Only so many of us can commit to town. Yeah.
So we're still waiting to hear more information. John Daniel. Hi, John. Nice to meet you. Who's this man with this strong handshake? That's me.
This is the man with the magic words.
And this is your famous bride here, the
This
VIP.
is the famous bride,
Okay,
yes, yeah.
Great. We still need more information from the other end about the quality of the lungs, so they're still gathering all that data for us. We'll let you know as we move along. Thanks for getting dressed up for us today, too. That's awesome.
This is New Hampshire tuxedo.
Oh, that's right.
Are you the person we're meeting? Okay. So we're going to take a close look at both lungs, and then lastly we'll open the chest and actually feel what they look like. And so everybody back home is waiting. A lot of these donors are my age. It's awful.
We're going to speak with the family of a patient who was a policeman that was shot in the face and came in overnight. The plan for today is to do the repair of his mandible.
I just want you to see what we're going to be doing. So the number one thing is to restore function of his jaws, because that's how you eat, that's how you talk. The bullet went through this way, and then the bullet's lodged down here. But the first step is we're going to remove the bullet. Yeah. And then the second step is to get the mandible, or the lower jaw, in one piece. The way we'll do that is we'll make a neck incision down to the bone, and then put a reconstruction plate across it. The incision does put the nerve that gives the lower branch movement at risk. Okay? Okay. I know, it's hard. I know. And trust me, I don't think anyone should be having this conversation with me, but so many things went in his favor.
He could be dead. That's what the doctor told us. It was millimeters, and he could be gone, and this could be a funeral. How can I hurt an entire family for $50?
Some say that life you can't rewind, even when time is on your side.
We're going to roll both patients back, but we're not going to put them to sleep till we get more information. So we're waiting to get more information back about the lungs.
Celebrate when you get out of here.
And as soon as they give us the word, we'll move both patients back into the operating room.
Okay, come up in here. Hey, Dr. Metheny, here's our gas cooking. And these lungs look good. 401, that's what we're talking about. All right, that is fantastic.
D-Bar.
Hey, the good word is good word, so we're good to go.
Sounds good. So let's go ahead and have them move the patients back.
We'll take good care of her, okay? So this is
It's going to happen the way it's supposed to happen. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay.
I love you, Eddie. I know so much.
I'll be here when you get out. Be right here.
Felt kind of lousy in the past couple of weeks, and I was afraid I wouldn't make it to get a donor, but God bless you, donor, whoever you are. Oh my.
Hey, LBK, it's Maria. Poor Phil and his family. I mean, he left just to go do his job and to end up shot in both wrists and then get shot in the face on top of that is heartbreaking.
Police officers are volunteering, so there's a police officer here for 24 hours. Last night we had a hallway full of police officers, and it's pretty much been like that the whole time. We appreciate every single one of them.
Just to show us solidarity for Phil, his family, and for the Framingham Police Department.
Makes it bearable.
Well, take care of your own.
The plan for today is to do the definitive repair of his mandible. It was shattered, so take those pieces, align them, and plate it in place. So he'll be able to open and close his mouth.
We're doing the right side, and the bullet should be in that area.
My husband went to the courthouse because they're arraigning the people that did this. I'd have gone to court if it wasn't that he was being operated on today, because I want to look at them. I want to see why. What makes them so different that they would do something so horrendous?
It went very well. They're locked up. They'll be locked up until they have the trial, and then they'll be locked up after that too.
Could you imagine how that poor family felt when they got the call at like 3 in the morning? We're going to work towards the bottom of the incision so that we're even farther away, protecting our nerve. Stay low for me. So you see, I keep stepping the wound down this way. The biggest risk is really the nerve. So if you push the one segment, no, back. You're scaring me. Oh, don't do that. Never do that.
You just never know what's going to happen. It's been tough. I'm looking forward to just hearing his voice again. I want to go home, and I want to take my husband home.
Hi, everyone. Bye.
How you doing, Chris? You there with me?
Yep.
We've been waiting a long time, huh?
So we're going to proceed. We have both patients getting into the rooms. They're going to go ahead and induce them with anesthesia and put them to sleep, and we're going to get started.
We just have to do a few last-minute things with the heart and lungs to be able to actually put the clamp on the aorta, which is the time of death, if you will. And this is the point now where I just want to get these lungs and get the hell out of here. It's time to go. Another team's going to take the heart, and then we'll go in and take our lungs. The heart's got to come first because it's in the way of a lot of the things we have to get at to take the lungs out. All right, heart's out. My turn. Gentle ventilation for the time being. The lungs look beautiful. Man, these lungs look good. Wow. All right, so that went very well. We're happy. We have 2 lungs that are together right now. We're going to take them back to the brim.
Igor. Yeah, we have both patients in the room.
We're getting in the ambulance now. So 15 minutes on the ground, 1 hour in the air, and 15 minutes on the ground. So we'll be walking through the door in an hour and a half.
If the pilot's flying slowly, just, nudge him on the shoulder.
All right, lights and sirens, right? No, we're not kidding. So this is a pair of human lungs. Yeah. They are absolutely, waiting on us, so we got to get there. We have no guarantee that either one of these lungs is actually going to work. I know that's a terrible thing to say after all the work we've done, but, until these things are in the patient and they're working, there's still a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, it's really busy. Just calling consults left and right and putting in orders and trying to do procedures. I feel like I'm someone that has to continuously work on my confidence. It's one of those things, if you show a little bit of weakness, people will like prey upon that. So you have to really hold your own.
Hold blue, eating cold team, main pike, B building, exit 7.
On 2.
What is it?
Dialysis unit code.
Yeah, that'd be good. Should anyone have an ABG get off the car? Yes.
1 milligram of epi, 1 of atropine. Where'd my tube go? Where's our ES? It's easier to do crowd control in the emergency department because it's kind of like your turf. So when I step out of the emergency department, it's much harder. Stylet and then a swing. Can you get me an LMA from the... Can we get another epi and atropine? Who's drawing meds? There are like 50,000 people that knew the patient that showed up at this code. It was a disaster. All right, hand me the tube, hand me the tube. I need the...
First thing we noticed is that the...
Sorry, hold the tube again, I lost the...
started seizing, right? You looked at you was seizing.
When you can't intubate her, it's better to ventilate.
I never got the tube through.
We needed somebody with more expertise in airway, and because of the delay, she's going to suffer.
So when I first got here, obviously she's obese, and they were saying that she was difficult to ventilate.
So
They're
you
like,
don't
where's
get an
anesthesia?
attending coverage?
We don't get attending coverage, no.
And this is major. It's really not acceptable.
I understand, but I had asked for anesthesia the minute I got here.
So I need to know who's your attending, and I need to talk to him.
When we criticize residents as part of the teaching process, that is a very important thing for the resident to be able to accept criticism. Of course, it's a personal thing because, I mean, you're criticizing a particular resident for a particular episode.
It is a difficult situation. I'm not saying it's your fault or anything, but you know, the patient's life is being affected.
No, I understand.
It's tough when all you have thought about your whole life is becoming a doctor and, you know, getting through medical school, and like, you know, you're faced with the possibility of maybe it's not going to happen. I have nothing left in me.
Holy Moses, lead me home. Hold me close. Don't let me go.
All right, we're holding compressions. Anyone feel a pulse?
No pulse without compressions.
Once a patient is coding, generally outcome is not very good. If someone's like dying in front of your eyes and you can't bring them back, you always tend to blame yourself a little bit about it. In codes, there's always something you can do better.
Guys, it has been over 45 minutes. Does she have a pulse? No, she doesn't have a pulse. Yeah, 45 minutes, we'll call it. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. 11:16. I'm a dick.
This is literally one of the 2 worst days of residency for me.
There was complete chaos. Okay, you're the code leader, and I was a little bit surprised that there was no one.
I got some feedback from the attendings that were there. It wasn't a good situation. I was focusing on the airway, and when I'm focusing on the airway, it sounded like someone was taking orders. When I said orders, people disagreed with what I was saying. So,
you as the leader, my understanding is the leader leads. You're not doing.
I understand, which is why I asked for anesthesia when I got there, because they were like, she needs to be intubated.
She, as the leader of the team, got involved in the intubation, which was very difficult. And so she didn't have, you know, free capacity to actually tell everybody else what to do. I don't think it would have made any difference in this patient's course.
I'm as critical, if not more critical of myself as anybody out there.
I will make it. I said, I will make it. And I will go home and fall asleep.
You will definitely make it, and you're doing a great job. And I think I love working with you.
Likewise.
I've had a couple of mentors here that like just never doubted me, never for a second. And I owe them.
Okay.
one of my mentors in medical school. I think he helped me get through a lot of tough times, a lot of days where I didn't think I could make it. I don't know specifically what happened. I do know that he took his own life after one of the graduations.
Let's round the whole way and then we'll prioritize.
Right, okay.
Okay.
When you're in a place like this where like a lot of times people will doubt you or think you're not smart enough, it's nice to know that literally like the smartest guy I ever knew thought that I'd do just fine.
In my mind, I've lost my way. In your arms, I long to stay.
We're on a clock. We have to get these lungs back and get them in the next 4 hours. Dr. McNamee and I will take these lungs out, split them so that they're ready to be implanted, and get each of them to the respective recipient.
They're en route, so we're going to start scrubbing, and as soon as they get here, we can staple out the lung and be ready.
I'm here waiting for my wife, Mary Ann. Anything ever happened to her, just be totally lost, I know. Because I said, we're together a lot. We're together almost 24 hours a day.
Maureen Bishop here for left single lung transplant.
What an emotional day. Wow, this is really happening.
What you don't want to have happen is to come back with an organ and have the recipient team not ready. That's the worst. Thank you. Safe trip. All right, straight to the OR. Oh, look who's here. All right, you'll take care of that? Let's go see how they're doing next door. Oh.
The man, the myth, the legend. Dr. Z. Gorgeous Bardino.
We've been waiting all night to do this transplant. You guys have been screwing around.
Give me a sharp pull.
Both surgeons are ready for us, so that's great. We're totally good to go.
A little girl wants the 4-leaf clover she put into a glass frame placed alongside Officer Phil Hurton's hospital bed. And here it is. It's just more support that we just weren't expecting. But it means just as much, even though we don't know who this person is.
Oh, look at that. The bullet just sat on his airway. When I saw how close he came to life and death, it sort of makes you just sit there and go, wow. A couple of millimeters more and he wouldn't be here. Police has to take the bullet because it's evidence.
Just reading the comments that were got from Facebook. Everyone's praying for us, and I really don't know how we're going to be able to thank you guys.
Broken mandible, broken mandible. This is like a jigsaw puzzle now. Do you have that plating system?
Yes.
Let's try it in. I think it goes in right just like that. We want everything to be perfect, and I think we got it within a millimeter. I think that looks wonderful. Thanks, everyone. That went really well. The surgery went very well. His facial nerve should be intact. Okay. Inch by inch, lights us in. Right. Yard by yard, it's very hard. So this morning went great. This afternoon will go even better. And then hopefully you'll
be just that much.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll take him home by Monday or Tuesday.
Thank you so much, everybody.
You're very welcome. You okay?
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it.
I've already been through the hard part.
I know. It's all over that night. You can cry.
Just start crying. I'm going to start crying. Whenever people cry, then I start crying now.
They are ready for a left lung. So we are bringing the goods to the table. We're going to split this exactly in half so that we end up with two good lungs, one of which will go in this room and the other, which will roll into the other room.
A hurricane, please.
Long, happy lung. Yes. This is what emphysema looks like. It's really, really bad.
It feels like Rice Krispies.
All right, hang on 1 second. Okay, good. Take it out.
Oh, here we go. All right, so the diseased lungs have been removed from both patients, and now we're going to implant the new ones.
And in, and drop it in hole.
We've got one connection to do, and then it'll be
history.
I feel like a married couple. Deborah's finishing all my sentences and everything. It's just...
Well, the risks involved in the surgery are that she might not wake up. You know, things go wrong, and I lose my mom. That's huge.
We can just hope. That's all we can do.
The real test is when we inflate these lungs and see if they work. If the lungs don't work, we could be in real trouble here.
For more on the doctors of Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
We're very pleased so far. Everything's going well. And we have Dr. McDreamy DiBardino.
All right, so this is the moment of truth. Will the lungs inflate?
Everybody loves to see the lung inflate again because it's really cool and pink.
All right, inflating.
Yep.
Nice.
You never get sick of looking at that.
That's a beautiful lung.
Me like you.
Me too.
You guys got a race going with the room next door?
Do they inflate across the hall?
We're about to.
God, they're slow. Ooh, wow, that's a problem. That's weird. We re-inflated already.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's weird.
To inflate the lung now. Here comes the new lung. There's a nice pink lung. It really is the culmination of everything we've done tonight.
Can we call the family to let them know both patients have lungs and working?
Actually, if I consented both these families, I can go talk to them. All right.
Trying to take it somewhere. We're all looking for release. Me, I'm staying up till sunrise. Tired eyes.
If that bullet had just gone through soft tissue, something had to take that energy.
Yeah, it would have.
And I think it would have gone right through, probably right through that trachea.
Yep.
Killed him there.
I feel very, very lucky that it turned out the way it did. I got hit in both hands. This one's stitched up, and this one's actually fractured. It's not something you think about happening. When it did, it was a shock, but the guys I work with are great, and they took care of me right away.
Can't imagine what it was all like for him.
I have a job to do, and can't wait to get back out there.
So both the families are up in the ICU on 11C. Hi, folks.
Hi.
Hey, I'm sorry to wake you up, but I figured you might want to hear some news. We put 2 sets of lungs in both rooms. They're both working fine. They're inflated. They're sewn in. Everything looks fine.
Went smooth as butter, right?
Smooth as glass.
See, I told ya.
We'll be upstairs. We'll see you guys upstairs in a little bit.
Thanks, Dr. D. We knew you could do it.
Hey, folks. How are you? So, she's doing great. She did. Yeah, great. Yeah, she's doing great. It doesn't look like there's any problems at all with the lung at all.
You guys must be tired.
Well, we're not tired yet. We still got some fight left in us.
Oh, good, Mary.
Hi,
Hey,
folks.
we're all done.
Excellent.
Everything went really, really well.
Fantastic.
Overjoyed right now, just absolutely overjoyed and grateful, just so grateful. My mom has a whole new opportunity.
I think after this, she owes me date number 4, no matter what.
Happy dance, happy dance. Jake.
Do the happy dance.
Wait, something's backwards here. The attending is closing. The resident is getting the hugs from the family.
All right, everyone's informed. Everyone's happy. There are tears of joy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, let's go in here and make fun of McNamee and Sean Prashant.
Can we all
Is this the same transfer?
silence? So we can have the double sarcastic brothers make their.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if this is the same transplant.
I was just trying to figure out if you guys started a third lung that we didn't know about.
I didn't know if there was some time warp continuum issue in here.
All right, we better leave before he gets pissed.
You know, imagine going home at the end of the day
The joy.
and knowing that
I mean, the joy that we have.
you saved 2 lives here today.
Bernardino, you have to wake up. We have to round.
Oh, think about it. He's like a cat.
To hear more of the music from Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
I can breathe in some fresh air for the first time in 15 years. Life is good. You know, what more? It's just amazing. Now, you know I can't leave here without my sunglasses.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day out here. Gotta put the sunglasses on. Okay. Woo! Woo! Bye, everyone. Bye. I want no standing ovation now. Yay!
That's what they said. Yeah. 10 days ago, I was dying, literally dying, and here I am going home. A brand new lung, a brand new life. Just so exciting. It's so exciting.
Bye, hospital.
It was the worst 8 days of my entire life. And I'm glad it's over. Well, I mean, we have some healing and stuff we need to deal with, but he's coming home. That's all that matters.
What happened was a life-changing event. I'm very happy to be here right now. Don't take things for granted. Things that you don't think about can be over quickly.
Thank you very much, guys.
I wish you well.
I'm not going to be able to go back to work right away. The injuries are just too extensive to get right back to work. But hopefully, by 2 or 3 months, I can be back out there.
Gorgeous. Look at this.
It's nice out here. I like coming out here sometimes.
That's right. Yeah. When do all the Harvard medical students come out in their bikinis and tan?
Never.
Never. All right, well, I guess we should go do some work.
No.
Yeah.
I'll show you what we do this for. Cover me this
Next on Boston Med.
18-year-old asthmatic and cardiac arrest.
I am busting out of here.
It's the sweet life of a resident.
That's the tumor.
The daddy's doing his best job to try to make it here. Something's wrong with the baby's heart.
We have never made this diagnosis.
I don't want to get too close to him in case he doesn't make it.
To purchase Boston Med on DVDs, go to Boston Med.
Can you get me the remaining from the... Hand me the tube, hand me the tube.
Because of the delay, she's going to suffer.
I understand, but...
It's really not acceptable.
He'd have nothing left in me.
A 1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy kiss off more nurses than you on rounds.
Are you asking me out in front of this camera?
Anyone feel a pulse?
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know you're everything that I
We're currently in around 3
female who underwent cardiac arrest at an outside hospital. We'll be there in about 10 minutes.
She's a 74-year-old female. While she's at dialysis, she arrested. According to the staff there, they did about 10 minutes of CPR and intubated her.
So this woman was at dialysis at another hospital and she cardiac arrested. So they got her heart rate back, got her pulse back. Now she's here.
Just set up for an A line and we'll get a heart line.
You want to try 22? A lot of people think that nurses just pass out medicines, put people on bedpans, wipe their butts, and that's it, you know. But it's really so much more.
She's awake and she's biting the tooth. You guys, she's breathing down to 39. I'm not feeling prodded like.
So why don't we start CPR?
She went up to 55. That's right. Does she have a pulse?
Yeah, I was in the room with the family and they're pretty,
You know what, guys? She's DNR.
She's DNR?
Let me go. So the family's outside. Family's outside. She was resuscitated when she wasn't supposed to be resuscitated.
All right, we're done.
Yeah, we're done.
This poor woman was do not resuscitate, and for whatever reason at the other hospital, they resuscitated her, like did CPR, gave her the meds, intubated her, and all the while she didn't want any of that.
So let's stop what we're doing. Let's clean her out and let's let her family come and spend some time with her.
Somebody dropped the ball and didn't respect her last wishes, which is sad, because that's not the way I would want to go.
Doctors are supposed to keep their emotions under control. This can be especially difficult in pediatrics. She's still pretty crackly though and wheezy.
Yeah.
For example, how do you tell an expectant mother whose baby has a serious heart condition that it'll be okay?
At 18 weeks, they sent me for my first ultrasound, and the tech looked at me and she said, "Renee, I have to be honest with you. The reason that I'm looking at the heart so long is because it doesn't look right. Something's wrong with the baby's heart." And I just remember my heart dropping at that point, and I had my mom and my sister with me, and I reached over and I grabbed my mom's hand and I just started to fall apart. I just was devastated, and I thought, I need to talk to my husband. Jacob's in the Army fighting in Iraq. He's been gone my entire pregnancy, but he's working really hard to get home next week for the birth of our son, Sam. Even though my son has a broken heart, this baby is perfect, and he's gonna make it. And I can't have any doubt that he's not gonna make it.
So how you feeling?
Really tired yesterday, but I'm doing better now.
All right. Well, you know the drill. We've been following Renee with actually a prenatal diagnosis of what's called hypoplastic left heart syndrome. This is a severe form of congenital heart disease. Sam's heart is maybe no bigger than my thumb. But let's see if we can find his head.
He looks more like my husband.
Many babies don't survive, even after corrective surgery under the best conditions. But we're optimistic that we'll have a great outcome.
I'm gonna miss it. Just in case it's Jake. Hello?
Hi, hon.
Hi, Jacob. How are you?
Guess what? You're giving me 2 weeks to leave. I'm coming home.
What?
Hopefully, I'll be leaving like within a day.
I'm just afraid you're not gonna make it home in time.
You know, I'll get there. I'll get back in time.
That's what you think. This baby might not wait till the 12th, Jacob.
They say he doesn't do any drugs. It's just drinks. Just drink a gallon of vodka real quick.
Hey, buddy.
Blame it on the alcohol.
And there's the alcohol.
Apparently, he did not enjoy my singing.
No, he's going to get nursed back to health by our angels.
It's gotta be the worst feeling to go out for some drinks or like think you're drinking with your buddies and then wake up in the emergency room. No idea how you got there in a diaper. This is Mr. who was drinking vodka with his friends and became unresponsive. So the friends called 911 and brought him here. Okay. Friends report that this is not his first time having to be hospitalized for alcohol issues. He came in, vomited all over himself. Also was incontinent several times. Family wouldn't come in, didn't want to see him, nothing. Said that they're done.
I had to deal with a really tough funeral this week. I don't know how I ended up here, but I mean, I'm fine.
You've told me your sob story.
I know.
It's okay. Stop. You can tell me as many times as you want, but you're not leaving right now. So stop.
And I have 3 hours to get my exam to my teacher.
Honestly, nothing. You almost died last night. So I don't care that you have an exam due. You should have thought of that before you went out and you got so drunk and that you almost choked on your own vomit.
I understand that. It's not.
So no.
I know. It's not. Honestly, it's really tough. Show some sympathy.
As long as I know I'm a good nurse and I'm doing what's best for him, he can tell me to go F myself all he wants. I liked him much better when he was unconscious. Kid's got a scholarship that he's just puking away on the Mass General floor.
You heard in here where this incision was made? No. I like to think that I'm outstanding in the operating room and that I give a good surgery, but that I also do extremely good patient care. Oh, wow.
He's a good healer.
Yeah, or you had a great surgeon. But the best part of it is being with the patient through the whole journey from the beginning. How's the weather in the Midwest?
Oh, ugly. It was snowing yesterday.
It was snowing.
No, please don't. I'm looking at a job in the Midwest.
Cleveland's a fun city.
You make eye contact and you form a bond. And they decide that they're going to put their trust in your hands. 77-year-old scheduled for left extrapleural pneumonectomy with intraoperative chemo on Thursday. You know, in cancer, there are patients for life. So if you remove someone's lung cancer, you will see them on a regular basis for the rest of their lives.
I tell people I married my soulmate and my best friend.
Yeah, we've had a good 54 years, and this is probably the toughest thing we've ever faced together.
Hi.
One of the doctors.
Yeah. John Daniel. I'm Dr. Sugarbaker's chief resident.
Okay.
Charlie Chu has a cancerous mass growing around his entire lung. So here's your normal right lung, and on the left here now, you can see the mesothelioma around the left lung. Mesothelioma is probably one of the most aggressive cancers you can have. It has been related to asbestos exposure. And you have known asbestos exposure?
I was on the destroyer for 3 years.
Given our age, everything was wrapped in asbestos years ago.
Obviously, we can't go back and change the exposure that you had, but we can get this thing out.
I expect a good sewing job. This is my soulmate here.
Of course, we understand.
So, this is my best friend here.
It only takes as long as it takes to.
My husband's coming home from Iraq for a few short weeks. This will be Jake's first time seeing me since I'm pregnant. It's landing. It's landing. It's landing. I've thought it through my head, like how am I going to greet him? But then all the images of like in the movies how they like run into each other's arms and like, you know, he picks her up. Like obviously that might be a little bit more complicated in this situation. He's coming on, he's coming, he's coming.
When you call your voice, you're all complete.
Cardiac arrest, 18-year-old male, known as asthmatic, complaining of shortness of breath before his cardiac arrest. We are about 3 minutes from your facility. Any questions?
18-year-old asthmatic and cardiac arrest.
Everybody here that needs to listen?
Yeah.
All right, 18-year-old male, known asthmatic, playing basketball outside with friends, started complaining of shortness of breath, a little bit of dizziness.
How long was he down?
Approximately 10 minutes prior to our arrival. We've had him for about 15 minutes.
Okay. Dr. K-Roll, somebody else, I need a femoral. Can we please have another epinephrine?
Only been 2 minutes since the last episode.
It was really intimidating coming here. I always felt like, I had something to prove.
Will someone let me know when it's been another minute, please?
I really had to work on trying to be someone that can inspire confidence. I have to work on being a little bit more cockier because people actually respond to that.
Raquel, needle both sides, please. All right, let's stop for a rhythm check. Hold compressions, please. And someone feeling for a pulse? I am. Yep, he's back in VF.
We need the shot.
All right.
We're going to
continue.
All clear?
All right, resume chest compressions, please.
I'm really nervous about seeing him just because he hasn't seen me pregnant. I'm nervous to see you.
It's okay, don't be nervous.
You look so handsome.
You look beautiful.
So what do you think?
It's Sammy.
It's pretty big, huh? Is it what you thought it would be like? Want to say hi to your family?
Okay.
For any soldier, coming home is always a difficult time. But if he's coming home for a labor and delivery and a baby who's gonna need heart surgery. I look huge.
He has no cardiac activity. He's been down for then about 40 minutes. All right, we're holding compressions. Anyone feel a pulse?
Here, I got nothing. All right, there's no movement.
Can anybody think of anything else that we're missing? Any other ideas?
The family may want to come in and be here while we're still doing this. They just got into college.
All right, guys, just get ready. The family is coming in.
You grew up with him?
He was younger than me. I grew up with his older brother. That lady, who's his aunt, his kids I went to camp with every summer. So that's really difficult.
We know he wasn't going to come back after a certain point. It's just waiting, and then it's hard.
Good job. You were in charge. Everybody knew who to look to. You did great. You did great. It does suck.
That door to the right? Now that Jake is here, I feel more excited about everything that's going on, and it feels more real. We've hit him with a lot these last few days between all the doctor's visits and getting him caught up to speed. This is where I deliver, though. And Sam might go up to 6 initially
For the ICU.
to be stabilized, and then he'll come over to Children's Hospital. We'd go to Advanced Fetal Care Center. And
So big.
I think my biggest concern is for Jake. It's going to be a lot to hit him in a very short period of time. And this is where Sam's doctor is.
Good morning.
Oh,
hi, Jake. Nice to meet you. Finally, welcome back. We're going to go really spend some time explaining to Jake and bring him up to speed about what's going on with their baby Sam. So what Sam has is hypoplastic left heart syndrome. And for reasons we don't understand, the structures on the left side of the heart didn't form well. And as a consequence of that, the blood is actually going backwards. What happens normally, this vessel closes after babies are born. So there's no way for blood to get to his lower body and the rest of his body, and he would die. We don't have the ability to cure this, but through a series of 3 operations over the first 2 to 3 years of life, we can get Sam to a place where he is almost running around like other kids.
I don't know, it's probably hard to answer, but what are chances of complications in the surgery?
The biggest complication that we worry about is that not all babies, even under the best conditions, make it through the first surgery.
It's a lot emotionally on me, from everything coming back home to being with Renee for the first time in 9 months, seeing her pregnant, to seeing Sam's condition. It is tough. Yeah, it was pretty scary.
Today is surgery day for Charlie Chu. He's 77, he's a robust guy, and we want to give him more time.
We're going to lie you flat. Are you okay lying flat?
Yeah.
We're going to give you some oxygen to breathe. Sure.
This is my soul. Remember, I love you. You approached me 60, and I want 65.
That's the tumor. And it's just crushing the lung. It's coming right around, just crushing it.
Dr. Sugarbaker, he's done more of this operation than anyone in the world.
Right now we're just walking upstairs to check in with the family before surgery on Mr. Chu. I just wanted to touch base this morning before we, get started formally. It is a devastating problem, but it's not a hopeless problem. And there's many, many people who survive it and do well. And that means hope is now in the equation.
That means a great deal.
Charlie Chu's a very down-to-earth guy. He's one of these salt-of-the-earth type individuals who's, served our country and worked very hard. And we're going to do the best we can to attack this disease.
Can I have another officer, please, to help with the patient? Well, she's kind of just wandering the halls. Thanks. Bye.
You mean in my bedroom? What are you, crazy?
In your bedroom. There has to be a full moon. Is there? Elizabeth, who's her doctor?
The short girl that I just told needed assistance.
All right, I'm on it. Every year, you get new residents, fresh out of med school, and sometimes getting them to believe you and listen to you and to get that you know what you're talking about is the hardest part. So we need meds for her. She's pushing, because security's coming. She's going to be put into bed, probably restrained.
Why don't we start with 1? She's a lady.
How about 2.5? Because it's 5 per 1 ml, so.
She's an old lady. Okay, let's try with 2.
I think 2.5, that's good.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I know I don't have that fancy MD at the end of my name tag. Elizabeth, so 2.5 of Haldol, but it would make people's lives a whole lot easier if they would just listen to us.
Do not touch me. Okay. Don't touch me. I am not.
All right, you better calm down.
That is my mother.
You can't fight in an emergency.
I'm not leaving.
Emergency room, ma'am.
A lot of the time patients can be nasty, and it's like, I'm just trying to help you.
Go for it.
The patient was trying to climb out of bed. The daughter was just making the situation worse. I asked her to leave. She refused. She said, I'm not leaving my mother. And I said, you're making this worse. Your mom's going to get hurt. You're making her upset, and you're compromising her care.
Out of here. I don't want a shot.
I need someone in here with me in 9, and I need someone with Elizabeth in 7. So can you call back up? This one first.
What's wrong with you? Tell him to let go of my car. Call the police.
These are the police.
We're here.
We're in the pre-op room waiting to go into surgery.
I think the fact that it's cancer, you're always afraid. You just want it to be done. You want to get out of the surgery and start doing what you need to get him back home.
Today will be a relatively short day for me because I'll be out of it. The long day will be for them because they have to wait.
The goal of the operation is to remove everything that this tumor comes into contact with. We remove the lung, the heart sac, and the diaphragm.
I need 45 with 2 refills on that, folks.
You need heart and ready.
So the plan here now is to divide the major vessel to the heart.
What changed my life and my career goals is when my dad himself had heart surgery. I need pickups in a second. The surgeon, he came to me and he told me what he had done with my dad. He put my dad's chest back together with wires and bypassed these vessels. That really had a lasting impression for me.
Clamp it and just check your PA real quick.
Is it closed?
Yeah, it's closed. It's a large piece of the tumor right here. You can see like a rind, something not human. All right, success.
Suction.
Excellent. More saline. We've got the lung out, the tumor out. We're going to go ahead and put the patches in. We have endo 45 vascular ready.
If you sew the diaphragm in wrong or you sew the pericardium in wrong, the patients can die literally when you change their position on the operating room table.
I always pray for the surgeons. That God guides their hands.
One more stitch, please.
Not a whole one.
So, everything's gone very well. It's out. It was a large tumor. However, it did not invade things around it. So far, we're just where we need to be. We couldn't be in any better shape.
Thank God.
You got makeup on.
I always wear makeup, okay? Always.
They take the my pants off?
Oh, that's a 20. Did you ever think that you would have this many young, beautiful women ripping your clothes off?
Never.
Never, huh? It's like a dream come true for you.
He's really, really cute. I love cute old men. I love to flirt with him.
We gotta get you kind of quickly on the monitor. No, not off the bed.
All right.
Undress while you're talking.
I've never been asked by a good-looking woman to undress fast in my life.
To undress fast.
Plus, her husband was coming to the door.
Well, I've never had a man undress for me this quickly, so. This is what it's gonna look like walking down the aisle. Dun, 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 dun. Right this way, straight.
Renee woke me up this morning. It's about 2:55 in the morning. And she was in the bathroom and she said, my water broke.
Then he just looked panicked. And then we called the doctor and they said to come on in.
Renee's baby will be delivered next door at the Brigham. And shortly after birth, we'll bring him over to the cardiac ICU at Children's, where we'll perform the first of his 3 operations.
Look at all these people.
It's a birthday party.
What's up, baby?
We're ready to go.
Here we go. Behind your legs. Yep. Big breath in. Nice big push. Right down. Hard as you can. Push, 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 push. Keep going. There you go, honey. A little more. A little more.
Oh my God.
A little more. A little more. Perfect. Good for you.
It's good. You see the head?
You seem so terrified. I can hear you over my shoulder going, oh my God. This big push. There you go. A little more. Good job. Push them down a little further, a little further, a little further. Good for you. Big push. Good.
There you go. Sammy.
Good for you.
That's right. Right over to the pediatrician.
He's okay.
He looks great.
Little Sammy.
He's okay.
He sounds
For about 5 minutes.
He sounds so cute. Oh, baby.
Look at him.
And hi, Mom.
Hi. Hi, Sammy.
Hi, Mama.
Sammy.
Hello. Hello,
Sam is doing really well. He's come out in a way that we kind of expected him to, which is almost looking like a normal baby. But he has hyperplastic left heart syndrome, and there's a real risk there. If we didn't do anything, he wouldn't make it at all.
You sweetie pie. I feel like his surgeries are gonna go fine.
They have to take him?
Yeah.
I'll go with you, Sammy.
To see additional scenes from Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
Oh, gracious and loving God, we thank you for this, your precious little boy, Samuel. We ask you that this little baby will not be stressed. He will not be afraid because you're holding him.
Amen.
Before we fix Sam's heart, we need to get an exact picture of how the blood circulates within the heart and the great vessels, and we need to understand exactly what kind of abnormality we're dealing with. What we've done here is inject dye into the baby's heart to see how the blood is flowing. We hope that this will tell us what kind of surgery we'll need for Sam.
This worries me, this connection.
We're making this up, right? We have never made this diagnosis before.
Even for a baby with hypoplastic left heart syndrome, Sam's abnormality is much more serious and much more complicated, and we won't know until we get into the operating room what kind of operation we'll need to do to fix it.
It is a very difficult situation. We have more data, we have more information, but it has not allowed us to go one way or another.
Still okay.
Still okay, and what we're trying to do is to make the best decision we can
So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the operating room and we're going to inspect the heart from the outside. And unfortunately, we are exactly in this gray zone that I was hoping we wouldn't be in.
But clearly not. Babies that are in the brig, like some of them make it, right?
Definitely. None of us are giving up, but we're more worried.
It's almost hard to bond with him because I'm afraid that I might lose him, and it's like hard because I don't want to get too close to him in case he doesn't make it, but I also don't want to not get close to him.
It's not that the stakes have changed, but it's just that Sam's in a higher risk group. It's a tough situation, but it's not hopeless, and if anybody can fix it, we can.
Can I say goodbye, buddy? Love you, buddy.
Italy's still okay. He's 39 years old, and tonight he was assaulted. It sounds like he was seen breaking into someone's car, and they caught him. They came up.
Hi, my name's Pina Patel. One of the doctors. I'm going to be taking care of you, okay?
I want to go home.
We have to examine you head to toe, okay?
My back, just stay there and let the doctor take care of you. We'll take care of it, okay? So the first arriving unit found him supine in the street.
Just doctors.
There are no police.
I can't say there's no police. There's no police. It's like there are no police here.
I don't even want to be evaluated, just worried if the cops are here.
Totally.
I am busting out of here. It'll be fun to hang out with my friends. I just haven't seen them in a long time. I can't wait. It'll be fun.
Trying to get myself out from under.
These look better. I imagine this would be like good for hangovers.
Out of my own head. I'm getting free.
This is the sweet life of a resident.
Getting free, I'm getting
Love
free.
it.
How are you?
Oh, God, it's so good to see you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
My friends, my family, they've tried to set me up here and there, and it's generally been unsuccessful. I've been on like IndianMatches.com and stuff, and I've just met like the weirdest guys. Like guys that are like so boring, like you want to run out of there. Guys that have been arrested. Like, I mean, like it's just no good.
I think it's awesome. If I was single, I would be on it in a heartbeat.
There have been a couple of people that I've cared for that things just didn't work out, and I'm like dating kryptonite.
Honestly, I think like you're ridiculously hot. I think that like you have an amazing personality, and like hopefully you'll meet somebody more sake to
Cheers. Get myself free.
I feel sick to my stomach.
So it's all emotional stress, which is something I'm really not used to. I mean, I've been through a lot of high stressful environments, but emotional stress is nothing unlike it. It's actually wiped me out. I've been pretty tired.
This is highly unusual that we have to make a decision during surgery. May we start? Incision. We'll make the final decision once we look at the heart.
It blows my mind when I think about what they're actually going to do to him today. I mean, I think that we definitely did the right thing, and I think that Sam's going to do big things in his life. I really do.
Look at that, see that? Yeah. So he has a large amount of fistulae on the left. Now that we're looking at Sam's heart, it's clear how to proceed. We'll be putting bands on and restricting the amount of blood flow that goes to the lungs. What I'm worried about is that the heart muscle is strong enough to support this operation. Blood pressure increase. Nice response to the band. Huh? Yeah. Now going to be tying down the band.
Okay. Hey, all goes well. We should be up there within 25 minutes. Thank you.
Good. All right. So you did well with the bands. All right, I'm gonna go talk to the parents. Hi. Good. All right, so we have good news. We've done the bands. He's done very well. We're gonna watch him and stabilize him. And, you know, this is a journey, and there's many, many steps, and we've started off the right way. Okay. Thanks. All right. Okay. Okay.
consult pager still forwarded to me? I'm not home very much at all. And so I do feel bad that I've neglected my family over the last few years. Any transplants or perforations or whatever, come in tonight, give me a call. Wow, honey, you're all spiffed up. My wife is a jewel because she knows that my job brings me a lot of satisfaction and I couldn't do anything else. A lung transplant in the morning. Yeah.
What does that mean for you? And Hannah's dance recital?
I don't know.
She's gonna be crushed if you can't come.
We'll see.
A lung transplant has come in, so he's gonna get a couple hours of sleep and go back in. So hopefully he can make it for Hannah's dance recital tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Transplants are tough because they're unpredictable. They always come in the middle of the night, and nothing ever goes as scheduled. So it's 6 a.m. Hopefully we can be done by at least 11 o'clock. We need a vascular clamp. At this point, we've gone as far as we can. We're just sitting here waiting for Dr. Camp.
It's a recital dress, and we have flower dance. It's kind of beautiful.
Today is Hannah's ballet recital. John is at the hospital doing a lung transplant, and I'm really hoping that he can make it to the dance recital because it means a lot to Hannah.
We're going to go ahead and cut it out. Meanwhile, Rose and Dr. Camp are going to prepare the lung back.
So we'll see if we can get him out of here in time to go to the recital.
Your daddy loves you very, very much, and he's doing his best job to try to make it here, okay?
Where is he?
He is at the hospital. There was someone that was very sick that needed his help.
I'm in trouble. And we're going to be done in 10 minutes, but we still have to wake the patient up and take the patient up to the ICU, so.
John?
Hello?
Hello? We're at the recital. Where are you?
I'm still here.
Think you can come or no?
What time do you think she's going to go?
She's going to go probably like 1:10.
Okay, I don't think I can make it then.
All right, well, do the best you can, sweetie, okay? Doesn't look like he's going to make it.
Hannah had been practicing now for this recital for a whole year, and it was very important to her. And so I really wanted to be there. Can you do me a favor and come down and help me take this patient up? My daughter has a recital. I just want to try to make it. Yeah. Thanks, man. That's good. What a nice friend. Go. Yeah.
Don't forget the flower.
Hurry. Yeah.
Oh, hey, honey. I just want to let you know, she has a finale where she comes out and bows.
We're going to try to come, but anything you can do to delay.
You're on your way?
Such a good job, honey. I love you. Are you wearing makeup? That was pretty neat. She was happy, and it's nice to see her smile.
To hear more of the music from Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
I definitely feel like a mom now. Before couldn't even focus. I was so distracted by everything else that was going on. Tough guy, huh?
Hey, Sam.
I couldn't imagine doing this without Jake. Having him here has made all the difference in the world. But, time is flying by and he's going to leave soon.
Pretty scary. How much you love your son and be so scared for him.
I think the first step that we've taken now with Sam are positive. You know, we're not, by any means, we're not there yet, but he's done extremely well, and he's going home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can't believe we have a child and we're taking it home.
I know, we're fine.
Take care. Ready for this? Are you ready for this? I'm scared too, don't worry. Backing that thing up.
I'm going back to Iraq. How you doing?
Hi. What's the final destination?
Iraq.
Anyone, and please check in with me. Really pray for my husband's health and well-being through this whole time.
Really sad to go. It was really hard saying bye this morning, but hopefully I'll be coming home a little early. My chain of command's been really supportive of Sam, his condition. Got some pictures to take back with me. He'll probably grow a lot when I'm gone. This was us in our sunglasses. I'm gonna miss him. Just gotta show him off. We'll see you, Dad.
I'm excited. I feel like I got the perfect job. I'm going to be heading off to California. I'll be an attending. I'll be working 4 days a week. And it feels good. It's like I'm 30. I'm a professional. I'm going somewhere warm.
Ladies, if I can have you button a couple of buttons for you. I know, huh? In the back room.
I was one of the ones that didn't think I was actually going to make it through.
You're graduating. Don't be scared. Come on. God. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Welcome, everyone, to the graduation ceremony of the class of 2009.
I'll be the first physician in my family. My parents are ridiculously proud to the point where it's almost embarrassing. But it lasted for 5 seconds before they were like, yeah, so when are you getting married?
Pina Patel. In my most anxious moments, I gather my strength from knowing that I am intrinsically half of my parents. My father is my hero. The day of my birth, my parents were convinced that I was meant for wonderful things.
I came from just a very humble background. My parents grew up with virtually nothing.
I never had to worry about Pina. She would just worry for herself. And for everyone else. Congrats.
Thank you.
I guess it's good for everyone in their lives to have a little bit of struggle, because then you never know how sweet it is to be at the end.
I finally got it.
The day has finally arrived. I have survived. And I'm going to go to the next stage. Boston Med.
There's a pediatric trauma coming in. He has massive internal bleeding.
Spike another bag of Stanley.
I had a seizure thinking about my son's brain surgery. All hell can break loose.
Who has dated somebody you've worked with?
If it's a cute nurse, the old nurses hone in on you.
It was disastrous.
This is embarrassing.
I'm not comfortable with this case.
No, it's not that I don't trust you.
To purchase Boston Med on DVD, go to ABC.
Something's wrong with the baby's heart.
We're going into the unknown here.
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston,
home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy piss off more nurses than you on rounds.
Are you asking me out in front of this camera?
Cold flu, PD cold team.
Does anyone feel a pulse?
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know you're everything that I want.
There's a pediatric trauma coming in. We have pumps, monitor, suction, intubation. I think we're all set. The car jumped the curb and pretty much crushed the kid. It's almost like your body goes on autopilot and your adrenaline just takes over and just do what you gotta do to try to save them. I'm probably gonna be a little bit rude and yell at people to get out of the room because there's already too many people in here as it is. They're here. We're all set. All right, ready?
Cable's all clear. Ready? 1, 2, 3. He's struck by a car. He has not woken up. So last blood pressure was 67 systolic. We've never been able to get a pulse. Okay, start chest compression. Somebody needs to get access to this floor right now. Okay, who's working on the access?
Okay, Mike, I need a suture, please. I need betadine over here, please.
1 for 10,000 epi going in IV. Epi is in, right fem line.
I heard heart sounds. So we're getting, I heard heart sounds.
Can you please ask where the blood is?
When I was doing the compressions, I was just telling myself, don't look at his face, don't look at his face. I just didn't want to see that little child's face.
Emily, spike another bag of saline for me, please.
We need an OR.
Peter, what can I tell the OR that you're going to do?
Yeah. Laparotomy, thoracotomy.
All right, guys, let's go.
Let's go.
We got his heart beating again,
Go.
but he has massive internal bleeding and we might not be able to stop it in time.
Have everything.
Brigham and Women's. It's Richard Reich, R-E-I-S-H. This month I'm in the emergency department working 50 hours a week. They do 10-hour shifts, so it's really nice.
Today's Rick's first day in the emergency department, so we have to keep our close eye on him and make sure that he knows what he's doing. We'll see.
She's been sitting here forever. I needed a Spanish interpreter for 37A, please. Let's go get her taken care of. I don't want her to leave.
I was valedictorian of my college undergraduate class. I came to Harvard Medical School with a $300,000 scholarship to do anything I wanted with. And now coming in as an intern, you're the lowest of the lowest people on the totem pole. You know nothing.
Me too.
Is she still here?
She wants to discuss her payments with her.
Her payments. Oh, great. Oh, I'm not going to prescribe you any narcotics.
Narcotics. I never asked you for
All right,
narcotics.
calm down.
Well, that's why you just assume something.
You know, assuming can make...
Okay, hey guys,
listen,
first of all.
listen to me.
No.
Just like you assumed that she
was on
drunk alcohol.
When did I assume this?
You asked me when was her last drink.
I said, yeah, because she has anyway, this is a pointless conversation.
No, I don't drink. I drink because of pain.
She's been under my care for the past 5 hours. Like, I'm like really taking very good care of this patient. I got her out of bed. I was doing a lot of extra things to help her, walking her around, making sure that she has a safe home environment. And then they just turn on you like that.
Now, you were narcotics. I did not ask for narcotics.
You feel like you need something else for the pain than what you currently have.
I have tried. Listen, I've been here for 5 years in this hospital, okay?
Okay.
That I had to die, okay? Came here on a Monday.
Okay.
And then came here on a Thursday. Send me home. Wednesday, send me home, and I hemorrhaged myself to death.
Okay.
Not on alcohol either.
Well, I wasn't there for that.
Okay.
My mother has attention deficit disorder, okay? And I'm a teacher, and I know, and I'm also in the medical field. I have a thing in medical assistant, and so don't put a smirk on your face, okay?
You know, you
'Cause
keep
if you
your
don't believe
medication.
me,
How's that?
Okay, sounds good.
You keep it, send
Okay.
it home.
Okay.
Maybe someday you might need it.
Okay.
Maybe I could have handled that a little differently, but there's no way I'm gonna write a prescription for this patient. Like, I don't care if they call patient relations, if they want to file a complaint against me, I'm not gonna do it.
We pushing blood?
One more. We need a cross clamp for the aorta, please. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, you're still going to do everything that you can to try to save a child.
Looks like it's got a big fracture here. Scissors, please. You know what, you guys, what do we got? Bleeding. It's just bleeding today.
From the time that we entered the room, pupils were fixed and non-reactive.
Okay, stop.
All right. Hold on, folks, everybody, through your time.
240.
240.
Zip him up for his family. Yes.
There's nothing more devastating than losing a child. When you see a kid laying there with his chest cut open, where you can see his heart and it's not moving, I don't think you would ever be able to prepare yourself for that, ever. That's definitely the first time I've had to do chest compressions on a kid. It was just nothing.
you had no blood whatsoever.
Wasn't even moving. Poor baby.
It is undeniably frustrating and saddening when people that you treat, when they die. Brain surgery is a situation where there are things you can't control. Doing a lot of operations is physically and emotionally demanding. And I knew this would be the case when I chose to go into neurosurgery, and I thought that I was well suited for it.
You heard what they've been calling me lately, right?
Much cuter than Obama.
Absolutely. Really? Yeah, more than one person has said you
More
look
than
like
one person.
He's absolutely much cuter than Obama.
I'm going to reserve comment. Exactly, because he's the president, so I don't want to go on record as comparing myself to the president, but I'll let everybody speak for themselves.
You look like Obama, by the way.
The only thing I will say is I am 12 years younger than he is, so I hope at least I look younger than he does, if not better. You know, I hear that. I usually don't hear it in scrubs. I hear it usually when I'm wearing a blue suit.
No, you do look like him, younger him, but you
I'll take that as a compliment.
good. Because I think it's a compliment.
The reason why I went into medicine is because my father was a doctor. He was the first African-American surgeon at New York Hospital, and it was obvious to me from my earliest memory that he loved his job.
All right, surgery time.
When I was an intern, I was assisting a surgeon on a hernia operation, and he had left the room. They brought down the screen, and the patient, very pleasant, said, "Oh, thank you to the nurse, thank you to the scrub nurse." And she says, "Oh, are you here to clean the room?" And I just said, "No, I did your operation." Some people would be very upset by that and all riled up. I only thought it was funny because I knew I did the operation. Got to see a new patient named Ronald Haynes. He's a young guy, just 29 actually. He had some scans which showed a mass in his sinuses. He has a big tumor and is positive for cancer. This tumor sits in between and behind the eyes, right where the olfactory nerves, which are for smelling, come from the brain. The tumor can track up those nerves and invade the brain. It doesn't look like that's happened yet, but it's just on the verge.
Okay, get your bobber ready. Are you making one?
Yep.
What's this part?
That's my leather bobber.
You making homemade bobbers?
Yep. Taking the bobbers off.
You're funny.
No.
Yes, you are. I was eating very healthy. I'd quit smoking, worked out 4 days a week, ran 12 miles every week. And then in March, I went to a wedding. We were flying home and I had a seizure. I woke up 4 days later. My son was sitting next to me on the plane. Thinking about my son sitting there in the ambulance when I'm not. I'm not able to say anything to him. That's scary. This isn't scary.
Well, Daddy's almost to the road, so Daddy almost needs to hold hands.
Yeah. Allison is my girlfriend. We've been dating for almost 2 months, I guess. She's stuck around through all the drama of a guy with a kid and an ex-wife and cancer, so it's plenty of baggage.
Can I just swing?
One time. She is awesome. Ready?
1, 2, 3.
This will be very similar to the view that we'll have during surgery. If the patients ever saw a picture of themselves during this operation, or what this operation looks like before going into it, I think they'd be horrified, because we basically take somebody's head and face completely apart and push the tumor out through the nose.
6 cars?
Yeah.
I would freak out. I would, if I were a patient and like that was the plan. I can't even imagine.
Will that work?
There's only one reason why I voluntarily come to this building, and it's because of this kitchen. They make the best milkshakes. It's incredible. You could be clinically depressed, have one of those milkshakes, feel on top of the world. It's unbelievable. All right. Sorry I'm late today. I was in the OR with a couple cases. How you doing?
Handles.
That's all painful?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We've been trying to get his tubes out for 2 days, and I got a page this morning from thoracics that he was going to have his tubes out without question early this morning. It's 4 o'clock, and his tubes have not come out. It's totally unacceptable. The chest tubes are coming out. If thoracics doesn't want to come by to take them out, I will pull them myself. I think we definitely need to make you more comfortable. It pisses me off. I mean, he's always been the best patient. You know, he's always been in good spirits. He has a bad problem. We've done a lot for him. And to see him like that. If there's one thing I'm not good at, it's at hiding things. I am an open book. Mr. Russell, are we going to get his chest tubes out? It's fine. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you about your schedule. Okay. Thanks. Yep. Bye. Useless. All right. I can't tell you how many senior residents have come up to me and have said, "You're arrogant, you're cocky, you really need to tone it down." As hard as they've tried to change me, they haven't, and they won't. When I'm a chief resident and I have an intern like me, it's really gonna piss me off.
Yeah. All right. So I was just talking to Mr. Wong here about what other tests we need. So we should probably get that ultrasound of the gallbladder. It's on the other side, actually. The gallbladder's on the right.
No, it's okay.
All right. Let's just check it. Okay. You have one.
I was talking about that face was because I ordered an ultrasound yesterday, which you disapproved of. But that's
why don't we get a chest CT? Have you passed some gas?
I don't think there's any gas to pass.
When you talk, you swallow air. The air's got to go somewhere. So most of us pass gas about 42 times a day on average.
Yeah.
Andrew here's about double that.
That's nice.
But you'll always pass gas even if you're not eating. Hang in there.
Okay.
We'll get those tests, then we'll let you know.
Okay.
All right.
Top of my list this morning is to see Ron Haynes, a 29-year-old man with a cancerous tumor in his sinus cavities. It's a very challenging case with these types of tumors because they can go back through the nerves towards the brain. You got to take out all that skull tissue, which it touches. Mm-hmm. We lift off what's called a bone flap bifrontally, so it goes pretty low, like right over the eyebrows, off like this. Then we basically meet in between the eyes, going back about 3 or 4 centimeters, and get around the tumor and push it out through this incision.
Okay.
There's risk of visual loss, risk of neurological problems. Just anytime in that area that those risks exist. And there's no way to preserve your sense of smell with this surgery.
Okay. That's the one that I care the least about.
We wouldn't recommend this surgery if we didn't think we could get around it.
Well, I feel pretty comfortable with you guys, being almost experts, basically experts in this field.
I like to think that we're experts, actually.
So, I've got a lot of faith, and I just kind of know it's going to be all right. So I've never really doubted.
If you ruin one step, his frontal lobes of his brain could fall through this gap into the nose.
It's a really fun environment in the emergency room, especially when it is slow and you get to hang out. Hi, Dr. Binder.
Hi, Dr. Binder.
Megan.
Okay.
Hello.
I caught that. Why don't you know her name? Say it.
I'm having a I can't get the words. I know your name.
Oh my God, I'm heartbroken. All right, nobody say my name for the rest of the night until Bill figures it out.
I'm having a hard time.
You better grab and hold on tight because you're in for a long 8 hours, Bill.
You're in big trouble, Bill.
Bill Binder forgot my name. He said, hi, Megan, and
Perfect. You have to be so careful around here.
Like God, Bill's head is relatively round and easy to cut out.
I think it's extremely funny that he forgot my name.
I mean, you are nurse of the year.
I can name everybody's name here, but just had to forget Amanda's. William Binder. Amanda.
What?
You know what?
Hi, John.
I'm just in the middle of like 19 things. I forget my own wife's name sometimes.
He's gonna spend the whole night apologizing to me. I can already see it. I have him right here.
Today, we're operating on Ron Haynes to resect this malignant tumor from in between his eyes. We take off the forehead, push the brain back, and expose the tumor from above.
Okay, after he goes in for the procedure, walk straight down the hall. It's all the way down on the left-hand side, all right?
Ron is my oldest son. It's a scary thing he's going to be going through.
He's handling it very well. And that helps us that he has a positive attitude and he's attacking it. It really helps us that he's confident.
Today's surgery. It's not that big a deal, I guess. So, I mean, it is, but it's like, you know, like I've said, I'm in the best place to have this done, so I'm not really worried about it.
The biggest danger is not doing it right. Really, if it's not done perfectly, the complications can be really devastating. You gotta know how to do it right. I know how to do it. I'm trained to do it. I don't want to sound arrogant, but, you know, it's brain surgery. All hell can break loose in any case that I do.
The ER is very different than any other rotation that we do in the hospital.
United States, like you, like the United States. Salamam, bitch, me cago en...
A little crazy in here.
He's discharged.
So I'm texting Bardouche right now, one of my co-interns. Oh, here's Bardouche. Bardouche is in the house.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, good. Let me answer a few calls.
Name Andrew El Bardisi. Everyone calls him Bardouche. So we're trying to get some of the nurses to start calling him Bardouche. He likes it. He loves it. So what's your plan for tonight?
It was really interesting, actually. I'm going to hang out with that Mallet girl tonight.
Is she coming over to your place?
That's what I'm going to put.
Okay, here's what you said. Say, look, I'm in the mood to sort of chill tonight, relax a little bit. Let's just do a movie. She'll say, yeah. And then say, well, look, I just looked at everything in the theater. Nothing really looks that good right now. But have you seen the movie Vicky Cristina Barcelona? Okay? Awesome movie. You like, it's a Woody Allen movie. It's sort of a bit, it's really good, trust me.
You've given me absolutely nothing about the movie. Why don't you just tell me what it's about?
It's this guy who tries to have a threesome with these girls, but Bardouche, it sounds sketchy, but it's really good, trust me. Everyone loves
it. It actually sounds kind of good.
She, trust me, she wouldn't have seen it. It's not her type of movie. And then you definitely get a bottle of wine. Order some takeout sushi, end of story. You know what's also a pretty good strategy? I was going to suggest to go and get some really fine goat cheese. Then maybe some olive bread to start off with. And have that with the wine. And go.
Just stop.
Thank you.
National online. National, we're coming to you with a 5555. Zero
Bill involved in a motorcycle accident. Again, patient stable at this time. Any questions? No questions. Gets back to you, Master Norway.
So trauma coming in. It's time to play rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. That's one for me. One.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, Fran.
So this is a 55-year-old gentleman. He was riding his motorcycle today. He was going at moderate speed. Somebody cut him off. He T-boned the other vehicle at the scene. He reported some belly pain, reported some right hip pain and some back pain, and his vital signs have been stable throughout.
Tracy, 143 over 105.
All right. Anything here, George? I know you're about
Say yes or no. What if this was my dad? What would I want the nurse to say to him?
Do the pelvis, right?
I would want somebody to be there and hold his hand and tell him it's going to be okay and tell him we're doing everything we can. If you had to give me a number, 0 is no pain and 10 is like the most pain you've ever had in your entire life. What number would you say the pain you're having right now is?
It's probably like a 6, but when I move, it's a 12.
Okay. I just want to get this pain medicine into you.
I've been riding, off and on since college, and this is the first time I've had an accident.
So the left hemipelvis is opened up, and it looks like he's got broken pelvis bone. It's not as bad as it could be, but there definitely is bleeding around it. Okay. You can really rip some veins, and he has. And if you wrap a sheet around and bring it back down to size, then hopefully you slow down the bleeding.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's okay. Do what you gotta do.
I always cover his face with a towel. I always do that just because I don't like looking at his eyes. We want to be aggressive about getting out as much of the tumor and as much normal tissue around it as is safe to make sure that we've taken out every last cancer cell. You just need one cancer cell to kill you. We're going to take off the forehead, basically. We're probably at our riskiest sinus area. That's where his eyes go. See that?
There's a fair amount of tumor pushing into the eye.
All right, there we go. I have to drill out the base of the skull, around the eyes, around the optic nerves, and that's where the risk is. You need the optic nerves for vision. If you miscalculate, if you interpret the anatomy wrong, you could be blind.
It's been, almost 4 hours. I would hope he'd be about halfway done.
Oh, I'm sure.
I hope so.
We're kind of right in the middle. Perfect. We have ways of preventing disaster. The tumor. It should be pretty mobile. Keep going.
I am. I'm trying. Pulling hard.
Laterally. Beautiful. The tumor's out. We're getting close to the end of this endeavor. Time to put them back together.
This is Cheryl Haynes.
You wanted me to just call and give you an update. I'm down in the operating room. Things are going well. And I'll call you back with more updates as we have them.
Everything's going well. He's doing good. So
Good.
Well done. So far, so good. Big case. Tumor's out. All you can do is hold your breath until he wakes up. So, it's like a leap of faith until then.
Hi, Liz. Hi, Leslie. How are you? Hi, Dr. Brown.
Hello, Amanda.
You think work would be a great place to meet somebody. But you know what? There's no McDreamies or McSteamies walking around here. There's McDumb, McDud. There's like people here that are cute here in this environment, but you're like, I wonder if I took you out of the hospital and put you in real clothes and in a real social situation, if you would still be cute. So there's like a lot of hospital cute guys, but.
Hey, are you around over like Memorial Day weekend?
I am. I'm working that night.
We should do something then because...
Bob, are you asking me out?
I was gonna get down on one knee, but
Okay. Call me.
All right.
Bye. I don't know, it's kind of hot in here. I think I just got asked out on a date by Rob Miller. And then I ran away because I was so embarrassed. Yay! This is the first God's ever asked me out. I'm usually the one that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the one.
God.
I'm so excited for her.
Ron, squeeze my hand. Give me a squeeze. Give me a squeeze, Ron. Squeeze. Squeeze my hand. Okay. Ron, all done with surgery.
Surgery's all finished.
Young men wake up aggressively. I don't know why. I had surgery once, but I think I woke up peacefully. Surgery's all done. Everything went great. Now you're talking. Little mask on there. Little breathing. Looking good. Looking good. Successful surgery. Achieved our goals. Looks pretty good. Got to follow him closely tonight. He's just waking up, so he's not completely coherent yet, but he's moving everything, following commands. So far, so good.
Okay.
So the surgery went basically as planned.
Did they have any eye issues? Because he said something about losing an eye.
He still has both eyes. I would expect him to be able to see.
Okay.
Okay? I haven't been able to actually formally test that yet.
Right.
Step by step, one
Step
step.
by step,
Yeah.
You're walking too slow, crack up my favorite song on the radio. Everything's fine.
I'm gonna get you a pillow. I'll be right back, okay?
Got your friends around you.
Do I look a little better today, Izzy? Yesterday, the environmental service people told me that I have to start doing my hair before I come to work.
There's nothing wrong with her, but she could have looked much excitement, you know. Could have been looking better.
Izzy, you're in trouble. We're all done for the night. Rob and I and some of his friends are going tango dancing. Oh my God, it's so tiny. I'm scared.
Oh no.
It's kind of hot.
It's really hot when they do it.
Oh.
Okay. You know,
We're like,
she not fingers locked. Oh, like that.
Don't touch my fingers.
I don't want to keep the frame the same, and you just sort of like walk together.
Gavin, this is embarrassing. You two dance together.
Nothing sexier than two men who are comfortable enough to dance together.
To dance the
First time
tango together. All right.
Ready?
Well, all right.
Just trust me.
All right, I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna
Okay.
trust you, and it's gonna be a mess. See, I can't. I guess I don't trust you, Rob.
That's okay. Not a lot of people do.
I've made the mistake of dating somebody I work with before, and it was disastrous. Oh, that was good.
Yes, there's small steps. I think you're pretty good.
You're pretty good too. Oh, I'm getting like dizzy. Rob's a great guy. We'll see what happens.
I am no magician. I've got no crystal ball.
We're on the way up to the ICU, where I'm just going to take one last look at Ron, just to watch him continue to progress towards where I really want him to be neurologically. Hey, Ron, just checking in on you. Hi. The first noise that he made when we went in there was he just kind of bellowed, like Chewbacca. It's probably a very appropriate noise for somebody who undergoes like a surgery like that to wake up and kind of yell. If he was mute, I'd be more worried. But giving a shout, that's his prerogative. Hey, Ron, surgery's all done, okay? Everything went fine. I just talked to your family. They're gonna come up and see you in a little bit. Okay? Can I ask you a couple questions? Say your name. Remember my name? Where are you from? Okay, good. How many fingers? How many fingers? Good. All right, good. Everything went fine, okay? Let me shake your hand. He knows where he is. He knows he had surgery. He knows my name, recognizes me. He can see. He's gonna be fine. I'm on my way home. I'm gonna walk home. I'm gonna enjoy the fresh air. I'm gonna help my daughter eat dinner. Get a good night's sleep, then come back early in the morning and be ready for surgery.
You know, you live in the hospital, and so you see these people all the time, and it's only natural that you start dating people in the hospital. But things can get a little bit sticky if it doesn't go well. Hey, what's going on?
The Spanish interpreter is here for you.
This is Mallory. She's taking care of my patient today. You know, you always worry because if it's a cute nurse and you're trying to ask her out, like you can see all the other like old nurses kind of hone in on you and try to prevent you from eating their young. So you have to be a little bit careful, you know? Now I'm gonna go see Catherine. She's a 26-year-old female who over the past 24 hours has had persistent abdominal pain, predominantly in the right lower quadrant. She came to the ED here and was found to have an appendicitis. My name's Andrew, I'm one of the surgical residents. I'll be helping out on the case.
I just want to get it over with, honestly. I mean, I've been up for a long time now. I kept waking up last night, so just get it over with. Get it out if they need it out.
We're gonna try doing it laparoscopic first, which is, you know, make a couple small incisions.
Okay.
In some situations, that doesn't work out. The appendix is perforated. It's difficult to safely remove the appendix with a laparoscope.
Great, that'll be my luck.
But it's still a small incision, but you should be aware of it. There are horror stories, right? You take a person's appendix out, and they can have major complications afterwards. I remember like a couple months ago, I was having this like, you know, abdominal pain myself, and I was thinking, even if this is an appendix, I don't want to go through surgery. I'm not comfortable with this case at all. I haven't done many at all, and the ones that I have done, I totally have not reached the comfort level.
What can I say this time round? Words compose silent sound.
My dad actually died in 1997 from a medical error, which has definitely contributed to me going into medicine. He had a pancreatic mass. And what they ended up doing was not biopsying the mass, but biopsying the aorta, which is a very bad idea because then you just bleed, which is what happened to him. He just bled out. And by the time they figured out what actually was happening, it was too late. I really don't have a lot of experience removing the appendix. Everyone's anatomy is different. Things can get complicated fast. I've never worked with Amy before. I'm nervous about this operation.
So, getting back to the patient that we're operating on?
Yes.
Do you think she has appendicitis?
Yes.
Based on what?
Epigastric pain that evolved into right lower quadrant pain over a period of hours. Yep.
She had a CAT scan of her abdomen and presentation was atypical, so based on her physical exam, we're going to go in and take a look with the laparoscope, and if we see that her appendix is inflamed, we'll take it out.
So what do you think? I think it is.
Oh, you think it is?
Acute? You don't think it is?
So,
Do you want to make a bet?
let's put a little friendly wager.
Let's put a few beers. A few beers at the mission. Andrew's great. I mean, Andrew is obviously a very talented intern. He wouldn't be here if he wasn't. He does have an ego, which most young surgeons do. So my job is to try to train him, but also to rein him in a little bit. Shall we begin? Can we have a little locale for the young doctor?
Yeah, it's a difficult task, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
It's fun to hang out together, but it's also kind of pathetic because we're all so frustrated romantically.
I think dating in the hospital is very difficult.
So Henry, really odd nurse in the ED asked you out on a date, you'd say no because it could get murky.
I was excited.
If Amanda Grabowski asked you out, you'd say no? That's a flat-out lie, Henry Apino.
Lie! Lie!
Flat-out lie! Who has dated somebody you've worked with? There you go. So everybody's done it, even though nobody wants
I haven't done that.
Raise your hand.
If she were smart, fun, kind, hot, and honest, I would really consider it.
What makes you think it's not appendicitis?
I'll tell you afterwards, but do you think it is?
I do think it is.
Now, go in straight. Go. Stab the bowel. All right. Now it's time to go fishing. So where's the appendix going to be? Yeah, there it's coming. It's going to be at the end of that. There it is. Oh, it's definitely, she's definitely got disease.
I'm going to grab this if that's okay with everyone.
It's fine. Now, why don't you use it, grab the base there, and now use your other hand and basically grasp on the other side and kind of pull that appendix out of that pelvis. Yep. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to grab the appendix. Okay. What I want you to do is I want you to feed that further into your stapler. So use the stapler as a grasper. Turn it towards you. Use the stapler. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me see your blade. Okay.
You like that?
Yep. Are you comfortable with it?
I love it.
You don't have the ilium?
No. Hold on. Let me just double check.
I'll double check for you. It's not that I don't trust you. Fire. Yep.
All right.
Okay. Open up.
That was really less painful than I thought it would be.
I was impressed.
He's the best intern on the service.
use that?
All right, deploy the bag. Dunk the worm.
And I'll take a specimen cup now, please.
Okay.
Can I take this bad boy out?
Yeah. Don't lose the worm.
I'll find it.
I think I won the bet.
You won. I owe him a beer. It's okay. It was like an early appendicitis, so I asked him if he thought it was an appendicitis. I kind of just wanted to get him thinking along the lines of why he's operating on the patient.
That was the first one, and I've done it
And they both
myself.
have a
That was your first epi?
Yeah.
He did a satisfactory job.
Well,
I was kind
You
of
just
sweating a
easily
little
picked
bit.
on.
his skills actually probably beyond the level of an intern, but you know what? I'll tell him he did well, but I probably won't tell him that part. I don't want his head to get too big.
Come here. You were gonna go without saying goodbye?
Tired. I gotta work tomorrow.
Some people are just cute in this environment, and then you take them out of this environment, and then they're not so cute, and you pass.
What does that mean?
Like outside of here, you're like cool too.
So you're saying I am hospital cute?
No, you're
and then
not.
I'm also outside the world cute?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go home, go to bed. Now you can sleep soundly, knowing that you.
I saved all these emails from my wife when I first met. This is the very first email my wife ever sent to me after the day we met, which was a Sunday. This was Monday night. Monday morning, not even Monday night, Monday morning, she emailed me. She was eager. Cut the day a little bit short because today is my wife's birthday. Is anybody home? Come on down. Whose birthday is it?
Mommy's. Happy birthday.
We have two beautiful babies, twins. These guys are twins, and an older daughter. We met at a barbecue.
My best childhood friends who went to school with Will.
Yep. We decided about a week later we'd get married.
I don't know, did you decide you were going to marry me a week later?
You know quality when you see it.
You gotta take the action in your own hand. You gotta
Okay, ready? And then swing it down and then straight. Okay, ready?
You wouldn't even know that I had brain surgery almost a year ago. You know, I'm healthy and cancer-free. And it's not just beating cancer. It's, you know, Allison coming into my life, and she's like the perfect girl for me.
Oh, jeez. Hi,
Good, you know what?
Jean.
My choice?
Next on Boston Med.
Pregnant woman shot in the left chest. We got a problem, guys. Who's the attending? I'm gonna be so pissed. Get your ass down here. We need to find that bleed now. We may have to take the baby.
It's party time. You wanted to dance. I was like, no, I'm all set because you probably have a small penis anyway.
This type of delay is unacceptable. The risk of sudden death is quite high. Too many swings in her blood pressure.
Whenever your kids are sick, you want to fix them.
Somebody better say something.
She had some bleeding.
To purchase Boston Med on DVD. Boston Med.
Are you asking me out?
You're gonna get down on one knee.
You would think work would be a great place to meet somebody, but you know what? There's no McDreamies or McSteamies. You take some people out of this environment and then they're not so cute.
What does that mean?
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy kiss off more nurses than you on rounds.
Are you in love? I like her.
Anyone feel a pulse?
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know. You're everything that I
vehicle, unconscious and entrapped. ETA fact. Proceed to acute when you get here. Mass General clear.
Speed unknown. Lost consciousness twice at the scene. She's got a large laceration going down her head.
Chest is okay? What's that? Is that a bruise?
She's got the bruising, and we got CT on, but again, I think
Okay,
it's
quick chest and then CT nose. So we'll get everything scanned from head to toe, brain, chest, abdomen, and we'll see. Go from there. I don't find being upset or showing emotion or being angry about something and expressing that. I don't find that terrible. That's good enough for the moment. It'll need to be redone. If it's in the name of helping a patient, getting dirty is no problem. So far, I'm nothing.
I want to come and check your trauma head.
Very good news for her. Nothing in the brain. Is that propofol running?
No.
Good.
No, I got fentanyl and Versed.
She doesn't need Versed though either.
Okay.
She didn't get any Versed, right? Good. Thank you.
No, she didn't get anything.
Good.
No. I just have it in case.
Good.
The one with the scalp laceration.
Yeah.
Pressure had dropped down a bit, like within the last hour, but now it's back up.
Propofol. She's on propofol.
Actually, she's on propofol.
She's on Versed. I'm going to be pissed because I specifically said no benzos in that patient. If you give somebody a really strong medication like Versed, you're going to prolong the period of time that they have to have a breathing tube in place. We snowed her to sew a lac? Come on,
No,
guys.
it was a lac. It was her pressures were 50 at that time.
Holy. You give them a medication that really tends to hang out for a long period of time, it's going to mess around with their ability to be extubated. Why did she get Versed?
in the scanner.
Why? Why did she get Versed? I was very specific. This woman has no injury. She's got no brain injury. She doesn't need to be intubated. Here's my problem. We have a patient who got intubated, probably didn't need to because she has no head injury. And now we've given her a benzo. So we're not going to be able to extubate her. So now we've just extended the period of time and made her more vulnerable to pneumonia. I get so feisty about benzos. I wasn't yelling, was I?
No, it was
Yeah, you were.
perfect.
At one point, you actually grabbed your face. I thought you were going to rip it off.
So there's a rule in the hospital that before you go into any patient's room and when you walk out of a patient's room, you always have to use Purell on your hands. I'm big into the rules, so always wash your hands.
You can relax right now.
This month, I'm in the emergency department. I really like the change of pace. Just a different scene. I think variety is good.
49-year-old gentleman with a long history of alcohol and heroin abuse, and he was found lying down on the street earlier today. And now he's just a little bit too high.
What are you guys laughing about?
I don't think if someone's having a manic episode, you want to be laughing. That guy was pretty entertaining, I have to admit.
You seem extremely happy at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
You're bouncing up and down, and you're making a lot of noise.
But I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. And I'm okay.
Did anybody ever talk to you about the possibility of you having bipolar disorder?
Bipolar disorder?
Yeah. No?
Don't you mean no, doctor? I don't know what it is.
Well, bipolar disorder is when sometimes you feel very depressed and other times you feel very happy, very excited.
Sometimes, a lot of times.
A lot of times? Okay. Can we give you a sandwich? Are you hungry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right.
I need some food. Bring me a lot of food, Papa.
He's either manic or he's psychotic. He's very happy. He's certainly not suicidal or homicidal, right? I mean, so that's all good stuff.
Medicine, really saved my brother's life. My brother, growing up, had Hodgkin's disease and had to go through 9 months of chemo and 3 months of radiation treatments.
That's a sandwich? I'm gonna eat it all. I am very hungry. I love America. This is the land of the honey. Do you remember me?
The rule is you always Purell every patient. Maybe him, I gave a couple extra pumps on the Purell station.
Just got a page for a 39-year-old woman who is 27 weeks pregnant who was shot in the left chest. In order to protect the baby, protect her as well, optimize her care, and then we'll be able to optimize the care of the baby.
Excuse me?
And if she is dying, then we may have to make the decision to take the baby. We'll just have to see what she looks like.
This is a 39-year-old female, gunshot wound to the right upper arm through and right chest.
Everybody not running the trauma, get out. Obvious entry wound with large hematoma, the right chest. Can we please get a chest tube in on the right?
All right, how you guys doing on the left? Chest tube on the left? We got a problem, guys. There's blood in the left chest. Let's get a stat chest x-ray and then we need to go to the OR.
Let us know when you want us to look the baby.
I don't care about the fast of the baby. I want to know about the chest right now, okay? When you see a pregnant woman, people tend to start to get confused about the priorities because if mom goes bad because you didn't do something, then you've done the baby no service. No more lines, no more lines. I'm just trying to make a decision. We're going to the OR, we're going to the scanner. What's coming out of that chest? Let me take a quick look at the x-ray. Have to see that chest x-ray. If there's a chest full of blood, I'm not going to waste time in CAT scan. She'll bleed to death. We'll just need to go find the hole and fix the hole now.
There you go.
Not good. And she's got a left chest that's got a bunch of blood in it. We need to find that bleed now. We've got to get her to the OR right now.
Those are aviators. Yeah, I know, but I don't like them. Oh, geez, those are beastly. It's like Tom Cruise. When I was 4, I was diagnosed with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's pretty much when the septum of the heart is like enlarged, so it's harder for the heart to function and pump blood. Oh, those are intense. I'd need a heart transplant. I don't care for the waiting, but I'm willing to wait because after it's going to be worth it. I don't even think I'm allowed to go to junior prom. Oh, really? Why? Since I'm not in school. Oh, that's true. Granted, they probably like jump through hoops for me, but oh. You know what? That's okay. I'm probably not going to junior prom either.
I think Sarah is an incredible kid with an amazing amount of strength and determination, and I think that's going to only help her through this process.
Here's my room. Those are all like college application letters and stuff. That whole like stack was just when I was in the hospital.
A lot of people ask if I think about it every day. Oh, is the heart gonna come today? Is it gonna come today? It's not really like that. That is one of my favorite people on earth right there. Andrew McMahon. He's a singer and a pianist. He actually had leukemia. One of his lyrics was, "It's good to be alive." So it's more like inspirational stuff rather than like, woe is me, I can't like live and deal with this problem.
Let's take a quick listen.
I keep making her do all of her PT.
I collapsed on the hallway floor.
You collapsed on the hallway floor because your muscles were so tired, or because
No,
you were
because I
sick
was out of breath.
You were out of breath. It would be okay to stop right before collapsing.
Ready?
Sarah's gotten sicker and sicker over the last 6 months. I worry that if we don't find her heart soon, that she'll die.
Listen up, everybody. She is diabetic. She is allergic to penicillin. We don't see pregnant women who are that severely injured all that often, a couple times a year perhaps.
Do you want us to put the monitor on the baby and then you'll prep over it?
No, you can't have the belly.
You don't want to monitor the baby through the surgery?
Nope. Baby's heart rate was 130. That's not terrible. The best way to save the baby is save mom. I can't see the bullet on chest x-ray, so I don't know where it went. Did it go through the pericardium, go through the heart? If you have a heart injury, you know, we need to find out what's bleeding. Incision. We're starting. Someone in the room, please turn on the other surgical light. I know you guys don't know, just find the switch somewhere. So you guys know what we're dealing with right now. Right now we know we got 2 holes in the heart. And then the bullet must be back here somewhere, right? It's right, this is what's bleeding. I see this end here, this is making me nervous. That is bleeding. So put a stitch in that thing. Start with that, please. Very few circumstances require you to think and think as clearly and methodically on the run, on the fly, with limited information as does trauma surgery. She's lucky. That bullet grazed the heart. It could have just as easily passed through the heart, penetrating the heart, and she would have bled to death. Both she and the baby would have died within seconds. They found the bullet? Really? Oh, I feel so much better knowing where it is. Okay, take it out. Okay. Actually, can we call security, please? And do we have an evidence bag? So, do you have a metal tray? Ready? Okay. This could have been much worse. I mean, she's far from out of the woods. You know, just get the mom well and you get the baby well.
The drama in medicine is that you do the best you can for every patient, but you never know what the outcome will be. I mean, look at the Dumas family. Look at the challenges that family is facing.
Sarah tried pushing herself a little bit too hard, probably about a month and a half ago at school.
Like, I don't think anyone else has ever felt that kind of chest pain, and it's just excruciating. After transplant, like, I'm not a very athletic person, but it'll be like, I want to try to run a mile,
of the day.
You know?
I'm not a very athletic person. No. Understatement of the day.
My brother also has hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. He's actually gonna begin the transplant process probably within the next year.
Next year you should run a marathon. That'd be so funny to watch. What did I do when I found out I was going to get a transplant?
I can't even remember when you did find out.
How did I react?
I don't remember.
I personally was having an internal freakout session when they were talking about transplant for both of them. I was not... It wasn't even in the realm of possibility in my mind.
Yeah, it wasn't for me either. But afterwards, I guess I, like, figured out, oh, this is kind of the only option for me, you know? And, you know, I'll have, like, a life after this, and it'll be, like, completely different.
The transplanted heart could last 20 years, maybe longer, if we can keep her alive and healthy to take advantage of some of the new scientific discoveries 20 years from now. This would be a bridge to something new, and maybe she can have a long and normal life.
Never know what's going to happen in the emergency department. Every day's a little different.
Hey!
Hi.
Something on mustache.
You never know what's coming at you, and you just sort of roll with whatever happens. Good night, guys.
Let's go wait for Papa.
When their dad lets them know that he's on his way home, then they love to stake it out. They get excited to see him when he hasn't been home for a while.
You getting on?
I'm alright.
You steering?
Yeah.
Okay. Nico and I have been cooking like this for a long time, right, Nico? And before that, Ella. To be able to deal with these horrible things that you know are sending patients and families reeling for years, perhaps. And then to be able, in some way, to set that aside and go home and you know, have a picnic with the kids. There's a disconnect there that oftentimes feels surreal. Like.
He picked a lot of intense things in his life. He picked a high-maintenance job, a high-maintenance wife, and then a family that he really wants to be very involved with. So he's amazing at keeping a lot of balls in the air, but they're all bowling balls.
All right, new recipe. Everybody taste it.
Oh! Spicy.
How was it?
Good.
When we were driving in, I was thinking I can either be really freaked out and waste my time being freaked out, or I can be calm. Yeah. So I'm choosing the second option.
My daughter is here. They have a heart for her.
You can go right on.
Transplantation often occurs in the middle of the night for various different reasons. Hi, sir. How you doing? Yeah? Tired?
Yeah, and starving.
We've all been quite concerned about Sarah because the risk of sudden death is quite high in patients who have her condition. The surgery has different components. If you don't want me to go into the details, Sarah, you tell me.
I like the details.
Do you like to hear the details? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go on the heart-lung machine, and then we'll take out the old heart. And when the new heart gets there, we'll start that reimplantation process. The moment of truth is when we take the clamp off and reperfuse the heart.
See if it starts beating on its own.
Not to see if it starts beating, but anticipating that it will start beating.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. The surgical team just left to go harvest the heart, and in reality, we won't know if it's any good for Sarah till they actually get there and get a chance to examine it.
To see previous episodes of Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
Just got a 90-year-old guy that came in that fell on the escalator at the mall and hit his head. I'm Amanda, one of the nurses. There's going to be lots going on right now, okay? Behind every diagnosis is a patient. I always try to put myself in their shoes. Like, if this was my grandmother, what would I want them to do for her? And how would I want the nurse to act?
So, sir, you were going up an escalator and you fell.
That was pretty dumb.
Well, I don't know that it was your fault.
Sir, I'm going to put an IV in your arm over here, okay? You're going to feel a poke. 1, 2, 3. My parents got divorced when I was like 9 years old. I didn't have anybody there to kind of say, do your homework, get your homework done, you need to study for this test or anything like that. I don't know, I just did it. Maybe because I kind of had to take care of myself a lot growing up is why I went into this profession to help take care of other people. I think your girlfriend's here. My name's Amanda, I'm his
He
nurse.
has a good sense of humor, but I don't think you're going to see it right now. You gave me a big scale. Well, you went down with a bang, deal.
Did I break the escalator?
No, it broke you.
I think it's so sweet. Little old people in love. I hope that I can be that lucky someday. Rob's a nice guy, but it didn't end up going anywhere. Your ring is beautiful. When is your wedding shower?
I don't know. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, right. You wouldn't know. My wedding shower is going to have to be like handicap accessible because I'm probably not going to get married until like 90.
It's 5:30 and they're giving me the go-ahead to sign out.
Whenever, just sign up to it, seriously.
See you later. Thanks. You too. This is pretty sweet. It's before 6 p.m. and I'm getting to go home. 5 points. Not bad, not bad. We need to do this all the time.
We do it all.
Bardouche, Andrew, he's definitely my best friend in our intern class, someone who I'll be friends with my whole life. The two of us are very outgoing people and like to certainly have fun.
Yeah, I'm big into nicknames.
So my name is Andrew L. Bardisi.
Bardouche, it evolved like...
Removing the L from the Bardisi, removing the DC from the Bardisi, and just combining bar and douche.
He just has this sort of essence about him.
A lot of people started calling him a douche or a douchebag for some reason.
And I love it, honestly.
Nurses will page Dr. Bardouche, Dr. L. Bardouche. People really think that's his name.
I convinced him it was a compliment, so he agreed to take on the name Bardouche.
The amount of drama that occurs in those 4 towers, an intern who slept with a fellow. We have a fellow who's sleeping with a physician assistant. It's crazy. I'm not going into some of the other things because then it gets personal.
Shall we head out?
I think we should go.
Let's do it.
Blood, 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 bloody, bloody blood.
But it is history. Yeah, okay, I love you.
I'm gonna watch Goblet of Fire.
Harry Potter.
Hello. We are taking off in a few minutes. And there's a question whether or not the OR time over there is going to be delayed.
When you have a better sense for the timing, why don't you give me another call? This particular donor for Sarah's transplant, there are many teams coming from all over the United States, and so there are inherently going to be unexpected delays.
Wait, let's play this one.
They're going to put a central line.
Ian and Sarah the whole way up here. Talking really super fast.
Hey, how you doing? They're waiting for us to tell them that the heart looks good, so they can just take the recipient to the OR back in Boston.
All right, not a bad crowd tonight, so we'll see what happens. I am single. I don't have a family. I'd probably like to go out more than most of the people in our residency program.
So, Kyle is at the Liberty once again, looking very beautiful.
Thank you, Rick.
So what did you think of Prashant?
You're a good wingman, I'll tell you that.
I tried to set her up with Prashant. It sounds like it didn't go so well, though.
I mean, I just don't know him. I talked to him like 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you guys are both Indian. You should be able to get along.
automatically, right?
No. I think that's absolutely appropriate.
So Indian people automatically get along with other Indian people?
Unequivocally, yes, Indian
And they
people.
should only date other Indian people?
I'm Egyptian, and I think that it wouldn't be bad if only Egyptians dated Egyptians.
Bardouche, I totally disagree with you.
I think it's absolutely true.
You're only going to date someone that's your race.
No. I think the probability of me actually having a successful relationship with someone of my race is much higher than me having a successful relationship of, let's say, with you or
him.
Richard, if he were to be a female.
I'm pretty happy right now as is. I can work late and not have to worry about coming home. I can go out whenever I want to. However, I don't want to wake up and be 40 or 50 and not have a family.
Well, okay. I mean, I would say that this type of delay is now close to being unacceptable. My concern, obviously, is you've been in there for over 3 hours, 3.5 hours now, with both the chest and the belly open. Each half hour that you're in there, there's risk of losing the donor organ. So we can't wait indefinitely.
To learn more about congenital heart disease, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
You guys gonna go check out the baby?
Yeah, let's show the baby.
Good. Our shot pregnant woman appears to be stable now. The bullet took out one of the arteries that supplies the muscle of the heart itself. So we'll get an ultrasound at this point in time and see how it looks.
It looks like it might be outside.
There's some abnormality in the atrium adjacent to the area that was injured. The bullet was intact, so I don't think it's a fragment, but she could have clot in there.
I'm just trying to guess what, because it looks like it almost looks like it has a brighter tip.
We don't know what this is. Is this some blood clot? Is this a bullet fragment that we missed? I need a cardiologist here now.
Hi, this is Mindy. I can't find a fellow to come up and take a look at this echo.
I'm trying to figure out why they're giving her a hard time about coming down and taking care of this thing.
All right, so I'll do a focus study then.
The guy could have been down here and back, and the time it takes to argue why you shouldn't come down here.
If no one's able to come down, then I'll just bring the pictures back up.
God damn it.
No one's available to come down right now.
So what's the turnaround time on this?
As soon as I take the images, I go up.
Where's up?
Or
Do you want to take it off?
Second floor.
Leave it on and monitor.
So no one can walk up 2 floors. Who's the attending? These folks get into their little worlds, and they just read images, and they forget that there's a patient on the other end. It's like, okay, here's someone who you can't sit and wait for the image report. So get your ass down here and look at the patient and do what needs to be done. It's not that hard.
What we've got going basically is some type of echogenic structure. This is not going to be an artifact. It looks like it's in the tissue, not in the lumen.
Ultimately, this wonderful cardiologist came down, interpreted the images, said this was not a bullet fragment. She sees this routinely on valve repairs of the heart, and the heart would heal on its own.
Just swallow that. No, it's a swallow. Yep. How was it?
Pretty bad.
Yeah, that face says it all.
It has like a tingle to it.
My colleagues just called. They're headed back to the organ now. Everything went well.
The car was a very nice car. Beatings very powerful beating. So we are really happy.
Hey, Miss Francis. We can probably start, work on getting her down to the operating room.
Keep your hands inside, okay, Sarah?
She's got quite a bit of family up there. It's going to take you at least half an hour to get her down there.
I think she's ready. I think she's more ready than I am.
Right.
I love you.
Right.
Love you.
Right.
See you on the other side.
Right.
Hey, Mike.
Bye.
Bye, sweetheart.
Bye.
We'll see you in a while.
Any other byes? I say them.
Good luck.
Now we recruited one more for the girls' cruise. Let's see this. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Me too, you don't even know. I haven't been on vacation without my children ever.
You're lying.
No, no. Should be fun.
Hi. Oh, it's fun to hang out with friends at work, but it's even more fun when it's unsupervised. It's party time. Slide right off the bat. I thought we'd maybe like ease into it a little bit, but they're like going all out right off the bat. I need another one too. You're generous. I love it. I feel like the Marilyn Monroe tonight, right? Oh, there we go. Good stuff. Cheers. So-and-so is shampooing their hair. Yeah. So-and-so is going to the bank. Damn Facebook.
Facebook brings back a lot of people. You don't need to be seen again.
My friend is friends with my ex-boyfriend on Facebook, and I made her go sign on, and I went on his account and saw all kinds of pictures with him and his new girlfriend. Yeah, it's like a kick in the gut.
Owie.
Yeah.
This was a very long term. Right?
6 years. Mm-hmm. We met when I was 20 years old, so I just saw all my other single girlfriends going out and having fun and thought I was missing out, but really, I wasn't missing out on anything.
Grass is always greener on the other side.
Right. I think I'm
like, I
totally
love
fine
being
with this.
married and I love my husband, but I miss the drop of the hat, you know. Do whatever the heck you want to do. Boom, go.
See, I hate having like random losers hit on you. And the last time we went out, I got told by 2 different guys that I had big shoulders and big hips in one night.
That's the equivalent of saying you have the biggest beer gut or man boobs I have ever seen in my entire life. That's not okay to say.
And why do they feel they need to tell you this exactly?
He wanted to dance with me. I was like, no, I'm all set. You know, I'm here hanging out with my friends, whatever. And he got mad. And he said, well, that's fine because you have big hips anyway. And I said, well, that's fine because you probably have a small penis anyway.
What a jackass.
Yeah. Exactly. Walking back in here, it's like a punch in the face. All the smells and sounds come right back to you.
We're about 10 minutes out. He does have major oral trauma and a large laceration through the chin.
Back in the trenches, the party is over.
We all are in agreement. This is Sarah Dumas for a heart transplant.
Absolutely.
Whenever your kids are sick, as a parent, you want to fix them. And when you can't fix them, you feel as though you're helpless.
We're gonna go ahead and get her chest all opened up. As soon as the harvesting team lands at the airport, we'll go on the heart lung machine. Once they arrive in the hospital, we'll cut out her old heart and we'll be ready to implant a new one. So this is like a little bit like being a cook. You're sort of setting the table, and when the heart gets here, it's like making a meal. Hi, Victor.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Welcome. So we're getting ready to cut out the old heart. This is the central line. Okay, there you go. The old heart is clearly very thick, very stiff.
But it's still beating. You know, you can make the heart beat.
Are you ready for the heart?
Yes, sir. That was great. Okay.
My son, he's seeing everything that's happening, and he's going to be put on the transplant list, so he knows that all of this is coming his way.
I'm glad I'm going second so that I know sort of what it's going to be like.
Scissors, please. You can see this, the heart starting to beat. You can see the EKG. So that's always a reassuring moment. Before we close the chest, we want to be sure that everything is dry. Linda, we had some bleeding from the back of the heart, which is impossible to repair without going back on bypass. We're just going back on the heart machine to fix the bleeding site.
It's been what, 6 hours? I'm anxious about getting information because it's difficult when I don't know what's happening.
Rotate the table back towards midline, please. Teenagers like Sarah are very resilient. It's very hard to deal with bleeding from the back of the heart, but we got it fixed, so it's good as new. Okay, great. We're all done. We're gonna close the chest, and then I'll go out and talk to the folks. Well, I would imagine the family is pretty anxious. I'm sure they're exhausted. I'm not sure what they know. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi. You have a seat? So we're all done. She's doing okay. We got her old heart explanted, and that went fine. And got the new heart in, and that seems to be working just fine for her. We came off bypass and had some bleeding behind the heart, so I decided to just go back on briefly. Went back on and stopped the heart for 10 minutes, and were able to get the bleeding controlled. All right, so I'll be right back with you, okay? All right, good. It's my pleasure. Sure. All right. Thanks so much. Sure.
This is terrible.
Why is he gonna come back in a minute?
I don't.
He's got a call. He's gonna go check something.
I know. My point.
Getting paged back to the OR after you've closed is never a good thing. Perhaps she's bleeding again.
It's 11 days after Patricia Baker was shot in the heart. She's now 28 weeks pregnant, and see how mom and baby are doing.
I remember everything that happened up until the point where I told my neighbor that I was shot. I fell in the hallway. And no one knew that I had been shot but me.
Watching a movie on DVD, and that's what all started, 2 a.m., and a lot of people came over.
When he saw the kid with the gun, he shut the door to the living room.
And he shot through the door, and Patricia happened to be right there, 10 feet away.
So all I could think about was get the baby out so that the baby can live.
I still shut my eyes at night and think about it, you know? Thought it was over. I'm like, wow, I just lost a child and a good girl, you know?
This is my oldest daughter when she was probably about 17. Amanda when she was about 10. Samantha when she was 2.
Hello, Miss Baker? It's Jeff Houston.
Hi.
Now you look like a new person.
Every day seems a little bit better.
Have the obstetricians been by, or did they?
Yes, they come by once a day to ultrasound the baby.
Okay, and they said everything's okay?
Yes, the baby's great. I mean, you could see that it was a boy, you know?
Good.
You know, they're like, wow, he's well endowed. I was like, oh my God.
Well, good. All right, glad to see you're doing well.
Just grateful to be alive.
Okay. All right. She's doing well. Yeah, I mean, that's very rewarding, you know? It's huge, 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 huge.
Sarah has really put us through a roller coaster today. I don't know if she's bleeding or why she's so unstable, but I need to get back in there and take a look. What's going on?
So she got really hypotensive. It was just so dramatic. It went straight down to like 45 or so.
There's too many swings in her blood pressure.
I'm not going to be able to handle this really too much longer, so somebody better say something.
Keep having these unexplained swings in blood pressure. Blood pressure goes to 150, and then she's down to the 40s. I think now we got to get her up to the ICU so she can be closely monitored. I'm not sure there's anything else for us to do down here in the operating room. She has these profound spikes in blood pressure. We've seen this with a couple of transplant patients, but I don't recall it being this acute after transplant. It is pretty strange that she has these swings in blood pressure. Right, so I wanted to give you another update. She's fine, she's stable, but she's exhibiting these kind of swings in blood pressure. Blood pressure gets pretty high, then it gets low, then she's stable for a while. So we'll just have to see how the next 12 to 24 hours go. For a moment there, Sarah gave us a real scare. But as I expected from Sarah, she made remarkable recovery. And I'm very pleased overall with how she's done. And I think she's going to go on and do very well. How you doing, Sarah?
Good. Up around, you know.
Up and around? Good.
I'm out of here tomorrow.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You excited about getting out tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
You tried to slow me down a little bit there early on at the beginning, but I think we caught up.
Yep.
You did great. She looks fantastic. She's back to being the old Sarah. It's really just very gratifying.
It'll be interesting to be able to like go upstairs or run or swim or anything really without being out of breath. That's what I wrote on the window. It's good to be alive. Backwards so you can read it from outside, I hope.
The birdies look like this.
Listen, would you stop startling me?
You can see the eyes. This is the cheek and the chin.
I'm just so glad he's safe.
It's amazing the turnaround that's happened. I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Life is really good right now. When I went on the cruise, I never thought that I would be talking again to my ex-boyfriend, and now we're engaged and planning our wedding, so it's exciting times. Now I have the house and the guy, and babies will be a few more years before that happens. Jay's home.
Hey. There's no other person I want to be with. She's my best friend. She always has been. She always will be.
It's been 8 months since we reunited.
And it feels so good.
Engaged. You ready?
Before the transplant, I could never have done this.
Next on Boston Med.
An 8-year-old with some kind of cardiac arrest.
You just make sure she's got a good pulse.
Her heart goes crazy. I have a 5-year-old son, and I can't imagine how it must feel.
She's in VTAC. Clear?
They can't get a baby out. This is a step.
I know it's scary.
Can I have an available OB?
I would not want to date me right now.
Rachel's the one that I want to marry.
I may not be the marrying kind. Jeff should definitely dump me.
If this guy dies because his insurance company wouldn't approve a visit,
We don't have anything else to offer him.
if it were your wife laying in that bed, you would assist.
You got it.
Okay, no moving. I got a little needle scrape
On a patient who's high risk.
Rachel's the one that I want to marry.
I may not be the marrying kind. Jeff should definitely dump me.
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy piss off more nurses than you on rounds.
Rob, are you asking me out in front of this camera?
Code blue, ED code team.
Does anyone feel a pulse?
Nothing.
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know you're everything that I want.
Unconscious, unresponsive with shallow respirations after a fall. When he does wake up occasionally, he's combative and defiant.
When a patient is being brought in, you're going through all the steps while you're running to the ED. If you lose control, then that patient loses any chance of making it.
At the moment, he's 42. He fell 15 feet down the ladder. The 911 was called.
What's your name?
I'm going to keep this one down.
Patrick, do you know what day it is, Patrick?
Try to get out of your way.
Oh, yeah. Give me a day of the week, Patrick. Friday. Nice job. Airways to tap.
His blood pressure is low. Can we get some blood?
Yeah.
At first glance, Patrick may look okay because he's still talking, but his blood pressure is low, and all this can change in a second if he's got an ongoing internal bleed.
Does this hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got belly tenderness. Patrick, is anything else hurt?
My back. Can I lay on my side or something?
Did you move?
On my side?
No, you can't. You can't move.
We're gonna have to put a tube in your penis. Why? Because we need to find out how much you're peeing.
Go ahead, let it rip. Go ahead, pee.
He's got blood.
Take him to the OR.
Yep.
He's bleeding. I don't know where. Most likely it's a liver injury, and probably he's got a kidney injury because he's peeing blood. It's pretty dangerous. If somebody's bleeding at this rate, probably in about 15-20 minutes is your window. Come on. Why is this thing not willing to move?
In medicine, you can never guarantee certain outcome.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We're getting an incoming transport from New England Medical Center of a newborn baby who was born with a defect in the formation of his heart. Some of the vessels which bring back blood from the lungs actually inserted into the wrong place in the heart.
Dopamine's at 2. Fentanyl's at 2.
Here we go, baby doll.
I gave birth 22 hours ago. I'm in my 3rd hospital.
just want it to be over with. It's devastating. Seeing him all wired up and not being able to pick him up. Everything was fine, and making all those phone calls, healthy baby boy, and then, you know, an hour later, they're like, oh, you can't see him, you know, we think there's a problem. And it's just like, well, he was fine 2 minutes ago.
My name's Dr. Chin. I think I talked to you on the phone when you were at NAMEC. How are you?
Good.
It's nice to meet you. You look fantastic for just having a baby. Congratulations. It's nice to meet you. So his situation has been stable, so that's good news.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
But he still is right now in critical condition. So we're gonna do some more blood tests, some x-rays, and get some more answers. So you guys will be the first ones to know once we get some more information about what's going on with Michael, okay? And because it was caught so early, I think we know exactly how to support him in the meantime until we figure out what kind of surgical correction he needs. So take a deep breath. Everything's gonna be fine. We'll know a lot more within an hour or two. Okay?
Thank you.
We've given him 4 units of blood. His blood pressure is still low.
How did this happen, guys?
He fell 15 feet.
15 feet off a ladder.
He's bleeding. I don't know where. He's just bleeding to death. We'll find out where he's bleeding from. Gloves, guys. His chances of dying in the hospital are about 50%. Can I have a knife, please? You don't have all that much time to fix these things. It comes down to your hands, your mind, and trying to figure out within the next 5 minutes or so. If you can't figure it out, you know, the game is over. Big bleed there. He's got multiple cracks in the liver. We're just gonna pack the liver and stop the bleeding from that. Sometimes they live and sometimes they don't. How much blood have we given him?
15 or 16 units. A lot more than his blood volume, actually.
The blood bags are just piling up and blood pressure is still low. We've controlled the bleeding at the liver. We gotta figure out other places where he's bleeding. There's something bleeding from here. We'll need to get a pelvic x-ray.
X-ray.
You see the fracture right behind us?
Yeah, guys, his lips are blue.
His pressure is too low. We're gonna take the dressing down and repack him.
Yeah.
He's trying to die on us now.
It's your mom.
Baby Michael's oxygen level is now dangerously low. And it's clear to us that we need to correct the connections between his heart and lungs immediately.
Last I knew, we had to wait another 4 weeks for surgery, and then I get a phone call today saying his echo came back a little congested, and we have to bump the surgery up to the next 24 hours. So I'm kind of shocked right now, scared, nervous, sick. Oh, it's hard.
Michael's sort of continually drawing the short straw. I'm not sure why, but he can't seem to get a break here. But at least by doing this and getting his surgery over with, he can start getting better, start growing, and put all this behind him a little bit. You have a pretty good sense of what's going on?
24 hours?
Yeah.
I'm scared all of a sudden. Even though I was wishing for it to be bumped up, but I'm just so nervous now.
I think clearly he's just not tolerating this like we hoped he would, you know? It's like we're saying, he keeps drawing the short straw. So,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
he can't get a
I
break,
just
so.
hope he doesn't draw the short straw during surgery.
Well, I think he's used up his bad luck.
I hope so.
I think he's used up his bad luck. So,
I hope he ran out.
yep, and I think he'll do fine tomorrow.
I hope so.
Okay. All right, Mom, okay?
Yeah, just scared.
Don't be.
Yeah.
All right.
I have faith in you.
Okay.
Oh, God. Everybody gets grounded by something, and they feel an obligation to something. And so right now, my #1 obligation is to work. Oh, God. And everybody else kind of fits in around that. Hey, babe, not looking good. I'll call you later. Sorry. But one thing about Jeff is that he is incredibly loyal.
So this is basically what it's like to live and date a OBGYN resident. A lot of time by yourself. It's great.
Anyone else would tell me to go take a hike, which is what he probably should do most of the time. Oh, I know. It's been just a disaster today. It's been so busy. I forgot we were going to do that. Sorry, baby. Hey friend, how you doing? Good. Miss Carrington Price is 22 years old. She's had one baby before. She's going to have another one. She's very cute. She's got her mom and baby's dad here.
When he's on the way out, I would be in the other room. I won't be in here. I don't want to pass out.
I don't blame you. I don't want to see it.
When he's clean and ready to go in my arms, that's when I'll take the picture. Very booty little boy.
Well, normally, if dad tries to be like, oh, I'm just gonna chill outside or whatever, we're like, no. You got her pregnant, you can help hold her other leg while she pushes, because we can't do all the work for you. Hey, you showed up right in time. We're fully in. Coming.
Yep, he's coming. He's almost out. Yeah, you gotta push it out. Push it again. That's right.
Good job. There we go.
He's mad. He's pissed. That's my boy. That's my boy.
Let's see. Hold him up. He's really cute. Yeah, he's super cute.
Just felt like I had him.
Only thing you're gonna have is this. Man, wait till they reverse the stages and men start having babies.
I don't care, because I would be the last man ever to have a baby.
You'll be the first. If I got to impregnate you my damn self, you'll be the first.
You're so special.
And tonight,
The most beautiful thing I ever seen in my life.
I'll be next to you, right by your side.
Dude, you have the crispest, cleanest coats.
Image is important. You look like a slime bag in that thing. You need to take it to the dry cleaners. Don't be afraid of a little starch. Seriously.
I'll huff and I'll puff.
I'm taking a week off.
All right, will you guys eat with me, please? I'm starving. Where do you guys want to go? I'm on call, so I can't. It's not like I can go have a beer with you guys. So what do you want to do? And it's got to be somewhere right here. So
I'll join you at the.
Who are you talking to? Listen, Andrew. Let me. Andrew, hi, honey. Listen, he's got nothing to say. He's on call. He can't leave. I'm going to the course. He'll see all of Sugar Baker's patients. Thank you. Okay, can we go, please? I need to eat.
Dude, don't do that, man. That's rude.
Come on. God.
DiBardino. He's a very motivated, very talented, very driven, very aggressive, very compulsive sort of guy, what makes a very good surgeon.
I'm operating with Larry Cohen today. So we are on our way to see Natalie Cadis. She is a young woman who needs her aortic valve replaced. And she also has an aneurysm, an enlargement of her aorta, and that may also need to be replaced as well. So it's a serious condition and needs to be addressed immediately.
Did they say what time you thought?
Say at least about another hour. You'll be all right.
Too late.
Hi. How are you? Nellie, we haven't formally met, but my name's Dr. DiBardino. I'm one of Dr. Cohen's chief residents. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It's not a straightforward aortic valve replacement. In our hands, we would quote you up front 1 to 2% risk of something bad happening. But, we have a lot of experience here, as you know, and Dr. Cohen certainly has been doing this for 40 years. So he's the guy you want.
I have 2 kids, so try to get me out alive if you can. We can work on that.
We want to work on it real hard.
All right, thanks. Just getting nervous as it's getting closer. Just about not waking up and just the whole thing.
Good luck. We'll be all right.
She's young. She's got 2 young children at home, and this is a big deal for her. We have to get this right.
His blood pressure is still too low. We got the liver under control now. He's bleeding from the pelvis. First, I need 6 or 7 lap pads. 4 on this side. Tight. There you go. Keep them coming. We got to control the bleeding for this patient to have any chance whatsoever to live. How much blood have we given him so far?
It's a lot. He's going to need more.
So he's lost his blood volume many times over. It's crazy. We're pouring blood in. He's pouring blood out. Pack it all along the rim. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good.
There's no bulging. Bleeding is slowed down, but he's very unstable, very unstable. The patients that do live are the ones where all the stars line up. Everything has to go perfect. We've plugged up the rupture in his pelvic arteries with gel and packed the abdomen with a lot of lap pads. For the time being, the bleeding seems to have stopped. And if he stays stable, he'll have a fighting chance.
mean, this is actually a fairly tricky operation. Natalie needs her aortic valve replaced, but we're also going to replace the first part of her ascending aorta. She's got a great family, and we don't want to let her down today. We're going to connect her to the bypass machine here. Heparin's in. Yes. This looks good. We'll get our line in here, and we'll be all set for Dr. Cohen to come down. So far, so good.
What's going on, Double D?
Hey, Professor. I think we're good to go.
Go.
All right.
Yeah.
Dr. Cohen's one of my very favorite people to scrub with, because every time I operate with him, he makes me better. Okay, the heart is arrested.
You got this stuck somewhere. I can't feel a son, bitch. Pull it over. Get this out of the way. You put this in wrong. Pull toward you. Just wait a minute. This is no good because this is all getting screwed up because you haven't done that right. You're doing the same thing. You don't understand what I'm telling you.
How's that, sir?
Pull this over. Don't use your forceps. Pull this over with the forceps. You get it?
Yes.
I hope so.
She's on bypass. Her aorta's wide open. We're not playing around a golf. That's not the time to have a discussion or a gentlemanly chat.
Don't push it toward me. No, you're going behind it. No. Grab your stitch so you know where you are. No, you don't have it. Get this. Take it out. Stretch it down.
His expectation is perfection, and nobody's ever going to do it well enough.
Hey, Bernardino, you have 5 seconds to find that right suture.
This is it?
Yeah. I don't know where you learned this graft technique here. It sucks. Okay, you want to defibrillate, please?
Nice.
All right, I'm going to drop out for a minute. You have to do that so that they know what the highest quality. They know that you won't tolerate anything less than the highest quality, because that's what wins the game. Good to see everything went well.
Oh, great.
She's just getting closed up now. It's about 6:30. You can go see her.
Oh, that'd be great.
Her aorta's been replaced, her valve's been replaced, and everything looks great. So this is a total success. Dr. Cohen is going to have you do it his way every time. This is a guy who's been doing heart surgery 5 years longer than I've been alive. All right. I love him. I love the guy.
Today's the day. He's having surgery in 1 hour and 55 minutes.
And Michael's veins that come from the lungs back to the heart, that connection was never made. So what we have to do is an operation to bring his pulmonary veins to the left side of his heart. The hard part for him afterward is he's going to have pulmonary hypertension. He's going to have high blood pressure in the lungs for a few days.
Hi, how are you? So, ready?
What's his first name?
Michael.
Michael. Hi, Michael. I'm just gonna scoop you up, my little man. I got him. Hi. Fred, that's okay. There you go. There you go. Love you, buddy. Be just fine. Yeah. I'll see you soon. See you soon. All right. By far the hardest thing I've ever had to do is your job is to protect your child, and it's out of your hands right now, and that's the hardest thing as a parent. It's just an amazing feeling that I never want to have to go through again. So, you okay?
To see previous episodes of Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
We get the sickest pregnancies in the world at the Brigham and Women's. You're in impossible situations all the time. Your home life kind of goes to crap. But either you're going to do this job or you're not. And if you're going to do it, you kind of have to be irreplaceable.
Hi, this is Rachel. I'm one of the GYN residents. I just want to call and let you guys know about a patient. She's a 40-year-old lady, and she actually just got transferred here from outside hospital.
I'm 6 months pregnant, and I was bleeding today.
No, she's not bleeding right now. But you know what I mean? Those people can just open up completely.
What is the name of the thing I have, honey?
Placenta previa.
Placenta previa. I have the placenta previa.
The placenta is completely draped over her cervix, so if the baby were to be born, it would be born through its own placenta and basically bleed her and the baby to death, and it could happen in a matter of minutes. We kind of consider it to be an unstable situation.
How long time am I going to stay here, do you think, in the hospital?
Until you deliver.
What do you mean?
If you went into labor and your baby started to try to deliver at home, you could bleed to death. So most women with complete placenta
So,
preview.
but am I going to stay in the hospital until I
Yes.
have the baby?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Well, we wouldn't do anything against your will. I mean, we won't make you a prisoner here, but it would be our medical recommendation that it's not safe for you. I know, it stinks.
I don't know.
Let's just play it by ear right now. I don't think you have to make a decision on it tonight.
Thank you for all the info, doctor.
No, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'm sorry you're here. So the cases are done for the day. I'm like busting out like a fugitive.
Don't really wait too long for your affection. Yeah, give me some of your loving.
Jeff, honey, we gotta go. So you should probably text Randall maybe and just let him know we're gonna be a little late. Jeff and I are gonna go look at houses with my dad. My dad is here for financial, structural, all things advice. He's an engineer, so he's nice to have.
We gave Randall like a list of 20 homes, and he said he picked out like 6 or 7 of the ones that he thinks will be the best for us.
You've been kind of miffy this morning, honey.
Who is?
You are.
I want her to be happy, and I want him to be happy. I like Jeff.
You have such cool taste. It's not terrible. That could be your closet.
She's dedicated to her task, and he will have to put up with quite a bit.
Back door does not work. Don't break it. You break it, you buy it, right?
I don't believe she'd feel bad if I said she was high maintenance.
It's cute, but it's 1 bedroom. We'd kill each other.
Michael is doing great, sleeping comfortably. Breathing tube is in, putting IV lines in.
It was hard to, kiss him. I don't want to say goodbye, but goodbye before surgery. But I have a lot of faith, though, so he's going to make it through this.
The heart's arrested, so we're where we want to be. We've identified everything, and we'll start looking to do the repair here.
The surgery is going well on bypass at 4:59 p.m. Vital signs stable.
Let's open the back up. I'll put a 6-0 in the top and the bottom.
Michael is doing great. Starting to attach confluence now. No problems. Very stable.
What size are the venous cannulas?
12.
Let me have 2 14s, please, I think.
Starting to wean off bypass. Just called for repeat echo now. So that's good. They're almost done.
You see that? See the heart beating? We always like to see that at the end, no question.
You guys starting to ventilate a little bit?
Blood coming through the aorta is pretty dark.
Can you see the repair at all, Mariana?
I haven't seen flow from the chamber into the left atrium yet.
Dark coming out of the aorta, guys.
It says everything is going okay. His heart and lungs didn't like coming off bypass. It's the first complication. He doesn't like coming off the life support. So they're going to keep him on it for another 24 hours.
It's just Michael continuing to not catch a break. Oh man, oh man. Hey guys, how you doing? Doing okay, Dad? Okay. Well, I mean, you know the story. So he's got the pulmonary hypertension is the problem. But in general, when this happens, if we get a good repair, which we did, all we have to do is let the lungs rest.
Well, thank you for all you've done.
Oh, well, I tell you.
Thank you very much.
He's a beautiful boy. He's going to be a beautiful boy when he goes home, too. Okay? All right.
Good going to check on Patrick Coleman. Last time we saw him, we were trying to save his life from all the bleeding and internal injuries. Let's see how he's doing today.
I remember going up the ladder. I don't remember coming down. So I'm very lucky.
Oh yeah, you're doing well. Amazing.
Can't walk yet, but
now the rehab starts. You have to gain your strength back and get back on your feet and sort of get back on with life.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Not at all. This is what we do.
I feel lucky. I mean, I didn't choose where I was going or what doctor I was getting. He did it, though. He did it.
He should not be on the heart-lung machine that he's been on for so long. There's a problem. They don't know what it is.
What too bad.
About 2 weeks ago, baby Michael was operated on by Dr. Myers, who repaired Michael's heart defects. Since then, Michael has not been thriving. He's still dependent on the heart-lung bypass machine, and he's struggling on that support.
Put the baby down.
Put the baby down.
So today, Michael's been brought to the cath lab where the cardiologist can take a really good look at his heart and see if anything else is wrong.
There's something really, really unusual. It's like the left atrium is connected to the main pulmonary artery. This is so weird. I just want to kind of think this through.
Can you page Dr. Jeff Myers?
When the cardiologist looked at Michael's heart scan, they realized that the connections between his heart and the lungs were still wrong.
Hi, Jeff. Mike was wondering if you can come up and look at a picture. Thanks. I'll see you in a minute. Jeff's on his way.
So let me just see the left atrium fill again.
It looks like, to me, like the pulmonary venous conference is
connected to the RPA.
It's connected not to the RPA.
To the MPA.
To the MPA. I don't know where the RPA is.
It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Is there any way that the pulmonary venous conference could be connected to the right pulmonary artery?
Dr. Myers came up to us to tell us, listen guys, I'm really sorry, but I made a mistake.
I've already explained to the patient that we can't solve the world's problems today.
Oh,
so
God. Is this something that's been a problem for 9 months and just became urgent at 2 a.m.?
Pretty much. I tried to do the how come you've been feeling this way for a month and at 2 a.m. is when you thought to deal with this.
What happens at 2 a.m. on a Friday that your vaginal discharge becomes stat? I think we all know the answer to that.
Rachel Clark is a black cloud. It's part of that, like, superstition in medicine. You kind of have bad luck. Like, if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. Maybe you guys are taking all the bad luck.
I'm sure there's plenty to go around.
I'll call you and let you know how bad it is.
I think I'll have an idea.
Go grab a ginger ale.
Kelly looks like she's having a good night. Let's send her a page. 42-year-old.
You should make them like 47.
Okay.
No way. 47-year-old, quadriplegic, morbid obesity, Tourette syndrome. Need help with the pelvic exam. Yeah, right. This is Rachel. 2-step. It's hard to interact with people outside medicine. Maybe that's why our relationships fall apart. I found the person who I thought I was going to be with forever. It's over because I wasn't there enough, and it got too hard for her. Now that I'm single, it's very easy to have this job. This is a very nice lady who's coming in for her second C-section, and it should be pretty straightforward.
I'm a little nervous. I'm not that nervous as the first time. This is our second baby here. It's a boy. His name will be Adam.
Starting at 10:38.
Feel that head.
Baby boy,
It's indescribable. It's like you can cry. The first cry, it's like there's tears coming out of your eyes.
It's kind of a funny thing to say. Like, people will be like, oh, what'd you do today? I went to work. What'd you do? I brought life into the world.
Adam, welcome to Boston.
Do we just go to 617 with Cohn's patient? So we're on our way to see Natalie Cadis, a young mother with 2 kids who just had her ascending aorta replaced and her aortic valve replaced just 2 days ago.
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
It's hard to breathe. It feels, it's someone stepping on my chest.
This is the hardest day. But it does get better every day. I go into every patient's room, I'll post out day 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's like clockwork. 3rd day's better, 4th day's better. I can almost chart out the way you'll feel. You're right on that course.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Makes me feel confident that the pain will go away.
She looks good.
Rounding on patients like her is as much fun as being in the operating room doing the operation itself. And this definitely counts as a win. She's going to have a great life with her kids.
I don't worry about what people are going to think about me being gay. I did in Texas.
I don't always necessarily tell my patients.
It's none of their business.
Right, I don't tell my patients, unless they're really cool or gay themselves.
I told my family this year. That was probably one of the hardest things I've ever done. Because I think that there is a disappointment if your child isn't who you thought or who you expected to be.
So who's the girl that you broke up with? Because I never met her.
Very messy. I just came out to my parents.
Okay.
I was on nights, working nights all the time, totally out of the blue. She cheated on me.
That's it, right there.
That's it.
Done.
He's once again on the operating table.
So it's that's 94%. He's got a good waveform on that one.
When Dr. Myers came up to us admitting that he made a mistake, you know what, we really respected him for that. That took a lot of guts to have to run. He ran right up to us as soon as they found out.
Mean of 70, 83/61.
Granted, there was a lot of complications because of the error. You know, he wouldn't have been on that bypass machine. He wouldn't have been on a respirator. He wouldn't have had about 8 drain tubes in his chest. But, you know, everybody's human. People make mistakes.
We went back and revised Michael's original operation. Just the connections weren't right, so we went down and redid it. So what we'll do is we'll let him get better over the next couple of days.
You did good.
He did good. So,
Yeah.
So he did great. Tonight's going to be a big night in the first 48 hours, but go through the organs. They all look good. Okay, Mark? All right. We'll see you guys later.
And what was the original mistake or whatever in the first eruption?
Originally we just didn't have things hooked up the way we wanted them hooked up, so now we do. It's tough to have to go back and operate again on somebody, but I think he'll do well, and I think he won't have any complications from it. I expect him to be running around as a 2, 3, 4-year-old doing what 2, 3, 4-year-olds do, and then as a teenager doing what the teenagers do.
He'll be home in no time.
To see additional scenes from Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
Airports are sites of maximal stress impact for me because I'm always worried I'm going to be late. I need home. I need to go home. I need to go where there's grass and there's trees and everybody has a southern accent and, my mom will make dinner for me. This is what I need.
I know.
We made it! If this guy tries to cut over, we're all going to die. I'm going to kill this.
Good job, buddy.
Don't even start. At least I can drive. You've had your driving privileges revoked in this relationship.
Rachel likes being in control of situations.
And when you're simply in the passenger seat, you have no control. And I don't think Rachel likes that very much.
Everybody fights about something. Some people fight about like money. Some people fight about their politics. We fight over driving. Out of all the things you're gonna fight about, the whole scheme of life, it's really not a big deal.
You win, you drive.
Rachel Marie. Rachel, sweetie.
We both miss Rachel. You know, we miss talking to her, we miss seeing her, you just miss touching her. Come on. Jeff is very loving. He cares about my daughter. I have no question whatsoever that he loves her.
A funny story about Jeff breathing. He has allergies, and I feel like I'm sleeping with Darth Vader, so I had to get earplugs or I can't sleep anywhere. The other day, I was like, I'm either going to hook you up to a sleep apnea tank, or you're going to have to start mouth breathing. I don't know what to do. Isn't that right, Pumpkin?
That's right.
Jeff has hung in there with her, and maybe he's had a whole lot more tolerance than a lot of folks would.
For me, it was critical to marry somebody that's in medicine. Catherine is on nice this week, which means I don't get to see her at all. The only thing worse than having one of us as a cardiothoracic resident is having her as an intern. It's like the worst possible scenario.
Hi.
Are you okay?
No.
Oh, wow.
I hate this so much. I can't even talk about it. I'll start crying.
Oh.
So I guess maybe I'll see you tomorrow night?
Well,
For a second?
yeah, remember I'm consults this week, so I'm not in the OR. So Wednesday night, I'll come home and you'll be home.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's not so bad.
Okay, I better go.
She's probably the only person that I could have married, and it would have married me. So I guess I got lucky. Hey. Oh, yeah. Your hair looks nice.
Thanks. I had a cut today. So I didn't sleep, but I got a haircut.
That's what's important. She was very special to me from the very beginning.
When was the last time I saw you? Saturday? Even though I understand what he's doing, I still get mad sometimes. But it's also hard being like the first year of marriage and having the stress of your intern year and then having the added stress of not seeing each other.
It won't always be this bad. We're headed to our favorite hangout with me and my good college friend. It's called Stanza de Cigari, the best cigar bar in the country, I'll say. Hey, what's going on, man? What's happening? Brandon, what's going on? So Rachel's on a rotation right now where she has to write a lot of notes, and so she doesn't have to stay at the hospital long. She can come home and write them at home on her computer, but she had like a computer from like 1982, and it got a virus. You know what I'm saying? I got blamed for it. There's no proof for it.
So now you're buying a place?
We're looking to buy a place. We're at that difficult stage right now, so I think the one thing that could solve it is to purchase property together that neither one of us can afford.
It's okay. She's worth it, right?
Today's the day. We're taking Mikey home. In the beginning, they told me my son was going to have brain damage and he wasn't going to be able to see and have mobility problems, and he proved them completely wrong.
Be good to finally get home.
I could pop right now. I'm just so happy. I'm so thrilled. I feel like I just gave birth.
Are you ready to go in Cassie? Huh? Are you ready to go in Cassie for the first time? Huh?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you guys
So
are all set.
am I. So am I. Thank you.
No, that's just my job.
Bye.
In baby Michael's situation, things did go wrong. Despite the fact that I'm sure the parents were very disappointed, I think they understood that mistakes are made.
Thank you very much.
Fortunately, things turned out well for Michael.
See ya.
Dr. Myers, I can only guess how difficult it is for him now, but it must be very, very hard for him.
Bye.
We still have a lot of respect for Dr. Myers. He was very honest with us, and he fixed them.
We did it. He did it.
I'm in my new place. Jeff and I broke up. We both basically decided that it wasn't clear what anybody kind of wanted, and there were some things that weren't working for either one of us in our relationship. I think some of the key issues were that Jeff was always very indulgent of me. Hey, honey. It wasn't lost on me that there's no way I was meeting Jeff's needs. No way. If you love someone, you don't want to subject them to the fact that you're being a jerk. It was hard, but it was the right thing to do. And I think it's always easier to do a hard thing if you know it's the right thing.
I like to take my chances, don't run from new romances.
I'm getting back into the game. I kind of like somebody. We met on Match.com. She's from Texas, too, and I think that's really important.
Give it my best shot, damn it.
You better come. She ditches me. That is not cool.
All right, come on, darling. Where are you? I hope she comes. Hey, lady, I just had to tell you that everybody wants to meet you, so I hope you are still able to come. That's weird. It just, like, cut me off. All right, where's the lady? Where is she?
Next on Boston Nerve.
Need to catch my breath. He's coding. Prep him, here to here. Go, pack. I've decided to look at the online dating sites.
Brain like a trauma surgeon, body like a rock star.
I'm sorry I had to shoot you down for the date.
Did you hear me again?
The elevator's broken, so unfortunately we've got to get to the street level.
Communication is non-existent.
Something's wrong with the baby's heart.
We're going into the unknown here.
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy piss off more nurses than you on rounds.
Are you asking me out in front of this camera?
Anyone feel a pulse?
You're everything that I was. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know you're everything that I
The trauma coming in is a male who was involved in a work-related accident who may have internal bleeding.
I'll see you in room 2 on your arrival.
I need to catch my breath. Like ran from the OR. The patient sustained a trauma to his chest and his abdomen. And my chief resident just called me that he's actually coding. They're doing chest compressions, CPR.
That's okay.
Stay aside, please.
If we can bring him back, he'll be emergently taken to the operating room. We'll have to wait and see. Here he is. I've always been in the front lines. I was a EMT, I was a firefighter. I'm in the Army Reserve Medical Corps.
EMS awake, alert, oriented, complaining of chest, abdominal, and pelvic pain. Deep flight developed ventricular rhythm without pulses.
Any bleeding that you see anywhere?
Throughout his abdomen, but no other obvious bleeding.
See if there's a pulse in the rhythm.
Okay, stop. Is there a pulse?
No pulse.
Blood.
Can we get blood?
I put myself through college and medical school. My loans are up to almost $300,000.
First unit of blood's going in, Deb.
Continue CPR. I would do it again in a second. I would volunteer to do this. Stop and see what the rhythm is.
Okay, can we just hold compression, please? Do we have a pulse?
I don't feel a pulse.
No
All right, resume compressions.
His last chance.
All right, can we have an ED thoracotomy tray, please?
We open his chest to try to give him the best chance of getting down to the operating room. All the way down, all the way down. His chances of survival right now are very poor, but we gotta give him that chance. I'm wondering how fast I can get at his belly. I'm thinking like 3 minutes.
I don't think anybody really knows what it is to be a surgeon until they actually get there. I think I was kind of lucky that I found something that I liked, and now that I do it, I'm even luckier that I still like it. Hello, sir.
Oh,
Dave Berger.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nervous.
I don't blame you. I hear you have a hernia. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
A patient comes to see me in the office. I walk in the room. I have about 20 or 30 seconds to reassure that patient that I'm actually a half-decent guy and that I know what I'm doing.
Good to see you again.
Sorry to see you.
Yeah, well, I understand
Is
that.
coming in for a different body part?
This is a
You
different.
don't want to make a habit of it. Because if you come in for different body parts all the time, you'll be out of body parts. That first impression is a big deal because you as the patient are going to lie down on a table and let me take a knife to you. So I hear you have a hernia. Is that true?
Oh, it's very true.
Yeah? How long you think you've known you had a hernia?
4 months, maybe.
4 months?
They're in the right hands, I think.
Well, I promise I know how to fix a hernia. How's that?
You're welcome.
Good start.
I Googled you.
You Googled me.
I Googled you when I was liking it.
You Googled me. I've been an attending surgeon for 12 years, I think. And I have done almost 12,000 cases.
I'm here for an umbilical hernia biopsy.
My arm,
Gallstones.
pain on my lower right side, inguinal hernia.
Chronic pain in my abdomen.
Gallstones.
I'm not sure. I'm really waiting for him to tell me what the hell he's gonna do.
It's going to get better, I swear. So we're going to go see Tom Alden. He's a 58-year-old retired firefighter, and he has a colon cancer. Hi, I'm Dave.
Hi, Dave. Tom.
Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. Okay, so you had some pain which caused the CAT scan, is that?
I had some acute pain, and that led to
The colonoscopy.
the colonoscopy, which I should have had a long time ago. I know all about it. When I turned 50, my primary physician said, you better get a colonoscopy, which I should have had done, and I never did. I just pushed it aside, for one reason or another. I wasn't real anxious to do it. Not just because I just didn't take the time.
The good news here is that if you have to have a cancer, colon cancer is not a bad one to have if we catch it early. And the treatment for it is surgery. And we want to take out the section of the colon that has the tumor. We want to put you back together and hopefully find that we don't even need to do anything like chemotherapy at all.
I'm a former firefighter, and for 28 and a half years, I was breathing some pretty bad smoke. I figured, well, someday I just might get cancer,
Call the OR?
Okay. All right, we're going down.
My patient is practically dying in front of me. He needs an operation at this very moment. That's his only chance.
The heart's beating, there's no pulse without compression, but there's a pulse with compression.
Hi, how are you? I am actually in charge today. Let's get this going. Prep him here to here, chin to knee. Being a trauma surgeon is demanding. The time commitment was a little bit insane. I don't have time to sleep. I haven't slept in a couple of days. Go. Pack. Keep packing, dude. More. You have to have a pretty strong personality to be in surgery. Can I have the knife? Right here. We can't fix everything, and I know that, but I would like to be able to fix everybody. We gotta find out what's bleeding. Stop it. Come on. Because his bowel is like to shreds, actually, right here. So maybe if we clamp that off. He ripped his small intestine in half, and all the veins and arteries feeding his intestine were basically shredded.
Let's see some packs. I'm just going to put some packs on his chest. They have done absolutely everything, like textbook, like heroic measures. I mean, it's just like a well-oiled machine. If this guy has any chance. All right, we're fibrillating. Can I have some electricity, please? All right, are we hooked up to the defibrillator? Charge to 10. I'm ready to call it here, guys.
Let's do it.
All right, no more blood products.
No more?
We're going to have to call it. He's got no heart rhythm, even with this aortic clamp.
Just couldn't save him.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Every time you see this happen, it doesn't get easier. It gets easier to like put it aside or, you know, put it away and kind of like mask it. But it still doesn't get easier.
We have a 4-year-old little girl who's got blood on her brain or a stroke. Her name is Caitlin McPhee.
Is she in any pain?
No, I gave her some medication that takes away that pain.
Yeah. She's got blood in her brain, and they don't know why. This little girl's gone through a lot. She went into renal failure late November. She's on dialysis at home, and she was doing really well. And this afternoon, she took a nap and woke up and couldn't feel the right side of her body. So me and my husband rushed her here, and what do you know? She's got blood in her brain.
The elevator's broken, so unfortunately we've got to go to the street level and go across.
Okay. Is this the only way to get to the ER?
Yep.
Has this ever happened? An elevator not work? No, this is the McPhee way, yeah. The harder way. So who's helping me?
Can Bardouche get on that case?
Bardouche gotta earn that case. I'm addicted. I can't help it. This is how I like relax myself mentally. Otherwise I'd like, you know, take it out on some poor unsuspecting intern. I would get in trouble. They would send me back to sensitivity training class again.
It's all about culture. They remember feeling horrible as an intern. They remember getting torn by their chief residents, and now they feel it's their job to do it to us.
All right, you're in. The gallbladder fellowship.
You're letting him do a gallbladder?
My gallbladder fellow.
I'm a gallbladder fellow.
On my gallbladder. They wouldn't let you do my gallbladder.
Tell me a little bit about what happened over the past couple of days.
I started feeling some soreness in my stomach, and then around 2 in the morning I woke up in terrible pain.
Okay.
And I haven't slept since.
Mr. Fung had some imaging that revealed that his gallbladder may have been acutely infected and inflamed, and so he's on the add-on schedule for the OR today to have that removed laparoscopically.
I had been on morphine trip for a while, which is good.
It's making you feel pretty good?
Much better, yeah.
I'm actually really looking forward to it. Like, there's a lot on the line here, in addition to this person's gallbladder.
Instead of buying you 1 beer at the mission, I'll buy you 2 beers.
I need, like, a steak from Morton's. That's what I need.
My bet with Andrew is to see if he can remove the gallbladder so cleanly that bile doesn't leak from the gallbladder, which will force us to use the device called the suction irrigator.
No, trust me. I got this gallbladder operation. It's game on.
They just accepted dialysis. No, she's got blood in her brain. She's
Caitlin Macri, she's 4 years old. Today around 6 p.m. she started complaining of a headache on the left side. Right side of weakness, was brought into the hospital by her parents.
We're going to make sure all her vital signs and everything are okay. Most likely, depending on what we see on the CT scan, we're going to repeat the CT scan.
Okay.
See if the bleeding's changed at all.
Okay.
And we'll have the neurosurgeons come down and look at her also. They're the doctors that specialize in that area. Okay. And she'll probably be going up to the intensive care unit.
We have bilateral breath sounds. We have a nice end-tidal tracing. We have a SATO 100%.
I'm doing 30 mics of fentanyl.
There's only so much room inside your head. All of a sudden, you now have blood occupying some of that space. You end up pushing against parts of the brain so that they don't do what they're supposed to do. That's in fact what's happened to her. That's why she's not moving her right arm the way that she's supposed to.
She's
Moving her left arm spontaneously and her right and left leg.
Caitlin is early
She's doing just fine, Mom. She's moving around a bit. That's perfectly fine. But we want to see if she's able to move now. That's actually helpful for us.
Oh, darn, okay? Be my brave girl, okay? Be my brave girl.
As soon as the neurological assessment is done, we're going to go across the hall to the CAT scanner to see if there's been any change in her bleed, okay?
I'm gonna take some pictures of your head, hon, okay?
When you leave a shift in the emergency department, you definitely go home and give your kids a big hug. She's got blood in that ventricle. The good news is that most of the things that we see, kids get better.
We're about to take somebody's gallbladder out.
Everyone introduce themselves. I'm Flavio, I'm the chief resident.
My team is my chief resident, Flavio, and my intern on the service, Andrew, also known as Bardouche to the team.
What's the deal?
Amy, would you like to inform Flavio of our arrangement?
When I used to do gallbladders as a young resident, my attendings used to put a little incentive that if they didn't have to break out the suction irrigator, then they would buy like Taco Bell, right? So young Andrew here said that he doesn't think he's going to need to do that. So okay, if you don't think you're going to have to break out the suction irrigator, then I will personally get on the Foodler website and order steak for the team.
She's taking me out for steak.
He does talk a lot of smack, but we'll see how he does on this case.
This is as good as it gets. You have a great team, a case that you love to do. I mean, this is what it's all about.
Decision 655.
Oh, jeez.
This one's pretty hot. There's a lot of inflammation, a lot of water in the wall, which will make the laparoscopic approach a bit more challenging.
It's pretty tough.
So can you introduce Andrew to his hands?
I've never used this instrument before.
You want me to just kind of tee it up for him?
Flavio.
What is this, T-ball?
Flavio has two objectives this month. To eat steak and to make my life hell.
Andrew, it's my job to train you.
You start internship and they tear you down until you almost feel completely naked. I mean, that's their goal, is to make you a completely different person. If you can make it through internship, if you can make it through residency and fellowship, I mean, those are the people you want operating on you, the people that were able to withstand that.
Now, here's the question you have to ask yourself. Is there any chance this could be the common bowel duct?
No.
Why is that?
Here's the gallbladder.
Right.
And then this is the duct going right to it. It's going nowhere else.
So it's not double backing into the liver. Do it. Okay, twist it. And go up.
Words of defeat.
So Andrew lost the bet. The wall of the gallbladder was so inflamed that it started leaking some bile.
And the irrigator.
Are you sure that he needs a wash?
Yes. Just
Good job, Bardouche. I'll take a Corona.
pull out the side ports. I think we're able to get the gallbladder down safely. That's the most important thing. And I think the patient will do fine. He'll be able to go home tomorrow. No problems.
I'm very proud of you. I thought you were going to suck a lot more than you were.
Make it look pretty.
Will do.
My chief was just as hard on me as I am on him, and I think it's my duty to do that. But I think in the end, he's going to develop to be a good surgeon.
It's just painful.
It's the first time I've been in the hospital, you know. I'm a little nervous about it. Hey.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm all warmed up.
You're primed?
We're primed. Mr. Alden is a good example of the indestructible American male who is living his life and doing all the things he wants to do and feels like there's nothing wrong. And all of a sudden, he was confronted with the fact that he had a colon cancer.
That's a nice one. Look at that. Judy came into my life when I wasn't doing too well. I had a divorce after 38 years of being married. And it was very, very difficult, extremely difficult.
This island's a great place to heal.
When I came down with this illness, Judy was right on top of it.
I kind of knew that there was something serious before anything came back. I just had a feeling. I don't know why, but I just did. But I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be alarming.
They wanted to get it done. The worst thing about something is leading up to it. I mean, they say you got a malignant tumor and it's not spreading, so they say. You really don't know until you get in there, do you? Really?
To see previous episodes of Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
Nice deep breaths, okay? Give me a deep, 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 deep breath in. How you feeling, Tom? Tom's no sleep.
Mr. Alden is confronted with cancer. That's tough to take for all of us, and Mr. Alden in particular. Doug, could you give me a little reverse T? Because he's a strong firefighter. He spends time working out. Okay, let's open the stable. Then something happens that makes you think you're a little more destructible than maybe you thought you were. Okay, so the tumor looks to be right there. See it? Okay, let's make a little hole right there, yeah.
I met Tom last August, and we just hit it off. All we do is laugh all the time. He's a gentleman, and he's just wonderful. I finally find the right man, and I'm hoping he's not going to leave the earth, you know.
Okay, let's try those. Okay, so the reason that we do colonoscopies is to pick up colon tumors. And you'll be able to see quite easily the difference in this flat mucosa versus this cancer. So the next step in his treatment is to wait for the pathologist to look at it under the microscope, tell us if it went through the wall of the colon, take a look at the lymph nodes, and see if there's any tumor in the lymph nodes. His chance of survival is going to depend on the results of those tests.
Talking and not on machines. She looks 10 times better than when she came in.
She's smiling, she's playing. She had a bleed in the brain. The bleeding has stopped. Some of the blood has actually gone down, which is why she's starting to get some of her functions back.
She's a fighter, though.
Hey, Dad. How you doing? Good.
I didn't feel like this.
So the only thing she has is that cap in her mouth. She's got a cap on her tooth. Does that matter? Because we got the endodental.
Daddy.
Yeah. Caitlin is getting an MRI of her abdomen. She's been having upper right quadrant pain, so they're trying to figure out what's causing it.
She thinks that we're going to do sedation, but we're not. We're just doing tube in and then fluid.
Because of the type of tests that she's having done, she's definitely going to be intubated. So just to let you know that.
Why?
Because we have to give her some fluid for the test.
They didn't tell me that though. When the anesthesiologist came, they said they were going to give her IV fluids.
So like we go through this all over again.
They shouldn't have told me one thing, and then when I come down, they tell me another thing, because that just isn't
all
cool.
that misery all over again.
Just not cool with it.
Picture of her stomach. She's going to be miserable.
I don't want anything done until I speak with the anesthesiologist and I know exactly what's happening to my child.
Mom is very, very upset. Apparently, whoever went and prepared them for anesthesia on Friday told her that she wasn't going to be intubated.
Drama. Drama children's.
I'm on my way now to see one of my patients that I'm taking to the OR today. She's fine. He just loves being held.
Oh, yeah.
He's adorable. Look. She's a 21-year-old who had a cesarean section 10 days ago. Unfortunately, she developed a severe infection.
My stitches had given out, so when I was in the bathroom, I just started bleeding all over the floor.
Today, I'm going to do my best to make sure it's all cleaned out so that she can go home and take care of her baby. Oh, another baby. I'm certain that if I had more time, I would go out and meet people and, you know, fall in love and get married and have children. I've decided to not just look at the online dating sites that I'm registered to, that I'm going to actually do something about it and go on a date.
I know how men think. I know what they want.
Yeah. Lucas is one of my best friends.
Do you want like a stable relationship?
God, no. Why would I want something like that?
You serious?
No. I mean, come on. Yes, of course. But like, I was with somebody for a long time. We were engaged and we had the wedding all planned. And I caught him cheating on me, so I broke off the wedding. All right, so headline. Something that like a guy will look at it and be like, let's see what this girl has.
Brain like a, you know, like a trauma surgeon, body like a rock star.
Okay.
Want to be my groupie? About to
Yeah.
want to be my groupie?
Yeah, let's put that.
Want to hook up in my call room?
Oh, come on. You can't put that.
Need an anatomy lesson?
All right.
You don't like that?
This is a bad idea.
That's awesome.
I'm definitely back to my old self. I'm not looking to marry anybody right now. I just want to start off dating.
Nobody prepared us for this beforehand.
But she's gonna wake up with a tube in her throat.
She's gonna be traumatized all over again. Nobody even told us.
I think she's upset because she just feels confused, and that whoever consented her for an anesthesia probably said the wrong things. So you can imagine having your child as sick as her child is, and then all of a sudden expecting one thing, and then, you know, 10 minutes before we're ready to do the scan, you get a whole different picture.
I'm sorry, but I'm still paying hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for this.
Hey, how are you? I'm Bill Sparks.
Hi.
I'm one of the attending anesthesiologists. I apologize for the confusion today. Caitlin was put on the schedule in order to take a look at a specific area of the abdomen to try to identify what is causing her pain.
Okay.
In order to get good pictures, she can't breathe. We stop her breathing during periods of the scan.
We weren't even told that. People should have come talk to us.
Yeah.
You know, we could have had time to research it we just sit around in the room and get nothing done but the kid's in pain. We get down here 20 minutes before the procedure and we get like hit with like a blow of information.
The communication is non-existent in this hospital, and I don't understand that. It's bad.
You got 4 or 5 different modules within the hospital trying to come up with a plan, and it just didn't get communicated well. There's no reason for you not to know what's going on with Caitlin. It's not fair to Caitlin, it's not fair to you, but at the end of the day, in the next few days, either today or the next few days, we'll be doing this study. I'm gonna let you guys talk about it. If it was more of a life-threatening situation, I would say, you know what, we really need to go. We're not there. She's fine, she's stable, she's got some pain issues. And let's make sure that you guys are comfortable with everything.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. We're gonna go through it at some point, whether we go through it now or in 3 days from now. Might as well get it over with.
They were trying to figure out what was wrong with her. They were trying to make her well. But now it's like, they don't even know what to do anymore. It's just like, why am I here?
Caitlin's been in the hospital 6 weeks.
The next step is to get her home. So we've done all the studies. We're not going to do anything new. Her pain's under control. Everything's moving in the right direction. Mom has learned how to do dialysis at home so that Caitlin can get the treatment she needs.
Dr. Harmon thinks she would benefit from extra dialysis. That was something that people are feeling pretty intense about right now.
I know she needs the dialysis a minimum of 10 hours, but to get her on for 12 hours now is going to be even more challenging.
She's going to get dialysis every day. She's going to get a dozen medications. She's going to get some injections. She's going to get physical therapy. Think about yourself. How would you handle all these things? So this is a very daunting task.
I mean, I'm responsible for so freaking much. Paralysis, rehab, doctor's appointments. I set the machine up. I get the doctor's appointments. I haven't seen my son in a month. I can barely get her on for 10 hours. They don't even know if this is gonna work, but my life's gonna get turned upside down.
Yes, it's a huge undertaking that you have going. But if there's one person on this planet who can do it, it is you, because you are fantastic when it comes to taking care of your daughter.
It's like I can't breathe. And I'm trying to hold it together because it's not her fault.
The anger is very real and very valid. When you're sitting there, there's not much you can do as a caregiver besides just try and absorb a little bit of it and to not to take it personally in any way, shape, or form, and to hope that it in some way helps her move forward.
It's very, very, very normal to feel like you do. You do so much and you do it well. You do it very well. So that is why you're going to be able to handle bringing her home and doing it again.
I just want to get out of this goddamn hospital.
Hello?
Yo.
Yo, what's up?
Can you cover me tonight?
What's going on?
I got a date.
You got a date?
You don't sound so surprised. Why do you sound so surprised?
Every day became another sad.
Okay. I am going out with somebody I met last week. Tonight will be our first real date.
Would you like to get up and dance tonight?
No. Maybe after my beer. I will. I took one lesson.
Did you really? How'd it go?
Not very well.
No?
Did I tell you that I got commissioned today?
You didn't? You get a commission as what?
A captain in the United States Army Reserve.
You weren't busy enough with the...
I mean, I know, right? Because I just thought that the 1 day off or 2 days off I have, during the month, that I should be doing something productive.
Oh, that's awesome.
He used to be in the Marines, so he's very supportive. We just automatically have something in common. I'm attracted to him. We'll see where it goes.
If your operations go well, the patient should look, even on the first post-op day, kind of like they haven't had an operation. How you feeling?
I felt very, very weak. That's why I was sleeping. I'm extremely weak.
Still a big operation yesterday,
Right.
It's possible you could sneak home tomorrow night. We'll see how you do.
Really?
Yeah, well, that way you wouldn't have to sleep in our bed tomorrow night.
You ever sleep on a hose bed in a fire truck?
No, it doesn't sound good.
It's worse than this.
All right, looking good. Hang in there, we'll see you, all right?
Okay.
So Tom's doing really well. Everything for him now hinges on that pathology report. If the cancer has spread to the lymph nodes, his tumor is going to be much harder for him to beat.
There she is. What you got?
It's just some magazines.
Magazines. This is who I remind her of. If that doesn't work for you, it's probably closer to the guy on the back. This guy. Gray hair, slight paunch. Real cool dude, you know what I mean?
You look way better.
Rosy, huh?
Your cheeks
I'm in
are
the
rosy.
pink,
You
huh?
look good last night, but you look even more tremendous today.
Are you gonna miss me like I miss you? You're gonna think of me, get a little blue.
I haven't sat down since 6 o'clock this morning. I don't even know what time it is right now. My mom referred to me a couple times as Hurricane Amy because the wake I leave behind me of men.
How'd you know we just got home?
I wanted to let you know that my date went great. And I only talked about blood and necrotizing infections once, so it was cool. I kind of reminded myself to kind of shut up.
I know you think you'll go out again, man.
I think so, yeah.
To see additional scenes from Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
I know I'm going to forget something big. The question is, what am I going to forget? This is crazy, right? I just got out of work, and I really haven't packed. So, Egypt. My parents both came here from Egypt. I want to go back, and I sort of want to figure out where I came from. I'm paying the price now because I'm post-call, haven't slept in about 30 hours, and I feel like complete ass. But it's all going to be worth it because I got 10 hours to sleep on Egypt Air. I'm so thrilled right now. I'm on my way to the airport, and before you know it, I'll be in Cairo. At least for a week, I'll be in paradise.
Too soon, the light that's within your eye will heed the call.
We just got the results back on Mr. Alden, and unfortunately he has 3 of 14 nodes positive for cancer, and because of that he's going to need chemotherapy.
I was thinking of going out and swinging a golf club.
Undo all your stitches. Then your jeans will cut into the incision.
I'll ask the doctor's advice.
So this isn't the best news, and it's definitely not the news that he wanted to hear.
Hey guys. Hey. So the pathology report's back, and this cancer did not go all the way through the wall, which is good news. But 3 of the 14 nodes were positive for tumor. Okay. So what that means is that it spread into those lymph nodes right near the tumor. All right. Hopefully we got that out. It does translate, though, into most likely needing chemotherapy.
Really? Wow.
Obviously, nobody wants to hear that.
No.
Nor do I want to tell you that. But I think you have to look at how this thing has gone. You know, you had an operation. The operation went really well. You're doing really well. And you jumped the first hurdle. And the tumor's out. And now what we need to do is do the second hurdle, which is do the belt and the suspenders. Make sure our pants don't fall down, right? You know, I really like being a surgeon. I help a lot of people. I have fun doing it. But ultimately, the thing that will make me stop is the complications, is the problems, is the bad outcomes. Because ultimately, that'll drive me crazy.
It sucks.
Just arrived in Cairo after a 12-hour flight. Kareem is my cousin. We've gotten pretty close, and neither of us speak Arabic, so we're totally screwed. You're not allowed to spoil us. For the first time, we just met 2 of my female cousins on my mom's side. Just because you guys speak the language and we don't. We're going to need your help negotiating. The fake Rolex watches. How much?
This is for 25.
Yeah. 180. 180 is too much. What can you do? It's too much. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 100 for it. Okay. All right. Well, it's a nice watch, but I don't even really need a watch. I don't even need a watch, so it's not a big deal. I'll give you 100 for it.
125, and we got small profit.
I'll give you the 125. Just adjust it. No problem.
Hey, congratulations.
I'm the new owner of a fake Rolex. Let me see. I don't ever remember meeting you guys. Did I meet you too?
No.
When you're a surgical resident and people are dying, it makes you think, I'm running out of time to know my family.
You're supposed to be a doctor.
I am a doctor. I'm not supposed to be a doctor. So you guys are spoiling me by giving me a hard time?
I want to go home.
I'm sorry I had to shoot you down for the date that you wanted to go on. But I just don't think it's a good idea. We are colleagues.
Wait, wake up. You're dreaming again. Wake up.
I didn't realize I had this much stuff until I started packing this morning.
Where are we gonna put me?
Where are you gonna put you?
We're leaving you here.
You're going right on top. You're the best present.
I'm excited that I can have my freedom again, but it's going to be a lot of responsibility to watch her. Definitely going to be a challenge to go home.
I think she's going to get a lot better. Children are very resilient.
Bye, buddy. Bye, Caitlin. Oh, where's the kid? That's important. The goal is trying to get her right side moving again. She's made good progress. I tell you, honey, you're going to sleep all the way home, I guarantee it.
I'm sure Mom and her father are going to figure out how to do this. It just needs to get done.
Hi, Muncie.
Baby, I'm talking about you've been waiting. I hear you saying, I wanna be by your side. I can make it tonight.
I am involved in the most important part of someone's life, their entire life. I do my best to make the outcomes perfect, but you can't always do it, but you try.
You get the biggest one of the day. Nice job. All the way in. Judy, I'll rake and you plant.
Okay.
How's that?
My yard was just waiting for Tom to arrive.
I'm just going to rake it back.
Okay.
I feel great. I do. I feel fantastic. Dr. Berger caught it just in time. And I've been off of chemo 5 months. Before Easter, I asked Judy to marry me. So we're going to be married in the fall, if not sooner. Before, I was thinking death. Now I'm thinking living. And now what am I going to do for the rest of my life?
What thing, the best thing that ever happened to me? You'll see, there's nothing that I wanna do more than walk through your door. Who says you can't go back home?
Next on Boston Med.
Taking a piece of a person and keeping someone else alive. What else could there be in terms of a legacy?
She said, "We want to take," and she went like this.
I saw the patient within hours after his accident.
I fell onto the third rail.
The center of the face is all gone. We're going to perform only the second face transplant ever.
We're going into the unknown here.
We're getting close.
It's absolutely amazing.
I don't think his wife will recognize him.
He had a perfect little oval face.
My dad was ready to accept any outcome.
Thank you.
Has he seen himself yet?
He has not seen himself yet.
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy saw more nurses than you on rounds.
Oh, really?
Are you asking me out in front of this camera? Cold blue, cold team.
Does anyone feel a pulse?
I got nothing.
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can do anything. I need you to know. You're everything that I
clamp at 1712. We are en route, 15 minutes from the airport on this side.
We'll be waiting for you, man.
Right, about 10 after 7, I should be walking the hour. The act of transplantation is definitely a rush. Yeah. Literally over the course of just a few hours, you can take the trajectory of someone's life that has been heading towards death and suddenly give them back health that is going to last for years, maybe even decades.
All right. So they're on the way back. 7:15.
This heart is now living on borrowed time. The problem is that there are thousands of people on the list still waiting. Every single one of those families, they want to be the next one.
Since I've been 18, I've been worried about my heart. There are wires attached to my heart, and then these wires go to this controller, and the controller is attached to the batteries.
Each time you hear that sound, that push, that's that machine pumping the blood that has collected. So it's like having a second heart assisting the other heart. This little machine here actually tells you what the blood is doing in the body. So this is like the Holy Grail. And I watch this like a hawk, and we record the numbers in the morning and at night.
It actually keeps me alive. So this basically pumps the blood throughout my body.
He passed out driving a car through a stop sign in LA once because of his heart. He passed out at a luncheon. His defibrillator fired. It kicked him back in the chair, and the people at the table could feel the electrical shock. Joseph has had everything go wrong with him a person can physically have happen to them who has a heart condition and still be here. And now it's a question of, can we make it till we can get a heart? Can we hang in there long enough till a heart comes?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
These are all the scripts he's working on right now. Joseph reviews, reads, studies to position them for marketing.
It's actually a great job because, you know, you read scripts. I love reading scripts. And you try to figure out what about the movie is going to excite people.
That is our whole family. That's Emily, and that's John, Jacob, Joseph, Ben, and me.
Last year when he was in the hospital for a solid 6.5 months, for that long period of time, we would talk about, you know, when do you think Dad's going to be coming home?
We're really hoping he gets a heart transplant.
My youngest son, for example, while I was in the hospital, it had a really horrible impact on him at school. He started, you know, crying in school every day in class and not wanting to go. And it's amazing, as soon as I came home, he started doing really well.
He's a really good guy and dad.
This is the first airport we've been to this year that has no gate. Don't tell Homeland Security. Thank you all. Really appreciate the ride.
We're very hardy in New England. We land in anything. More taxiing? Yep, everything's fine. We will see you guys in 15, 17 minutes.
He really needs to eat something. I'm making Joseph a little sandwich of roast beef and veggie cream cheese for some serious protein. Also very key when you're waiting for a heart. And he'll probably get very upset because he's going to be looking for like chips and salsa, but he's not going to get that. This is a little pocket sandwich. Freckles, let me get Freckles and put him in with Freckles, come here.
This is
It's
the
roast
oddest
beef.
thing.
We're in a hurry. Would you like something to drink? This is not that appealing to him because it's just...
It's a tortilla around roast beef? Mm-hmm. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen.
And veggie cream cheese.
I'm so in love with my wife after almost 30 years that I feel like a newlywed. The people out there that are donors, they would be literally giving me life. What a great gift you could give to somebody. Out of the sadness of the person that you love that died, you would be taking a piece of them and keeping someone else alive. What else could there be in terms of a legacy for someone you loved?
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
The phone rings, and it's a doctor from the Brigham who's telling me they might have a heart for Joseph. In my mind is, oh my God, we're getting a heart. I can't believe we're actually going to get one.
Hi, honey, we're home.
All right. It's good. We're ready to go. You got it? You guys all set to go on bypass?
Now I can call everybody and tell them that we got a heart. I have all these people I need to call. It's like you had a baby. You feel like you had a baby. That you got to spread the news. It's all, you know, it's all good.
External cell, please. Left down, please.
Blood pressure is 65/43.
The next morning, when he didn't wake up, I knew enough even then to know that was not a good sign. He had massive, massive, massive cerebral hemorrhaging. Here we were, you know, the 1 in 1,000 people who doesn't make it off the table. And I knew right then, you know, that it was over. He wasn't going to wake up. It happened so fast. I couldn't really believe it. And I've just flashed back to the night before when Joseph and I had this conversation. You know, if anything happens to me, Joseph said, you know, I really want you to remember that I'm an organ donor and I want you to do it.
Head first.
What other organs are they harvesting?
Heart, liver, kidneys.
So I'm sitting there with a woman who I'd been talking to about organ donation, and she said, I have to ask you something else. Actually, we want to take, and she went like this, and she said, we need all of this. There is this man who can't breathe or eat or swallow, and he's been in this terrible accident, and I just remember thinking, how can you take somebody's face off of them?
Hey, Bogumił, I was paid by Rebecca. I grew up under the worst part of communism in Czechoslovakia. You have the consent with you, right? Medicine seemed to be the best way to avoid politics and do something meaningful in my life. Hey, would you mind paging that question, Stephanie Ahmed? Today is a huge day for me personally and for the hospital. We're going to perform only the second face transplant ever in this country.
How you feeling?
Good.
Good. You've been seeing Dr. Pomahoff for quite a while, huh?
Yeah, he's done 10 surgeries on my face.
Oh, yeah?
Kind of.
I saw the patient, Jim Maki, for the first time within hours after his accident.
The other surgery that we're going to do is to be able to free this up a little bit.
I don't think that there is really anyone who has seen an extent of facial burn to that degree. He essentially had no nose, he had no upper palate, no upper teeth. The defect really started from the cheekbone to the cheekbone, and all the soft tissues in between were gone, including the upper lip, including parts around the mouth and lower lip. We're going to do the surgery in a couple of hours. They're going to set up in about 3 hours. We'll get started. The accident happened 2005, so he's been living like this for almost 4 years.
I went down to Russell Station and I fell onto the third rail, which serves all the electricity.
What happens with the high voltage electrical injuries, the area of contact literally gets vaporized. And this is a three-dimensional CT. It just illustrates the extent of deformity. This is where sort of the center of the face is, and it's all gone.
How much voltage went through my body?
How much? Well, it's thousands of volts. You're lucky that you survived. And I was here when you came.
That's good. I was lucky.
I've never seen anything like that before, for sure. So I immediately knew that this is going to be very challenging.
I just feel excited that I get this opportunity.
Jimmy, your chariot awaits for you to go down to the OR.
I don't think that any one of us can quite imagine what it is like living without a face. Not only that he looked terrible and people were scared and reacted, in addition to that, he couldn't quite speak.
People make comments. They look at me out of the corner eye. They won't come up and ask me what happened. It's uncomfortable.
I think you got assaulted once because he sort of thought you were a freak.
They usually stay away from me.
If you're horribly disfigured and you can't really express yourself and speak, it's a bad combination. You just are at the mercy of people and their judgment. I think once we're actually finally in the operating room, we'll be fine, but getting there is the stressful part. We're going to meet with the nurses now.
First off, who's going to be in the donor room?
Me, Julian, and Stephanie. So there'll be two teams, one working on the forearm, one working on the face. We need the facial nerve monitoring systems in both rooms. We'll be monitoring, trying to identify all the muscles and the underlying nerves, tag it, and sort of start recovering from periphery towards the center.
You all ready, Mr. Mackey?
Yeah.
All right, sir, let's go.
Wish you the best. Everything's gonna be okay. I'll visit you when the surgery is done.
Okay.
You'll look like a new man.
Yes, I will.
I think Jim has been, to me, an unfortunate man that had a lot of things happen to him in his life. I think the really beginning of his problems trace back to the Vietnam War and probably undiagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder.
How many doctors do they have down there?
There'll be quite a few people down there. At least 6 surgeons. He's ready to go. We're ready to go?
He's a sort of a patient that you would want to have for the operation. He understands, he's very motivated. It's amazing how he sees it as an opportunity. This morning he said, you know, I pretty much screwed up everything in my life. And now I feel for the first time that I have a fresh start.
Some say that life you can't rewind, even when time is on your side. Some say that pain
I felt for him immediately. He was so charming and such a gentleman. He has big brown eyes. They look intelligent. And he had this beautiful nose. He had a full mouth. He had a perfect little oval face. I just thought that his energy was amazing. I was in love with him. He's just been waiting for the donor to come through.
all the ways you love comes back around.
It was a big decision to donate Joseph's face. This was a very different question than asking about a heart or an internal organ. This was a nice picture. This was Thanksgiving. Everyone's face is unique, and it gets to the soul of who a person is beyond just the physical. It seems that way anyway.
Midnight is now the official start.
And your best estimate of finish?
I think that we should be done within 18 hours. That's my farthest that I can think of.
I don't think the lower eyelid is to go in, but I think over here we'll also take the equivalent of this on the other side.
Maybe we should try and come in a little bit to the lower lip.
I would just extend a little bit more, take that lower eyelid.
Julian Privat is one of the world's famous microsurgeons.
This is going to work. We've got to be very positive about this. It's going to work. This is nothing like, the science fiction face-off and this sort of thing. It's nothing like that at all. This is real life. Good luck, Jim. See you in there.
It's amazing.
It's absolutely amazing.
Yes.
It really is.
We're going into the unknown here.
To see previous episodes of Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
My name's Denise. I'm going to be one of the nurses here in the operating room with you. Nice to meet you.
There is nothing more fascinating than face transplantation. I have not been part of anything that would make me so excited.
We're going to take your dressing off the trachea, okay? And then I'm going to give you just some drops. It's going to make you cough, but it's going to make the inside numb.
So at the moment, he just has a flap that just fills this hole, but you can see that there's no contour at all to that face. When we reconstruct this, there's contour again.
Suction going to the patient's right.
It's skin, muscle, bone, and it's all the nerves that supply the facial muscles. It also restores his teeth. He's going to have some teeth in his upper jaw as well.
people stared at him. He hated that. He was always the same guy underneath. I'm hoping that he can start his life up again.
And he's very brave to be doing all of this. You know, anything could happen. He could die during the operation. The other big risk is that the joining up the blood vessels may not work, so that could be an initial failure.
The donor is not only providing a face transplant, he's donating his heart, he's donating his liver, his pancreas is going for research, he's donating both kidneys, so he'll save the lives of 4 people, and he will enhance the life of the face transplant recipient.
He looks pretty young.
Yeah, he looks like a young 59.
Losing Joseph was emotional.
It's hard. But boy, this takes a lot of that edge off. Makes it feel much, much more like it wasn't in vain.
We should scrub in and get...
Yep, I'm here.
Let's do it. There's going to be 2 teams. Once the teams synchronize and say we're both ready, we'll take the facial part from the donor and transfer it literally across the hallway to the recipient and reconnect under the microscope.
Incision.
Yep, thank you.
Face is what we are. I don't think you can really consider yourself a human being without a face.
Nerve stimulator, please.
We got nice branches of facial nerve. The color of skin is a sensitive issue, and you probably wouldn't want to transplant someone who is a clear mismatch.
We're starting next door, Bo.
All right.
Scissors.
Jim is of a mixed Japanese and Native American. And a lot of the fine differences, let's say, between Asian and Caucasian, you could very easily cover up with a little bit of makeup.
Look at that. It's unbelievable. This is just a really devastating injury. And the other thing is, compared to regular burns, which are really superficial, electrical burns go quite deep. Hey, can you pull gently up on that yellow thing? And I think there's a vein underneath and I can try and nail.
Jim has been through a lot and has a lot of reflections on his past.
Can I have a scissors, please?
I never heard from him saying, oh, how come I'm the man who has this horrible accident? As a matter of fact, the only thing I've ever heard from him was that he felt lucky.
When I met him, I knew he had just come back from Vietnam, but I wasn't sure of the circumstances, and I certainly didn't know that he came back addicted to narcotics. He was just the best dad. I adored her. Totally adored her. She was extremely hurt by this accident. Sort of turned her to be embarrassed about her father.
Life without a face is not a life.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's good.
You know, when you're disfigured like that, it's just emotionally and psychologically and physically, you can't participate in life, you know, that we've all been given. Nothing prepares you for an experience like this. You know, it's been hard for me to deal with for so long. You know, going out in public, and as superficial as that may sound, definitely. It'll be much easier with a face. I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude, especially from the donor's family.
We're getting close. I think it's moving nicely.
I'm excited. It's about to come off.
Careful now, because we don't want to tear the artery here. So be cautious. Give me the suction. Yes!
There it is. Yeah! Can we get some more saline?
I've carried all the organs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, but never a face. It's pretty special.
Now we'll move the donor face to Jim's room. It's about 6 hours since we started. I'm still intense. It's not over. It's a little too early to relax. Do you have it 7-0?
Yeah.
The donor face is being attached to the recipient.
What's our ischemia time right now, do we know?
Oh, it's been an hour and 2 minutes.
Artery to artery get connected, so the two ends will be connected as like a pipe.
Do you have a saline flush? When you take the face from the donor, the lips turn white and the entire piece of skin is totally looking dead.
If it doesn't perfuse, it won't be alive, and it will then just fall off the face and become infected.
That's the most stressful part. Is it gonna live? Is the blood gonna circulate? We're starting to insert the actual tissues, which seems to be fitting quite well. So we're really just layer by layer bringing the tissues together. The real test of this face transplant will be when we take down the clamp of the artery and see the blood perfusing the face. If the face stays white, we have failed.
Are you going to perfuse it?
Yeah.
There it goes. Wow.
So the cheeks turn pink.
You take a picture before it cools, right?
Blood is spreading across the face and giving it life. It's really incredible.
That looks wonderful.
So far, so good.
Outstanding. Probably one of the most spectacular things I've seen in 10 years of training.
Yeah, I like it. He will ultimately regain sensation inside of the mouth, but the nerves that bring pain to teeth are not connected. They go through the bone. You just simply cannot put them together. So he'll never have a toothache.
Unbelievable. I don't think his wife would recognize him, frankly. This is a different man.
It's going to change his whole life.
Yeah. I'm like honored to be here. This is...
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. You're fantastic.
Thanks. I have to be honest. Seeing the patient 17 hours later with a pink new face, it's just unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations.
So I don't even know how he used to look, but he looks a lot different than what I know him as. Most surprising, and it's a great surprise, is that we found a donor family that graciously agreed to this.
I would like to meet the recipient. I want to see who this person is. I want to know. I'm excited for them. I want to say congratulations.
This whole transplant, I never thought it would actually ever happen. You know, he can begin again. We can begin as a family together again.
Thanks. How are you? Just rushing out here. I'm not used to cameras, so I'm nervous. Hopefully it'll go well. It'll be nice to me. No, I do feel like something amazing happened. Thank you.
I'm pleased to tell you that a team of the most talented plastic surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists have performed the first partial facial transplant in New England. I would like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Bogdan Pomahat.
It is exciting. There's no question the momentum is sort of growing on me.
How many people in the team, the medical team?
Should I pick a number? It's many, 25, 30.
There's more than 25 people here.
50.
What risks exist right now in this immediate aftermath, and when will you know if this is successful?
But rejection is always a concern. I will have to monitor very, very closely. The patient is expected to take immunosuppressive medications for the rest of his life.
What if the medications fail? What would the next step be?
There are other ways to control rejection, but it could come to the point that the rejection would lead to loss of the facial part.
Has he seen himself yet? Is he out of anesthesia?
He's still waking up. He has not seen himself yet.
Hey, Daddy. It looks awesome. So good. I'm telling you, you look handsome.
You know what the best part of this life is?
Tell me.
That I got you for another.
Thanks, Dad.
It's just what I feel like.
Compare it to the no face he had before. I mean, it's amazing. It surprisingly looks more like him than I thought it would. It's still him, you know?
Wow, look at that.
Looks great, Dad. we got a new start. We can do whatever you want. He's back, you know? I mean, you can tell in his spirits right now.
Yeah.
He's thrilled. And we're thrilled. We're all so happy.
He's done phenomenally well. I think the reason he's probably done so well is he has a very strong personality, which is good. Which is very good. And he's got a strong will. He did ask to see himself yesterday, but when I offered him a mirror, he wasn't quite ready for it.
I think it's a huge moment for him. This would be the moment when he would see for the first time what he will look like for the rest of his life.
Wake me up when we land. Wake me up when we land.
To hear more of the music from Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
I came to the States in 1996. I had enough pocket money to survive for 3 months. I'm not sure that I dreamed about doing a face transplant. That's certainly not the case. But that's the beauty of life. You never know what's coming. I have to say it's a very exciting time of my life, that's for sure. We're going to bring the mirror to Jim now. He probably will recognize himself as a human being and better looking than he did before the operation, but it will be interesting to see whether he considers himself being the one that he was before the tragic accident 4 or 5 years ago.
You don't have any mirrors in the
There are no mirrors in the...
No mirrors in the burn unit.
But we have a mirror somewhere.
I'm just trying to think, where did I see a mirror this morning in my travels? And one of my floors.
There's no mirror in the...
One room here has a mirror. I thought you knew that.
No, I actually never realized it. Wow, it's broken off something, isn't it?
It pops out.
Yeah, that's good.
So you did
that's
take
good.
a...
Here's the mirror. Take a look. You can hold it for yourself just so you see well.
I got a nose.
You got a nose.
You got a nose, yeah. And it's a decent sized one, too.
You know, I can see myself in this picture.
You mean the way you used to look before the accident?
Yeah. The guy who orchestrated this did a good job.
Well, you were too kind. It was quite incredible. He said he recognized himself. You can't ask for more. What do you think? The stitches are, should we leave them?
It's now 2 weeks.
Just about 12, 14, 13
on
days.
Monday when he's back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything's healing well. All the suture lines look good. It looks good there. It looks good on the other side. Over the past 2 weeks, the swelling has really come down quickly, and there's a lot of skin redundancy. We'll have to trim it at some point. Yeah, that's what we need to do later.
You can make it look good, right?
You look good already, but you can look a lot better, that's for sure, yeah.
We'll figure out something that looks good. He's very pleased with the face. I think it's a great, as he said, new beginning for him. I think it's a great opportunity to be looking and feeling more normal.
Ready, Dad? Remember this?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs.
That's one of my favorite songs. Remember when we took that road trip to Oregon? It drives me crazy when you go away. I ought to keep you. Nothing could have been worse than what we had before. My dad was ready to accept any outcome from the surgery, so I think there's a purpose for this.
This lovely lady is Isabelle Denois. She's a first world face transplant patient who's doing remarkably well. 3.5 years after the operation. And we're going to see our patient for a brief visit. That will be actually the first time probably in the history that 2 face transplant patients will meet and have the opportunity to talk. Hey Jim, this is Isabelle.
Hello.
Hello.
She's sort of the living proof that things can work out very well, and I hope that it will work out the same way for him.
I want to ask her what were the injuries she suffered when she had the accident?
She was bitten by a dog. She had no nose, no lips, and a part of the chin that was out. You can see.
Somebody did a good job on her.
Yeah, yeah, they did. They did.
Very nice. So life is better now, huh? I'm hoping that will happen for you too. So I hope everything goes well for you from here on.
J'espère la même chose pour
She's
vous,
hoping
sincèrement.
exactly the same for you.
Thank you. It's nice meeting you. She fades away. She's the first. I feel grateful.
It's really historic to see two face transplant recipients meet. Jim is going to be getting another important visitor, and that's going to be history making as well.
All right, Freckles, you're in charge. All right. 8 minutes, door to door. I'm just very excited to meet this gentleman who got Joseph's face.
It's the first time ever that a face transplant recipient will meet the donor family.
Whatever comes from your heart will be the right thing to say.
Of course I'm nervous.
Ready to meet Susan? Susan, this is Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hi.
It is so nice to meet you. Can I hug you?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
I feel good.
you look good.
Yeah.
You look great. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, I am too.
I knew the minute I looked at his eyes that he was happy to see me, and so then I knew it was going to be okay.
I'm really sorry for your loss too.
You're very sweet. We're really sad, but we're happy that you know, to be able to know that something good came out of it is a tremendous comfort to us.
Right.
You have no idea. The nose was my husband's nose. Other than that, I saw no resemblance whatsoever.
You know, my wife did something along and said he was a great guy.
He was a great guy. He really was a great guy. Everybody loved him. In losing my husband, I got a present back.
All right, good.
All righty, guys. Hey, Jim, it's been real. Another hug. There is a connection that I have with him because of what's occurred. It doesn't feel like I'm meeting somebody I've never met before.
Thank you very much for coming.
God bless you. I told him that I would hope I could see him again sometime, and I think he probably would like that. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
And I'll wait for you till the last star is gone, whispering words of hallelujah.
Because of the success of Jim's face transplant, my personal as well as professional life changed substantially. 1, 2, 3. What's her name? Or his? I've got a lot more busy and travel a lot more than I've ever done before. So we really cherish our weekends as the family. Cheers. And when Jim was in the hospital, I came every day to see him on Saturday and Sunday. Occasionally I take the kids with me and they enjoyed it very much.
That's Jim.
That's Jim. This is how Jim looked 25, 30 years ago.
Wow, looks like Elvis Presley. So he
Yeah.
lost his nose too?
He lost everything.
How did you make the nose? No, he took a different nose.
Yes.
So like you have a box with noses? No.
Jim is in many ways sort of tied at the hip with me because it is a relationship probably for life. It's like first best friend. He's the first patient of certain type, so it's always going to be special to meet him and see him.
Interesting.
You are extraordinary. Something new.
I think the most gratifying is that he's really doing remarkably well. I would say better than we all hoped for.
How are you? Good. I just need $100.
Okay.
Everything I do is easier.
You can just sign that for me, Mr. Mackey.
All the little things, whether it's eating, going out for a walk, going to the store, free surgery. I had trouble doing all those things for different reasons. Thank you.
You have a great day.
I shall try. It's great having a nose. If you want people laughing at you, laughing about you, just walk around without a nose and see how often it happens. I'm just happy with the way the surgery turned out. I mean, it's not perfect. There are kids that look at me and usually they start laughing. That's not going to last forever because Pronghawk is going to get rid of all this and push my chin. Give me a facelift almost. Anything that the donor had, I get. He had a beard. I mean, I never had hair over here on the side of my face. Down here. Just weird.
How you doing today, sir?
Good. Things have gotten better, and it'll be a little better and a little better the farther we go. If you'd asked people right down the line, would you donate a face? A lot of them would have said no. She said yes. I do now and will always feel grateful to that family.
Holy Moses, lead me home.
If you can let somebody else live when you've lost something that important, it makes it so much more bearable.
This is Joseph blessing the bread. Joseph spoke Yiddish fluently and Hebrew.
He was quite the guy. Here he is. This is in Phillipsburg in St. Martin.
This was at a friend's house doing karaoke.
Joseph was this very larger-than-life character. And here yet again, even in death, he's, larger than life again.
And my sweet consolation.
We had a lot of fun. We had a good life. The thing I miss the most about Joseph is that he loved me so much.
Oh, and my sweet consolation is to have you lay me down.
I look great in these. No man who's ever talked about 40 years of mitral valve repair should ever wear something that foolish. When they were in their flight suits and being all badass Top Gun guys, these were the sunglasses they were wearing.
I'm feeling guilty for leaving work when there's actually not work to be done right now. These are all kind of slutty, which isn't really what I'm going for here. It's like the best day I've had in 3 months.
I asked the pediatrician if I could give this kid some pain medication. She told me I could give him a Ditzel.
I don't know what a Ditzel is. What's a Ditzel?
Give me someone who knows what they're talking about on the phone, Natasha, will you? We gotta find the Ditzel stat.
Who's the Boston boy? Who's the Boston boy? Go see Dad. Bye.
Bye. Oh, bye.
No, I'm fortunate.
Where'd your ride go?
He went to get me a pair of pants so I could get out of here.
They're right underneath your sweatshirt. What'd you think we did with them? The only thing I don't know if you have is a shirt. But you don't mind going out bare-chested, right?
No.
Flaunting your stuff out in the parking lot, right?
So when I'm walking home, I'll probably listen to Desire, Bob Dylan. How come every time I leave, nobody else is here? Am I doing any work around here?
I picked up that you had said tumors.
2 more, I said. No S on the end.
I almost had a heart attack.
No, we don't want any heart attacks here. I don't know how to fix that.
Surgical tenets are: don't stand when you can sit, don't sit when you can lie, eat when you can, sleep when you can, and don't with a pancreas.
Are you in love? Are you dating a nurse?
Dude, I am so done with nurses. So done.
I mean, if they have one of your patients and they hate you, they will just page you all day long.
Let's say you could date someone from any profession. What profession would you choose?
Preferably one that requires a uniform.
A wrestler.
A wrestler.
Perhaps The Rock.
My dad, I've been able to hold him off until now. He's starting to edge some of it in more and more.
We always hope that you think someday you'll get married.
Oh, God, there he goes. Just waiting for it to
You asked for it. So.
No walls.
Here's the tumor.
The odd thing is that they call me doctor. You want me to pull the wire out now?
No, don't touch a thing.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Johns Hopkins is one of America's greatest hospitals. These are the stories of the men and women who work there.
I think there's a lot of attending gossip about us.
Personally, I'm going through a difficult time. You gotta get your emotions under control.
You were acting like a boob.
Is this moment? There's so much to say, so much to say.
Without a transplant, he will die. You have a heart.
No way.
We have multiple gunshot wounds.
It's a war zone here.
I don't want to die.
What you said today, I want you changing your mind. It's almost insane. It's almost insane.
Years ago, I couldn't, not in my dreams, I thought that I was going to be doing this right here, obviously. I was born in a small little border town between the United States and Mexico. How are you? And all I wanted to do when I first came to the United States is just to make a little bit of money, send it back to my family so we could actually put food on our tables. The only difference now is that I have gotten an education. I went to Berkeley, Harvard, UCSF, but I'm still the same person. Absolutely nothing has changed. I'm the same crazy son of a gun I was 20 years ago. You come to me because I'm a brain surgeon. I operate on the head, on the brain all the time. Now, for something like this, do I get to go to sleep or do I stay awake? No, I like to push you to sleep for a shorter amount of time. You know, I always tell my patients that anything that we do has a risk, always. My whole objective is to keep the brain intact, and that's what I would try to do with you. All right, How does it look? Has anybody loaded this?
This is the first case right here.
Because I don't like to bring the patient till I make sure that everything is here.
Dr. Canone is just doing a biopsy of my skull because I have like lesions, I guess, on the inside of it. About 10 of them.
I want my PA right here in the room, please. Give her a call. Where are you? Did anybody check the CT scans? If this is going to be a major delay, and I'm not happy about it. Please make sure that it happens immediately. Thanks. The problem is that I have another 3 brain tumors after this. If the day doesn't start perfect as it is, I know I'm going to be here until midnight operating. It just adds another layer of complexity.
This is what I've got. Now, I've reset this to you. This is what I've got. I've got everything you need. They did a great job.
That's an issue that I'm going after.
Call me immediately if you don't have it, and we'll keep trying, okay?
Thanks.
All righty.
I touch these people's brains. I touch their lives, their emotions, and I can potentially change them in the drop of a pin.
Hi, it's Dr. Boyle. When I decided to go into urology, I had to become really comfortable with all the words and all the problems and just talk like, we're talking about the weather.
If you have a hernia, does your testicles hurt?
The first time that someone has to pull down their pants and you have to examine them, relax. I just act like it's everyday thing because it really is. Okay. Now I'm gonna have you cough for me. Let me have you bend over here. I'm gonna use some cold jelly.
Okay.
So your prostate feels a little enlarged prostate, urinary complaints, kidney stones, sexual dysfunction, groin pain, scrotal pain. These things are really common to us.
I never thought it would be an attractive young lady to be my urologist when Dr. McFarland referred me. You get that all the time, I'm sure.
No, it really doesn't make a difference.
No, I know.
The only thing I found that makes a difference is I have smaller fingers. My mom is Irish Catholic and very devout and very traditional. I think she thought maybe there was something wrong with me for wanting to become focused on male genitals, as she said. Why do you want to do that? My husband is very secure and will talk to me about all this stuff and is really interested and, enjoys hearing about it. Go on in.
I couldn't sleep last night. Went to bed about 1, but I probably woke up every 30 minutes just from being nervous because I've never had surgery before, Everybody wears these?
Almost everybody.
Let's get rolling.
He's wired. He must have had like 4 cups of coffee.
Irrigation. Right here, you can actually see there are some pulsations. So we're not going to get into that because that's dangerous. That's asking for danger. So there are 2 lesions. We got them out. We send the bone to specimen, and this may just be a benign lesion. It looks very benign. So 1, 2, 3 holes right here that were back to back. But I think there's going to be something just congenital. So it looks good. Everything went great. I think this is going to be totally benign.
Oh, good.
You know?
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I came to the United States and I began working as an illegal migrant farm worker. One day I just gathered $65 in my pocket and hopped the fence. You got to climb it. You got to be like Spider-Man. Alrighty, so this is the issue. You can actually see the lesion right here, and we're about to investigate that right now by hearing the story from the patient.
I have pain all through here. And I got it over here.
Okay. I think we're probably dealing with a pituitary tumor here. Okay, one that is beginning to give you symptoms.
A month and a half ago, I was supposed to have an appointment for you.
Yes.
And for the endocrinologist.
Yes.
And paperwork got lost.
But my office never gave you the runaround as far as seeing me.
This first time I said, well, they'll call you.
Yes.
So I waited 2 weeks.
The media portrays Mexican Americans, in many cases, as not being hard workers. Anita and Raven, come over here, the 2 of you guys. If I don't make an effort to change that, then who will? This patient has a pituitary tumor. He's been trying to get into my clinic for 6 weeks with a known pituitary tumor. He's called several times the office. No one got back to him. Any explanation?
No, it'll never happen again.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
We have oxygen, we have suction, we have our blood.
Sir, how you doing? Hey, buddy. Mr. Bucci, how you doing? You okay? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Last time he got Tylex was like 10 o'clock this morning, and he's been kind of sleepy for me, so I didn't want to give him anything, and he said he was fine, so.
Hello? Full set of labs, ABG. We got a chest x-ray coming. Mr. Bucci, what's going on? Do you know where you are? This particular patient is in shock. Show me 2 fingers over here. You're okay. Which is one of the things that happens when someone gets a pretty severe infection. This guy's got mental status changes, so it's a slam dunk that he's going to go back upstairs to the ICU. This is not going to help my reputation. I've got a reputation of bringing more patients up to the unit than other fellows, so the nurses up in the unit have a little nickname for me. When the patients go back upstairs, I call them bounce back. So whenever I'm on, they're like, great, bounce back Brian's on. I think they're really funny.
Hi, Executive Mary Catherine. How can I help you?
Did you hear about Bucci?
Yeah.
You excited?
Am I getting Bucci?
Yes.
You can't handle it?
I can't handle it. I can't handle the truth.
You are such a loser.
You know, why do you gotta be so hard on me?
I don't know.
My dad is a cardiologist back in Oklahoma City. I knew growing up what the hours were gonna be like. Everything's gonna go just fine. We're gonna do the best we can, okay? All right. In order to really do a good job, you have to put the patients first, which then makes everything else, your family, yourself, everything else, by definition, second.
Hey, babe, listen, I'm not gonna get... You gotta stop. You gotta get your emotions under control, okay? You can't flare out like that. You can't talk to your mom like that, okay? Your mom lets you start sleeping in your own bed, babe. Good night. Get in bed, good night. I love you too. I love you too. She's throwing a fit. All right, is she in bed? Hang in there, will you? Please. Hang in there, please. Right.
As a couple, my wife and I don't seem to be meshing well.
You were so sweet, you were so sweet, you made me look alive.
She's a great person. She's pretty and she's smart and she's a great mom. I think that makes it more difficult in a way that she and I haven't been getting along.
Look alive,
I have to believe in myself that I can do this better than anybody else in the world. Can I convert from Quinones to super Q? You gotta be careful with my cape, bro. So one of my 19-year-old patients ended up having a very bad car accident, and she ended up with a significant traumatic brain injury.
Last January, Tiff was driving, and her car flipped up and hit roof first on a pole. They came to my door and told me that she had been in an accident. And, of course, she has receptive and expressive aphasia. So it is very hard for her to speak. But it's gotten a lot better.
I can't think.
Tiff's missing her skull right here.
So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna go ahead and reconstruct the whole skull and make sure that we protect the brain as we do the whole reconstruction.
I'm scared. I'm scared, but I can do it.
Love you, kid.
Hopefully, we can help Tiffany live a full life. And that's why I get all excited about it. All right. How does it look?
As stuck as you'd expect.
Yeah. I can probably just cut it right here. That sometimes doesn't matter how good we are and what we're doing. Accidents do happen.
You okay?
I felt the sting of the blood in my eye. I just need to wash my eye, actually. A little artery got me in the eye, so I need to wash it. You never know what kind of disease you can get just by getting stuck, splashed. You get exposed to everything you can imagine. Yeah, it's just such a bummer. You have to deal with all these things, and it also puts a lot of stress on my wife, you know.
Why don't you call Brian Buffet at 11:09? Okay.
Buffet, did you page us? Hey, how are you? My name's Brian Buffet. I'm one of the thoracic surgery residents. So what brings you in to see us tonight? Can't breathe. How are you feeling now? Pretty awful? We'll talk more. Your lungs down over here on the left side. We need to put a tube in it over here for you, okay? All right. You nervous? Yeah, that's okay. That's normal. All right, we're gonna take good care of you though, all right? All right. Her lung is completely collapsed right now. Okay, I'm gonna get started. If you need more numbing medicine, will you let me know, please? All right.
Okay, sweetie. Okay.
I'm just getting the air out for you. Bear with me. Take a deep breath. Hold tight. You're doing a good job. It went fine. Tube's in, lungs up. She's breathing better. Are you feeling better? You're breathing?
Better?
Yeah? Sorry about all that, okay? There's no easy way to do it, unfortunately. I know it hurts, and I'm sorry. All right, I tried to numb you up as best I can. We still be friends? All right. We did a couple VATs, maybe one more VATs to go. And Sussman's been busy too.
Yeah. How was the family?
Great.
All the girls.
Those are good, they're busy. Good. My wife and I, we've got issues and we're trying to work through them.
Where's my art?
Up in your room. Fine.
We've known each other since grade school. We got married actually right before I went to medical school, and she went to physician assistant school. Yeah, I could ask me to play tennis tonight from 8:30 to 10, but I respectfully declined.
Yeah, that would have been a little much.
We had marriage counseling, and marriage counseling usually sends us into a tailspin for a couple days because you talk about all the things that you never really want to talk about as a couple.
Come here.
She doesn't feel like I'll ever be able to fall back in love with her again, and if that's the case, then she wants to move on.
got splashed in the eye here in the operating room. And I need to go to occupational health and get tested or something. Tiffany, how are you, sweetie? Good. What's going on? What's all the shaking right here? Huh? You cold? We're gonna keep you warm. Have you seen your mom? We're gonna get mom to see her? Yeah? Everything went great. You did a great job, actually. Are you happy?
Yes.
You did a great job. I'm very happy.
Are you okay?
Oh, just a little splash in the eye.
Yes.
The only thing that worries me is because she was in the hospital at one point. Probably I don't know if she got a blood transfusion or not. So, but I mean, it should be okay.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Life sometimes can throw you some really hard curves, and you just gotta get up and do it again, over and over.
Is that cock-a-doodle-doo? Is that cock-a-doodle-doo?
Oh, no. I am an only child, and I think that's why I love children, and there's really no greater gift that you could give a couple than, the ability to have a baby. With Evan Cohen, he had had a vasectomy previously, thinking he was done having children.
You may have a seat and I'll be with you shortly.
His new fiance is young and healthy and has normal, reproduction, and they want to have children between the two of them.
Before I met Evan, I actually wanted 3. And then after meeting him and having 3 stepkids, I'm happy with just 1 or 2.
She's a great mom. She treats my kids like they were her own, and any guy would be crazy not to want to start a family with her. Our relationship depends on us being able to have children. I know
I hate when you put it like that.
it does depend on us having children.
I mean, but it's just that it's a very big portion
Of your life, of what
my
you're
life
looking for.
that I've always
and
wanted.
I need to make sure that I can give that to you.
Vas reversal, to me, is a really wonderful option for men that have had a vasectomy that decide they want to have more children.
Hello. Good morning. I'll be right over, okay?
All right. It's supposed to relax me.
He wants to get married and I want to have a baby, so that kind of was the struck of the deal.
Slowly breathe in and out. Very good. Breathe in and out.
Can you paralyze him?
Yeah.
I can't have him moving at all.
No problem.
Thank you.
He's been telling me, don't worry, I'm good. I'm like, well, how do you know? He's like, I know my body, it'll be good.
On this side, I'm just not loving this fluid the way it is. And I'm concerned that he has a blockage, and I have to fix that.
The fluid is not good on the left side.
His obstruction was pretty high, so we just hope that he has sperm in his right side.
I kind of had a feeling. He's always known I wanted a family, so I mean, we didn't really plan when it was gonna happen, but we planned that it was gonna happen.
I might recut this and Miss Margaret. Whenever we have sperm, it's because of Miss Margaret. Miss Margaret's our angel, and she has a special connection with the sperm god. So, what's your success rate?
90%. We've been talking about this since.
Beautiful sperm. So we just examined the fluid from his basal segment, and it has wonderful sperm in it. So what that means is that there is a 95% or greater success rate of sperm returned to his ejaculate, at least on this side.
Yeah, so just want to let you know that he's doing fine.
Okay.
They found sperm and fluid on the right side. Okay?
Okay. Hey, well, I got good news. Yeah, it on the right side there was fluid and sperm present, and I know, I'm excited.
We just hope that he has sperm in his ejaculate. So he will see me back in follow-up at 2 weeks. I'll talk to you soon, Miss Margaret. I'll let you know when I find out, okay?
Sure. I'm excited. I feel like I've been waiting my whole life.
No, dude, get in the back. I need you in the back because you're little. Okay, I'm watching. Good job.
My dad is funny, competitive, and tired most of the time. Because he works a lot.
I marvel at the kids in that they are very adaptive to residency. They understand call schedules because that's what they've grown up in.
Whenever you're on call, you're basically up all night, except if you get a break, which is only an hour, so you sleep.
Yeah, sometimes it's not that bad. Sometimes you get quite a bit of sleep. It's just kind of hit or miss.
Once he's out, he'll be a good doctor, make a lot of money and stuff like that.
I didn't mean to be untrue. I hide the trouble I was in. Please hear me out.
Dad, do you think you'll come home to get some sleep?
I'm going to try to. It's very apparent to both Amber and I that this is really a 50-50 thing, and it could really go either way. Come on, guys.
I give you just the truth. I give you all I got to give. No more pretty lies.
Everything went great. Okay. He's doing great. Okay.
And is the result still fairly good because of the one
Well,
side being...
you know, you don't really know where the sperm are going to come from.
Okay.
Independent of each other, my outcomes are 95 and over for the right and about 50 to 55 for the left.
Okay. Sex-wise, probably like 4 weeks?
Nope. Sex fine, 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm just going to take a peek and make sure everything's okay.
He's ready? Okay. Hi, baby.
Would you like to try some ice chips?
No. I just hate seeing him like this.
What did doctor say?
You did have a blockage on the left side.
You got 2 other add-ons or something?
Yeah. The other cases are very large brain tumors.
Very large?
Very large.
I've heard that people come from around the country for him to work on. I think I heard he's one of the top 4 in the country. I hope so. My life depends on it.
Get you laying down again.
The guy I work with knew something was wrong like 4 months ago. He said I kept walking into things. He finally came to the hospital when I started falling down a lot. That's when they found the tumor.
Alrighty, we're all done. Okay?
Well, I've always said I'm lucky if I live past 54. Be the longest one in my family.
He has no other past medical history that I can elicit in my discussions with him, as far as I can tell. He's healthy otherwise, obviously. I think that our goal is going to be to come in from this angle right here, and then go after this lesion right here.
Good morning. Michael.
How are you? How you feeling this morning?
Tired.
Best scenario, as I told you before, is that this is a benign tumor, because if that is the case, we take it out and then you're going to be absolutely cured. We walk a fine line between life and death, and literally, or between good outcomes and not so good outcomes.
Let's hope this is the right time.
Yeah, this is going to be on the right side, absolutely. So we're looking forward to this. There's always a possibility that he's a young man and he may not wake up from surgery. There's always a possibility that he may have, as I said, a major stroke and be absolutely debilitated for the rest of his life.
I'm scared to death. It's all I can do to keep from crying. So if I stop talking and not say nothing, that's because I'm holding back my tears. Because I don't want to die. Who does?
If it don't hurt, you're not alive.
To hear more of the music from Hopkins, go to hopkins.abcnews.com. Hopkins continues.
People come to this country because they have a dream, and that dream is to better themselves. And you can actually see right here, you can see a group of people, you know, probably just waiting for work. Just 3 blocks down, I am in my very sophisticated multi-million-dollar laboratory trying to find better ways to cure brain cancer. And just down the street is a group of people doing what I was doing just about 20 years ago. It's interesting how people treat you differently, though, and they have. People see me, hey, Dr. Quinones, Dr. Q, Dr. Alfredo, blah, blah, blah. You know, back then they wouldn't give me the time of day.
Took a little practice with this because it's a little different size napkin than I'm used to.
We believe that family support and friends is very important because if patients don't have the appropriate support, I think their chances of really doing well are not as good.
Spent 7 years in the Air Force. Married twice. 3 kids. The youngest is 25. And as far as where they're at, I couldn't tell you. Their mother took off with them, I don't know, years ago. Haven't heard from them since. I was told they didn't want to see me. I think about them every day. There's the paper rows. 1 napkin.
Since the first day I met him, you know, I said, Michael, who should I call? I said, is there any family you want me to talk to? He finally gave me the name of his cousin that I am going to contact.
Hi, cuz.
Hey, how'd you break your foot? Fell and broke my ankle.
Why?
Stepped down when I shouldn't have been stepping.
We were basically always together growing up. Not only cousins, really, like best friends. Always talking and do things for each other.
Just us left, really.
I can't remember nothing, so I'm writing everything down. I think of a question, then by the time it gets here, I forget what I was going to say.
He has a brain tumor, and we don't know if it's benign or not. And the doctor told me it was in a bad spot.
We don't really know what he has in his brain. I wanted to make sure that we are all, you know, on the same page and we all understand how dangerous this is. He could potentially not wake up from surgery. He could potentially wake up and be a vegetable. Today I tell you all the bad things that could potentially happen because tomorrow, as I told you before, I feel very strongly that it's all positive energy. So we have a plan. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
Get a good night's sleep.
Yes.
It doesn't look infected at all, no. Your incisions look great for 2 weeks.
Okay.
You know, you need to start ejaculating at this point. Okay, you know, we may find sperm, we may not find sperm. Of course, I love to see sperm at the first semen-analysis check. And we get that downstairs in our lab. Preferably have you collect it there if you can.
And you said they collect it there?
Yeah, you can collect there, ideally.
Okay.
They have little rooms. They do it all the time.
All right.
It's what they do.
I don't know. I can only imagine what they have in that room.
This bag here is our pornography stash. I kind of know from my fellowship which magazines work the best.
Shouldn't take too long, I hope.
If they get yucky, we throw them out. So.
I didn't want to come out paralyzed or vegetable or nothing like that. Can't depend on myself. I don't want to bother nobody else.
How are you doing, ladies? Am I in the right room or not? And the reason why I ask if I'm in the right room is because, one, I don't see the microscope, and number two, I don't see the brain lab. I'm just getting ready mentally, you know, just making sure that everything's good.
Take some nice deep breaths for me. You're doing great.
Night, night.
It drains me emotionally, and I think about it. And then the day of surgery, I'm coming in like a tiger, and I pounce. And that day, I believe there's no one more qualified than I am to do this case. Rock and roll. Everybody, just watch the microscope, please. This is where the tumor is. But we're very careful. We're going to drill it right now as well. We have taken the bone off, and now we are going to go and look for the tumor. So that's where we are right now, the danger zone. Here's the tumor. Can you see it on the screen, guys? Right now, every move counts right here.
I'm sorry.
Are you okay? Very, very careful, please, guys. I have instruments in this guy's brain. Needless to say, that scared the crap out of me.
I'm just worried that one of the bad things the doctor said will happen.
Mr. Cohen's here in follow-up. We obtain a semen analysis at around 6 to 8 weeks following vasectomy reversal.
I'm hoping to see anything, but even if I don't, she said it's not anything bad. It just means it hasn't started yet.
I bet him $10 that he wasn't gonna have any.
Hello.
Hi, doctor.
We have sperm.
We do?
We have great sperm.
What?
We have great sperm.
Right?
Yep.
I owe you $10.
$10. All right. Anything today means that it's open. And that it will continue to be open, and the count should continue to go up, and the motility should go up. What this means is if you're motivated to get pregnant, you want to have intercourse every other day around the time of ovulation.
That's hard with him.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
It is. I'm like, no, baby, you gotta, you know.
Let me explain to you why that is. Every other day is just so that your count can replenish. So you can have intercourse as many times a day, every day, whatever. But within that 2-week period, you actually kind of want to have it every other day. Okay.
Here you go, babe.
Our last breakfast.
That's true.
This is now Saturday night. In terms of how much sleep I'm going off of, probably like 2 hours, and then I'm on call tomorrow. So just trying to fight through it and have a good time. I've got 2 of my good college friends here, and so we're just looking to have a couple drinks and stay away from any mischief.
Hey, so anyway, I'm single. Yeah, I bought an '88 Land Cruiser with wood paneling. You wonder why I'm single? I know what women want.
Yeah, but you can put that backseat, like flat.
A lot of single women in D.C.
I think you should define the DC rating scale.
The ratio of good, attractive, successful women compared to attractive, successful men is something like 4 to 1.
What's your intro though? I mean, you've got to have like elite and politics maybe for 3 minutes, and then
that's his intro, man. That face is his intro. Come on, man. What is that? Mojito?
Mojito, non-sweetened mojito.
Brian's a character. I didn't like him too much in college because he always got all the girls. Kind of stolen from the rest of us, not so witty folk. Here's why Brian's venture is more virtuous than mine, or pretty much anyone else's. We all can go home. We can all sleep this off. And maybe even call in sick if we want to. There's only one guy in this entire crew who could not do that, and it's Brian Bethea. No one flips a switch like Brian Bethea.
He's a doctor, so he can solve anything. Medicine, dude, medicine.
There's like a million
Doctor
doctors.
what?
Anesthesiologists, because they're the coolest doctors out there.
Oh, there you go.
Look how cute he is.
Hopkins. We're talking Hopkins. You can ask a doctor anything.
The same hands that were picking tomatoes just a few years ago now are picking brain tumors. You guys see the tumor? I'll take the delicates with the bipolar forceps. Best scenario is that we're dealing with a non-cancerous lesion. That was a tumor. We can't tell what he has until we take a little piece, we send it to our pathologist, and in minutes they give you a sense as to what they're dealing with.
Brain tumor. That's the thing we've got.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's meningeal.
And that would be a good thing.
Yeah, is that for asking?
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you, Fred. What do you think we have here?
It's fairly straightforward meningioma.
Wonderful news. Thank you.
Meningioma is a brain tumor. They're usually benign. That is, they don't spread. Now, the problem is that they can be in some place that would cause a problem just because they're a certain size.
Michael, you're just waking up from anesthesia. Your surgery's all done.
The waking up of the patient is a definitive test of how well you did today. Michael, squeeze my can. Squeeze my can, Michael. Squeeze. Squeeze my can, bud. Squeeze my can. Michael, squeeze my can. Wiggle your toes. Can you wiggle your toes?
There you go.
Good job.
Very good. Yes. Yes. It's just great. Just great. I mean, this is what keeps me going every day, you know? I mean, I deal with very bad disease, you know? Brain cancer is tough. But every now and then when you just have this nice, very good news, it's just exciting. Everything went great.
So he'll be Mike again.
I think so. Very good. Okay.
I'm going through a little bit of a rough go in personal life. Amber and I are sort of at that crossroads where in the next week or two, it's really going to kind of be decided, you know, whether we stay together or decide to go our separate ways. She's asked me to find a place to live and send them an apartment, which is hard. She's seen an attorney and she's got everything ironed out, both financially and in terms of the kids and everything else. It's hard to make a lot of rational decisions when last night got, so Friday to Saturday, 2 hours of sleep. And then Thursday and Friday, probably 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So we've known each other since 6th grade. She was in 7th grade and we had lockers next to each other. And I'm not naive to the fact that I'll be lucky to ever find anybody to care about me as much as she cared about me. But just astonished that it's come to this.
Time to go. So I go get a nap, get rid of this headache. I'm gonna get a hold of my children after I get better. Yeah, it's nice out here.
Hey, nice to see the sun again.
I'm gonna live a lot longer. That's the way it's gonna be. See you at the party.
Yeah, very good. Beautiful day. I remember one day I am talking to one of my own relatives. I told him, you know, I've been thinking about going to school to learn English. We got some beans, we got some rice. And he looked at me and said, this is your future. You're going to spend the rest of your life working in the fields. And I can honestly tell you that I was in tears. Look, this whole thing is a tumor right here, sweetie. Isn't that gigantic right here?
And that was the spot for the patient?
The patient was in serious trouble, and I took it all out right here. How we doing? I have failed in many things. You think it's hard what I do, sweetie pie? You
Yeah.
think it's easy?
Yes.
But never in my ability to get up and try again.
If you know what to do.
Yes.
Dave.
That's right, David.
Looking back on the memories.
Never really knew how people thought about me before. Now I know somebody cares, you know. So that's a good thing.
Our lives are better left to chance. I could have missed the pain, but I'd have had to miss the dance.
All right, let's give it up for Mike. Oh, great job.
Coming up on Hopkins.
He probably might be collateral damage.
I don't know what kind of gun can do that.
They know something they're not telling us.
I don't do vasectomies with the intention of reversing them.
Dating nurses is very tricky. You don't know when the next chance this patient's going to get.
Are you scared for me too?
Guys,
No pulse.
here's the tumor.
The odd thing is that they call me doctor. You want me to pull the wire right now?
No, don't touch a thing.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Johns Hopkins is one of America's greatest hospitals. These are the stories of the men and women who work there.
I think there's a lot of attending gossip about us.
Personally, I'm going through a difficult time. You gotta get your emotions under control.
You were acting like a boob.
Without a transplant, he will die.
You have a heart.
No way.
We have multiple gunshot wounds.
It's a war zone here.
I don't want to die.
Hopkins, 19-year-old male, under the OC due to assault. At this time, patient is conscious but very lethargic.
Delta trauma, ETA, 3 minutes. Mail door packet, please.
What's that about? With being a big black man, a lot of people have different stereotypes about you. There's one part of me that's always the outsider everywhere I go. Maybe a lot of people feel that way.
Hello. Charles, he's 19 years old. He was kicked, punched, banged in the back, left rib area, stomach.
Charles, can you tell me a little bit what happened to you today?
I was robbed.
You were robbed?
My teeth hurt.
Your teeth hurt, so you were hit in the face? No blood in the posterior oropharynx. Is this tooth hurt? Okay. His front tooth is kind of minimally displaced with pain. Are you having tenderness when I push here? Oh, sorry about that. Does he got good access?
So he has 18 gauge PTA.
Look at this.
That's a positive fast.
He's hypotensive. Let's get moving.
What's going on?
Okay, here's what's going on. We're a little bit concerned because you're having so much belly pain and you were hit in your belly several times, okay? So we're gonna take good care of you, but right now it seems like one of your exams is suggesting you have a little bit of blood in your belly and that's why you're having some pain.
What's going to have to happen?
Okay, so what may have to happen is you may have to go to surgery.
We'll put a groin liner in.
Put it in your vein, Charles.
You gotta try and relax and take some deep breaths,
Call
okay?
the pressure when it come up again.
Okay. It's gonna be sore, but we gave you some medicine. We'll give you more.
Sorry, I'm just numbing you right now.
Yep, you're almost done.
Here comes the pressure. 1, 2, 3, pressure. 1, 2, 3, pressure. You finished? So painful. When anybody usually puts in a cordis, especially in a trauma, you want to do it relatively quickly. And you want to be definitive, you want to do it. In this case, with one stick, I was able to get in. So that was good for us. There's always a mix of luck and skill. I think more skill than luck, but you know.
Thoracic. Turn patient. Why don't you get in 3 units, put a central line in, and we'll go from there. All right, man, let me know. Bye. You know, the joke was always among the wives that they were widowed, you know, because they were married to a physician.
All right, boss. Okay, this is the consent form for the operation, okay?
Change my mind.
Okay. All right, well, have a good day.
Thank you.
What we're gonna do is a coronary artery bypass.
Okay, so the reason why we're doing the operation is because you have coronary artery disease. So an incision on your breastbone here.
Now, there's only one way I'm going to go forward with this.
I have to get out to see the Giants in the Super Bowl.
We'll make
I'm canceling that.
Okay, we'll make arrangements to make sure that happens.
I can tell you don't really care about the Giants.
I'm a Cowboys fan.
Oh, good. Great.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Yep. Lansford back, please.
Thank you. One moment while I transfer your call. Hey, can you tell me what's up?
You know, the biggest deal is, Amber and I, we had a little talk last night, and she just goes, look, the feeling I get from you is that, you're really only here because of the kids, and I don't deserve that, and...
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
It hit a point of no return now, huh?
Seems like it.
Are you going to start proceedings?
That I don't know, probably. But bottom line is, I'm not treating her the way she deserves to be treated, and I have a whole lot of personal issues with that.
She's right.
Yeah. You just, you always wonder if you're making a mistake, but...
You don't want to make a habit of that. Second guessing yourself.
Right. All right, man.
Take yourself down. There is no one here who will help you now. Some gray cloud is cleared, but they left you out.
That looks like it's one of the transplant coordinators calling. Hey, Kate, how are you? I'll do the consent and look over the orders of the intern. Are you going to call the HAL line and call the ORT man? Okay, bye. All right, so lung transplant tonight, and we're going to be in the operating room at 12:30. I need to find the charge nurse.
Big
day.
Yeah, very big day.
It's about a 15-month effort to find what was wrong with my wife as far as not being able to breathe, just a shortness of breath.
I have a disease called bronchiolitis obliterans that has destroyed the smaller airways in my lungs.
Generally, we say that somebody who has a life expectancy that's poor, meaning not going to be around in a year or two, is someone that we consider for lung transplant.
We were #1 on the list for 26 days. Today's the 26th day, and it's my birthday, so I'm having a very good day today. We're hoping for the best. Best birthday present I could give.
He's just tired of driving me around like Miss Daisy.
Yeah, but I kind of like that handicap sticker. That's nice.
Everything is about time. You generally have 6 hours from the time you start to take them out in the donor to get them implanted in the recipient. It can be nerve-wracking.
We're on the way to the airport for another adventure in transplant.
Well, the stakes are is that you don't know when the next chance this patient's going to get. That's what the stakes are. So things have to go just right.
I've had dreams that I just go downstairs and fling open the front door and haul ass down the street.
Hauling ass, that was a good memory.
Yeah, that's what I do.
We've never seen you run.
No, I never have.
You're gonna now, huh?
But I'm going to.
Soon.
There's this family back there of about 20 people. They're all very excited. You don't want to ruin that by messing something up.
Just go over with everybody. It's a big operation. The risk of the operation, as with any, are infection, bleeding, risk of anesthetics. Two big ones with this operation. It's risk of dying from this operation, something awful happening in the operating room or shortly after, and the risk of the lungs not working. It's tough, very scary.
I need time with Larry. Hi. We've only had 5 years together. We had lots of stuff we want to do, so whatever it takes.
Good morning. Please say or spell your first and last name.
Megan Quick. Hi, this is Megan. Can I help you? We are flying to get a 3-month-old, and they think that he might have an arrhythmia and go into cardiac arrest. So that's kind of the urgency. It's like Superman. You go in the closet, you strip down, you put the flight suit on, and then you're out. You got everything? Okay, I got it. He's cute. He's like chilling, he was all calm.
So he is a little 3-month-old who came into his doctor's for a regular appointment. Turns out that he has an arrhythmia of his heart. Looks very good, but they tried to give him some medicine to change that, and they were unable to. Right? Yeah, you think it's funny, but it's not. It gave your mom and dad a heart attack.
So the kid has an abnormal heart rate that's fast. Babies, they do better with that, but still it requires a lot of energy, and the heart will get tired.
They told me what's going on with his heart. It's just not firing properly, and we're going to try to get it back to where it needs to be.
Obviously, we don't want him to stay in this rhythm. Our next step would actually to do a cardioversion, and that's when we actually shock his heart.
Sorry, do you want to step out for this and then come back? I'll be okay for this part. If you have
No,
to,
it's going to happen
it's all going to
quickly.
happen right away.
Yeah. I would recommend you to stay out just, only for your, stomach.
Forever with me.
Stabilize this IV.
We're going to give him some medication to make him sleepy.
His heart rate is now about 220, 218.
We're going to give electricity to get rid of the bad flutter.
I didn't know anything was wrong. I couldn't tell. I just saw that his heart rate was really high and sent him over to the hospital. Everybody clear?
Clear.
Charge. Ready? Shot.
That's it. She's out of it.
Did we shot you back in?
In most cases, we just don't know what caused it. But in most cases, once we get rid of it, it never comes back, and we're good.
You're doing good, buddy. That was scary. It was really scary. But I'm just glad he's doing okay.
This is every PICU nurse's dream, like a kid that's cute, healthy, that you can hold, because normally we don't get to do that. So I make everybody happy when it happens.
What's up, fellas? How you doing? All right. Hey, Will, have you talked to him yet? Can you let him know that we're here and that if there's a heart team, they can go ahead and open, and that we need an adult bronch?
Hi. Just wanted to come talk to you and ask you a few questions.
Okay.
So I understand you're getting a lung transplant this morning?
Two.
Hopefully at the same time.
When the lungs come back and they're perfect for my wife and the surgeons do a perfect job, then I will be perfectly happy.
We just came to the hospital where the procurement is, and we're just kind of getting organized. Everybody, there's going to be multiple teams here, so everybody's kind of getting their stuff organized, and then we're going to go in the operating room and get started. Hopefully the patient's in there, and we'll just kind of prep and drape. Help me.
How do we get the water here?
How do we turn on the scrub sink?
Is it automatic?
I don't know, I tried that. I mean, I've been doing this whole thing, and
Just kick the plate.
I tried that. Harder.
Oh, yeah, make us look better.
Hi.
Hi.
Brian.
And what part are you for?
Lungs.
Lungs.
Yeah, thanks.
The two ways that we look at a set of lungs. One is kind of what it looks like. Make sure there's not pneumonias in it. Make sure that it looks good, it feels good, that it's soft.
Torrance can actually visually look and feel the lungs for me. And then I'll call Ash and tell them what we have. And lastly, I'll have anesthesia send off a gas. It's all about the oxygen there.
The second way to determine if the lungs are good or not is what the oxygen is of the blood that passes through it.
So they call you back at the gas yet? No.
Royal Mail Limited motor vehicle across the street, currently on
Alpha trauma, 3-minute ETA. Alpha trauma, 3-minute ETA.
There's a 12-year-old boy who was struck by a car who's going to be coming in. We don't know much how he's doing right now, but we'll see when he gets here. I have to pee so badly that my hands are shaking, and I had to pee before this, but you know you spend 5 seconds, you go to potty, and you run into trouble.
So we have to do a bilateral chest tube.
I'm doing the right side of chest tube. Tyler's gonna do the left side. I have to do this chest tube. I'm just letting you know, like, I'll fight for anybody for this chest tube. Just because I don't get that many chest tubes. So if I have to kill you for one, I'll kill you for one.
Right pupil fixed and dilated. Left pupil fixed and dilated. The most important thing is to get him situated here so that we can get him upstairs to the OR.
So we need 2-sided chest tubes.
You want to do that side?
Yeah, I wanted this one so badly. And he's willing to trade. I know, I don't want to steal our procedures. I wanted that chest tube for multiple reasons. Everybody wants a procedure because you learn that way. It's a pediatric chest tube. Those are rare to get, the training and the experience for that. I've done a few chest tubes. I hadn't done enough to feel like uber comfortable with it.
We're pushing a unit of blood right now. What do you need?
I was going to try the 28, but because it's big, but...
Yeah, we've given 2%. We're 30 to 35 on your...
I have it right at the last, about 6 right now.
I'd like to get him upstairs in the next 10 minutes.
If you just want to give me a hand, then probably do it a lot quicker than I don't want to hold this up.
We need another 2-0.
Can we get a 2-0?
Okay, let's pack him up and get ready to roll. We have oxygen, we have suction, we have our chest tube, we're ready.
I tell you how many times I never get chest tubes. Like, I just needed that so badly. It's sad. Oh.
The anesthesiologist here, the lungs are a go, so
this isn't gonna
she'll be out of the room in the next couple of minutes.
Big moment.
It doesn't seem real, you know?
Go up to pressure 30 and hold again, please. Gas sucked ass. 188.
The organ's gas exchange and basically the organ's performance should be the best. It should be perfect.
Is there any way I can get a little better suction than this, maybe?
No rush right now. Hug and kiss, and you can all the rest of the family come up, and
I'm scared for me too.
Of course.
take very good care of her.
I'm perpetually pregnant. I've been blessed with good fertility. If I could take off 6 years from my job and be a stay-at-home mom, I would. Unfortunately, my kind of job doesn't really allow for that. Hi, Mr. Hutchinson. I'm Dr. Boyle. It's a pleasure meeting you. Okay, I'm just gonna have a seat. We can go through things. Did you find me on vasectomy.com?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're 25 and you're interested in a vasectomy?
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing that I want you to be aware of is that we look at it as a permanent form of sterilization. Even though my favorite thing to do surgically is to reverse these, it's not 100% successful. Okay. I don't do vasectomies with the intention of reversing them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay. So I just want to make sure you're sure of this, you know,
Yeah, I
before we
thought
do
about
it.
it for
You've
a
thought
while.
about it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Basically, what it is interrupting the communication of sperm out into the ejaculate. Are you involved in a relationship right now?
No.
No? Okay. All right. And so you think regardless of a relationship that you might be in, that even if she desires children, you'd not
Yeah.
want? Okay.
Just most people I know have kids already.
Okay. So let me have you stand up, okay, and pull down your pants, and I'll take a peek. All right, so regarding the piercing, what I'm gonna want to, no, it's fine. What I'm gonna want you to do though is remove this. I've seen a penis with a rod through and through that goes through the urethra. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon at all.
This is a picture of my ex-wife. I met her and like 3 months later we got married. One of those Russian deals. She's already had a kid with somebody else. So kind of shot me down.
Brenda's family. My name is Susan Riddleberger. I'm the nurse that's going to be in the operating room with Brenda, and I'm going to keep you updated as to how things are going in surgery, when the organs arrive, and just as much as I can tell you.
Let's get this over with, okay?
We're waiting to find out if the lungs are good enough for this patient, and we're waiting for the blood gas results from the donor hospital.
Hey, what's our current vent settings, boss?
It went down.
And you went back down to 40% now after you sent the gas out? It doesn't make any sense. The gas that we got back is unacceptable. So.
The lungs look good and they feel good, but the levels of oxygen that are leaving those lungs are not good enough.
I have 145 here, but then this one's 356. Left inferior is 145.
Okay.
So the right looks better than the left.
Yeah, but it's still not good enough. For whatever reason, we've lost our oxygenation. You just get depressed on so many levels. I'm calling Irish.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Did you send the venous sampling?
We did, but it was on the old ventilator settings. And they sucked. Like the left superior was 345 and left inferior was 145 and the right superior was 350 and the right inferior was 270.
You should have better gas exchange than this.
Do you want to redo the sampling at all before we call it?
No, we're gonna call it. Why don't you come back?
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thanks.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no
All right,
problem.
bye.
All right. We're not taking them. Not good enough.
The lungs are no good.
Oh my.
I'll come up and talk to the family. But, bye.
Dr. Shaw's going to come up.
There's going to be massive disappointment back home, I'm sure, with the family, the very involved family.
Y'all set?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I know.
As far as you know. Good. Good, good, good. You took out that piercing, right?
Yes, I did. Okay. I did that myself and I didn't use anything.
You did that one yourself?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take the penis up and out of the way because we're not dealing with him right now.
I'm going to close my eyes in like 5 minutes and just hope I don't feel too much.
All right, you're going to start feeling me just down here. You might feel like somebody's kicking you. You don't have tongue pierced, do you?
I did. I had my tongue done and stretched out. I had 2 hoops in my lip.
Oh my gosh.
I had my nipples pierced before. Boredom, I guess. I took them all out about a year ago so I could look a little more professional for my job.
Nothing sharp?
Nah,
Yeah.
I don't feel anything.
So from where I cut on out, there are sperm that are living and ready to go and can cause a pregnancy. I make my patients wait about 2 months before having unprotected intercourse. Your job tonight is to go home, straight from here, lay in the couch and do nothing,
Yeah.
okay?
I've been setting myself up for that.
The reason you'd have to call me tonight, tomorrow, would be your scrotum started to swell up.
I don't know what makes a person this young with no children sure of a vasectomy. I think this is the kind of patient that may change his mind in 5 years, depending upon the partner he's with.
All right, take care.
But he's an adult.
Take it easy.
It's his body, and it's his decision.
All right, y'all have a nice weekend.
Okay.
Hey, guys. Hey, Brenda. Hey, how you doing? You okay? Listen, those lungs aren't good enough for you. I'm sorry we got you all the way this far. The gases weren't very good, meaning the oxygen levels weren't good enough for you. Okay? You all right? Okay.
Do you ever listen to Rancid? No, they got a song called Born Frustrated. It's really good.
Hey, guys. The lungs aren't good enough. Normally what we like to see is a oxygen level of over 400, and it really hasn't got that far. So I'm not going to take a chance. I think there are better lungs out there for her. I think.
Good.
So
She needs the best.
right, and it's a calculated risk. Bad things can happen between now and when we finally do find her, a set of lungs. But I just don't think these are good enough for her.
Go back home and wait.
I think go back home and wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, guys. See you later. The downside is that something bad could certainly happen to her. She could deteriorate between now and even this weekend and not even become a candidate anymore for transplant.
Said only the best for you.
We'll be doing this again.
Yes, we will. This is just a dry run. I'm glad you're okay, whether you got lungs or not.
To hear more of the music from Hopkins, go to hopkins.abcnews.com. Hopkins continues.
Do you remember them saying it's a no-go?
Yeah. He came in and said, we're going to have to call this an aborted surgery. The lungs are not what I want for you.
So you were actually on the operating table?
Yeah. Strapped down.
Wow.
And I was like, okay. This is a concentrator. It concentrates the oxygen. The oxygen comes through this tubing. And I have like 50 foot of cord, so I can pretty much go anywhere in the house. I have a spreadsheet of the pills that I take, and I have to check them off every day and the timing and everything. And I know that after transplant, there'll be even more pills. So I'm gonna have to get a bigger spreadsheet. Gosh, please don't trip on this.
The secret is never take your eye off the ball.
I wonder why I couldn't breathe. I was standing on my airline.
No, that was me standing on it. The only way I can win is standing on your airline.
All of a sudden, your lungs are damaged to the point they're not going to keep you alive. It's kind of bizarre. Nobody knows how much time you have. I mean, I want to be able to hold my grandchildren someday. I want to have some grandchildren.
That was good.
Yeah. I would like some more beach time, and just some more picnic time, some more get-together times.
And breathe.
See how much better you do after $200,000 or $300,000 transplant.
Good thing you have insurance.
Very, very good thing.
So today's Sunday, going home to hang out with the kids. They want to go bowling, so we're going to go do some bowling. Hey. Thanks. Hello. Hi. The hard thing is that I think we're split. Amber and I have agreed that it's probably best if I get my own place, and so I'm going to move some of my stuff into the place so it can be at least functional. I'm getting it. You're sharing it with Riley and Jordan. Just a little bit. I feel apprehensive just about the whole day in general. It's just I think it's a risky move, and I'm not sure if it's going to be the right move. Oh, is this a bottle of wine that I was going to drink tonight? Okay. You did? I just dropped that bottle of wine everywhere.
What are you doing?
Oh, I dropped a bottle of wine on the front porch. Did all that make sense, what I told you? Huh? This is just what, this is a modern day situation. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with you guys. You guys are the best kids in the entire world, hands down, clearly. You guys are Thunderdunk kids. You know what I mean? Great athletes, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're nice, you're good-hearted. You got all your priorities in the right spot.
It's really hard right now because my parents aren't really getting along well. Just knowing there is a 50-50 chance of them getting divorced and a 50-50 chance of them not. I'm just worried, if they do get a divorce, what's gonna happen? Who's gonna get custody over us and stuff like that?
I put your picture away, sat down and cried today. Since you've been gone, my world's been dark and gray. Since you've been gone, my world's been dark and gray.
not fair to the kids to have to witness all this. It's hard on them.
It's still going. It'll make it.
I didn't even get my first cup of coffee, and the phone rang, and I saw it said Johns Hopkins on the caller ID.
We drove 80 miles an hour to get up here and broke a few rules.
You from Baltimore?
No, we live in Stafford, Virginia.
Oh, how far away is that?
96 miles.
She has been deteriorating quite a bit, and our goal tonight is to get rid of her old lungs and give her 2 new lungs.
We're going to Puerto Rico to look at a set of lungs for one of our patients up here.
Hello again.
Hello.
We meet again.
How you doing?
Okay.
Same deal. We won't know until we actually see the organs and have to make a decision at the location. We're taking them from quite a distance because of the quality and because it's a good match, and that's the only kind of X factor. That amount of time can lead to trouble.
Unlike some of the other organs, the lungs are extremely fragile, and we're not as good with preserving them, and so we're in a hurry.
If after the team looks at them and they decide that they're good, then things will move pretty quick.
No. But,
Okay.
I'll check my email right now, though.
Okay.
Dad, don't tell me you're opening a beer.
I am. I'm off tonight, buddy.
You are?
I am.
Have you found an apartment, by the way?
Yeah, I have.
You have?
Yeah.
Does it have a TV?
No.
Darn it. Wait.
I'll keep you busy.
Hey, guys!
We ate Five Guys kind of late,
Okay.
so they haven't eaten dinner yet.
Okay. How was bowling? I scored.
Good job.
You know, kids are very in tune to tension and when things aren't right. That's just not a relationship that they need to see. I do.
These faces, they'll be saying goodbye, goodbye. Don't make me say it, don't make me say it.
I'm eager and ready for my marriage.
Really?
August 25th. We're thinking about going down to Miami. Thinking, we'll see.
Wow. What's the biggest mistake of your life?
The bachelor party or the wedding?
Both. No, the wedding's great.
The wedding's great.
Bachelor party, that
Bad idea? I had one anesthesiologist tell me, don't get married till you get out of residency. Wait till you're finished, and you may be surprised that the woman who's good for you when you're stressed out is not necessarily good for you when you have more balance in your life. Yeah, I think that's it right there. I think even if the wall is that big, it looks cool. My fiance is a wonderful person. I'm very lucky to have her, I think.
Let's try this temporarily. I think it's straight. What do you think?
I think it's cool. It works. Doesn't it?
But what?
Like the wall is huge and everything. But it works. But I think it's the right decision. I think we're ready. It is too low. It's exactly what I thought from a distance. You don't think so?
I think it's fine.
Success. All right. All done. Congrats.
Okay, well, we got some pictures out. You are Brenda Thompson?
I am.
We're just getting your paperwork together and then we'll be taking you back now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go again.
This is her third marriage, and I was a product of the first. I've been with her through all three, and it's amazing how happy she is. We're all ecstatic to know that he's doing anything and everything for her.
This is where we're gonna give our hugs and kisses.
He has a lot of her strength right now.
You and me in a bright blue sky, in our own little world, and I feel so high. And I don't need much more.
Okay, step up.
Mercy, this is Amanda. Cross clamp was 7:02.
Beautiful.
Their estimated time of arrival is between 12 and 12:30. He'll call you as soon as he lands at BWI.
Okay. Great. They made the final evaluation of how the lungs look, and they were happy with it, so they're recovering the organ right now.
I think it might happen this time.
The lungs were awesome. And they were handled exquisitely, Dr. Shaw.
Let's go ahead and scrub, then I'll mark, and then you can prep.
I'm going to raise the back of your bed so it's a little bit easier for you.
We're about to take a short trip by helicopter back to the hospital.
Left lung inflated, right lung deflated. All right, guys, we're going to take this right lung out.
We heard the helicopter. That was it.
It's been about 5 hours since we first started harvesting the organs. We harvested a great set of lungs. Although it's been a long time, everybody's excited.
That was the helicopter. Big old white box. Just like you deliver every day, Sean.
Here's Amanda. Hopefully you guys are ready for us.
Okay, rotate the table over towards Dr. DeSimone, please, and drop this left lung.
They're putting the lungs in now.
She's doing fine.
She's very stable. Everything's going as planned. It will still be a couple more hours.
Wow.
We've begun to sew the new organ in. The premise is that this lung's got to work.
Testing the airway.
Okay, go ahead. Room air on the right lung only. There's certainly a moment when you take the clamp off. Man, I hope this thing works.
The breath. Here it comes.
That's good. Suck it out. Suck it out. It's a good start. Very nice. We've now basically disconnected the left lung, and she's now being supported completely by the new lung on the right side. We don't like to keep this up for too long. She won't like it. So we got to get this other lung in quickly.
We're just waiting for word for the final lung being implanted and close her up, and then we get to see her.
So we're all done. 3 connections. We'll inflate this left lung, room air, nitric oxide. Keep coming. Beautiful.
Hi, Thompson family. Both lungs are in, and they're pink. They're working.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a nice flow in the left superior.
Tell them to keep up the good work.
Hey, Ash.
Yeah.
The family says thank you, thank you, thank you, and keep up the good work.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Both lungs, both of them are working, left and right.
All right, guys. We'll see you in the unit. Thank you.
I can't wait to see her. Just a few more minutes. We're standing at the door ready to have her wheeled out and on to ICU. Everything went perfectly.
Everything went great. About an hour.
Holding on to her.
The communication to the family is so far so good, but we got to be prepared for trouble in the next 24 hours.
Still an uphill battle.
Made it.
Hour by hour, apparently.
Yeah.
To see last week's episode of Hopkins, go to hopkins.abcnews.com.
I probably won't see Amber until Sunday. She has her sister in town, and things are probably just better off if we let things cool off a little bit. I've got some friends who live local, and then also some resident friends, and we're just going to go out and have some dinner. And really, I'm just kind of do it to, you just try to keep yourself busy and keep your mind off of everything that you're going through.
Guys, I'm going big tonight. I'm letting it all hang out.
Let's get him with his teacup.
Cheers. Cheers, cheers.
How's your apple juice?
Awesome juice.
Can we get a sippy cup?
Being a father and a husband, having 3 girls, and then realizing that that marriage maybe not working out the way that he thought, and maybe proceedings are taking place towards a divorce. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
So, dude, talk to me about single life.
What do you want to talk about?
So where are the hot nurses? Tell me. Seriously, what for us?
Tonight's about maybe escaping a little bit, and I think that's good. I think you know, it's a temporary fix, but I think tonight we're going to do our part to make sure we fix them now.
Ready to roll. My shirt? I'm done. I'm ready.
Broadly speaking, at 5 years, a little over half the patients who got transplanted are alive. If you take everybody.
2 weeks now, actually, about 15 months we've been waiting for this minute.
Then kiss my lips.
We're all very excited.
I guess this looks like the Boondocks compared to Baltimore to the city, huh?
We've got patients who've lived 10 years, 12 years. What their secret is, we don't know, and we need to study them carefully.
You've got this foreign thing in your body that's always foreign to your body. So there's always a chance of rejection or infection. You just have to take it one day at a time.
Just you and me. You and me in a bright blue sky. No clouds in our way, no tears in our eyes. Just you and me in a bright blue sky. In our own little world, and I feel so high. I feel so high.
Coming up on Hopkins.
You were acting like a boob.
She's kind of set her part, and I've kind of set my part.
There's a lot of gossip about us.
It's going to be a long night.
Best of Baltimore, baby. Best of Baltimore.
The alternative is no operation.
Then death.
Right.
As soon as they land, I want to start taking his heart out.
Did we miss this 9:30 plane? There's not another one.
We don't have an airplane.
To purchase Hopkins on DVD, log on to
Something's wrong with the baby's heart.
I think we're going into the unknown here.
1,000 miles, it's hard to hear you through the static, searching for something to say.
Boston, home to 3 of America's greatest hospitals, Mass General, the Brigham, and Children's. These are the stories of the men and women who work in them.
I've never seen a guy who saw more nurses than you on rounds.
Oh, really? Are you asking me out in front of this camera? Anyone feel a pulse?
You're everything that I want. I'll never give up. Been through this before, and it can get rough. You can push me away. I can deal with the pain. I need you to know you're everything that I
BMCPD medical control. On board, we have an 8-year-old female. That's an 8-year-old female with cardiac arrest. She was in a school gymnasium, apparently without any specific complaints, just walking around the gym when she had a sudden collapse.
An 8-year-old with some kind of cardiac arrest who had return of circulation after one shock, per the EMS report.
8 years old. Her name is Olivia. She was at a school in the gymnasium, apparently not doing much of anything except for walking around. Had no specific complaints, and then just had a sudden collapse.
Time between when she went down and when they arrived?
Probably like 7 minutes or so.
7 minutes. I'm not getting great breath sounds on the left. Why don't we give her a little Versed now? Okay. No allergies to any medications?
Not that, no. I just want a pediatrician. The only thing she's allergic to is cats.
Why is it not? You can come up if you want. You come right up to the head of the bed. Yep, if you feel okay with it, you come right on up.
She had a heart attack.
Start to a bag.
Okay.
Go ahead. Just push me out of the way.
So you hear
Decrease
bilateral,
on,
just decrease
on left. I'm wondering whether it's down the right main stem.
She breathing on her own?
Occasionally bucking. And much better on the right than the left. I'm wondering. Medicine shows you life is short.
anything can happen.
Yeah, go do. Are they calling it yet?
Nothing is guaranteed. This baby's heart rate has gone down and has not come back up. It's probably been over 5 minutes now. So we're getting the operating room ready. Go, we're going. So we're going. This is stat. It's an emergency. People have an expectation in this country to a right to deliver when they want to deliver and to have a perfect baby at the end.
You're doing okay. It's okay. It's on your flag now, okay? You're being fabulous. I know it's scary.
We want that too, but it's not reality. It's called labor for a reason. So you're just gonna feel my hand, okay? Just like a regular cervical exam. Okay.
Okay.
Now he's really kicking. So the baby's heart rate came back up. So it's no longer an emergency. Baby looks great now. I know. Couldn't look better. What a troublemaker you have. I guess I'll go back out and make sure everybody else is okay. I remember saying this to my parents and to my friends. I was like, I'm 100% sure I'm not going to go into OBGYN.
That's it. That's it. A lot of pressure now. A lot of pressure. Perfect job. That's it. That's it.
I got the perineum for you.
Now another round push, okay?
A couple of years ago, 2 really wonderful obstetricians lost the lawsuit for $26 million. And they quit. They quit medicine. They were done. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Hi. How can you recover from that? He's a little doll. He's a little, like, glowworm. I mean, we just want to pay off our med school loans.
So this morning I got an urgent phone call about a patient of mine by the name of Marvin Pillay. He's a very nice man from Louisiana who fainted this morning and his heart stopped. The team was able to do chest compressions and bring him back to life. He was referred here for an evaluation for a heart transplant, and this makes things much more urgent. So we got to go evaluate him and see what we can do about getting him a heart transplant quick.
By the way, I want to get the name.
Are those?
These things, I've never bought them in a store to be this good. I'm a robbery V. I was licensed private investigator. I practiced it all the way up till November the 19th when all of this happened to me.
His cardiologist told me they did not expect him to make it through the night. He had went to work that day, began a new medicine, and passed out. His blood pressure plummeted, kidneys and liver started shutting down. I was at the night of our 25th anniversary.
The whole time, I could feel her putting her hands on my face, and, stroking me on the side of my face like this and telling me it's going to be okay, calm down.
And I leaned to his ear and told him, please don't give up. I want to have you for a few more years. Please, fight to stay alive.
I don't want anybody to stamp me with a time and a date saying that's all, as long as you can live. It's almost like a threat to me,
He likes a good challenge.
Knock, knock. Hi. All right. So we've had a very busy morning. You've had a lot of people in and out.
Yes.
Okay. Things are progressing rapidly, and I want to get you listed for a heart transplant sooner rather than later.
Sounds good.
Any questions?
Not really.
The priority right now is to get Marvin listed for a heart. Right now, I predict he only has weeks to live. Where do you think you're going on to?
I've only been delivering another patient. Sorry I couldn't come talk to your patient about her drug use. One of the fellows here said, if you don't think about committing suicide every day in residency, you're not showing up.
Exactly. And don't forget the baby orders.
I know, I won't forget the baby order.
Oh, I was just going to page you, Kelly.
Yes.
Your patient in room 4 would like to go home.
Of course she would, and I know she's told you guys that 4 times, so I really...
She asked me to page you for her ride.
Oh... So this is a patient. She has twins. She's very uncomfortable. Understandably, babies are doing great, and they are far from term, and they need some more time. So every time she comes in, it's kind of trying to convince her that she can do it. What's going on?
I just want to go home.
So you just want to go home and
I want to
sleep?
go home and go to bed.
But we need to make sure your babies are okay. We need to give them a little while longer.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, now they look fabulous, and you're feeling better, and I am reassured that you are feeling better.
Thank you.
You're gonna be a mama.
Yes.
So much you have to go through for it. It's the octuplet mom giving birth. I like how you just hitting them away. They just keep flying out. No, he's like hitting them away.
You can disconnect for now. Just disconnect this, and then when we get her back over there, I'll put her back. So her vital signs are stable. Her heart's beating again, and now we need to get a picture to see what's going on.
1, 2, 3.
She's in VTAC. She's in VTAC. We were just starting the scan when her heart goes crazy, beating way too fast. All right, clear. By shocking her, we get her heartbeat back into rhythm.
Yeah, we're skipping the CT.
We had to give up on the scan and take her to the pediatric ICU where the pediatric specialists could start to work on her right away. She's just having a lot of active heat. Mindy, you just make sure she's got a good pulse. Make sure she's perfusing these. Yeah? Just cross our fingers and hope that the time that she spent down out in the field, you know, hasn't had some sort of, you know, lasting effect on her neurologic status.
Is that mine? This is what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Being pregnant is the most dangerous thing an American woman will do in her lifetime.
Can I have an available OB to OR1? Available OB to OR1.
It is very natural. It's very natural. But it's also very natural for things to go wrong.
Can't get a baby out.
They did or
They can't get a baby out.
I'm sorry, babe. Most of where your cervix is right on the front.
Okay.
So it would be good if we could get some pressure on it and to roll over so that you're on all fours. I'm sorry, this is kind of a weird angle to do an exam in, so it might feel a little different. Let's see if this works. Are you still having a contraction?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Hey, Miss Marcus. You're doing really good, okay? I know it doesn't feel like it, but you are doing good, and you're getting close. Okay, this is take 2, but it's much easier from this end for me, okay? That one part of your cervix, it's really swollen. That makes me worry a little bit, like the baby's not fitting right through there. I think we should place an epidural. You don't have to use it, okay? I think very much you'll still have a vaginal delivery.
Yeah.
But just in case, I don't want you to be put to sleep when your baby's born.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's have them place that, okay?
Okay.
And that way we have it as a safety.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
But you know, if we don't use it, then it's still like we never put it there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
So I think my chapstick is down in the call room, which is really sad. It's not really a lip gloss kind of day, you know what I mean? It's really a chapstick kind of day.
Marvin's here hoping that we can help him with a heart transplant. How are you feeling today compared to yesterday?
Almost 1,000% better.
He's pretty sick. If he doesn't get a heart transplant soon, Marvin will likely die. So today we're going to meet and we're going to discuss his case and hopefully we can list him. This is my heart for you to get you through this weekend.
Okay.
All right. You hold on to that. keep that close by. Marvin has a condition called amyloidosis, and not only is his heart affected, but many of his other organs are affected. And it's going to be difficult to convince my colleagues just to list him, period. For those of you who haven't heard about Mr. Marvin Pollitt, he's a 55-year-old who was referred to us from an outside facility for evaluation for cardiac transplant. He has a history of primary amyloidosis. He's been seen at this point by our hematologists, endocrinologists. My hope today is that we can come to a conclusion and either get him listed today.
So Tommy, what do you think?
At the outset, I'd say he looks better in person than he does on paper. He's a pretty robust guy. I would say that there's no smoking gun right now. The liver is probably the highest on the list in terms of concern. I don't expect that this is going to contraindicate a transplantation.
Go ahead and list him as a 1A.
This is great news. Great news. We all just met. We've gone over your biopsy results. We're listing you for a heart transplant today. It's a big day for you.
So I'm on my way to see Olivia Quigley. She is a little girl who came into the ED the other day in cardiac arrest. When the EMS guys brought her in, they said she was 8, but she's actually 6. And from what I understand, she's doing pretty well.
Could be a hug, huh?
I'm very, very happy. It was a good day for me.
You know, it's... Hey, Liv.
Hey, buddy.
You want to get close?
Yeah, I like to say hello.
She made huge progress yesterday. She came off the intubator and she's doing awesome. This is the first time I've kind of been able to breathe a little easier, you know?
I have a 5-year-old son and a 3-year-old daughter, and I can't imagine, and I can't imagine all at the same time how it must feel.
In a time of complete chaos.
Yeah.
I kind of felt that I looked at your face and I looked at Dr. Sherman's face and I kind of felt like huge confidence.
Well, that's
you know?
good. I'm glad.
And I just felt that it was just so reassuring, you know?
I'm really glad that you feel better. It's going in the right direction.
I know, me too.
So it sounds like what they're going to do is put a defibrillator into Olivia so that if her heart stops again, the defibrillator will help to restart it. You know, it's amazing that she's come out of this the way she has.
My job is to make sure that Marvin stays alive so that the surgeons can do their job. Knock, knock.
Come in here, lady.
Hello. Good evening.
How you doing?
How's my favorite patient?
I don't know. Who is he?
I'm looking at him right now. All right, so your kidney function is staying nice and stable.
Okay.
All right, the liver function is getting a teeny bit better, which is good. It's moving in the right direction.
That's good.
And if you have things you need to take care of at home, go as soon as you can. You're only a couple of hours away. All right, and if he gets an offer, we have about 12 hours. You'll know in advance. So as soon as we find out, we'll call you. You can make arrangements to get here on the next flight.
Oh, I don't think we ought to call her. I think we ought to wait till the next day.
Kidding.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm one of the strong ones in the family. Gotta keep it together, pull it together, and oh well. I just have a weak moment every now and then. And not knowing how long more I'm gonna wait on the transplant list. I'm gonna go home and try to help keep my job.
All right, we've got to go find the surgeons and see what's going on in terms of activity with donors. Now it's time to start putting pressure on the surgeons. Mr. Pollitt, upstairs.
Yeah.
He needs a heart.
Okay.
Bad.
Good. Take a gun and shoot somebody and we'll get a heart.
I know you were going to say something like that.
Well, I mean, you know.
Well, can't you do your donor net magic or something?
Well, it's, you know, I mean, when they call us, we'll go out and get one. What's his blood type?
Yeah. So he's an A and he's a no cross match.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Marvin was supposed to come here 3 weeks ago. And I got a call that the insurance company didn't want to pay for his visit. He and his wife had plane tickets to come here on a Sunday night. And on Saturday, they canceled their trip. If Marvin would have been here, we could have listed him then, and we wouldn't be where we are now. So if this guy dies because his insurance company wouldn't approve a visit, that's awful.
To see previous episodes of Boston Med, go to bostonmed.abcnews.com.
Cardiac arrest. Went to VTAC at one point, shocked into rhythm this time in the 90s. We're about 10 minutes out.
A 34-year-old male, cardiac arrest. We didn't get a lot of details, but it sounds like they found this guy pulseless, shocked him once, stable vital signs, but he's intubated on a lidocaine drip.
Can I give you that?
This was a crystal meth overdose. 1, 2, 3. He was also seizing on C and cardiac arrest. Okay.
15 compressions is fine. He has some sort of, I think it's infiltrated.
You know, it's hard for people to understand, but in some weird way, it's cool. You're keeping them alive by pumping their blood through their body. We have pulses? Yes,
we have pulses. Someone's hand is on the pulse. So airway, we have an airway. He has bilateral breath sounds. He has a pulse. He has a blood pressure.
I feel like nursing is a profession. Something I can be proud of.
Is that line secured?
Yeah, she's good now. He's got a rhythm, his heart's pumping, and now it's kind of one step at a time, and the first step is just making sure the guy stays alive, more or less.
Marvin looks really, really bad today. He's very lethargic. He has been on a downward spiral, and he continues on a downward spiral. And then this is all a result of the inability of the heart to effectively pump blood to the brain. Hi, Jeanette. Marvin actually is not looking near as well as he did yesterday. And yesterday when I called you, he wasn't looking near as well as he did the day before. And honestly, Jeanette, I mean, if he were my husband, I probably would be here.
That's bad news. I'll get there as soon as I can.
If we can't get him a heart soon, that makes me a little more worried because he has a disease that, he could have the best care around him. He could have all of us around him. And if his heart just stops and we can't get it back, no more Marvin.
A couple of weeks ago, I come out of my house, and it's still dark out, and all of a sudden I hear this, it sounded like someone was getting strangled, and I see this thing with this huge wingspan go, scared the living crap out of me. It's this thing, it's a turkey vulture. I never in a million years thought I would end up being a nurse. I was a punk, really into having fun.
I've been a psychic for 37 years. I'm known as the amazing Mr. B of ESP. I'm here with my mother. She's been going to a lot of hospitals. She's ill today.
Are you Gertrude? Gertrude Beam? Hi, I'm Michael. I'm one of the nurses. Nice to meet you. Hi, sir. I'm gonna take you guys back to a room, okay, so you can see the doctor? I always worked, and I always worked hard, but I wasn't doing anything positive. What's that? Yep, the doctor will be in very shortly. You name it, I've done it. Installing floors, painting houses. I used to drive for a limo service. Dr. Goldstein is the doc.
What's his name?
His name is Dr. Goldstein. He's going to be in to see you in a couple of minutes.
I predicted his name would be Goldman
You
before I
predicted
came
that?
here.
Really? You just popped into your head that the doctor's name would be Goldman?
I've been psychic my whole life.
You really?
I did like 10 shows with Jerry Springer.
Oh, yeah?
Johnny Carson.
Interesting. I don't know. Psychics freak me out a little bit, but they were cute. They were a cute little, say couple, but I guess they're son and mom.
Well, there's only a couple of quick things I touched upon him. He didn't start out to be what he is today, but it happened to turn that way because of kind of a twist of fate.
So yeah, he's on the money. Mr. B with the SP is the real deal, man.
Hey, you know what? You are by far the healthiest patient I've seen tonight. So you think you broke your water, huh?
I think so.
You want to check, see what we think?
Yeah, we might as well get that awesome part over with.
It's a little hard to tell if you're ruptured, but you look pretty ruptured to me.
Okay. Holy mackerel. But you have such a nice, gentle voice, so then I felt bad that I was like, oh.
No, don't feel bad.
It didn't hit you.
It's a southern accent. They fool you. I think that growing up in the South, a lot of people feel like other people think, we're stupid or, we all date our cousins or this and the other. The first Saturday in May, everyone comes to Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, to Churchill Downs for the Kentucky Derby. See, this is a very big deal. Every year you have to get your hat made. That's a mint julep right there. That's very important. There's my hat.
There she is.
Yeah. Hi, honey.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Busy.
I know. Rachel and I are two Southern bookends in this residency program of New Englanders.
Kelly's had a tough couple of years, and you had a crazy intern year. I mean, she was involved in like a really bad case on the OB floor.
A mom who died 4 hours after giving birth on the labor floor. Everything was going well until it didn't go well. Most obstetricians will not see a maternal death in their lifetime.
I think for everybody in our class, it put a lot of people off of OB just to even see somebody you care about be involved in something like that.
My mom told me I should quit.
Oh, whatever. Screw your mom.
I mean, I've been thinking about quitting for the last year, and it's just getting worse as my personal life goes downhill. I'm gay, and I got here and I met somebody who was really special. I gave her a chance, and I've never loved like that before. This person left me for somebody else. She just tried to put the blame on me because I wasn't there. It's hard to be in a relationship with a doctor.
Marvin's condition has started to deteriorate rapidly. So I called his wife, Jeanette, and she and the kids have come up from Louisiana.
So what's your understanding of where we are right now and how sick your husband is right now?
Well, I knew he was critical coming in. Everyone needing a transplant is dying. No false pretenses there. Having a meeting called, I can't imagine we're here to hear good news.
What's happened is metabolically he's gotten sicker over the last couple of days. And what I'm coming in here to tell you guys is that I think we've reached a point where we don't have anything else to offer him. And that it may be time to take him off of the list altogether. Okay? The ultimate thing here is that he's going to die. Okay? And what I'd like to do is try to make that time as comfortable and as meaningful to you guys as possible.
So if it were your wife laying in that bed, you think you would stop treatment?
For any of my family members, that would be my recommendation. Right, I think we had a window, and unfortunately we just didn't have a hard come available for him at that time.
I'm sorry. The door opens, and we're all thinking, who's coming in here right now? And it was his nurse telling us that Marvin was having a cardiac arrest.
Clear. Yeah, start bagging him. Yep. Yes. Get his wife.
Well, do we have a non-perfusing rhythm, so we're going to need to start compression.
Wait a second while we do this now.
We also need one, Patrick, we need 1 milligram of epinephrine, please. And resume compression.
Oh shoot, up on the floor. So today we're going to do a surgery to remove an ovarian cyst. I am kind of a different person when I'm in the operating room. I still try to be funny and like have fun, and I like to have music playing, but like I'm definitely much more serious. No, in the middle, that's the uterus.
So let's do this.
That's the cyst that I'm pointing out.
Ah, there's the rest of it. I see.
Wow. The OR is the most honest place in the hospital.
You're doing wonderfully. That's perfect. And it's in one little buzz and you're set.
It's you and it's this, and either you can fix it or you can't, and it's going to become patently obvious to everyone in the room whether or not you're up for the challenge.
Hold on. Don't.
Okay, no moving. No moving.
Good. You got it.
Yeah. Hot damn. All right. So I got a little needle scrape, but since it's actually like bleeding, I'll probably have her, if you're okay with it, just get her consent if then touching. I hate needle sticks. Everything's fine, and then all of a sudden there's an accident and you get cut on a patient who's high risk. I mean, it sucks because she's like not exactly a low risk needle stick. With her, you worry about hepatitis C because she has a history of heroin abuse, and hepatitis C is the most communicable. Hi, I'm supposed to be connected to employee health or whoever I would speak to for a needle stick.
From a technical viewpoint, the surgery went very well. I'm just a little concerned about the needle stick.
I hate this.
It's been a while since I've been stuck. Certainly that's something that, just a moment and everything changes.
I got a pretty bad needle stick from a pretty high-risk patient. Yeah.
We send the employee down to the emergency room. Okay, so that's where you need to go.
So I heard a needle stick.
Yes.
Gotcha. She's a high risk, so I'd probably, and it's, you certainly can discontinue the medications once it comes back.
If you think I should, then yeah.
If it was like a much more low-risk patient, I'd maybe not be so antsy about it, but she sounds like high risk.
Okay.
That's the best advice.
You talked me into it. God. Whatever. It was a good case, though. I mean, it was a good case.
I'm here, Marvin. I'm here with you, baby.
Get up on the groin. Resume compression.
I'm thinking, Marvin's not going to make it. I felt paralyzed, like there's nothing I can do.
Guys, stop. You want to know?
I want you to be surrounded with the people who love you most, okay? Sorry.
Your heart's weak. Your heart's just so weak. Well, you show strength. I love you forever. I'll get through it. Yeah, everybody will be okay. You've given us a lot of strength. Thank you for everything.
This has been a terrible twist of fate. A terrible twist of fate for Marvin. This is part of our job. And while sometimes we bring people new life, it doesn't always work out that way.
So right now we're gonna go to my house and then we're gonna change clothes and go out and have a drink since it's my boyfriend's birthday. We've been together now for 3.5 years. He's from California originally. So he's like totally an adopted Southerner, kind of. I mean, ideally, someday we would both like to get back there. Hi, happy birthday. Hi, honey. Happy birthday, baby.
Thanks, sweetie.
Oh, God.
How was your guys' day?
Mine was okay.
We're at that point in our lives, I think. She's working hard at her career. I'm working hard on our career. We're both just, what we try and say is living parallel lives that happen to intersect every once in a while.
I always say I'm gonna be ready in 2 seconds, and it's 2 hours later. I'm tough to date right now. I would not want to date me for anything. So this is a disgusting hot mess. It is my room. You can operate with a dad in your room when you're doing a C-section, but you can't pick out your clothes when somebody's watching. It's really sad.
Everyone complains about their job. I've never, ever seen anything what these residents are putting in. I mean, just in terms of the hours alone, fine. Maybe other jobs can match that, but I mean, on your feet, eating whatever you can find under fluorescent lights. And then she still manages to look beautiful. I don't know how she does it.
Any I'm almost ready, I promise.
I hate parking in Cambridge.
I know.
She's so far beyond what I could ever even anticipated in a relationship.
Well, happy birthday, big 27.
There's not a question in my mind that Rachel's the girl I want to marry. This is about as good as it gets, right?
It is about as good as it gets, actually. Okay.
you ever opened up a CD or anything else? I just cut the edge off and I slid the knife, but there was no plastic to catch it. You know, you try to fight with it and peel it off and get stuck. So what I do is just take a little knife and cut the edge.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. All right. All right. Are you righty or lefty? I'm righty. So you can still play. You can get home and play a little PlayStation. No.
14, 15 years as an EMT. This is my first impaled object.
This is pretty deep. I mean, I'd say about an inch.
Can't wait, man. Going away with the guys. Our annual trip. Blow off a little steam. A little vacay. A lot of the nurses, really the male nurses, started going to Tampa. And it was a way to get away and have some fun. We just laugh from the time we get on the plane till the time we come home, and it's just a good release.
There's nothing worse than just having one of them say, "You're just a nurse."
That resident will die. That resident will be miserable. That resident will be put in their place.
Yesterday, they weren't a doctor. Right. Today, they're a doctor. Right. The doctor for a day needs to appreciate the nurses of 30, 40 years and what we bring to the table.
The residents visit. They stay for 4 years. We, like me, live there. I live there. This is it.
My house.
It's my house.
My house.
They come and visit, and they're guests, as far as I'm concerned.
It's a good gig. Seriously, it's a good gig. It's all that matters.
When we lose a patient who we've become close to, or there's a traumatic situation involving the staff, oftentimes we'll have a debriefing meeting so that we can all get closure.
You've had a chance in the last week and a half to begin to process what happened.
We're kind of used to being able to fix things, and that's what attracted me to this. And Marvin's the first person that I really followed through that didn't make it.
I am hearing that there is a connection that you get caught up in the hope with them, and that it hurts so much to have them lose that hope.
To have that joy of being able to get enlisted. I'm used to telling very bad news and giving bad news to families all the time. And I don't know, for some reason this one hit me much harder than perhaps other cases that I've dealt with,
I'm like such a romanticizer. I'm like, this would be great to share with somebody else. So now I want to get married.
This idea of this finality and some chapter closes and yet another one supposedly opens, but does it? I don't know. Maybe what opens is a mortgage. I was never that girl who dreamed about my white dress or whatever. I never thought about it.
No, I want the security. I want signed contract.
You want it signed? That's not great.
I want to say it's forever. Because I believe that that's a commitment.
I don't think you need marriage for security. Yeah, because you can have marriage and not have security.
I think I got to the point where I was like, I have the perfect person that I should marry. And I was sort of afraid that if we didn't get married,
see, that's what's wrong with marriage.
I wouldn't be
right there.
Marriage isn't for, the contract isn't, it is. It's not for the good times, it's for the bad times.
Right. I think that if I were to get married, I would marry Jeff. Let's go. But I may not be the marrying kind. Right now, I live my life for work. I want to be an amazing cancer surgeon. And I don't care about much other stuff. Jeff should definitely dump me. But he doesn't. He's an idiot. He should really dump me.
I hear Olivia's here, and I'm gonna go out and see her. It's been about 2 months since her cardiac arrest. She's got an implantable defibrillator in her chest now, and hopefully that will protect her against any future events where her heart might stop. I was just sitting here at the greeter desk doing my thing, and this beautiful little creature came through the door who I know but I haven't seen. You know, not a lot of fun the last time I saw you, right? You don't probably remember, but it wasn't fun for me.
Michael took care of you right here and right until you got onto the 6th floor. So that's why we wanted to come by and say hi, Michael.
We're a long way away from where we were.
You know what, though? That's okay. What about one more hug? Can I have one more little hug before we go?
Duh.
Thank you, kiddo. You're welcome. Actually, you know what? Like I said, as corny and as goofy as it sounds, it makes doing every single thing I've done up until that day worth it. It really does.
Living across the street from the hospital is convenient, but from a mental health perspective, probably not the best idea.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. All right. We're all finished packing up. This is my last night here next to Mass General Hospital. I think this is it. This is a very significant move for me because this sort of symbolizes me separating myself from my work, which is something I haven't done in the last 11 months, 12 months. So I think it'll be good for me to sort of separate my life from my work, and I can wake up in the morning and not look at the back door of the hospital. Every day I come to work, I learn a heck of a lot about life.
You're one of the dirtiest ones out of all of them.
I don't think I am at all.
You hide behind these high heels, honey. But you're the nerdiest one of all.
Do you really think I'm nerdy?
Yeah, but nerdy is sexy.
Well, they're very telling of the job you're on, right?
That's right.
So, Kelly is on the labor floor. Kelly's shoes get bloody, so they need to be able to be wiped off. Cecilia's GYN intern, so hers can get bloody, but shouldn't on a regular basis. All I am is clinic all day, so I work heels.
It really is dependent on how much of the hospital you have to run around.
It's totally true.
Or whether or not you're married and you really care what you look like. I can do that.
I want to recognize and personally thank Marvin's transplant team cardiologist, Dr. Kimberly Parks.
We are having a fundraiser for my dad's medical bills.
He told us he wanted us to continue life, to enjoy life, and we're putting our best foot forward.
Next on Boston Med.
Gloves, guys. This is bleeding to death. His lips are blue.
You have 5 seconds to find that suture.
Why is this thing not willing to move?
We're at that difficult stage right now, so I think the one thing that could solve it is to purchase property together that neither one of us can afford.
This infant was born with a defect in his heart.
Oh man.
There was a lot of complications.
We went back and revised the original operation.
No pulse.
Here's the tumor.
The odd thing is that they call me doctor. You want me to pull the wire out now?
No, don't touch a thing.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Johns Hopkins is one of America's greatest hospitals. These are the stories of the men and women who work there.
I think there's a lot of attending gossip about us.
Personally, I'm going through a difficult time. You gotta get your emotions under control.
You were acting like a boob.
Is this moment, there's so much to say, so much to say.
Without a transplant, he will die. We have a heart.
No way.
We have multiple gunshot wounds.
It's a war zone here.
I don't want to die.
It's almost insane. It's almost insane.
Yeah, well, I can't move. No one's moving. There we go. This is a Baltimore TJ. Traffic jam. A Hopkins physician is somebody who is a pedigreed doctor, meaning that they've been to all the best schools, they've had all the best training, and they're the smartest. And I didn't do that. I sort of came up from below. I'm not really a Hopkins doctor. Hey, go ahead, dry cut in. One of the nurses from the OR. Here, watch, I'll bump her. What's wrong, Holmes?
Hey, I'll sue.
Yeah, I'll sue. Get in line.
That's the right matter to the front desk.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you, sweetie?
Fine.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we're gonna get this leg fixed up. Okay? To be a good surgeon, you gotta have some brains. You gotta have pretty good hands. But being a good doctor, you also have to be rational, and you have to know how to treat people, and you have to know how to get the patient to trust you. Anybody I need to call? Anybody?
I couldn't get in touch with nobody.
Okay, so it's just you and me, huh?
It's you and me.
Okay.
I feel comfortable with him, and he's somebody that you would think he was just one of us. And that's the way I like the doctors to be.
Okay, Mrs. Jordan, your time is here. It makes it seem so mysterious, surgeons, It's a job. Vascular surgery, right? It's simple stuff. You got a blockage, and you got to fix the blockage, right?
This nice lady is a long-standing diabetic. She developed an ingrown toenail and is complicated by her poor vascular disease.
No circulation, or poor circulation. So she has a couple toe amputations that aren't going to heal unless we fix it.
We're going to try to revascularize her leg. And nobody does it better in town than Dr. Tom Reifschneider.
Did you report me?
About what?
For using four-letter words?
No. Why? Did you get something?
Didn't it happen the last time you were on the service?
I think somebody said something to the nurses or something. I don't know.
It's the second time.
I'm completely unconscious, ma'am. There's no painful response, no verbal, no...
It's going to be an innovation. So it sounds like this patient fell down steps and hit their head and is now completely unresponsive, so they may have a head bleed.
80-year-old gentleman is walking up the steps with his wife.
He's going to need a cerebration. You got ready? 1, 2.
Smashed his head.
He's got unequal pupils here. He's an 8 over him.
All right, sounds good.
Wave his line.
Right here.
Pharmacy, can we push the Lido, Etomidate, and Sucks, please? Oh, he's got some dentures in.
All right.
Can we get a Dexy machine? They're going to innovate.
Cut it out.
Okay, got it. A balloon. So we just need to secure it and then
secure
go.
it quickly and go to the CT scanner.
Weird thing is you think that 80's old until I think about the fact that my grandfather's 86 and he's still skiing.
Right. See, it looks like he has subdural intraparenchymal.
Rachel, I'll go say hi to the wife. I think the social workers are out there.
Just say that he had a really bad head bleed with
that needs surgical management. I'm Dr. Charnick. Your husband, I know he fell. He's walking with you. And we just got the CAT scan back. And I'm not sure what other injuries he has, but he has a large amount of bleeding around his brain. And that needs to be taken care of surgically. I mean, I assume that's what you want, but I wanted to make sure that you would like him to go get an operation, because that really is his only chance for survival at this point.
He needs to go into surgery
immediately.
Immediately?
Yes.
Okay. Gotta save him if you can.
Okay. So the neurosurgeons are getting ready to come down and see him, okay? And they're going to take him right upstairs, straight to the OR. When you see someone have an injury like that, it's very unlikely that he will have a good outcome, but I can't think about that in the moment because I have to save him, take care of him, do the right things for him, and then it kind of hits you later. If she's ready to walk in, she can walk in now.
Okay, come on this
Her life is never going to be the same, and it happened in just a split second. Everything was okay, and now it's not.
Hey, Miss Jordan, it's Dr. Reifschneider. Hey, you're just waking up. You okay? Miss Jordan? Your leg sore? Okay, I told you it was going to be sore. But hey, your circulation's all better, okay? So you can just relax.
We'll take care of it. We'll give her pain medicine.
Good. See you guys. Here at Hopkins, some of the residents are very impressive. You know, like Ariel, who was on my service.
Who's the guy that gets all the chicks? That's right,
Ariel.
Dr. Restner, it's like he's one of us, you know. He's down at our level and just sort of hanging with the boys and the girls, you know, and that's what makes it fun.
This is his French dance partner, which he was bragging about. None of us knew that he was a dancer. And he sort of let it slip one day. And he was kind enough now to share us some pictures that probably will come back to haunt him. And look at him, makeup, lipstick.
He's done now.
He's a fourth-year plastic surgery resident at Johns Hopkins, and there he is in France, dancing.
When I was little, I actually wanted to be a doctor. I grew up thinking, oh, the doctors are the smart ones. And now I realize that that's not true at all. I've met a lot of really smart nurses and a lot of really dumb physicians.
Okay, Peyton.
We received a call this morning from Cumberland Hospital, and they had a 2.5-year-old, and his heart is very large. So we're concerned that he has some type of infection, and we're not sure why his heart is so big.
When he gets mad, he'll be sad.
This is Caitlin.
You want to say? Okay, you're at the new doctor's. You want to call Mommy because she's coming in the car. You came in a big helicopter, so you came super fast. If I pick you up for a minute, will you stop crying?
Yeah.
Okay, come here.
Hi, Melissa. It's Megan, Peyton's nurse. Right now, we're just actually getting him settled in. The doctors are there looking at him. May do the echocardiogram of his heart, the picture of his heart, but they do that right at the bedside.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Peyton. Can I take a listen to your heart?
In pediatric cardiology, there is the so-called rule of thirds. Before you know anything more about what's causing the problem, you can predict that a third of the kids will die, a third of the kids don't recover a normal heart function, and a third of the kids get better. The echocardiogram shows very poor function of the ventricle. So it's dilated and it's not squeezing normally. I'm Dr. Ringel, one of the pediatric cardiologists here. I'll just give you my card. Okay. We want to do a biopsy of the heart muscle to tell us if there's signs of inflammation going on. If we see inflammation, that's the best news. About 70% of the kids are going to recover and be normal. If there's scarring, admittedly, that's not good news. That means that the process has been going on a long time and that there's really little or no hope for recovery or function.
Any risks to doing the biopsy?
Absolutely. The heart is irritable, so the risk is of developing irregular heart rhythm, or I could perforate the heart and make a hole that could be deadly.
We have 1-2 is right side mid-axillary, decreased lung sounds on the right.
Okay, he had access. That's a past tense.
Your belly's hurting you?
Open your eyes. Do you have any medical problem? Are you on any medication?
Sure. What's your name?
So left chest,
You have vitals yet, guys?
left abdomen.
Gunshot wounds, stabbings, beatings. It's a war zone here. Patients walk in off the street. If they're unconscious, you know nothing about them, except for what you see and smell and hear. Not everybody's comfortable with that.
Gunshot wound to where? Come on. Chest and what? Two left sides. 1 to the left wrist.
Hold your hand real still, okay?
They can't really see the larynx because the bullet is obscuring their view, and they're concerned about injury.
Anything else hurting you? No.
Right wrist is shattered. His carpals are shattered, and he's got a bullet sitting right where we saw that over the thenar eminence, sitting right there. He was just walking up the street.
Chewing on a tuna fish sandwich, okay? There's always going to be a tuna fish sandwich involved here.
Why tuna fish sandwich?
Because that shows that he has nothing to do with this. So here, I'm walking up the street, chewing on a tuna fish sandwich, minding my own business.
It's like something well known?
Yes. So he probably might be collateral damage. He might not be the target. You know, other guys have wounds.
No, he has a body shot.
Body shot too?
Yeah, he's got a chest tube. A right
Doesn't
chest
make him
tube.
a bad person. But the main thing in the end is he's probably Yeah.
He's got actually a couple body shots, but I mean, he's also got the right wrist and right
So we have
ankle.
4 hits altogether?
So there's so many holes, I'm not sure.
So many holes.
Yeah.
Doesn't make him a bad guy. But they're also, by the way, high-powered weapons. I mean, these are not 22s. These are big bullets.
I don't know what kind of gun can do that.
I don't know.
I'm from West Virginia, I should know.
Our 2.5-year-old Peyton is going for a biopsy today so we can figure out why his heart is so big.
Take your rest. Close your eyes and rest. Love you. I love you with all my heart. I love you with all my heart. Take a little nap. Good job, man.
Can we give him a little bit of atropine, please? Heart rate. Yep. We got a bit of a change in rhythm right now. Can we get some?
We got a sat of 100%. We got a heart rate of 80.
Okay. You got 89, 88. You have 100. 81.
What the hell happened?
You have a pulse on. Why don't we start?
You want to tell me what happened, please? I do not have a pulse on this side. Wow.
There's your picture, Rich.
Yeah, we're not getting much better.
Levels are just staying.
Come on.
We're on average. Do you want dopamine?
Yeah, tell me when 2 or 3 minutes is up, whoever's recording.
Just stop for a second, please.
See if we have a pulse.
Yeah.
Got a pulse. Got pulse. Nice pulse.
We have a good rhythm on the heart rate.
So the pressure is 130 over 100. Okay. He's back in his own rhythm with a decent blood pressure, so we're okay. But obviously, this is a substantial setback. Holy mackerel.
We just point up.
Has someone notified the parents of what's going on?
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Listen, what happened when he underwent induction and the anesthesia, he had what we call an arrest. His heart wasn't able to pump hard enough. Reaction to the medication, most likely. We're established chest compressions immediately. His heart is back pumping now.
I'll wheel you up to the ICU.
You're going to get a little incision right across there, like that. And we're going to take this vein, which is your cephalic vein, and we're going to swing it over and we're going to hook it into the artery right there.
Oh, okay.
It'll take about an hour, okay?
Yeah. They told me 2 hours.
If we can use this vein right here, it'll only take about 45 minutes.
Oh, good, good, good. Good job, good job.
So what'd you do last night?
Talked to my 22-year-old French girlfriend.
22-year-old.
Salut Candy, c'est Ariel. Je voulais juste demander si tu peux me rappeler dans 30 minutes, si tu peux. À tout de suite, ciao.
Oh, that's so cute.
Money.
You misstated a little bit. You're not 22-year-old French girlfriend. 22-year-old French acquaintance.
How would you know?
You told me.
Knife.
Here we go. When I was growing up, I always had the sense that dancing was all just sort of foreplay.
Mm-hmm.
So, what percentage of dance partners you've had have you been romantically linked with?
Oh, Jesus, the inevitable question.
Here, come on. Keep going. Nice thing. That's a fair question, isn't it?
How many of your dance partners do you have sex with?
I didn't say that. I said you
Basically.
No, I said that you were personally involved with.
I can't handle your directness.
Man, that's a beauty.
Money.
That's a beauty. We're gonna. I think I would take it up to the last inch. You gonna answer my question or not?
What?
About the romance and dancing.
Yeah, it happens.
Does it cause conflict with the dancing?
It does. It's like having 2 intense relationships that all rolled up into one. It's painful sometimes.
How did you pick dance?
I majored in engineering undergrad.
Oh,
so I had
engineering and dance goes.
No, I'll get there. I'll get there. You want to finish the story?
No. I just, I didn't think dorkiness and dancing went together.
Well, sometimes they do.
We should find out if someone has looked at this the cardiac MRI. We don't know how much damage has been done, and there is some disagreement as to whether we can save the heart or not.
It's my opinion we should just let the child die. But ECMO would be a bad idea. But I suspect I'm the minority here.
Why would you say that?
Yeah.
We don't have the biopsy back yet.
Correct.
If the biopsy shows that he's got acute myocarditis, then we could ride him through this storm. Now, if it shows that he's got, scar there, well, yeah, then we've got a problem.
What do you think the biopsy is going to show?
I agree that this is likely to be old.
To learn more about heart disease, go to hopkins.abcnews.com.
Yay, I'm on vacation. Thanks, Joy. So excited. Honestly, but I can't help but looking in here first.
I wanna pack my bag and go. Do you feel the same? You wanna get away?
All right, that's enough. Time to go home. This is awful. The weather is awful. The roads are awful. I should not have trusted the Weather Channel. Oh, did he just slide? Oh, oh God. You got to slow down. I just don't want to.
If you're scared, just close your eyes.
No. Will, way too close. Back off. Or I'll drive. Oh. Oh. I don't want to see this. That's really bad. Oh my God. This is Bluefield, Virginia. This is the tiniest little place. That's our jeweler. Here's the bank and the post office and a little woman's shop. And that's it. You're done with Bluefield, Virginia. Woohoo.
Why don't you folks take a seat? Dr. Berkowitz, Dr. Richella.
We really weren't expecting this. This is very difficult.
It's a very, very difficult time, and what we would have hoped is that we would have had time to be able to sit down over a period of days and talk about this. But Peyton, his heart was not pumping well at all. We don't know the cause of it, but it seems like this has been some chronic process that's sort of slowly gotten to this point where he is what we call in heart failure because his heart is just not squeezing properly and not pushing out enough blood.
What kind of things should I have seen prior to this?
Don't second guess yourself. You guys are obviously very loving and caring parents. You did what you had to do. You brought him here. Don't think about this as a failure of recognition of things.
Kids have an amazing way of coping. Unlike adults where start having a downward slope, they compensate for a long period of time. And then boom, they decompensate rapidly. And this is what happened here.
His blood pressure is really not as good as we would like. And we're moving to the next phase of other options that we can offer.
Is there hope?
There's always hope when there's different options. Cardiac transplantation is a very good option, okay? It unfortunately stems from a tragedy somewhere else. But the results are great, especially in somebody like him who's not had previous cardiac surgery, okay? When things go well, they go very well. And it's a hope for a child like this for a long life.
One issue that I raised with you, and I think we don't like to think about it, but I always mention to parents is that, the option of, and it's always within your right, not to proceed.
But what I'm understanding is if we don't proceed, it's not good either.
Well, we may well be in a situation that if we don't proceed, that he will not make it and die from this.
I mean, this has really hit the family like, you know, brick out of the sky. From one day to the next, you're on a bed talking heart transplantation. It's a lot to think about.
Hey, yeah, 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 yeah.
I feel very attached to this land, and I feel attached to my mom's house, and now it's kind of my retreat from the rest of the world.
Anne was the hardest kid to raise you could ever possibly imagine. She was so stubborn, and she was so, she was just so headstrong.
I was always grounded.
She was grounded most of the time she was in
Most
school.
of my life, I was grounded. My mom is my best friend. I talk to her like every day. She's generous and she's unassuming, and she'll give you the shirt off her back. You know, I aspire to be like her, and I can't do it. I'll never live up to her. You're gonna have to help me answer this. Have I, Mom?
About what?
Like, ever fallen head over heels in love with someone? I don't think so. I don't know, I just have this feeling that when I meet the person I'm supposed to marry, I'm just gonna know it.
I love the girl with the golden hair, and the Tennessee stud loves a Tennessee mare.
In med school, I did have a relationship. I was engaged to him, and it was about 3 months before the wedding when I broke it off. I was 23. That's young. You just are not who you're going to be at 23. And I think that's why I think now is a better time to meet somebody and get married.
Whistle when I go. Oh, let her blow. Oh, let her blow.
I got a smile this morning, and he started trying to eat. This is popsicle number 3. And yesterday I got 2 kisses, so I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling better.
Payne is doing very well, remarkably well. It's a miraculous recovery with the medication, but we know that his heart is severely damaged, and he will not get better unless he gets a heart transplant.
You see him on the outside, running around, have so much energy. It's hard to believe that he's that sick on the inside. You just don't want to believe it.
So I went and looked at the echocardiogram from this morning, and what it shows is basically the same as the one we had at the end of last week, and pretty much the one before that, severely depressed function. So since we haven't seen much improvement in his function, we should go ahead and list Peyton for a heart transplant.
So we're descending again. See you later, buddy.
At first, I tried to think ahead, and that's just too boggling on the mind, so we just take day by day. That's all we can do.
Hello? Yeah. Listen, so it's going to be a go with the transplant with Peyton. I'm actually entering the hospital now, and I'll leave from here at 2. Just going to go to the PICU and talk to the parents. Let them know we have a heart. So it's a go. We have a heart, and we're going to go in about an hour. We're going to leave. All right? So I'm very happy. You know, it's very simple how to protect the heart. The heart's a piece of meat, so you put it in the fridge. And that's what we're going to do. Off we go.
He's going to get his heart, Mommy. He's going to get his heart. Doctor's going to get it in an hour. You just stay there and pray.
Hopkins continues.
Hello? Are you decent? Let's see. Let's see it. Oh my God, why do you put a big and you got a tiny little dot there? You should put a Band-Aid on it.
That's a wound. Everything I have is
is nothing to him.
You put 3 feet of incision on people and you have a 1/4-inch wound, as you call it. We got to get you ready for bikini weather.
You got that right. I have pretty underwear on too.
Yeah. Victoria's Secret, huh?
Not quite, just a little bit more on it.
Do they call that underwear or do they call it a girdle?
Mine is underwear. Oh,
Matches your underwear.
Band-Aid treatment. I go in to the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Hot tubs?
Hot tub, no.
That's where the men are.
Yeah.
You're not helping me one dang bit.
I'll see you in 3 weeks.
I love him. Dang it, I love the guy. If I didn't love him...
Okay, Weaver?
Why do I love a guy like that?
I sort of come in the back door mid-career. I don't have a family, and it was time to get out of Pittsburgh. Plus, the fiance didn't want to come back to Pittsburgh, so that sort of helped make the decision easy.
First marriage, totally different. You know, totally different outlook on life. Second marriage, I was pretty happy about things. I don't think she was.
Well, we're back, and it's very, very frustrating. When we got there, the child already had arrested multiple times. Basically, we just witnessed a heart die in front of our eyes. That's all it was. I mean, there was nothing I could do. Hey, you know, I was doing CPR on a heart that should go to make him better. That to me is a no-brainer there. Maybe we'll get another call next few days, and what we have to do.
It was our false alarm. They said they couldn't keep the heart in rhythm, so...
Now we go back to a child that I sure hope is not going to die while waiting, because every chance that you lose here may be the last one.
So Lily came out and looked at this earlier. Just loves the view. And there's a sunroom on the top, you know, on the deck floor.
Every night when it gets dark, you slip into my room. You love me in my sleep, and you take all that you need.
My friends keep saying, well, you need to settle this thing with Lily, and what they mean is you need to get married. You know, Lily and I both, at least I assume that she thinks the same way I do, is, hey, we're together. You know, getting married is just an excuse to having a party and go on a vacation. And also, if she wants to have a kid, she doesn't want to have a kid until she's married. If Lily wants to have a child, I'll go along. I think I'd be a good father. I think it'd be entertaining for both the child and for me. We're gonna go look at a condo because I've been renting for 1.5 years. The builder yesterday got a little nervous. I said, can I just take a peek? And he said, no. Like, just so you know, I'm not a bad guy. I work at Hopkins. I'm not, you know, I'm not totally sleazy.
Have you seen it?
No. I was waiting for you.
So this would be the deck area for this end of group.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, this is actually the highest point.
This unit, you walk in, you say, wow, has a wow factor to it.
You don't like lofts?
Oh, I love the loft here. Perfect for empty nesters.
We'll definitely pay more for this place.
People always think physicians have tons of money and stuff. And it ain't true. Okay.
Well, we're gonna write you a check, okay?
$2,500, right? The writing always gets real jiggly when I write checks.
Oh, okay. We're actually on our way to get a heart for Peyton. You know, we've had multiple calls on him, but this one sounds like a pretty good match, size-wise, age, everything.
Yeah, we were at this stage before, and we got excited too soon.
The shorter time that the heart spends in the bucket, the better it is. You know, there's been procurements that go beyond, 5-6 hours.
We'll get your new heart, okay? We'll be here waiting on you. Peyton. What? Love you.
him enough that he's not going to remember this.
We're going to take real good care of him, okay?
So we just finished procuring the heart. It's time to just, put on some speed and go back to Hopkins and implant it in Peyton. Just incredibly beautiful heart and very smooth, and it was awesome. You should be pumped. You should be pumped.
So we have to start opening the chest probably in the next 15-20 minutes.
This is real. Now it's really happening. This isn't a fire drill this time.
We just opened the breastbone, so now you can see the heart after you open the sac.
Leave me right underneath this bridge here, right behind this truck. Yeah, right here. Let's go. Come. I'll meet you up there in 2 minutes.
Let's go on, please, Larry.
All right, going on bypass. Going on. Well, right now the machine is taking over the function of the patient's heart and lung, basically.
We are almost committed, but not quite.
Okay.
All right, thank you. You're just saying that they got the heart about 10 minutes ago and they're starting the transplant now.
Hey, here we are.
All right.
How's it going?
So far, so good.
Excellent. Where's my f***ing light? Oh, here. Looks like a good size match, too. Okay. Bye, guys.
Lucetti, let me look your feet, okay?
You're talking about my toes.
I know. Looks pretty good. We saved 8 of them.
Well, what did you do with the other 2? Just throw them away?
They weren't alive.
Oh, okay.
Remember? Yeah. Can I ask these guys a question so they can learn a little bit?
Go ahead.
So what blood work? What shows up in blood work when somebody has atheroembolism? Oh, man, it's so disappointing. I'm so disappointed in you guys. Something on the CBC.
CB, what the f*** are we doing here?
CBC, that's called a complete blood count.
Eosinophilia?
Eosinophilia, exactly. Jeff. All right.
I've been in this hospital a year and 3 months. But
His feet look great. Compared to where they were.
My toes will be all right. I can put my socks on.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep. You're doing great. Tell Louie I said hello.
Kim.
Louie's a good man.
What the f*** you talking about?
Louie took
He
good...
left me here.